The closest relatives around me have left me in droves, and even the people I have guarded for 10,000 years have fled, simply because of the rumors that I am about to fall. Countless quasi-imperial powerhouses have come out in droves, only to kill me, a great emperor who has suppressed countless eras and seized the Earth Dao Fruit. Everyone knew that I was about to fall to the 9 heavens, so they all started looking for a new way out. In the end, the only one left to accompany me was a small palace maid. At this moment, above the battlefield, the war dragon emperor looked furious and indignant, strong killing intent bubbling in his eyes as he coldly said, "Human descendant, you are too unbridled. This era is not something that you alone can control. Whether or not this era is controlled by me alone, that will be discussed later. But right now I want to kill you, and you are helpless." Ling Jufeng coldly said. He took a step out, and his aura around him was as vast as thunderous flames. "Let's all go together. Don't let him break through one by one. After killing this junior who doesn't know the heights of heaven, the road to immortality will open up." The War Dragon Emperor let out a long whistle. He knew that he couldn't defeat Ling Jufeng, but he wasn't bad either. Shouting for a few more people to come together was just the thing to do. "I, the Cold Mountain Emperor, have come to kill you." The Cold Mountain Emperor, who was dressed in black armor, said coldly, holding a broadsword that was infinitely powerful, sharp, and imposing. "I am the great emperor of the demon race, although I have long since stopped asking about the demon race's affairs, but you killed the demon race's newest great emperor, so I'm using this as an excuse to kill you." The demon master great emperor spoke very bluntly, not caring at all about how the demon race is doing, just using this as an excuse to kill you. "I am the Irai emperor, born in the Overseas clan. I will kill you today so that the Overseas clan will also have the opportunity to participate in this great struggle." A man in a long blue coat nonchalantly said, a finger pointing out a heaven-defying attack. As Ling Jufeng looked at them, he smiled coldly. "Fine, together. I'll be able to solve this moment together." Ling Jufeng's aura boiled as the battle power within his body decisively skyrocketed. He laughed coldly in his heart. These people had been hiding in the dark, forbidden land for too long, not realizing that the world had changed and it was no longer their time. Making 9 Phoenix hold the 9 sections umbrella, she instantly killed out. Bang bang, bang bang. At this moment, Ling Jufeng's aura simply caused the world to change color. The mountains and rivers trembled in unison, and the elegance of a peerless great emperor completely erupted. "If the heavens punish me, I will break the heavens. If the earth blocks me, I will crack the earth. If you group of great emperors dare to jump out, then I will kill all of you." With this fearless, striding forward spirit, causing Jufeng to instantly, the 9 sections umbrella opened up, and he pulled out a long sword from within, directly chopping out. Between the trembling of the sword's awnings, it was infinitely powerful and very terrifying, making people feel from the bottom of their hearts that this moment's Ling Jufeng was frighteningly strong. The strike that caused Jufeng to descend, chopping directly, was to break the law with force, a simple move, force-splitting Huashan. This seemingly simple force-splitting Huashan contained the immortal beheading technique within it, directly pouncing towards the War Dragon Emperor. Battle Dragon skill. The Battle Dragon Emperor let out a long roar. He felt that he couldn't defeat Ling Jufeng, but he could still resist for a little while, right? Both are great emperors. It doesn't make sense that you are that much stronger. That's why he exerted his lifelong mastery. Back then, he was the one who became famous by slaying an evil dragon and was known as the Battle Dragon Emperor, and he later created an Earth Law of his own in the name of the Battle Dragon. This Earth Law struck out, and in an instant, 100 true dragons appeared in the void, vast and incomparably powerful, and even roared together, shaking the heavens. Roar, roar, roar. This was a very vast aura, allowing one to see how powerful the Battle Dragon Emperor was. But that was all. The immortal beheading technique of Ling Jufeng did not have such a fancy look, nor did it have any terrifying aura. When this sword fell, everything was internalized, and only in the moment of contact would it completely explode. Rolling chi was condensed in this sword, then chopped out, and after taking this sword as the center, it erupted and spread in all directions, sweeping through this heavenly domain. Roar. In an instant, 100 true dragons were destroyed, and the endless true dragon breath exploded and turned into fragments, rushing out in the surroundings, directly being crushed into pieces by the sword that caused Jufeng to be crushed into pieces. The Battle Dragon Emperor's expression changed drastically, his pupils contracted violently. He was beginning to get scared. This was too fierce. Making 9 Phoenix's attack speed still increase, as a sword chopped down, he was slamming down with a fist. Save me. The War Dragon Emperor shouted out the word without hesitation, without the slightest pause, shouting in a thick and unforgettable manner. The Irai Emperor instantly raised an ocean in the void, and the sea covered it, to drown Order Jiufeng. The Cold Mountain Great Emperor directly slashed down with a slash, spreading 30,000 miles directly in the void, to decapitate Order Jiufeng's head. 9 Phoenix Emperor, I will take your life today. The Demon Master Emperor roared in rage, his chi and blood rushing to the sky, his head full of gray and white intertwined hair flying, his body glowing. He was an ancient flying rock, transforming into his own body at this moment, directly impacting over. They all struck out together, just because they didn't want to let Order Jiufeng strike them down one by one. It's not so much that they want to save the War Dragon Emperor, they came just in time. I will take your blood today and warn this group of dark forbidden lands to stay honestly. It caused Jiufeng to let out a long whistle, completely fearless. This ferocious and rigid invincible method turned around and smashed into the sea. In an instant the ocean was smashed by Ling Jiufeng and collapsed, without a single bit of use around it. In front of the invincible law, the ocean of the Irai Emperor looked so out of place. Our journey should be the stars and the sea, while you, on the other hand, keep thinking about everything in the Mangwu Great World. Just letting you drown me. What can you do? Making Jiufeng let out a long whistle. His body was like a deer, like electricity as he came running, his 5 fingers spreading out, then closing up and clenching into a fist. Without even bringing the 9 sections umbrella with him, he just ruthlessly slammed his fist into the sky above the Irai Emperor. Bang! This unparalleled fist of the guy sure smashed down, causing him to avoid it, completely not expecting Ling Jiufeng to be so berserk. A blood-colored light immediately appeared on his body, blood then splashed 3,000 miles, and that horrifying wound revealed a ghastly white bone that was extremely terrifying, and one could see the internal organs pulsating inside. This strike by Ling Jiufeng caused the Irai Emperor to be seriously injured, and he directly fell down without much life left. This punch slammed out, causing 9 Phoenix to immediately look at the others. All of them stopped in their tracks under his eyes, and their faces were extremely ugly one after another. They were so many emperors, striking out together, but they were actually killed by 2 of them so easily by Ling Jiufeng. And looking at Ling Jiufeng's current appearance, he wasn't in the slightest bit exhausted or injured. Instead, his killing intent was right in the thick of things. Great Emperor 9 Phoenix, you've broken through to the Great Emperor realm? Great Emperor Cold Mountain asked in shock. It's not a breakthrough to the Great Emperor realm. This is too powerful. I took a few more steps in the Great Emperor realm. As for breaking through the Great Emperor realm, that's not true. Ling Jiufeng said truthfully. Currently, he hadn't broken through to a Great Emperor, but Ling Jiufeng always felt that it wasn't very difficult for him to take that step if he wanted to. That's good, then we can rest assured. As long as you are at the Great Emperor realm, you will definitely fall today. Great Emperor Cold Mountain coldly said. You can't do it alone, go together. Ling Jiufeng said with a cold expression. After determining that Order Jiufeng would not have broken through to the Great Emperor realm, this group of Great Emperors were relieved that they could fight. Now that they were out of the Dark Realm and their strength had increased to the extreme, there was no turning back, they had to fight on. Only by killing Ling Jiufeng and allowing the road to immortality to appear, and then entering the road to immortality, could they seize this ray of hope. Let's all go together. Today either this 9 Phoenix Emperor dies or we die, there is no third choice. The Cold Mountain Great Emperor crossed his broadsword and killed in the air. Bang bang bang. The terrifying aura brought about by the broadsword directly transformed into a green dragon roaring in the void. The formation battle was terrifying. The green dragon's hideous face directly pounced over. Its aura was unrivaled and terrifying. The 10,000 Swords Emperor's long sword stabbed and came. This sword's cold aura exploded 30,000 miles, cutting a superb trajectory in the void and sweeping over, wanting to kill Order 9 Phoenix. The Demon Master Emperor was also unshakable, pouncing to kill. The War Dragon Emperor clenched his teeth and rushed out to kill with a face full of rage. In the void, explosive shouts rang out and echoed continuously, as if a storm was stirring. The sky was dim, and only the extreme aura was stirring. It was also thanks to this moment that the Mangdao Great World was still quite solid. Although the void was constantly cracking, it did not completely collapse. The Earth realms that came out from the 9 Forbidden Lands were definitely more than just these few people, and they were just the ones who played the lead. When the world darkened down, Stormstar-driven Fire's Ling Jiufeng became their target. In an instant, Ling Jiufeng felt that there were 10 or so great emperors in the open and in the dark, aiming to kill him. A dozen or so great emperors came out of the 9 forbidden lands, which was not a large number. Now that there were no clues at all on the road to immortality, none of the others would show up, and only they, the great emperors with little life expectancy, or those whose strength was gradually declining, would choose to come out and take a stab at it. Killing order Jufeng, striking down this greatest deviant of the great conquest world, and then allowing the road to immortality to descend, they still had a battle to fight for. This goal was beautiful and the wish was ideal, but the reality was cruel. The power of Order 9 Phoenix was not something that could be measured by a simple great emperor. He was extremely sublimated at this moment. Taste the power of the immortal's Dao. Ling Jiufeng's eyes flickered with coldness. He was not reasonable. His body erupted with a huge surge of true qi. Then the piece of Dao taught by the immortal and his own invincible method were combined. It seemed like his heart had a feeling. Ling Jiufeng directly slapped his palm forward. Rumble. As the darkness filled the night, the terrifying pressure was vast to shatter this ancient green sky. This slap from Ling Jiufeng was not aimed at a single person alone, but directly included all the emperors in this piece of emptiness. At this moment, all the emperors had their hearts pounding, watching in horror as the void directly collapsed under this strike. A silver-white palm shattered the laws of the great Dao and also crushed all Dao laws, becoming the only one as it pressed towards them. This scene was even more frightening to them than the collapse of the world, because under this palm, none of the emperors could escape the terrifying aura that imprisoned their bodies in place. A slap suppressed all the laws, causing Jufeng to show everyone in this moment why he could suppress this era. The great emperors changed color in unison. No one had thought that in the era of the Great Conquest era, there would still be a single law that suppressed all laws. With this slap, they felt like their Dao was completely null and void. This was too strong. Without the slightest bit of warning, causing Jiufeng's response to the battle was just so terrifying. At his level, he naturally wouldn't be afraid of the so-called Forbidden Land. True emperors were lonely and proud. Since he had chosen this path, let's fight. Slap. This palm shocked the heavens and shook the earth, straight to the point that the entire central state, along with the rest of the place's emptiness, collapsed on a large scale, and the vast aura was as terrifying as a boiling flame. The endless void shattered, and the Mangwu Great World could directly all see the starry Milky Way. If it wasn't for causing Jiufeng's other hand to operate great magical power, dragging down the Zhengzhou earth, then there would be nothing left of the Zhengzhou realm below. This slap was just so terrifying. Great Emperor Cold Mountain's broadsword was directly shattered, and he himself spat out a large mouthful of blood as he thumped backward, stepping on the void as if it were a mirror shattering. With the last stomp, he was directly unable to control himself, and he was so vigorously and shockingly angry that the energy in his body completely exploded, and he could only roar out, "9 Phoenix Emperor, you shall not die." Great Emperor Cold Mountain fell. The death of the Cold Mountain Great Emperor was like setting off fireworks once, exploding in the void, clearing some of the darkness and allowing the living beings hiding on the ground to see a glimmer of hope. The fall of the Cold Mountain Emperor was not an isolated case. This slapdown was an indiscriminate attack that was completely unreasonable. In this void, as many great Emperor Realm warriors as there were would have to die. Ning Jiufeng was a very reasonable person. He wouldn't value someone. He wouldn't belittle someone. If he wanted to kill, he would kill them all. This was a collision between great emperors, very rare throughout the ages. Even in the last Great Conquest world, there was no one like 9 Phoenix, who suppressed the Great Conquest world, to appear. So if it wasn't for the arrival of this great world, how could it be seen in the world? No one could witness it at all. Today, Ling Jiufeng had shown the world the difference between an invincible great emperor and these dusty great emperors. Bang, bang, bang. These great emperors from different eras were once all masters of an era, all the pride of an era. But now, under this slap from Ling Jiufeng, all of them couldn't hold up the ground and exploded in a very splendid manner, turning into a beautiful rain of light that flew in all directions. This was a great destruction under the blooming fireworks. It caused 9 Phoenix to use the earth as the root and gave the entire world a fireworks display. Especially when darkness descended and all beings were terrified and shocked. Ling Jiufeng was like an extremely romantic person who brought a visual feast to this earth. To use the earth as fireworks, no one had ever done it since ancient times. Today, in this world of great conquest, Ling Jiufeng had done it. The living beings on the Mangwu Great World were completely convinced at this moment. Great Emperor 9 Phoenix was truly unrivaled. The spirit race's newest great emperor, Willow, let out a long sigh. the spirit race will henceforth be honored by the human race's great Emperor Nine Phoenix. This voice spread throughout the Mangwei Great World, making a complete statement. A Shen turtle elder of the sea race also raised his voice. The sea race will be honored by the Nine Phoenix Great Emperor from this day forward. The hearts and minds of the 10,000 races were also lost by this slap in the face, and when they saw this, they were worried about causing the Nine Phoenixes to liquidate themselves, and decisively said, "The demon race will also be honored by the Nine Phoenixes Great Emperor." The demon race in the millions of mountains trembled and uttered these words, truly loving and hating Ling Jufeng. The other clans all shouted at this moment, expressing their respect for Ling Jufeng for saving the world. Ling Jufeng, this great Emperor Nine Phoenix who had suppressed the world of great conquests, had now become the co-respecter of the Mangwu Great World. A massacre under a catastrophe, this was Ling Jufeng's evaluation of this group of so-called experts that had been sent out from the Nine Forbidden Lands this time. Not being able to see the situation clearly, blindly believing that they were all at the great Emperor realm, it was impossible for Ling Jufeng to be any stronger than them. However, they didn't realize that great emperors also had to work hard to delve into the world instead of stopping at nothing. These great emperors in the Forbidden Land came out and killed quite a few people, and the entire Mang Wasteland Great World wailed. But under this firework of Order 9 Phoenix, everyone's wailing was washed away a lot. Many people lamented that when the 9 Phoenix Great Emperor was there, this world was a prosperous world. If the 9 Phoenix Great Emperor died, then this world was a chaotic world. Standing in the void, Order 9 Phoenix looked at everything below. The darkness was slowly dispersed, and the crumbling sky was repaired. The self-repairing ability of the Mangwu Great World was a major fundamental reason why it hadn't crumbled after so many years. Otherwise, if a group of great emperors fought today, and another group of great emperors struck tomorrow, the Mangwu Great World would have long been gone. The 9 Phoenixes gradually set their sights on the 9 Forbidden Lands. This time, within the 9 Forbidden Lands, only a dozen great emperors had come out, not as terrifying as the dark turmoil of the past days. But this was not an excuse for them to be safe and sound. Making 9 Phoenix think like this, she took a step out, and under the gaze of countless gazes from the entire world, she arrived at one of the 9 Forbidden Lands, the Immortal Fortress. This Immortal Fortress was located right on the boundaries of the Central State, a mountain range shaped like a fortress, very special, with countless formations laid out inside. Moreover, it was the source of the Earth's veins in the Central State, so a great emperor could continue to live with a smaller consumption after entering. The only drawback was that at a certain time, they had to start a dark upheaval, harvesting the blood souls of all living things to replenish themselves. But not every dark upheaval would be a great success. In this world, there were people like the Battle Dragon Emperor who had turned his back on the ideals he had held onto for the first half of his life. And there were also people who had held on to their unchanging beliefs throughout their lives. For example, the Ling Emperor, he was the one who held on to one thing for his entire life. It was thanks to the fact that he had not encountered the Dark Unrest, or else what he had to do would have changed from suppressing the Hell Demon King to suppressing the Dark Unrest. The Ling Emperor had not encountered it, but it made Jufeng know that the Sakyamuni Emperor had encountered it. That time 100,000 years ago, the Dark Unrest was full-blown, but coincidentally, they met a great emperor who established the Buddhist sect, Great Emperor Sakyamuni. It was the first great emperor to establish the Buddhist sect, and the Great Thunder Sound Temple that he established at the end of the West exists to this day. And Amitabha Buddha the Great was the great emperor who started the word Buddha. He had passed down his philosophy, but the descendants seldom practiced it or did not understand it, thinking that Buddhism was too soft, what karma, what blessings and so on were just generalized empty talk. Until the emergence of Sakyamuni the Great, in the era of darkness and turmoil, he used Buddhism to forcibly suppress the 9 Forbidden Lands. During that time of darkness and turmoil, the 9 Forbidden Lands all lost a number of people because they were killed and suppressed by Sakyamuni the Great. Underneath the current Great Thunder Sound Temple, there was a large number of people who were arrogant from the dark unrest back then. After experiencing that time by Sakyamuni the Great, the 9 Forbidden Lands were quiet. When they had recuperated, they once again went out and encountered the 9 Peaks Great Emperor. The 9 Peaks Great Emperor suppressed the 9 Forbidden Lands at the cost of his own serious injuries, once again beating them to pain. Now that it was the time of great struggle, some of them were foolishly eager to move, but then they encountered the 9 Peaks, who had lived out his second life. The people of the 9 Forbidden Lands are not depressed. They have encountered fierce people these few times out. And now, under the watchful eyes of countless people, Ling Jufeng descended into the Immortal Fortress. This mountain range is a forbidden land on the boundaries of the central state. Those who go and can't come out, and they don't show up on weekdays, so if people don't get close, there's no danger at all. Everyone knew that this was forbidden land and that there were very terrifying people present inside. Now that Nine Phoenix was made to come alone, many people were sweating. The Nine Phoenix Emperor was powerful and terrifying, but after all, it was hard to defeat four hands with two fists, and there was no telling how many terrifying existences were hidden in this entire forbidden land. The world was worried, but the Nine Phoenix was not worried at all. He took a step out and directly entered the forbidden land that was terrifying in the eyes of the common people. World Transformer, get the hell out of here. Ling Jiufeng coldly shouted as he stomped his foot down, and the entire immortal fortress trembled. Nine Phoenix Emperor, you've gone too far. A low, shocking voice rang out, echoing in the void and rumbling. Excessive? Jin Jiufeng smiled disdainfully. If you're not happy about it, then get out and kill me, or else give me the benefit of the doubt. I'm excessive? There's no need for the undying fortress to exist today. Ling Jiufeng's face was cold and his words shocked the world. Many people were surprised by making Nine Phoenix. The Nine Phoenix Great Emperor was here to demolish the immortal fortress? Great Emperor Nine Phoenix, why be so aggressive? You also know that we won't come out until the road to immortality is opened. The low voice suppressed the shock and held back. I know, one by one. You are all waiting for the road to immortality. So the few that ran out before, there were no people from your immortal fortress? Making Nine Phoenix sneer. Great Emperor Nine Phoenix, what exactly do you want? We don't want to get entangled with you. You live out the second life, you're bullish, but push all of us back to our peaks. And it's time for this Mang Desert world to be completely reshuffled. A woman's voice rang out, very hardened, threatening to make Jiufeng. Bang. But Ling Jiufeng didn't eat the threat, his face was cold, and he directly smashed his fist out, right in the direction of this girl's voice. How terrifying Ling Jiufeng's punch was, those few great emperors who had set off fireworks earlier knew. This strike caused this female voice to scream, and the undying fortress shuddered violently. This female voice was extremely shaken. Are you trying to completely offend our immortal fortress now? Are you crazy? The entire immortal fortress was subjected to a terrifying aura rising, and the situation tensed up as if it was on the verge of breaking out. The people of the entire Mangwu Great World were also worried about Order 9 Phoenix. It seemed like a fight was about to break out. The 9 Phoenix Emperor, would he back down a little? Ling Jiufeng backed off my ass. His face was icy cold as he said, it looks like you still can't see the situation. Right now I'm the one targeting your immortal fortress. You guys let these few crazy dogs out, and now you're saying that I've offended you? Ning Jiufeng smiled disdainfully. You guys offended me a long time ago, you know? You're nothing but a great emperor. Even if you live out your second life, what qualifications do you have to act wildly in my immortal fortress? You are too arrogant. I've come to decapitate you today with extreme ascension, so that you know that there are people outside of people and mountains outside of mountains. A female voice screamed out, being infuriated by Ling Jiufeng. She was already an extremely arrogant person. Although she was hiding in the immortal fortress, she still held the frame she used to suppress the world back then. Where could she stand such a direct insult from Ling Jiufeng? You're extremely sublimated. I'll still kill you like a chicken. Ling Jiufeng stood proudly in the immortal fortress. At this moment, Ling Jiufeng was arrogant and domineering, with no one in sight. Completely the immortal fortress is nothing. The entire world looked dumbfounded, always strong. Anyone who dared to go in would die, not fortress. Now being humiliated like this by the 9 Phoenix Emperor, not even daring to let out a single fart. Only a female emperor was calling out to the 9 Phoenix Emperor, but everyone could hear the faint-heartedness and irritation in her words, because although this female emperor was calling out for extreme ascension, she was delayed and didn't make a move. The corners of the mouth of Ling Jiufeng curled up. Don't you want extreme sublimation? Get your ass out here. I'm waiting for you. Ling Jiufeng snorted coldly. Don't you bully me too much? This empress roared through gritted teeth. I'm bullying people too much? Ling Jiufeng laughed out loud, her eyes icy cold. You guys put those few losers out to find trouble with me and killed so many people, and you're still saying that I'm bullying people too much? Ling Jiufeng said coldly. What does it matter if those pariahs die? This empress screamed, feeling that Ling Jiufeng was unbelievable to come to the undying fortress for the sake of some pariahs. It matters. Ling Jiufeng threw her voice. Her eyes became fierce. I said there is a relationship. Your lives are lives, and their lives are lives. This era was suppressed by me, without my consent. Who gave you the guts to release this group of trash to kill people? Ling Jiufeng's eyes coldly looked straight at the undying fortress and said angrily, "You came to my immortal fortress to make unreasonable noise just for the sake of some dead pariahs?" This female emperor felt that Ling Jiufeng was crazy, completely out of her mind. This was the immortal fortress, one of the 9 forbidden places, and you just barged into you for some pariahs? Great Emperor Nine Phoenix is really noble. The female emperor sneered in her heart. That's the difference between you and I. What I'm doing it for is an argument. These populace died, and I killed the murderer to avenge them. Now come to the undying fortress. I want an account. Ling Jiufeng coldly said. What argument? The empress asked with a shocked voice. At this moment, everyone in the undying fortress was watching Ling Jiufeng. This Emperor Jiufeng was too arrogant to watch. And the entire Mangwu great world, all the major powers, and countless people were all listening. What claim? Making Jiufeng smile coldly, she looked around and threw her voice. This statement is that the world today is suppressed by me. I don't care which era of great emperors you are, but in my era, all of you shut up, stay quiet, and wait for the path of immortality to appear. Until then, I'll chop off the head of anyone who dares to cross the border. If the people in the undying fortress are unconvinced, I will list this so-called 9 forbidden places today. The moment these words came out, the people in the undying fortress were shocked as they looked at Ling Jiufeng, arrogant. This moment of Ling Jiufeng's arrogance knew no bounds, and was also overbearing without bounds. The people in the undead fortress hated it with gnashing teeth. If it wasn't for the road to immortality, it was estimated that a lot of people would have jumped up by now. But the undying fortress felt that it made the 9 Phoenix arrogant. The living beings of the Mangwu great world, however, felt their blood boiling. The 9 Phoenix Emperor who suppressed everything in the world should be so overbearing. So what if the dark forbidden ground, they have to obediently listen in this era? Do you think it's possible? The female emperor in the immortal fortress laughed out loud, her voice crisp and clear, recklessly mocking order Jiufeng. Who do you think you are? You're just a great emperor who lived out his second life, not an immortal. What gives you the right to suppress this world? The female emperor sneered. Making 9 Phoenix sniff, she shook her head disdainfully. Do you see anyone around paying attention to you? The female emperor's laughter suddenly stopped. This is the immortal fortress, one of the 9 forbidden places. Now, except for you who don't know how to provoke me, did everyone else shut up? Ling Jiufeng sneered. The empress panicked and shouted, "Say something, all of you!" But the immortal fortress was silent. Only 2 people, Ling Jiufeng and the female emperor, were conversing, as if there were only 2 people, Ling Jiufeng and the female emperor, in this huge mountain peak. You are all great emperors, willing to be silent in front of this arrogant descendant? The female emperor screamed, unable to accept this result. Stop screaming. You're the only one foolishly clinging to the female emperor's pride. All of you have entered the undying fortress and are living inhumanly. Do you still think you're noble? Ning Jiufeng strides over with a smile. You seek death. The empress was furious. She had always considered herself to be the supreme empress. Where could she stand being humiliated by Ning Jiufeng like this? It's you who seeks death. Ling Jiufeng let out a long whistle and punched out, rolling and moving with an aura that seemed to carry thousands of stars smashing down together. Very terrifying. The empress screamed. She had no choice but to have to sublimate extremely. I'm going to kill you. You're forcing me to extreme sublimation. The empress laughed shrilly, her aura about to rise. Roll down. You can't ascend in front of me. Ning Jiufeng was nonchalant, directly slamming down with a fist. This extremely sublimated aura was instantly shattered. Like a meteor shower, countless stars smashed down, breaking this empress's extreme sublimation, causing her to spurt blood in a big mouth at the bottom of the ground. Unable to control her body, trembling like a sieve, and directly losing half of her life to a single punch from Ling Jiufeng. How could this be? I'm also a great emperor. I'm not so bad. The female emperor screamed miserably. This is my power to suppress this era. You seek death yourself, then I'll fulfill you. Order Jiufeng directly stomped down this time. Not reasoning, just killing. Bang. Bang bang. This foot stomped down. The entire immortal fortress trembled a few times, feeling this terrifying power of Ning Jiufeng. All the others seemed to be oblivious to it. Ning Jiufeng didn't pay any attention to them either, as he set his sights on the other 8 great realms to be treated equally. Ning Jiufeng spoke softly, and under the countless astonished faces, Order Jiufeng took a step out and entered the next dark realm. Ning Jiufeng killed this unnamed female emperor in the undying fortress, and then gazed towards the other realms. As for this slain female emperor, No one cared about what her name was or which era she was from. Her death was purely in vain. After causing 9 Phoenix to suppress the immortal fortress, she moved to the eternal forbidden land in the next second. This was a forbidden land located in the east, in an alien space above a large mountain. In this space, it was possible to ensure that an Empyrean could survive for a long time with only a small loss. In the past, no one could find them at all, and this was the most mysterious place in the 9 forbidden lands. But today, this foreign space was kicked open by Order Juing. Rumble. Order 9 Phoenix walked straight in, just not being reasonable. His aura covered down at once, and the entire foreign space trembled. Great Emperor 9 Phoenix, welcome to the Eternal Realm. A calm voice rang out, causing 9 Phoenix to look up. It was a heavenly tree, rooted in the Eternal Realm. Eternal tree, we had dealt with each other a few thousand years ago, and now we meet again. Order 9 Phoenix calmly said. Thousands of years ago, Emperor 9 Phoenix suppressed the 9 realms and fought with the Eternal Tree, and although it was only a brief touch, that was still fresh in Emperor 9 Phoenix's mind, it was a terrifying Emperor-level existence. Of course, with the current Ling Juing gaze, it wasn't that terrifying. On the contrary, congratulations to Great Emperor 9 Phoenix for living a second life and overwhelming the current generation. The Everlasting Tree slowly said, since you know that I am mighty over the current generation, you guys are still engaging in some small actions. Are you really not afraid that I will collapse this foreign space and leave all of you in a deep sleep? Ling Juing sneered and said. The Everlasting Tree smiled calmly and said, the 9 Phoenix Great Emperor's ability can naturally do this, but this kind of losing both sides won't happen. These calm words carried a threat. Once the foreign space of the eternal forbidden land broke, the sleeping people in here had to be revived, and that would do absolutely no good to Order Juing. Ling Juing gave this eternal life tree a high look and said, that's a good point. But if you guys don't give me a statement today, the situation of the immortal fortress is known to you. The eternal life tree was silent. The entire eternal realm was silent. There were no fools here who were the same as that empress in the undying fortress. The group pushed the eternal life tree out and let him talk to Order Juing. We promise that if the road to immortality doesn't open, no one from the eternal realm will go out again. An eternal life tree said in a deep voice, which was also a compromise to Ling Juing. Not enough. Ling Juing looked at him coldly. Just such a guarantee. Just want to get rid of him. Treating him, Ling Juing, as a barker? The Everlasting Tree looked at Ling Juing, creaking and shaking, a little angry. He felt that Ling Juing was too unseemly, but there was nothing he could do. Ling Juing was too strong now, stronger than they could imagine. Especially since the immortal fortress didn't have a bloodbath with Ling Juing. If they had a bloodbath regardless, it would have allowed the other realms to pick up the slack. So the Elder Tree gritted its teeth and said, Extreme Dao Emperor Soldier. What do I need it for if it's shattered by 5 swords in 1 punch? Ling Juing said indifferently. 5 senses emerged from the eternal life tree's massive trunk and said in dissatisfaction, then what does Great Emperor 9 Phoenix want? I want your life. A cold aura flashed in Ling Juing's eyes. You are unbridled. The Everlasting Tree stared at Ling Juing in shock and anger. But all that greeted him was Ling Juing's fist. In the heavy air, boom boom boom. The fist that executed the invincible law directly exploded and smashed into the Everlasting Tree. The invincible law contained the immortal's Dao directly exploding and smashing it into an explosion in an instant. A strong and invincible Great Emperor couldn't walk more than a single punch under Ling Juing. The eternal forbidden land, dead silent. Ling Juing looked around and didn't find anyone jumping out at him, and said with satisfaction, this attitude is the best, living with your tail between your legs. After saying these words, Ling Juing took a step out. After he left, someone in the eternal forbidden land said in dissatisfaction, this is too overbearing. Arrogant and domineering people, sooner or later, will find him to settle the score, so hold back for now. A grim voice rang out, shutting up the void portal in the eternal forbidden land that had been shattered by Ling Juing. When the road to immortality opened and they had no more worries, that was when the 9 Phoenix Emperor fell. The forbidden zone of life. Ling Juing came here. This time, the entire forbidden zone of life was pretending to be dead, and there was no one who had made a fool of themselves as in the immortal fortress, nor was there anyone who had received them as in the forbidden zone of eternity. It is to simply play dead and tell Ling Juing that he won't go out. Ling Juing smiled when she saw this scene. Since you guys are pretending to be dead, then I won't kill anyone. There are divine fruits in the forbidden zone of life, so I'll just pick them all. Ling Juing calmly said. Looking towards the depths of that forbidden zone of life, a bright red tree with full fruits on it. 7. The moment Lin Jufeng said this, the interior of the forbidden zone of life began to be unsettled. This was a divine medicine. It was of great value to the great emperors, and it was just taken away by Lin Jufeng like this? However, if they didn't agree, Lin Jufeng would go on a killing spree, and many of them didn't want to fight Lin Jufeng to the death when they were close to the descent of the path to immortality. Finally, with tears in his eyes, he watched Lin Jufeng pick this divine fruit away. The 7 fruits, the essence of the forbidden zone of life for 100,000 years, had been carefully cultivated, but now they had become Lin Jufeng's things. The people in the no-life zone hated. Wait for the road to immortality to open. Many people gritted their teeth and endured for the time being, just waiting for the road to immortality to descend. When the time came, new scores and old scores would be settled together. Ancient sacred cliff. Lin Jufeng came here and removed an immortal grass growing on the sacred cliff, which could allow one to briefly perceive the realm of the immortals. This was a rare treasure, collected by the Swire St. Cliff. Now that they had been plucked away by Lin Jufeng, their hearts were dripping blood. It was also the fact that Lin Jufeng had been too fierce before, killing people in both the Immortal Fortress and the Eternal Forbidden Land, causing no one to dare to come forward. Immortal Forbidden Land, Bronze Temple, Fountain, Immortal Ruins, Demon Emperor Palace. Under the gaze of the world, Lin Jufeng did not hide her pace. Absorbing most of their immortal substance in the Immortal Forbidden Land nearly forced a group of great emperors to rush out. In the Bronze Palace smashed the largest one, leaving a group of great emperors crammed into a small place, infuriated that they couldn't speak. Taking away the Fountain of Agelessness at the Fountain of Agelessness made the people of the Fountain of Agelessness literally rush out, but then Lin Jufeng covered them with a slap, scaring them into silence again. Wreak havoc in the Immortal Ruins and break up the so-called Immortal Ruins. In the Demon Emperor Palace directly put the Demon Clan seniors to tremble, forcing them to promise that the road to immortality would not be out of the way, and that the people of the Demon Emperor Palace would not step into the Mangwu Great World. Lin Jufeng then came to these places one after another under the watchful eyes of the people of the world, plucking away the things they regarded as treasures, beating them with indignation, and just when the people of the world thought time and again that they were bound to fight, all the people of these forbidden places retreated. Lin Jufeng retreated in one piece. The 9 forbidden lands were considered to have lost face this time, being entered by Lin Jufeng unhindered, sweeping around, and finally walking out unharmed. Even their treasures had been taken away by Lin Jufeng, just as the 9 Phoenix Emperor had brought out the Enlightenment tea tree back then. The current Lin Jufeng was even more excessive, killing people and taking away treasures with impunity. The 9 forbidden lands, however, did not even dare to let out a single fart. This was an eye-opener for the world, truly recognizing that the 9 Phoenix Emperor was terrifying. In this era, no one could shake the 9 Phoenix Emperor. Chapter 82, Enlightenment. The 9 forbidden lands that frightened the world were completely suppressed by the 9 Phoenix Emperor this time. Right before the eyes of the world, the 9 forbidden lands were so weak, pitiful, and helpless in the face of the 9 Phoenix Emperor. The fruits of the divine tree that had been cultivated for 100,000 years were taken away by Lin Jufeng. The temple was broken by Lin Jufeng, and the Fountain of Agelessness was taken away by Lin Jufeng. The 9 forbidden lands were like a pitiful little daughter-in-law, allowing Lin Jufeng, the evil man, to abuse them at will. Those watching couldn't help but laugh out loud. Many people couldn't help but laugh heartily, sighing at the invincibility of the 9 Phoenix Emperor. These people behind the dark turmoil didn't deserve any sympathy. After experiencing this incident, the entire world knew the importance of the 9 Phoenix Emperor. At the same time, they had seen the terror of the old Great Emperor. In that previous battle where many great emperors had surrounded the 9 Phoenix Emperor, the Spirit Race's Willow Tree Emperor had bluntly stated that he couldn't even withstand a single blow. The gap between the newly promoted great emperors and these veteran great emperors was really very large. The 9 Phoenix Emperor, who could easily kill these veteran great emperors, was even more admired. At this time, not a single person had entertained the thought of killing Lin Jufeng. Instead, they wished for Lin Jufeng to live and suppress this world. Anyway, it wasn't the era of one emperor overriding all laws. As long as they worked hard, they could also become emperors. These people's minds Lin Jufeng didn't know. After walking around the 9 forbidden lands, he was full of rewards and immediately returned to his secluded place. Here Lin Jufeng met Xiao and the Underworld Emperor. The Underworld Emperor, who had taken over the 10,000 Races Emperor, had redescended to this world, but he didn't leave and continued to stay in his secluded place. When Lin Jufeng returned, She looked at him curiously and said, "My promise to you has been fulfilled. Why don't you leave?" The spectral emperor, however, said, "In today's world, only Great Emperor Nine Phoenix is the safest here. Or at least it's safe until the road to immortality comes, and I'm willing to be a pawn in front of the Great Emperor." Lin Jiufeng waved her hand and said, "I don't need pawns. You guys can leave. You've waited for such a long time. Isn't it just for the path to immortality? Now find a place, recuperate, recover your strength and wait for the right time. Doesn't the Nine Phoenix Emperor need any help?" The spectral emperor asked curiously. He is at least a great emperor, and his strength is not weak, willing to be a pawn in front of Lin Jiufeng. Lin Jiufeng even disagreed. "No need, you have your own goals. Now that it's not easy to take over your body, just live well and work towards your goals." Lin Jiufeng shook her head, rejecting the Underworld Emperor. "All right, then I'll leave first." The Underworld Emperor didn't force himself, bidding farewell to Lin Jiufeng and turning to leave. Only Lin Jiufeng and Xiao and a white horse were left in the hermitage. "Great Emperor, you really suppressed the 9 forbidden lands?" White Horse, still as if he was in a dream, asked in surprise. This was the 9 forbidden lands, and Lin Jiufeng had suppressed it just like that. Unbelievable. "Suppressed, ah? Didn't you see it?" Lin Jiufeng smiled faintly and said, "I saw it." The Underworld Emperor projected the image down. "I saw it all. The Great Emperor is suppressing the 9 forbidden lands all by himself. He's majestic." Little Nine rejoiced, looking adoringly at Lin Jiufeng. Lin Jiufeng reached out and stroked Xiao's hair, saying, "It's fine when you see it. Next they shouldn't dare to spread their wildness, including the demon race and the 10,000 races. They will all stabilize for a period of time, so we'll just live quietly here." "Aha, the Great Emperor can rest too. All this time he's either in a fight or on his way to one." Xiao smiled and said, "Yes, so I am taking a break." Lin Jiufeng nodded. This rest wasn't that Lin Jiufeng was tired, but that he had gotten a bit too many benefits from the 9 forbidden lands this time and had to absorb them. Lin Jiufeng rested peacefully in her hermitage and cultivated in seclusion. The divine fruits, immortal herbs, immortal substances, and ageless springs that were obtained from the 9 forbidden lands were treasures that Lin Jiufeng wanted to absorb. The 7 divine fruits were not mundane things. They only bore fruit in 100,000 years, and when they were taken away by Lin Jiufeng, the hearts of the forbidden land were dripping with blood. Lin Jiufeng took out one, bright red, the size of a fist, emitting a mysterious fluctuation similar to an immortal's aura. Very round. Lin Jiufeng directly ate one, and immediately felt an extremely powerful force wrapping around his body and divine soul. It's like stripping down into a hot spring and the whole thing is completely relaxing. And the subsequent effect of this divine fruit is like a flavorful woman giving you a full body massage in a hot spring. Lin Jiufeng was comfortable from body to heart. Upon opening his eyes, he saw the wind rising in the sky, causing the corner of his mouth to curl up as he said, "A single divine fruit has caused my divine soul to rise by a huge wave. It's really powerful." The divine fruit was very powerful. Lin Jiufeng was at the Great Emperor realm, and it was unbelievable that her divine soul could still grow. And after taking the second one, the effect was instantly reduced by a quarter. Lin Jiufeng ate the third one, and the effect was once again reduced by a portion. It's decreasing. After Lin Jiufeng ate the fourth one, the remaining 3 were given to Xiao. Xiao's special characteristics made Lin Jiufeng curious. Just how much energy could she absorb? If she could absorb the Great Emperor energy, could she absorb the God Fruit as well? "You can." Xiao ate 3 divine fruits in front of Lin Jiufeng, and then acted like nothing was wrong, just saying that the divine fruits were delicious. Lin Jiufeng looked on in wonder. He couldn't even eat the fruit of the gods like it was nothing. Xiao had once again impressed Lin Jiufeng. "I just don't believe it." Lin Jiufeng was really getting into it with this special physique of Xiao. After the divine fruit was eaten, Lin Jiufeng continued her cultivation, this time with immortal grass. It can briefly allow one to sense the immortal realm. How brief? Only 3 minutes. Lin Jiufeng didn't have a problem with that, just as long as it wasn't 3 seconds. 1 immortal herb and 3 minutes of sensing was already a good amount of time. Lin Jiufeng sat on top of the mountain, practicing with her eyes closed in front of the welcome pine, entering a metaphysical realm. 3 minutes of perception time. Lin Jiufeng knew how to make trade-offs. He didn't go to the immortal realm. He didn't go to the immortal technique. 3 minutes only. It was completely insufficient. Lin Jiufeng found exactly the way she needed to feel. How to become immortal in the red dust. In this metaphysical realm, it was as if Lin Jiufeng was following the perspective of a stranger, experiencing everything that led to his red dust and becoming an immortal. It's a Buddha. Amitabha Buddha the Great. Rumor had it that he had become immortal in the red dust. And now Lin Jufeng knew that it wasn't a rumor. He really had become immortal in the red dust. Watching Emperor Amitabha's experience of becoming an immortal, 3 minutes were enough. And some of Lin Jufeng's confusing places were completely solved. 3 minutes later, he opened his eyes and lamented. So this is what the experience of becoming an immortal in the red dust is like. Of course, Amitabha's experience was not for him, but it could help Lin Jufeng serve as a guide. Red dust becomes immortal. Lin Jufeng still grasped some of the veins. Chapter 83, Xiaojiu's Dream. After following Emperor Amitabha to experience the process of becoming an immortal in the red dust, Lin Jufeng gained some experience. These experiences deepened his understanding of becoming an immortal in the red dust, and also allowed Lin Jufeng to clearly recognize what kind of realm he was in now. Red dust into immortality is not far away from him. After 3 minutes had passed, Lin Jufeng didn't get up either and continued practicing. He had absorbed a lot of immortal substances, as well as the fountain of agelessness, all of which were first-class treasures in the world, and were of great help to the current Lin Jufeng. The 9 forbidden regions held back and gave up their treasures to Lin Jufeng, cheaply, and they wanted to wait until the road to immortality opened to take their revenge, but they hadn't thought of one thing. How far would the already invincible Lin Jufeng be elevated after obtaining these treasures? A strain of immortal grass allowed Lin Jufeng to realize the true meaning of becoming immortal in the red dust. Immortal substance was a substance that could make a person exist for a long time, and it could improve Lin Jufeng's and turn him into an immortal body. Lin Jufeng's strength had further increased. Not to mention there was the fountain of agelessness, which was also something that boosted a great emperor's base, and it helped the current Lin Jufeng so much that he felt like he was making great progress. The fountain of agelessness and the immortal substance were the same things that could make great emperors exist for a long time. And now that Lin Jufeng had obtained these 2 divine items and used them to transform his body, his great emperor body became indestructible for all eternity and could be described as a demonic body. This time, Lin Jufeng's seclusion was for a month, and he felt that he could still make progress. But this time the white horse woke up Lin Jufeng by shouting, "Great Emperor, I'm sorry to have disturbed your cultivation, but something went wrong with Little Nine and I had no choice but to disturb you." White Horse carefully said, "What happened to Little Nine?" Lin Jufeng's face changed as her huge divine thoughts swept through the entire secluded place without any secrets. Xiaojie was sleeping on the stone bed in the room, very serene, with snow-white skin, like a porcelain doll. Lin Jufeng instantly arrived at the door of Xiaojie's room, looked at the white horse and said strangely, "Isn't Xiaojie fine now?" "Little Nine has been sleeping for a month now," White Horse said. Lin Jufeng frowned. Sleeping for a month? He walked into the room and felt Nine's temperature. It was all normal. "Xiaojie!" Lin Jufeng softly shouted and pushed Xiaojie, but she was motionless. Lin Jufeng's face was serious as she reached out and placed her hand against Xiaojie's back, rolling energy into it and beginning to test Xiaojie's soul core. Xiaojie was very simple. She had no defenses against Lin Jufeng. Her mind and soul allowed Lin Jufeng to come in and out. Lin Jufeng saw that in the depths of Xiaojie's soul was a beautiful heavenly palace, and she was lying quietly alone in this heavenly palace. The entire heavenly palace was empty, and Xiaojie was sleeping. "Xiaojie!" Lin Jufeng shouted. Xiaojie opened her eyes in a daze and looked at Lin Jufeng. "Great Emperor, what brings you here?" Xiaojie climbed up in surprise. "You were sleeping too well. You didn't even know when I came over." Lin Jufeng laughed. Xiaojie smiled embarrassedly and muttered, "I just dreamed of meeting a mysterious person who pulled me and said so many things that I forgot to listen to the footsteps of the great emperor." Xiaojie's sleep before was very light, and she could wake up at the slightest breeze. So this time Lin Jufeng came over without her knowing, and Xiaojie thought it was her mistake. So she explained. Lin Jufeng's face was serious as she said, "What kind of people did you meet and what did they say to you?" The current Xiaojie was asleep in the depths of her sea of consciousness before she met a mysterious person. This is tantamount to going through the outside world's packaging and deep sleep twice before this mysterious person comes out to talk to Xiaojie. Lin Jufeng didn't know if the other party was a friend or foe, but when it came to Xiaojie's safety, this matter couldn't be sloppy. Xiaojie just wanted to say it, but realized that he couldn't remember how. I forget what he looks like, and I can't remember what he said," Xiaojie said in confusion, looking at Lin Jufeng apprehensively, feeling that he had gotten into trouble this time. Lin Jufeng knew that it wasn't her problem, and gently rubbed her little head, saying, "It's okay. Just talk to me if you remember anything. It's okay if you can't." Xiaojie was then relieved and pondered. She told me so much, but the only thing I can remember right now is the road to immortality. The road to immortality? Lin Jiufeng calmly looked at Xiaojia with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Yes, it's the road to immortality. She told me that the road to immortality seems to be opening soon, and told me to go find her to play. Xiaoju nodded her head. Are you saying that the other party is waiting for you on the road to immortality? Lin Jiufeng looked at Xiaoju with a smile and asked. Well, that's all I remembered. I forgot the rest. Xiaoju slapped his head in agony. Forget it if you can't remember. It's nothing. Wait until the road to immortality opens. I'll take you in. If we can meet, we'll just greet her when we do. Lin Jiufeng grabbed Xiaoju's kakin and said softly. Really? Xiaoju looked at Lin Jiufeng in surprise. The great emperor was actually willing to take her on the path to immortality? Really? Since you have a friend waiting for you on the road to immortality, then I must take you to see her. Ah. Lin Jiufeng smiled and hugged Xiaoju. Her eyes were cold and chilly where Xiaoju couldn't see them. No matter what the origin of this mysterious person was, as long as she dared to hit Xiaoju's idea, Lin Jiufeng would not spare her. Lin Jiufeng is not a person who can rub sand in his eyes. Xiaoju's safety is something he values highly. Anyone who wants to harm her will die. I'll listen to everything the great emperor says. Xiaoju blushed and smiled very sweetly. Lin Jiufeng looked at her smile. The heart warmed up as well. This girl is the direction that Lin Jiufeng is guarding. All right, we should go out. Lin Jiufeng pulled Xiaoju's hand and left this heavenly palace deep in the sea of consciousness. Xiaoju was confused, but when Lin Jiufeng said to go, she was relieved to go boldly and let Lin Jiufeng pull herself and disappeared into the heavenly palace. The cold and clear heavenly palace. After they left, a silhouette slowly emerged, looking at Lin Jiufeng's back, her brows locked, not knowing what she was thinking. Xiaoju was brought out by Lin Jiufeng and woke up, getting up comfortably and saying, It's been a long time since I slept so comfortably. You've been sleeping for a month. The white horse didn't have the good sense to say, this month it was on tenterhooks. It was afraid that something would happen to Little Nine, and when the Nine Phoenix Emperor blamed it, it couldn't afford it. A month? Xiaoju was surprised. It's fine. Just take it as a month's rest. You said to me before that the path to immortality is going to descend. When is it going to descend? Lin Jiufeng asked, diverting Xiaoju's attention. Xiaoju thought for a moment and said, half a year later. Lin Jiufeng's eyes stared. Half a year later, the road to immortality descended, and the Mangwu Great World would be in complete chaos. Chapter 84, Going to the Western Desert. Lin Jiufeng's mood became urgent as she knew that the road to immortality would descend in half a year. Once the road to immortality opened, the 9 forbidden lands would instantly kill them, and with Lin Jiufeng humiliating them so much, they must have gone mad with anger and come to tear him to pieces at the first opportunity. Lin Jiufeng needs more power to protect herself and Xiaoju. After determining that Xiaoju was safe, Lin Jiufeng continued to go to seclusion and instructed White Horse that in the event of something similar, he must be informed in a timely manner. Charming promised to check on Jiao every day to make sure nothing was wrong. Lin Jiufeng took out a tree shaped like a gnarled dragon on top of the mountain. Got him a tea tree. This was one of the 9 Phoenix Emperor's 3 greatest treasures, very powerful, only matured once every 30,000 years, and each time it matured it would grow 365 enlightenment tea leaves, which were shaped like a phoenix, fiery red in color. The 9 Phoenix Emperor had not used the enlightenment tea tree even once until now, as it had been growing. It was only now that the 365 enlightenment tea leaves had matured, and Lin Jiufeng took it out, placed it in front of her body, plucked a piece, held it on her tongue, and began to cultivate. The enlightenment tea leaves are very enlightening to cultivation, and when held on the tongue, they will stimulate the soul and enter the stage of epiphany. In addition to Lin Jiufeng's talent to learn everything quickly, all of these added up and made him start trying to take the path of becoming an immortal in the red dust. Lin Jiufeng had gone to the pinnacle in the realm of the great emperors. He dared to put out a statement that no one in the great emperor realm was his opponent. 365 enlightenment tea leaves. Each enlightenment tea leaf could bring Lin Jiufeng 1 hour to enter the enlightenment stage. Within this hour, Lin Jiufeng was equivalent to swimming in the ocean of the great Dao, very comfortable and getting great progress. 12 hours a day, or 12 leaves of enlightenment tea. 10 days is 120 pieces of enlightenment tea leaves. 20 days 240 pieces of enlightenment tea leaves. 30 days is 360 pieces. The enlightenment tea leaves were enough for Lin Jiufeng to use for a month, and during this month, he was in the ocean of the great Dao, following the steps of Emperor Amitabha, and began to realize the trajectory of the red dust to become an immortal. There were many paths to becoming an immortal in the red dust, and there were many that Lin Jufeng needed to comprehend, and 30 days was plenty of time for Lin Jufeng. A month later, Lin Jufeng had comprehended some of the problems in the pre-red dust into immortality stage, and was just missing something that needed to be nudged open. But the leaves of the Gautama tea tree are gone. Lin Jufeng withdrew from the ocean of great Tao and looked at the bare enlightenment tea tree, unable to help but shake his head and put it away. I must make a trip to the western desert, Lin Jufeng muttered as she looked far to the west. The western desert land, thousands of miles of desolate, yellow sand, the occasional green land, are considered a major feature, whereas typical of the rare people. But it was here that Amitabha the Great was first born, founding the word Buddha and extending some Buddhist illusions. But after Amitabha Buddha the Great became immortal in the red dust, he did not spread his own Buddhism, and more than 100,000 years later, Sakyamuni the Great came out, following the steps of Amitabha Buddha the Great, established the Buddhist sect, and completely perfected the Buddhist teachings, establishing a great thunderbolt temple, suppressing the Dark Ages. It was a great thing that two great emperors, one before and one after the other, one became immortal in the red dust, and the other is rumored to have been seated in the great Thunderbolt Monastery in his old age. But Lin Jufeng didn't quite believe it, because even some of the great emperors of the 10,000 races would find a way to survive, and Sakyamuni the Great would quietly sit down and die. Rumor has it that Emperor Shakyamuni obtained some relics from Emperor Amitabha, and after he sat down and passed away, he left his relics behind at the Great Thunder Sound Temple. I'm going to go and take a look. Lin Jufeng stood up and made up her mind to go to the western desert. Go to the Great Thunderbolt Monastery and pay homage to Sakyamuni the Great and Amitabha the Great with the etiquette of the later generations. In the Little Thunder Sound Temple before, Lin Jufeng had encountered a force left behind by Emperor Shakyamuni, saying hard work to him. Now Lin Jufeng will personally go to the western desert, which is the holy land of the Buddhist followers and the place where the Dharma was born, and has great expectations for this march. Little 9, let's go to the western desert. Lin Jufeng came down and said after seeing Xiaoju, Great Emperor, aren't we going to seclude ourselves here? Xiaoju asked. No, let's go to the western desert and pay our respects to the two Buddhist emperors. Lin Jufeng smiled. Okay. Xiaoju didn't care. Wherever she went was fine. As long as she was following Lin Jufeng, she was happy. Great Emperor, I'll be your seat for you. White Horse immediately said. No need, you and I's destiny ends here. You pulled me along when I was in the most danger, and I'm sending you a splash of riches. Your body has been transformed by me, and with the foundation of a great emperor, it's not a problem to be a great emperor in the future if you play it safe and steady. Lin Jufeng refused the White Horse and was going his separate ways. The White Horse stopped in its tracks and looked a bit gloomy. It wasn't really shocked because with Lin Jufeng's complete recovery and living a second life, the White Horse felt this way. Sooner or later, he would have to separate from the 9 Phoenix Emperor and Little 9. Because the 9 Phoenix Emperor doesn't need the White Horse that pulls the carriage anymore. The 9 Phoenix Emperor would bring Little 9, but not White Horse. The White Horse was silent for a moment, then the 2 hooves in front of it knelt down and said gratefully to Lin Jufeng, many thanks for the Great Emperor's gift of creation, to be able to accompany the Great Emperor on a journey. The White Horse feels honored. In the future, I will work hard to improve myself and strive to be able to meet with the Great Emperor again, and then I'll be able to pull a cart for the Great Emperor again. Lin Jufeng smiled. Good meeting again. I hope you can impress me. But Lin Jufeng decided that this was unlikely. He and Charming, in this life, should rarely see each other. The White Horse was also decisive, turning directly away and disappearing into the hermitage. Xiaoju watched silently, still having great affection for the White Horse, after all, having traveled through a hard time. Letting it go is the best ending. The road to immortality is about to descend. It's a road of blood and bone, killing everywhere. It's already a struggle for me to bring you and protect you. Bringing the White Horse and letting something happen to it, then it would be better to stay in the Mangwu Great World and cultivate at ease. Sooner or later, you will become an emperor one day. Perhaps it will suppress an era as well. Lin Jufeng explained gently to Little 9. From now on, we'll be dependent on each other. Xiaoju tilted her head and smiled sweetly. Lin Jufeng nodded his head. Xiaoju's words reminded him that he had just descended into this world, and that was what he was clinging to with her. By now, he was suppressing this world of great strife, invincible in the world, and still attached to Little 9. This feeling of being from one place to another was very soothing to Lin Jufeng. Let's go. I'll take you to the western desert to see the scenery of the western desert. Lin Jufeng held Xiaoju's kaken and took a step out. Space suddenly rippled and a passageway appeared. They stepped into the passageway and traveled hundreds of thousands of miles across to the western desert lands. Chapter 85. Please come out and see me. The land of the western desert is full of Buddhist temples of all sizes. There is nothing bigger than the Great Thunder Sound Temple, but that is situated in the depths of the western desert, not bordering on mortals, nor accepting offerings from believers. It sits silently over there. The western desert was so large that it should be the largest area in the Mongdao Great World. But the western desert is so empty and hostile that those who can't stand it have relocated away, and most of the remaining people live by the oasis. Coming to the western desert, Xiao and Lin Jufeng both walked. The place was desolate, no one in 1,000 miles. Occasionally some small temples could be seen, enshrining a very brief bodhisattva or Buddha. Most of the Buddhist temples in the western desert are this kind of small Buddhist temples. There is no gilded Buddha bodhisattvas in them. They are all clay-molded shapes, very different from those gilded bodhisattvas and Buddhas in the Central Plains. This is a result of the differences between the two cultures. After all, the western desert is a bit on the bitter side, and the Central Plains is rich and wants to mold a golden body for the bodhisattva Buddha. But Lin Jufeng looked down and realized that although the people of the western desert were a bit poorer in terms of their living environment, spiritually, they were not at all inferior to the Central Plains. Even a strong belief in the Buddha has led many people to make pilgrimages. From his hometown, he walked towards the Great Thunderbolt Monastery, all the way on foot, worshipping at every temple he saw, like an ascetic monk, carrying dry food and water, advancing day and night, just to pay reverence before the statue of Sakyamuni Buddha at the Great Thunderbolt Monastery. This way Lin Jufeng had seen quite a few of these people. They're so pious. Xiao lamented. This is the power of having faith, isn't it? Lin Jufeng calmly said. Faith can drive a person crazy, or it can make a person firm in their life's purpose and live with their feet on the ground. It doesn't matter if it's good or bad. It's all about what you believe in and where it guides you. These people chose to go on a pilgrimage to purify their hearts. They did not bother or pull others. It was their own thing to do. They just needed to follow their hearts. Lin Jufeng took Xiao for a walk, just to see the customs of the western desert, to learn more and enrich her life experience. Xiao followed Lin Jufeng and sort of changed her senses about the western desert so much. In the past, I heard others say that the western desert is poor, and that they are all a bunch of unruly people who don't know how to educate themselves. But what I've seen these past few days has greatly changed my mind. The people of the western desert have their own way of life. They don't need to be the same as us, nor do they need to listen to us and change anything. Xiao Ju said to Lin Jufeng. Great, let's go to the Great Thunder Sound Temple now. Lin Jufeng held Xiao Ju's kakin and took a step to the holy place in the hearts of all pilgrims. The Great Thunderbolt Temple. The Great Thunderbolt Temple was built in a vast desert. Around thousands of miles are empty and unpopulated. The only oasis here. Rumor has it that Sakyamuni the Great walked here, stopping to rest, and then see the scenery is good. It is randomly put the Great Thunderbolt Temple site here. For 100,000 years, the Great Thunder Sound Temple has never left this place. 10,000 years ago, it split off into a branch to spread the Dharma in the Central Plains area, but the best of it is still here. There were many halls in the Great Thunder Sound Temple, but at the very center of it all was a huge statue of Buddha, eyes lowered in silence, one hand cupped in a lotus seal, one hand pointing to the earth. When Lin Jufeng arrived, the gate of the Great Thunder Sound Temple quickly opened, and a fat monk came out from inside, with a snowy white belly and a smiling face, like the Maitreya Buddha. Welcome, Great Emperor Nine Phoenix. Great Thunderbolt Temple is simply brimming with splendor, the fat monk said smilingly. Lin Jufeng didn't conceal her aura, and after getting close, it wasn't uncommon for the Great Thunderbolt Temple to know about it. I hope I'm not offended if I come here uninvited, Lin Jufeng calmly said. It is a blessing for the Great Emperor to come to my Great Thunder Sound Temple. The fat monk stretched out his hand in welcome and said, Please invite the Great Emperor to come inside and have a chat. I am the contemporary presiding officer of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, Monk Tian Yuan. What kind of person is Monk Tian Yuan of the Little Thunder Sound Temple to you? Lin Jufeng asked curiously. Both of them had the same name, just different characters. That's my senior brother. We entered the door together, same Dharma name, different characters. We still have a deep bond. He was later chosen to spread the Dharma, so we took the same Dharma name and agreed to remember each other. Monk Tian Yuan lamented. Lin Jufeng was also quite surprised. This pair of master and brother were initiated together, different destinies. One stayed in the Great Thunder Sound Temple. One went to the Central Plains to spread the Dharma. But after 10,000 years, one was the presiding officer of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, and the other was the presiding officer of the Small Thunder Sound Temple. And all of them were at the quasi-emperor realm cultivation, very astonishing. Lin Jiufeng followed monk Tianyuan inside. The Great Thunder Sound Temple was very golden, but unlike the ones in the Central Plains, there was an extra sense of vicissitude here, very atmospheric. Great Emperor Nine Phoenix, what is the purpose of your visit to the Great Thunder Sound Temple? Monk Tianyuan asked. Is Sakyamuni the Great seated? Lin Jiufeng asked. That's right. World-honored one Sakyamuni was seated. Monk Tianyuan nodded his head. I heard that he left behind a relic after his death, as well as some relics of Emperor Amitabha? Lin Jiufeng asked again. That's right. World-honored one Sakyamuni did leave behind a relic, plus some relics of His Holiness Amitabha. Monk Tianyuan admitted decisively. He also knew that it was useless to hide in front of Lin Jiufeng. Can't you see Lin Jiufeng has come to the door? Moreover, before, the Nine Phoenix Emperor went to the Little Thunder Sound Temple, causing the shadow of the Sakyamuni Emperor to descend and talk to him cordially, and just because of this, the Heavenly Circle monk wouldn't be able to hide it. Can you lend me a reading? Don't worry. Return it as it is, and I'll read through it in the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Lin Jiufeng asked. No problem. I'll go and fetch the things. Great Emperor Nine Phoenix will rest here in the Buddha Hall. Monk Tianyuan decisively went to fetch the things. He knew that Lin Jiufeng had come with a purpose, and was apprehensive at first, thinking that Emperor Jiufeng was so ferocious, and in case the Great Thunder Sound Temple offended Emperor Jiufeng, how should he defend himself? But now it seems that the Nine Phoenix Emperor is not how overbearing and ferocious, but instead, refined, calm, very atmospheric, borrowing things and returning them as they are. Lin Jiufeng then brought little Nine here to wait silently. Not long after, Monk Tianyuan came over holding a jade box. Inside the jade box, there was a relic and a severed finger, the skin gone, only the bone remaining. This relic is world-honored one Shakyamuni, and this broken finger is that of His Holiness Amitabha Buddha. Monk Tianyuan said. Lin Jiufeng looked on in surprise. Amitabha Emperor's severed finger? Reaching out to receive it, as soon as Lin Jiufeng opened it, the relics of Emperor Shakyamuni automatically flew up, emitting a glistening light that was very gentle. The broken finger, however, was motionless and quietly stored in the jade box. Great Emperor Shakyamuni, please come out and meet me. Lin Jiufeng looked at the relics with deep eyes and spoke. This great emperor who was invincible in the world 100,000 years ago, suppressing all dark turmoil, really didn't die. Lin Jiufeng knew that these pinnacle figures were so good to die. Chapter 80. I'll wait for you on the road to immortality. Lin Jiufeng opened his mouth and scared Monk Tianyuan so much that his eyes went wide on his round face. World-honored one Sakyamuni, surprisingly, didn't die? Monk Tianyuan found it unbelievable. But Lin Jiufeng ignored him and instead calmly looked at the relics of Emperor Shakyamuni. This one relic, emitting a glittering light, slowly expanded under Lin Jiufeng's gaze, finally transforming into a monk sitting on top of the relic. This monk was excessively young, looking as tender as Xiao, less than 20 years old. It wasn't some kind of change technique, but he himself was so tender. Monk Tianyuan surprised to see Sakyamuni Buddha established the Great Thunderbolt Temple when has been a middle-aged man, not in front of this young look. Latter-day Emperor, once again we meet. The young monk smiled. His smile was handsome. One could even say handsome, like the truest embodiment of Buddha's smile. What period of time were you like Sakyamuni the Great? Lin Jiufeng saw through the illusion and saw the essence. This young monk was nothing more than a wisp of a divine soul that was hosted in a relic. He is not the original Siddhartha Gautama, but he is a part of Siddhartha Maharaja. I am a strand of Buddha's mind that was chopped off by World-Honored One when he lived out his second life, and was placed in the relics by World-Honored One. The young monk said truthfully. Monk Tianyuan was thrilled to hear that Sakyamuni's World-Honored One had lived a second life. Same as the Nine Phoenix Emperor? How fierce was the second life of the Nine Phoenix Emperor, suppressing all the enemies in the world, invincible in the human world. What about Siddhartha Gautama the Great? Monk Tianyuan looked on in disbelief. Having lived a second life, why did he pass away later? Lin Jiufeng asked this question out. The young monk calmly said, after the World-Honored One lived out his second life, he did not suppress the world as he did in his first life, because the world was already quiet, and there was no need for the great Sakyamuni to suppress it. What did he do? Lin Jiufeng asked. The World-Honored One first rounded up the body of the first life, leaving behind this one relic, and then chopped off this wisp of thought of mine as I was born into a new idea. Instead of destroying me, the World-Honored One left me to spend the period of warmth in the relic, so that I could transform from a wisp of thought into what is now a divine soul, a truly independent divine soul. The young monk said. Back there, world-honored one put down all mundane things and went to the path of immortality. The young monk said. The road to immortality 100,000 years ago? Lin Jufeng frowned. There was a road to immortality 100,000 years ago? Doesn't it only appear every 200,000 years? World-honored one found the path to immortality because he followed the guidance of great Emperor Amitabha. He said that he couldn't wait for the next great struggle world, so he wanted to enter the path to immortality ahead of time. No matter how dangerous it was, he had to give it a try. The young monk sighed. Lin Jiafeng was silent as Emperor Shakyamuni lived out his second life, then traced the breath of Emperor Amitabha to the path to immortality. 100,000 years ago, Emperor Shakyamuni had found the path to immortality. If this was known to the group of losers in the Forbidden Land, they would surely have reddened their eyes with envy and cried out that the heavens were unjust. Listening to your tone, you seem to know that I'm coming? Lin Jiufeng looked at the young monk and asked. I know, because when world-honored one went to find the path to immortality, he divined the long river of time once, and peered into some fragments of the future, before leaving behind an imprint of a Buddha statue, as well as me waiting here for you. The young monk truthfully said. Waiting for me to do what? Lin Jiufeng asked. His Holiness asked me to bring you a message. The young monk said. What words? Lin Jiufeng asked expectantly. Xiao Jiao and monk Tian Yuan also listened silently. I'm waiting for young friend on the road to immortality. The young monk uttered these words. Lin Jiufeng's eyes blinked and she suddenly laughed, saying, Interesting. Emperor Shakyamuni is worthy of being a powerful person who suppressed the dark turmoil and lived out the second life. He even knows some things about the afterlife. The road to immortality seems like a lot of fun. Lin Jiufeng was really looking forward to it. Then what are your plans after that? Lin Jiufeng asked the young monk, gave himself a message, and he could help him out as he went along. Great Emperor need not worry about me. I am now warmed up enough. Next I will look for a baby reincarnated at an early age in the Western Desert to become the new living Buddha of the Buddhist sect. In the future era, after the great controversy, the Buddhist sect will rise because of me. The young monk truthfully stated his plans. Monk Tian Yuan was thrilled to hear this. This was simply a good thing coming from the heavens. The great Thunder Sound Temple was going to produce a great emperor. Since that's the case, then how did this Amitabha Emperor's finger bone come about? Lin Jiufeng continued to ask. This was brought back by world-honored one before he entered the path to immortality, without going into detail or anything, and was left in the great Thunder Sound Temple, where it has been preserved until today. The young monk said. I don't have a problem then. Lin Jiufeng shook her head. Ask what you need to ask. Handing over the jade box and the relics, as well as Amitabha's finger bones to monk Tian Yuan, Lin Jiufeng left with Xiao Jiao. On this trip to the Great Thunder Sound Temple, it was said that they had gotten something, but they came and left empty-handed. Saying that he hadn't gotten the message, Lin Jiufeng learned another message from Sakyamuni the Great. Of course, all of this doesn't help Lin Jiufeng at all on how to become immortal in the red dust, but it doesn't matter. Becoming immortal in the red dust is supposed to be its own thing. Lin Jiufeng came in a hurry and left in a hurry. Outside the Great Thunder Sound Temple, Xiao Jiao asked Lin Jiufeng, Great Emperor, shall we go back now? Lin Jiufeng shook her head and said, We'll stay in the Western Desert. There were less than 5 months left on the path to immortality, and these 5 months back would be nothing more than seclusion. Lin Jiufeng planned to be right there in the Western Desert, starting her own plan to become an immortal in the red dust. Stayed in the Western Desert? Xiao Jiao looked at Lin Jiufeng in surprise, a little surprised, but then she accepted it. As long as you're with Lin Jiufeng, you can live anywhere. Lin Jiufeng smiled and said, All along I've been walking on the path of invincibility, and with the imminent opening of the path to immortality, I'm going to be unable to stop, and in these last 5 months, I hope to live an ordinary person's life with you. There are many ways to become immortal in the red dust. Amitabha the Great's way is not suitable for Lin Jiufeng. He chose to be an ordinary person, together with Xiao Jiao, this red dust to spend a period of ordinary life. Xiao Jiao looked at Lin Jiufeng, her face blushing, but she still firmly said, Wherever the great emperor is, Xiao Jiao will be there. Lin Jiufeng smiled with satisfaction, holding Xiao Jiao's hand, walking on the Western Desert, ending up at a small oasis, where there were 100 or so permanent residents, with occasional monks and merchants passing by to rest. But now, there's an extra family here, Xiao Jiao and Lin Jiufeng. Lin Jiufeng doesn't think about his invincible strength. He just dresses up like an ordinary person and gets a job in this oasis, laboring hard daily. Lin Jufeng's red dust becomes immortal is the realization of the true meaning between invincibility and ordinariness. Invincible he did, and now Lin Jufeng tries the mundane. Coming out of the ordinary to be invincible, this was what Lin Jufeng was going to do now. Chapter 87 Marriage. In an oasis called Red Dust, Lin Jufeng was dressed in ordinary hemp clothes, doing odd jobs in an inn that came from the south and the north. This oasis called Red Dust, a name given by a scholar here, is quite poetic, comparing this place to a microcosm of the world at large, ushering in and out, constructing a sorrow and joy. It is here that Lin Jufeng begins life from the perspective of an ordinary person. The people of this oasis called him Li Jiao, and knew that he had fled the country, bringing with him a girl of heavenly beauty. This girl, who is as beautiful as heavenly fairy, comes to deliver the meal to Li Jiao every day at noon, looking at the peers enviously. But seeing that this girl called Xiao Jiao only has Li Jiao in both eyes, everyone starts to congratulate Li Jiao. Settling down in this oasis, Lin Jufeng went out to labor every day. He was quick with his hands and feet, always the first person to get things done, and when he was done, he went back to rest and accompanied Xiao Jiao, strolling on the oasis, holding hands in the sunset. Simple days but intoxicated Xiao Jiao. She didn't need to be scared. Every day she only needed to make a good meal at noon and send it over, and wait for Lin Jufeng to come back for dinner at night. The uneventful days also gave Lin Jufeng a lot of insights. In his previous life, he was the only cultivator in the Age of the End, struggling all his life and never stopping, cultivating to the point of crossing the threshold in the Age of the End. One could imagine how much effort Lin Jufeng had put in. In his past life, he couldn't be ordinary. In this life, needless to say, Lin Jufeng is best described as an animal. Flathead. It's either in a dry run or on the way to one. Again, it's impossible to be ordinary. Only in this present moment, Lin Jufeng was living the life of an ordinary person. He forgot that he was an invincible great emperor, forgot that he suppressed this era by being an ordinary commoner. A glimpse of greatness in the ordinary. This is what Lin Jufeng needs to realize. The simple days passed slowly, and no one would have thought that the world-renowned Nine Phoenix Emperor would be living the life of an ordinary person in such a small oasis. He was also targeted by his peers to target himself for working too hard. He was also targeted by the boss's wife because of his outstanding looks and temperament, and he hinted at it from time to time. All such things, to Lin Jufeng, were just some spice in an ordinary life. Chai, rice, oil, salt, soy, vinegar, and tea. These are the 7 things that open the door. Comparing the path of cultivation, they are all the same. The difference is that people who cultivate are not after something so simple anymore. They are after something more beautiful. But essentially, it's all about pursuing a life that makes you better. This multitude is the great world of red dust. And isn't this world of cultivation also a great world? One day, after 3 months of mediocrity, Lin Jufeng and Xiao Jiao worshipped heaven and earth. Both sides are experiencing all the way, mutual companionship, the heart has been known. Ordinary life under the let Lin Jufeng more know how to be grateful. So he in a sunny day just right, married full of blushing, firm nod of the little nine. Without much family, they were both widowed and dependent on each other, with their only best friend being charming. But the white horse is nowhere to be found and cannot come to this wedding. Lin Jufeng then invited Qingfeng and Ming Yue to a banquet, and on a night with red candles swaying, he married Xiao Jiao with heaven and earth as witnesses. Xiao Jiao was moved to tears on this night, so she held Lin Jufeng's hand and refused to let go. To her, a little maidservant, Lin Jufeng was an existence he couldn't afford to climb up to, especially since Emperor Jufeng was so outstanding. Living out his second life, he was simply invincible. If the Nine Phoenix Emperor wanted a woman, then women all over the world would be at his disposal to choose from. But from the beginning to the end of his life, he did not show any other women any respect. He did not even look at them. Lin Jufeng is very serious about marrying Xiao Jiao. In his past life and present life together, this is the first time his heart moved. The first time he fell in love with a woman. The first time he fell in love without even talking about it. He married someone back. This night, when the golden wind and jade dew met, it was better than countless other things on earth. A pair of newlywed lovers were sleeping with their necks crossed in sweet bliss. Xiao Jia's face still had happy tear marks on it as she hugged her husband tightly. The invincible Nine Phoenix Emperor, who was her husband, Xiao Jia laughed out loud in her sleep. After the new marriage, Lin Jufeng's ordinary days continued without many waves, and many people would say congratulations when they knew he had gotten married. The days continue, Lin Jufeng and Xiao Jia live together more sweetly after marriage. The more ordinary, the more difficult, but also deepen Lin Jufeng's sense. These days lasted until the 5th month. Just as both Lin Jufeng and Xiao had adapted to this life and indulged in it, time came to the 5th month. On this night, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse, and Lin Jufeng and Xiao were in front of the door of their hut, snuggling up to each other and looking at the moon. Xiao, plain face, very simple clothes, but still can't hide her amazing face, skin as white as transparent glaze, in the moonlight, like a sheep-fat white jade beauty. She and Lin Jufeng interlocked their fingers and snuggled into Lin Jufeng's shoulder, saying softly, "Husband, I have a premonition that the road to immortality will descend tomorrow." Lin Jufeng reached out and wrapped her hand around Xiaoju's willow waist and said softly, "Tomorrow, is it? Well, how is husband's red dust becoming immortal going?" Xiaoju asked with concern. "Almost there." Lin Jufeng looked at Xiaoju's plain face. Her features were so three-dimensional that she couldn't help but kiss it and said. Xiaoju rejoiced, "Husband becomes immortal in the red dust so that he can kill on the road to immortality. Aren't you worried about me?" Lin Jufeng asked. "Worried, but I know that husband has great ambitions, and now being willing to be ordinary is just the tranquility before the outbreak. As husband's wife, I naturally have to take care of husband, and I can't stop husband." Xiaoju understood. "My husband is a gaijin. He'll take Xiaojiu and fight through the path to immortality to become the most powerful one," Xiaoju firmly said. "Speaking so well, how should I reward you?" Lin Jufeng asked as he looked at his beloved wife with compassion from the bottom of his heart. "I don't know, but as long as it's something given by husband, Xiaoju treats it like a treasure." Xiaojiu smiled sweetly. Her smile was too healing, causing Lin Jufeng to pick her up in a hug. "Then husband will reward you with a daughter, who will definitely inherit your beauty and my might," Lin Jufeng whispered in Xiaoju's ear. Xiaoju's face instantly turned pink and pink. Reaching around Lin Jufeng's neck, she poured out her breath and said, "Husband, go to the room. Please have mercy on Xiaojiu." "Can this Lin Jufeng hold back?" Immediately, he hugged little Nine, entered the room, and closed the doors and windows. In the starry sky, the white moon was suddenly obscured by dark clouds, and the earth was plunged into darkness. And in this darkness there was a newlywed couple, in the midst of a honeyed and sweet sport. It was a wonderful night. And the next day, the world changed dramatically. Chapter 88. The Road to Immortality opens. After this night, the heavens and earth changed drastically. Countless rays of light spilled down from the sky, and in the early morning, countless people raised their heads and looked at this scene in amazement. At the end of the sky, a huge mouth split open, so terrifying that one couldn't help but think that the sky had collapsed in one piece. It wasn't uncommon for mortals to think this way, but cultivators didn't. The first moment they saw it, they burst into a great glow of excitement. "Immortal Road." A Paragon Emperor trembled. "Is this the Immortal Road?" A young man asked in surprise. "The Immortal Road is surprisingly at the end of heaven and earth, and the sky is cracked open with such a huge mouth." Some people found it unbelievable. What exactly was behind this huge mouth? "Is this the Immortal Road?" A dying quasi-emperor cried out. He no longer had a chance to enter the Immortal Road. At his peak, the 9 Phoenix Emperor suppressed the world, and he was unable to resist. At the end of his life, when the road to immortality opened, he was again powerless to do anything about it, a feeling that caused him pain. At this moment, the entire Mangwei Great World shook. The great emperors in the 9 forbidden lands each whistled long and loud, not hiding themselves in their excitement. Rumble. A terrifying aura spread out across the sky, rising up in all directions of the Mangdao Great World, so terrifying that it caused the world, which had just been surprised, to feel happy panic. It seemed that something extremely horrible was going to happen. The road to immortality opens. The opportunity I've been waiting for over 100,000 years has come. With a long whistle, carrying a huge surprise, in the Demon Emperor Palace, a man with surging demonic aura, radiant eyes, a strong body, and skin like jade soared into the sky and stood in the void, his aura unabashedly unfolding with a rumble. Great Emperor Realm. Kill the 9 Phoenix Emperor before ascending the road to immortality. A loud roar came from the Demon Emperor Palace, from a very terrifying evil dragon that roared and rushed out, its body hideous and devil-like. The Demon Emperor Palace was trampled by the 9 Phoenix Emperor. This account must be settled clearly. No matter who it is today, no one will be able to protect the 9 Phoenix Emperor. A Taiku sacred elephant stomped on the earth, very terrifying, with an incomparable aura and eyes like bronze bells, roaring loudly and angrily. My Demon Emperor Palace is going to slaughter the 9 Phoenix Emperor. Is anyone from the other forbidden lands joining together? The evil dragon roared into the void, resounding through the heavens and earth, rolling like muffled thunder. Adme. An old man from the immortal fortress said coldly. He was the great emperor who had spoken to Lin Jufeng before. He simply hated Lin Jufeng to the bone and wanted to eat her alive. Kill. The other great emperor said nonchalantly. Boom, boom, boom. In the eternal forbidden land, several terrifying auras erupted, directly shattering 10,000 miles of sky. Their gazes were terrifying, and they said in a cold voice, Today, we will set off a dark turmoil, sweeping away this heaven and earth, making up for my losses, and stepping onto the path of immortal formation. The road to immortality opens, we all ascend extremely. The days of the 9 Phoenix Emperor's arrogance are over. The world today is not something he can suppress anymore. A great emperor was previously suppressed by Lin Jufeng, and at this moment, he roared into the heavens. His voice was like thunder, wanting to split the world apart. The people of the Swire St. Cliff have come to kill the 9 Phoenix Emperor. A man wearing armor with a cold metallic luster, a long halberd that cracked the sky, an iron gauntlet that broke the air, and a body that was straight, like a javelin that flashed with a cold aura, stared intently at the world. The 9 forbidden lands, all of them moved. With the opening of the road to immortality, they would have no scruples and would not have to wait for the opening of the road to immortality after worrying about extreme ascension. Right now, they wanted to kill Lin Jufeng and then bloodied the world. Rumble. Now, the world shook as hundreds of emperors came out from within the 9 forbidden lands, and their emperor pressure was so vast that it shrouded the entire Mangwei Great World, and the world, at this moment, was plunged into fear. Bloody dark turmoil is about to descend. Countless people trembled and then prayed loudly, praying for the 9 Phoenix Emperor to descend and suppress this dark turmoil. In the western desert, Lin Jufeng and Xiaojie got up in the morning and fell into silence when they saw the world outside. The sky has changed. Lin Jufeng also saw that huge crack in the depths of the sky. That was the entrance to the road to immortality, which was now preliminarily open, and the 9 forbidden lands couldn't wait for all of them to be opened, so they were extremely sublimated. They were going to set off a dark turmoil and kill the world in blood, hoping to obtain endless energy so that they could recover to their peak and then kill their way to immortality. And the one they wanted to kill the most was Lin Jufeng. Half a year ago, Lin Jufeng humiliated them like that and pressed down on the 9 forbidden lands so much that they couldn't breathe. And now that they had been relieved, they naturally wanted to kill Lin Jufeng to avenge their bloodshed. When Xiaojie saw this scene, she first helped Lin Jufeng straighten his collar, and then tenderly said, Husband, go kill them all, and tell the world that the path to immortality has come and gone, but you're still the only true God that suppresses this world. Xiaojie said this with extreme pride. This is what she thought in her heart. Although she was worried about her man being in danger, but being named like this, Xiaojie couldn't stand it. My husband. No one can name names like that. Lin Jufeng looked at Xiaojie and gently nodded. I'll receive you into my inner space and then go and settle them. Lin Jufeng had been sensing the red dust to become an immortal for the past half year and had learned many skills, and inner space was one of them. Inside one's own body, using the 5 organs and 6 bowels as the foundation, opening up a small world where living things could be stored. This was the place Lin Jufeng had prepared for Xiaojie. Good. Husband, remember to let me see your overwhelming grace. Xiaojie smiled sweetly. She had believed since the beginning that Lin Jufeng could sweep away this group of people in the Forbidden Land. Good. Lin Jufeng nodded her head in agreement and put little 9 into her inner space before looking towards the distant central plains. Too many great emperors came out from the 9 forbidden places, their auras intimidating the heavens. At this moment, the Mangwu Great World was shivering, and the ordinary people could only hide in the corners, piously worshipping the 9 Phoenix Great Emperor. Let's kill the living beings of the Monglai Great World first and slaughter them all. A great emperor coldly said, Kill them all. We're about to go to the path to immortality, so it's useless to keep them for future generations. Another great emperor held a scythe, like a god of death, and began to prepare to harvest souls. Eastern wasteland shatter. An aged great emperor stomped down, about to shatter the eastern wasteland with its 1,000 holes. However, before his foot could land, it was cut off by a divine aura from Lin Jufeng. You bunch of trash seem to have forgotten my warning, coming out from the Forbidden Land. How dare you set off dark unrest, looking for death? Lin Jufeng appeared in the void. Her face was cold and indifferent. She was very angry and didn't reason. If you dare to set off dark unrest, I will behead you. Bang! As Lin Jufeng punched out with this punch, the void directly cracked, and this great emperor was no exception. just like the void, it cracked in front of Lin Jufeng. Without any resistance, he died under Lin Jufeng's fist. 9 forbidden lands. Today you will have to die a batch of deaths, or else my anger won't subside. Lin Jufeng coldly said, appearing in the eyes of the masses, with a peerless aura, an overwhelming sharpness that pressured the 9 forbidden lands. Chapter 89. The terrifying Lin Jufeng. Above the endless void, the moment Lin Jufeng appeared was a strong strike to kill a great emperor. The other party didn't even have a chance to resist and died beyond death. It was an extremely terrifying image that startled the 9 forbidden lands that were preparing for the dark unrest. Why did it feel like the 9 Phoenix Emperor was even more terrifying than before? The 9 Phoenix Emperor is powerful, but that emperor just now was also old and not extremely sublimated to his peak, so it's normal for him to be defeated. The armor-clad powerhouse directly pounced. I have sublimated extremely well, and come to the peak just to kill you today. This great emperor was powerful and confident, directly killing. However, this wasn't just him killing alone. There were several great emperors sweeping over together at the same time. They hadn't discussed it, but their minds were in sync, and they both knew that they couldn't let Lin Jufeng continue to strike comfortably. One-on-one, no one was a match for Lin Jufeng. But what about 10 extremely sublimely sublimated great emperors against 1 Phoenix great emperor? 10 won't work. What about 20? At this moment, countless rays of light erupted in the void, directly stirring up the Mongdao Great World. Lin Jufeng said indifferently, there's no point in fighting in the Mongdao Great World. I'll lead you to the entrance of the road to immortality to fight. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding heaven and earth suddenly changed drastically, and Lin Jufeng exerted her power and performed the time technique from the 9 great imperial techniques. Blanking out all light and sending the world into a darkness, the attack of 20 or so great emperors lit up the place. The chaotic aura lingered ahead, very bright, and the rift continued to expand, at a speed visible to the naked eye, compared to the path to immortality was not far away. But right now, crossing over was not possible. The entrance to the road to immortality, that chaotic aura was too powerful, capable of causing great emperors to fall. It was a very dangerous existence. Lin Jufeng rolled these 24 great emperors over together and instantly slapped his big hand on a great emperor. Boo! With a dull sound, Lin Jufeng was striking out with all her might, and this great emperor immediately screamed miserably. His body cracked open, and so did his divine soul, not even having a chance to repair it. Before the chaos, Lin Jufeng stepped on the void and faced his enemies with an invincible stance, and after he struck the void and collapsed it, causing a great emperor to die in an instant. How can you guys be so weak? With this little strength of yours, it's a pipe dream to think of making a gain in the road to immortality. Lin Jufeng mocked. You can go to hell. I, great Emperor Guwen, have come to kill you. The Ancient One Emperor was a very ancient emperor. He became an emperor 1900,000 years ago, equal to the end of the opening of the road to immortality. It was a tragedy for him, and he waited 1900,000 years for this. Of course, 1900,000 years of waiting. He was not without rewards. At least his strength was among all the great emperors, a one-of-a-kind existence. So he now had the confidence to come and kill Lin Jufeng. Buzz off. The eyes of the great emperor of ancient texts were cold, emitting a demonic light, his brow crystalline and glowing. A small man holding a large tripod, shooting out countless streams of immortal light, strand by strand, nodding one after another in the void of the ancient characters, which are kill, die, sword, sword, die, perish, dream. They were all words that made people die, directly pouncing and flying into Lin Jufeng's body, to cut off Lin Jufeng's vitality. Having lived for so long, it's time to die. Why are you continuing to suffer? Can these words have any effect on my body? Lin Jufeng said disdainfully. Bang, bang, bang. These terrifying words were very powerful. If it was before, they could pose a threat to Lin Jufeng's body. But now, Lin Jufeng had undergone a sublimation, after obtaining the immortal substance. After obtaining a divine medicine like the Fountain of Youth, Lin Jufeng's body was already indestructible for eternity, lasting for all eternity, and with the snap of a finger, it was immensely powerful. District a few words, directly smashed in Lin Jufeng's body, but not at all cannot cause the impact, even if these words pressure the void trembles, pressure of the chaotic atmosphere lingering, but Lin Jufeng's body it just cannot be helped. This moment's Lin Jufeng was so terrifying that it made people tremble. Your has become immortal? Emperor Gu Wen's face changed drastically as he looked at Lin Jufeng in horror. No, I haven't become an immortal yet, but you're too weak to even break through my body. Lin Jufeng coldly said. His fleshly body had been hammered to be very powerful, containing overwhelming Dao rules, and could even contain the great universe. Now Lin Jufeng opened his mouth and drank. It was a Dao diagram, directly sealing the heavens. These 6 months of ordinary people's lives had helped Lin Jufeng a lot. He didn't become immortal in the red, but he went far, far down the road of becoming immortal in the red. Lin Jufeng said he was a great emperor now, but he was clearly crushing a bunch of great emperors. But he could say for sure that he hadn't become an immortal in the red, and that he still had room for improvement. Such a Lin Jufeng was the most terrifying. Kill. Lin Jufeng directly killed out after she spat out the Dao diagram she had perceived. The Ancient One Emperor was completely unable to resist, trembling under Lin Jufeng's attack, without the power to fight back. Boo. A Dao diagram that directly wrapped the Ancient One Emperor, and in Lin Jufeng's Dao diagram, he was feathered into immortality. Sleeping with the great Tao, living with the sun and moon. This body need not exist. It was a kind of death that he couldn't resist, and he was directly carried along by the great Dao diagram and flew to immortality. Lin Jufeng had killed 2 great emperors so simply look. All of the 20 or so great emperors that this was wrapped up in him panicked. As they looked behind them, that Mongdao great world was far away from them in its remoteness, and being wrapped in the time arts, they were unable to escape at all. The only way to fight is to die. Extreme sublimation. No one dared to conceal their strength at this moment. It was really because the 9 Phoenix Emperor was too terrifying. Concealing their strength would be asking for death. Rumble. Extremely terrifying aura. More than 20 strong auras like flames stirred, coming to kill Lin Jufeng. Just in time. Today, I'll show you all just how terrifying a truly invincible person is. Lin Jufeng said coldly. He also had no interest in playing with these weak, great emperors anymore. That's right. These self-proclaimed forbidden great emperors were just very weak existences in Lin Jufeng's eyes, and couldn't inspire him to fight at all. Lin Jufeng had been invincible all his life, and had never met a rival when he traveled across heaven and earth. These great emperors were already dead in his eyes. A rumbling sound emanated from within his body, not a stirring of qi and blood, but a rumbling of the great Dao. This kind of roar could make all kinds of great Dao in the heavens and the world submit. One emperor presses down on all laws. This was a true way of being the only one. Even if one was facing more than 20 great emperors, it was still the same. There was no enemy with me. This moment's Lin Jufeng struck out with such ease and composure as well, and he didn't put these great emperors in his eyes, treating them as if they were grass. Under the tremors of the great Dao, Lin Jufeng's body was like electricity, running through the void, a matter of a split second, as he used his finger as a sword, nudging each of the great emperors in the center of their brows. A very simple sword took the lives of ambitious great emperors, who died at the entrance of the path to immortality, hoping to step onto this path for the rest of their lives. But now, all of them were sacrificed. Weak, too weak. Lin Jufeng, who was in the void after the kill, sighed tersely, which was like a muffled thunderclap in the hearts of the remaining great emperors of the 9 forbidden lands. Each of them looked at Lin Jufeng as if they had seen a ghost. Terror. The only word that Lin Jufeng could use at this moment was terror. Chapter 90. The 9 forbidden lands are all destroyed today. More than 20 great emperors came together to surround Lin Jufeng, but in the twinkling of an eye, they were dragged by Lin Jufeng and entered the entrance of the road to immortality, and in the midst of the chaos, Lin Jufeng gave a sword to one person and killed them all. For a time, the heavens and earth shook. In front of that crack, there were 24 corpses floating around, lifeless and a bit scary to look at. On second thought, in the 24 or so people were all great emperors, all great men who had suppressed an era. But before this path to immortality, they were killed by the 9 Phoenix Emperor just like that, hiding in the Forbidden Land for more than 100,000 years, lingering on for the sake of the road to immortality. And now that the road to immortality had appeared, and the dawn was right in front of them, they all fell at the entrance to the road to immortality. Very ironic, I must say. The other great emperors in the 9 forbidden lands were all silent. Many of them had originally wanted to go kill Lin Jufeng, but now, that idea was gone. Who is Lin Jufeng? Not recognizable. All of these great emperors pretended to be dead. An old man stood at the edge of the rushing river and sighed, really looking for death. The 9 Phoenix Emperor was already powerful to that point before, and now he's even more terrifying, so why go find trouble with him? The old man shook his head breathlessly. He was very powerful because he had also lived out his second life. one of the few in the 9 forbidden lands that had lived out their second life. However, he didn't dare to look for Lin Jufeng because right now, Lin Jufeng was in full swing and powerful. Even if the old man felt that he wasn't losing to Lin Jufeng, he didn't dare to go. Because he didn't have Lin Jufeng's terrifying aura anymore. This era is Lin Jufeng's. Under another cherry blossom tree, a big man with a resolute face shook his head and said, "This era was thought to be a world of great struggle, with countless experts coming out of the blue to compete for qi. But who would have thought that the 9 Phoenix Emperor suppressed the world and sucked all the qi out of it, and there's no one who can rival him. Having absorbed the qi of a great struggle world, he's terrifyingly scary now. Whoever goes at this time will die. I'm not going to seek my own death." A woman in red sat on the moon, looking at the Mangwu Great World with deep eyes. These truly powerful great emperors wouldn't fight hard with Lin Jufeng when the road to immortality opened. It's harder to fight to win than it is to fight to lose. Because losing, that's death, and it's a relief. But if he won the fight, he would be half dead, with no hope for the path to immortality, and he would help the others to solve 2 great enemies. One was the 9 Phoenix Emperor, and the other was himself. Who would want to do that? It would be really stupid to fix yourself. That was why only those who were average great emperors, those who couldn't see the situation clearly, or those who thought that the 9 Phoenix Great Emperor was easy to deal with. Of course, now they knew that the 9 Phoenix Emperor was not a good solution. They all lost their chance to become immortal on the road as well. Looking at the stars, Lin Jufeng saw these true masters. Basically, all the great masters who had lived out their second lives for 200,000 years were now all hidden, waiting for the opening of the road to immortality. If they didn't fight with Lin Jufeng naturally wouldn't take the initiative to hit the door. He looked toward the other great emperors and asked with a cold face, "Do you still want to start a dark unrest now?" This question left the great emperors of the 9 forbidden lands speechless. The 9 Phoenix Emperors stood in the void. Who would dare to mess with this? Dark turmoil that can't be set off. Seeing this, the living beings of the Mangwu Great World breathed a huge sigh of relief, feeling that they had survived the robbery. The horror of the dark turmoil they hadn't experienced, but it was recorded in various history books that the dark turmoil, that was really human life like grass, cut off at will. The 9 Phoenix Emperor is a great benefactor. At this moment, the living beings of the Mangwu Great World were all celebrating. It was fortunate that there was a 9 Phoenix Emperor, or else they would definitely die today. Lin Jufeng looked at the mute group of emperors and couldn't help but sneer. "You guys are really soft and afraid of hardness. You've been living for nothing for so many years, you can't even see the situation clearly, and as soon as you come out, you're screaming about dark unrest. I don't think we need to be so troublesome today. I'm going to kill all of you. It'll be clean and painful." When these words came out, heaven and earth shook. There were a little over 200 emperors in the 9 forbidden lands. Was Lin Jufeng really going to kill them all? "Great Emperor Jufeng, I know I'm wrong and willingly admit my punishment. Please also have mercy on us for holding back for so many years just for the descent of the immortal path. We're willing to make amends." A great emperor was terrified by Lin Jufeng and said in a very humble manner. The other great emperors all began to beg for mercy. It was impossible to fight in this current situation, but if they really let themselves die, then no one would be willing to do so. One can only beg for mercy and then wait for the moment to change. Lin Jufeng watched them begging for mercy. His heart fluctuated without any fluctuation. He was decisive in killing. How could he be moved by these people begging for mercy? What kept Lin Jufeng from making a move were several powerful people who had lived out their second lives. They were all together at this moment to test the pressure on Lin Jufeng. As long as Lin Jufeng dared to make a move to kill these great emperors, it would be a peak battle. Great Emperor 9 Phoenix. These people are also poor people who have survived until now and see hope. So please be magnanimous and don't drive them to extinction. A great emperor who had lived out his second life pleaded. The posture was lowered, speaking to Lin Jufeng in a pleading tone, not choosing to irritate Lin Jufeng. These great emperors had also learned that Lin Jufeng's character could not be stimulated. If you call your bluff with Lin Jufeng, it will definitely be your bad luck, because the character of this Emperor Jufeng is that if you don't submit, I will fight until you submit. You're still not convinced, then I'll kill you, and you'll be completely convinced. Deadly sins can be spared, but living sins cannot be escaped. This world, from now on, will not allow for dark turmoil. I will completely destroy the 9 forbidden lands today. Lin Jufeng's eyes rolled as she coldly said. All the great emperors were shocked. The 9 Phoenix Great Emperor was going to destroy the 9 forbidden lands? It must not be a Great Emperor 9 Phoenix. The great emperor who lived out his second life stood out one more time. Great Emperor 9 Phoenix, the 9 forbidden lands are our final resting place and must not be destroyed. The third great emperor who had lived out his second life appeared. Scram! Lin Jufeng, however, suddenly flipped her face and showed no mercy, glaring angrily at these great emperors, her aura like thunder, exploding out all at once. Today, the 9 forbidden lands must be destroyed, leaving the 9 forbidden lands so that you will gain nothing on your path to immortality and continue to come back and lurk, setting off a dark turmoil every once in a while and killing countless people, just to perpetuate your lives? Lin Jufeng looked furious, her tone icy cold as she looked at these great emperors. If you guys aren't satisfied, just stand out for me. I'll personally come and kill you. It just so happens that I'm not having fun killing today. Lin Jufeng said in a loud voice. Her aura was peerless as she stood in the void, pressurizing the lips of the crowd of great emperors to tremble, but they didn't dare to come forward. The 9 forbidden lands must be destroyed today. Whoever can't spare it should come forward and accompany the 9 forbidden lands to be destroyed together. That is, if you all go together, I don't mind at all. Lin Jufeng coldly said. Chapter 91. Any comments? The extermination of the 9 forbidden lands is imperative. This kind of place that allowed great emperors to survive at an extremely low cost and come out to harvest human lives every once in a while was too unfair to the living beings of the Mongdao Great World. Every time there was a dark upheaval, tens of trillions of people died, and the entire Mangwu Great World would be ransacked. Lin Jufeng, in front of everyone in the world, in front of a crowd of great emperors, slapped his hand across the void and printed it down. Boom! Everything in the heavens and the earth boiled up, the aura stirred, the earth trembled, and the immortal fortress was completely obliterated under this slap from Lin Jufeng. A forbidden place that had existed for a long, long time was destroyed just like that. Not a single trace existed. The place where the immortal fortress was located had now turned into a barren land, and the so-called land of the Dragon Vein had been completely destroyed by Lin Jufeng. The great emperors who were previously secluded in the immortal fortress each had an ugly face. Some of them were even clenching their fists and trembling uncontrollably, very angry. But under Lin Jufeng's intimidation, none of them dared to step forward. Looking at the way Lin Jufeng looks now, going out on a limb is tantamount to death. People love their feathers too much to do something like that. Lin Jufeng's next second, across the endless void, directly struck a hand slash and chopped into the space of the eternal forbidden land, decimating the eternal forbidden land and collapsing it. And this small space couldn't be repaired in. The Empyreans of the eternal forbidden land watched with cold faces, not uttering a single word. At this moment, everyone in the world looked at Lin Jufeng. No matter if they hated him or loved him, they all found it unbelievable. After destroying 2 major forbidden places in succession, Lin Jufeng swiftly struck out with a matter of a punch. A forbidden land with 1 punch, 7 punches in a row, and the 9 forbidden lands completely ceased to exist. Boom, boom, boom. The forbidden lands were either exploded or leveled. In short, the material hull environment of the 9 forbidden lands that could allow the great emperor to survive for a long time was extinguished. The 9 forbidden places that had existed for countless years were destroyed by Lin Jufeng with a single punch today. Close to 200 great emperors hated their teeth. In case they failed to kill on the road to immortality, there was no way back. There were people who had failed on the path to immortality, who had given up a huge price to escape and get back a life, and who could still live for quite some time by lingering in the forbidden land, though without the strength of a great emperor, but who wanted to die. If they were willing to die, how could they enter the 9 forbidden lands and wait for the road to immortality to open? Now that Lin Jufeng was destroying the 9 forbidden lands, it was also tantamount to destroying their way back. How can you not be angry? How can you not be angry? If Lin Jufeng hadn't been too strong, quite a few people would have rushed up and killed him by now. 9 Phoenix Emperor, aren't you being too overbearing? A little old man got angrier and angrier the more he thought about it, and asked with an iron face and clenched teeth. He is the kind of person who always thinks of the back road. Originally the road to immortality, he himself also felt that there is not much hope. So once he encountered danger, he will be the first time to withdraw, back to the Mangwu Great World, hiding in the Forbidden Land, lingering on, and continue to survive for a few thousand years, tens of thousands of years. But now, this time of thousands and thousands of years was ruined by Lin Jufeng. He was furious, and his reason was burning with rage, which was why he questioned Lin Jufeng. I destroyed the 9 forbidden lands. Do you have a problem with that? Lin Jufeng asked calmly. The 9 forbidden lands are considered to be our home. You destroyed our home, and you still don't allow us to have an opinion? The little old man said with righteous indignation. Lin Jufeng laughed, looking at him with extreme disdain, saying, "You're saying this now? So let me ask you, those countless beings who were bloodied by you in the dark unrest, what do you do with their opinions?" The little old man was annoyed. How are they worthy of being compared to us, the great emperors? Not worthy? Lin Jufeng asked with very cold eyes. We're great emperors, they're pariahs, they're not even on the same level. It's still an honor for them if we can kill them. They should be thankful because they were killed by great emperors, and their essence after death was still absorbed by us, becoming part of the great emperors. The little old man spoke bluntly, saying the words in his heart. Then I'll answer you now. You so-called great emperors, in my eyes, are no different from those ordinary people, because I'll kill you with ease. You have a problem with me? Are you worthy? Lin Jufeng looked at him indifferently, her eyes disdainful, and the words she said were so infuriating that they made this little old man jump out of his skin. Great Emperor Nine Phoenix, you are powerful, but we are at the same great emperor realm. How can you say that you should leave us a forbidden place or two? We have close to 200 great emperors here. The little old man was furious and started pulling the other great emperors to embolden himself. Who supports you? Lin Jufeng's eyes swept over the other great emperors with an overwhelming aura. The little old man immediately looked behind him, but none of the great emperors stood out to speak. All of them were silent. The 9 forbidden lands have been destroyed. You guys don't want an argument? The little old man said angrily. Great Emperor Qiu Chun, the 9 forbidden lands have been destroyed. A great emperor shook his head. The meaning was clear. The 9 forbidden lands had been destroyed. There was no point in claiming it now. Emperor Qiu Chun had already been enraged by Lin Jufeng, and he couldn't help but say, "This is our retreat. On the road to immortality, there is no way back, and the Mangwu Great World won't be in a position to allow any great emperors to exist for a long time. Today I'll kill you. And at the same time I'm telling you group of great emperors that the awaited road to immortality has already been opened. So all of you go in there, and the Mangwu Great World will let them develop on their own. No one will interfere." Lin Jufeng was very domineering and didn't want to bother with this great Emperor Qiu Chun. Boo! He punched out, and in an instant, the 10 universes shook greatly, the heavens and the earth were roaring, and this punch was like a flying fairy, out of this world, moving forward and landing directly on the Qiu Chen Emperor-driven body. He screamed miserably on the spot. His body directly flew horizontally, coughing up blood in the void with a big mouthful of blood, being cloaked by the blow, staggering backward after falling down, having suffered a serious blow, his breath rapidly weakening, already like a candle in the wind, ready to go out at any time. You will definitely die on the road to immortality. Great Emperor Qiu Chun looked angrily at Lin Jufeng and cursed. Lin Jufeng looked at him indifferently and said, "I won't care about the curse of a dying man. If you could curse me, you wouldn't have been killed by me. Great Emperor Nine Phoenix, you've gone too far." A great emperor who lived out his second life couldn't help but frown. I suppressed this era, and I still need him to question what I do? Lin Jufeng's eyes went cold, not hiding his killing intent as he stared at this great emperor who had lived out his second life. The great emperor of Kunlun also lived out his second life and still died in the hands of Lin Jufeng. Now Lin Jufeng would fear this great emperor? The 9 forbidden lands, if they are exterminated, if you feel that what I've done is wrong, then hold it in your heart. As long as you dare to say it, I will dare to kill you. This great Emperor Qiu Chen is your downfall. Lin Jufeng faced the great emperors of the major eras, brutally unreasonable. In the face of a pack of jackals, reasonable ones are fools, and they will only be in awe if they are beaten into submission and fear. For example, right now, a group of great emperors were facing the arrogant Lin Jufeng, and none of them dared to step forward. Lin Jufeng looked at this great emperor who had lived out his second life and asked, "Do you have a problem with me?" This great emperor's face twitched, very stifled as he was completely suppressed by Lin Jufeng. "If you have an opinion, say it." Lin Jufeng smiled faintly, but her eyes were cold. This great emperor gritted his teeth and held his tongue. His heart was furious, but he knew that once he said it, Lin Jufeng would definitely take action against him. "I'll let you speak." Seeing a group of great emperors staring at them, Lin Jufeng suddenly let out a bellowing cry and stared icily at this great emperor who had lived out his second life. This great emperor who had lived out his second life was now extremely stifled, even grief-stricken, as he looked at Lin Jufeng. He was a great emperor who had lived out his second life. Where had he ever received such aggravation? He hates to be mad. His killing intent boiled within him and was extremely dense. He wanted to shout that he had an opinion and then fight Lin Jufeng in a bloody battle. But in the end, He clenched his teeth and shouted in an extremely stifled voice. No comment. Chapter 92. The Storm in the Western Desert. A sentence of no opinion directly stunned this group of great emperors. We're all first world emperors, and we can't beat the 9 Phoenix emperors, so we're holding our tongue and not speaking. But you're a great emperor who has lived a second life. How can you not have an opinion? Where's your dignity? Where's your pride? At this moment, this group of great emperors didn't have the slightest intention of resisting Lin Jufeng. Lin Jufeng was satisfied. This is the right thing to do. From today onwards, you are not allowed to go on a killing spree in the Mang Wasteland world. The road to immortality will also be completely opened in these few days. All of you will go in for me at that time. The Mang Wasteland world is not allowed to keep a single great emperor. At these words, the others fell silent. What about you, Great Emperor 9 Phoenix? A great emperor asked. I'll naturally go in. It's time for the Mangwu Great World to bid us farewell and develop on its own. Lin Jufeng said herself. When these words came out, the living beings of the Mangwu Great World didn't know what to think. The 9 Phoenix Emperor had suppressed the dark turmoil, prevented a scourge, saved all the people from fire, and even destroyed the 9 forbidden lands. And now that he was leaving, he would also take with him all the people of the Great Emperor realm. Those who were hating Lin Jufeng were all silent at this moment. The Supreme Great Emperors had never wanted to gain anything from them, yet they had always worked hard to guard them. At this moment, quite a few people rose in keen anticipation. Without a great emperor in the Mongdao Great World, wouldn't whoever became an emperor have a chance to suppress an era? At this moment, many of the Paragon emperors began to move. A storm that ended with Lin Jufeng arriving at the place where they had previously secluded themselves. Here, Lin Jufeng and Xiaoju settled down to live together. Xiaoju asked curiously, I watched everything in your inner space. You are capable of killing these great emperors. Lin Jufeng quietly hugged Xiaoju's petite body and said, I can kill them. With my strength at full strength, a great emperor who lives out his second life is no match. But what will it be like after the fight? Have you thought about it? Xiaoju shook her head. She couldn't even cultivate. So naturally, she didn't know what a fight would cause. If we fight, close to 200 great emperors will blow up the Mongdao Great World. Even if I win, what's the point? Lin Jufeng asked. You didn't say anything. That was indeed a problem. So I just killed the ones that ventured out, gave them a warning, and portrayed the image of a very overbearing, brutal, and unreasonable great emperor to scare them off. Lin Jufeng smiled faintly and said, There's no need to shape up. You're like that yourself. Xiaoju directly said, smiling. After being a couple with Lin Jufeng for a few months, she also let herself go and joked with Lin Jufeng more calmly. When dealing with people like them, it's impossible to deal with them without being overbearing, and if you're gentle, they'll get an inch. So I'll simply suppress all of them, and I'll kill anyone who dares to go against it, so that they'll be obedient. Lin Jufeng said seriously. Look at them. They are scared by you, and they are angry inside, and they don't dare to commit a taboo. Xiaoju said. That's why I'm overbearing. This road to immortality is already gradually opening up. It looks like it's going to take a day or two more. All the time I'll take you to the road to immortality. Lin Jufeng said. Okay. 9 smiled sweetly. Have you dreamt of anyone special recently? Lin Jufeng asked with concern. No. Zhu shook her head. Lin Jufeng then relaxed quite a bit, not dreaming about any messed up people or things. Then it was safe. As the road to immortality was changing, it would only take a day or two for it to open completely, and after that chaotic aura calmed down, everyone would be able to enter the road to immortality. The great emperors in the Forbidden Land were waiting, and many of them felt stifled. In the past, when they came out, they immediately set off a dark turmoil, slaughtering billions of living beings to replenish their weakness. But right now, none of them dared to move. What should be weak, remains weak. Moreover, they still had no way to retreat. The 9 forbidden lands were destroyed, and if they stayed in the Mangwu Great World, they were waiting for death, and they wouldn't live long. So their only hope was to enter the road to immortality and fight to the death. But there were also some great emperors who opened their minds. The 9 Phoenix Great Emperor won't allow us to start dark turmoil, but we need to replenish ourselves now, and there's only one option. An aged great emperor looked towards Shima. There are dozens of great emperors suppressed under the Great Thunder Sound Temple in the Western Desert. All of them are existences that fought the vanguard of the dark unrest, and now that they're hopeless, they might as well take out their energy so that we can absorb it and enhance ourselves to return to the peak. These great emperors were moved. Taking on the Great Thunder Sound Temple wasn't exactly going against the 9 Phoenix Emperor. They hadn't set off the dark unrest. Boom. Immediately, 10 great emperors crossed the void and arrived at the holy land of the western desert, the Great Thunder Sound Temple. The Great Thunder Sound Temple has suppressed countless great emperor-level existences. Now it's time to release them. A great emperor coldly said. Back then, Sakyamuni the Great caused us a great deal of trouble, and now it's time to repay the debt. There's no need for the Great Thunderbolt Temple to exist. Directly destroy it. I can't deal with the 9 Phoenix Emperor, but it's still more than enough to deal with the Great Thunder Sound Temple. This group of great emperors were very cold, and as soon as they arrived, they were going to strike, just to vent the suffocation and anger that Lin Jufeng had brought upon them on the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Boom. But just as they were about to strike, a knuckle bone flew out from within the Great Thunder Sound Temple, fixing itself in the void and emitting a terrifying might that fixed the void. Along with these 10 great emperors, they were frozen together, unable to move. The 10 great emperors looked on in horror. This time it was really suffocating. It was still reasonable to say that he couldn't beat the 9 Phoenix Emperor, but he was powerful and invincible in the world, suppressing an era for close to 20,000 years before and after. But now that they had come to deal with a Great Thunder Sound Temple, they still couldn't beat it, and were directly fixed in the void by a knuckle, which simply made people feel suffocated from the bottom of their hearts. Bang, bang, bang. This section of finger bone appeared, fixed in the void, and then erupted into a wave of warm Buddhism that brushed over these 10 great emperors. Like a refreshing breeze on the face, it made their hair fall out instantly, and then one by one, they were so devout that they converted to our Buddha and shaved their heads right in front of the Great Thunderbolt Monastery, at the same time dispersing all of their emperor cultivation and turning into an ordinary person, willingly repenting, and spending the rest of their lives of more than 10 years to atone for their sins. This scene stunned the crowd of great emperors, gulping their saliva and setting Shima as an existence not to be messed with in their hearts. And that one knuckle was a horror to behold from the bottom of one's heart. Lin Jufeng saw the entire scene and lamented, Emperor Amitabha is an existence that has become an immortal in the red dust, and Emperor Shakyamuni is also a great master who has suppressed an era, so why are you guys going to mess with it? Chapter 93, Entering the Road to Immortality. As the Great Thunder Sound Temple in the Western Desert erupted with a knuckle bone to suppress the 10 great emperors, the rest of them were honest. No one dared to haphazardly go to the major powers, who knew if they had any undercurrents. It's anyone's guess. In such a quiet environment, everyone was waiting for the opening of the road to immortality. 1 day, 2 days, the road to immortality had taken shape, and Lin Jufeng could see clearly that it was a path to the depths of the unknown. The sky cracked open with a mouth that was terrifying, and behind the mouth, the chaotic aura stirred as an ancient path appeared faintly. By the second day, the path had stabilized and the chaotic aura had begun to calm down. And when Lin Jufeng saw this scene, a hint of anticipation flashed in her eyes. He was already invincible in the Mongdao Great World. Basically, except for those who had become immortals in the red dust, Lin Jufeng had no rivals. But there are very few people who have become immortals in the red dust, and there are even fewer such people in the world today. If Lin Jufeng wanted to find a rival and a chance that suited her, the road to immortality was the best choice. Not to mention that there was also a Xiao, whose mysterious physique also seemed to have something to do with the road to immortality. Lin Jufeng had to go in no matter what. Now that the road to immortality was open, Lin Jufeng and Xiao watched from their seclusion. It feels like the road to immortality is dangerous this time. Xiao snuggled into Lin Jufeng's arms and said softly, Others are dangerous to us, but likewise, I am just as dangerous to others. Lin Jufeng said nonchalantly. He had already traveled a long way on the path of red dust to immortality, not too far from that ultimate goal. Lin Jufeng had the confidence to enter the road to immortality. Perhaps it's possible that I'll be able to penetrate the road to immortality. Lin Jufeng embraced Little Nine and said with great bravado, I believe in husband. Xiao firmly said. Lin Jufeng unfolded her inner space and said, Come in. I'm also going to bring this group of emperors to the road to immortality and let the Mongdao Great World develop on its own. There was something Lin Jufeng didn't say. This would be considered worthy of the 9 Phoenix Emperor. The 9 Phoenix Emperor spent his entire life guarding the Mangwu Great World. He suppressed the world for 18,000 years. His friends, relatives, and henchmen all left him one after another, and he finally became a loner, fulfilling Lin Jufeng. The latter, Lin Jufeng, suppresses the world and sweeps away demons and monsters, and is also carrying on the legacy of the 9 Phoenix Emperor. Now that Lin Jufeng was about to leave the Mangwu Great World, he was going to do one last thing, take a large number of experts at the Great Emperor realm with him, and enter the path of immortality, allowing the Mangwu Great World to develop on its own. This was the last respect Lin Jufeng gave to the 9 Phoenix Emperor. I have guarded the great world of Mangwu for you, and from now on, you can rest in peace and sleep long in this world that you have guarded. Xiao Jiao entered the inner space, and Lin Jufeng took a step out, carrying the 9 Tribulation umbrella. In the Middle Kingdom, in a restaurant, an eccentric man had been feasting for 2 days. Exquisite dishes continued to be served and fine wines were consumed. Even the cook was exhausted for 10, but he still couldn't get enough of it and enjoyed it beautifully. Everyone was pointing fingers at him, but the man ignored them and just went about his business. Lin Jufeng stepped on the large black umbrella and shattered space. It's time to hit the road, Lin Jufeng calmly said. This big man finally stopped eating, looked at Lin Jufeng with his mouth full of grease, wiped it off with a towel and said, "Did Emperor Jufeng even rush us personally?" As soon as these words came out, the ordinary people around them looked at Lin Jufeng in surprise, and then all of them knelt down in excitement and worshipped Lin Jufeng. Lin Jufeng ignored them and instead looked at the big man and said, "I have to personally send you away and enter the road to immortality so that I can feel at ease." Good. The 9 Phoenix Emperor really has a heart for the people. I, Niu Qingshan, am convinced it's a pity. I don't know if I'll be able to eat and get these delicacies in the future when I enter the road to immortality. It's a pity, it's a pity. Niu Qingshan regretted, thought about it, took out a huge piece of divine source, threw it on the platform, turned around and left. Entering the road to immortality now, looking forward to it for more than 100,000. But now I'm actually a bit scared. It's also enough of a wimp. Niu Qingshan laughed at himself, striding along. Out of the restaurant, a flight, disappeared into the void, straight to the road to immortality. Lin Jufeng took one step and disappeared to the next place. In a green building, a strong man covered in walked out of it, and as he walked, a battle armor gradually appeared on his body. He was sensing Lin Jufeng's arrival, and he took the initiative to walk out. At the entrance of the greenhouse, Lin Jufeng was holding a large black umbrella and looking on with a calm face. I won't invite Great Emperor 9 Phoenix in. The girls inside are all so sore and limp from my lessons that they can't move. It's very indecent and will inevitably defile Great Emperor 9 Phoenix's eyes. This Great Emperor grinned and said, "Have the Johns been paid?" Lin Jufeng asked. "Then of course I have to pay. People's girls are making every effort to serve me. Can I still take away their hard-earned money?" This Great Emperor said seriously. The corners of Lin Jufeng's eyes twitched a little. "Goddamn sweaty money. Go to the road to immortality," Lin Jufeng said. The big man looked up at the road to immortality and sighed softly. "Even if I know that I'm sending myself to death, even if I go most likely, I'm going to give it a try. Even if I die in the road to immortality, it's still better than burying my bones in the Mongdao Great World. This great world, it's too small." This great emperor sighed tersely and flew into the road to immortality with great speed. Lin Jufeng took one step and disappeared in place. A fishing place with pleasant scenery, where 3 great emperors were quietly fishing. A large black umbrella appeared behind them, and the person holding the umbrella calmly said, "Go to the road to immortality." The 3 great emperors glanced at each other, bitter smiles spreading at the corners of their mouths. They had planned to go in at the end, but Lin Jufeng had come and they couldn't refuse. The 3 great emperors put down their fishing rods and disappeared into thin air, heading straight for the path to immortality. Lin Jufeng went on to other places. There was the reclusive great emperor in the Qinling Mountains, Lin Jufeng, who came with an umbrella and allowed him to enter the path to immortality. There are also in the yellow sands of the western desert, on top of the mountains of the eastern wasteland, a wasteland in the northern domain, the mountains of the southern ridge. Everywhere Lin Jufeng trail went, there were great emperors entering the road to immortality. Of course, not everyone needed to be invited by Lin Jufeng. There were others who couldn't wait to enter the road to immortality and didn't need Lin Jufeng to worry about them at all. At the end of the day, Lin Jufeng came to the Spirit Clan. The Spirit Emperor, Willow. Lin Jufeng also needed to take him away to give the countless races in the world a fair chance to compete. No one had a great emperor, and it was up to each of them to decide who could lead the 9 Phoenix Emperor into the next era after the path to immortality. Willow was momentarily silent at the sight of Lin Jufeng coming with a large black umbrella and said with difficulty, "Do I need to go too? Are you in the Great Emperor realm?" Lin Jufeng asked. Willow was silent. At the Great Emperor realm, whether one is willing or not, one must enter the road to immortality. The Mangwu Great World, right now, doesn't need emperors to suppress it. Lin Jufeng said seriously. Chapter 94, Stone Tablet Inscription. Willow held back on her path to immortality. Because he was in the great emperor realm, he had to go. Lin Jufeng then also visited the two newly promoted emperors, who were just as compelled by Lin Jufeng to enter the path to immortality. At this moment, all of the emperors of the Mangwu Great World were walking towards the road to immortality. At the end of the day, Lin Jufeng came to the Great Thunderbolt Temple. Here he meets the presiding officer of his Great Thunderbolt Monastery, Monk Tian Yuan. That knuckle bone of Emperor Amitabha has already flown into the path to immortality, Monk Tian Yuan said. Lin Jufeng was silent and turned to leave. This knuckle went to the path of immortality, and he couldn't be bothered to ask for anything. Thus, the emperors of the Mangwu Great World were all forced by Lin Jufeng to enter the road to immortality. The road to immortality, which was already completely open, accepted this group of great emperors, and before each of them went in, they looked back at the Mangwu Great World, a beautiful world that now had nothing to do with them. The world of great struggle is restarting from the departure of the emperors. All of you have the chance to become emperors in the new era. I hope you will seize the opportunity. Lin Jufeng stood in the western desert, announcing to the world that this was the last thing he would do for the Mongdao Great World as the Nine Phoenix Emperor. Entering the road to immortality, there was no longer a Nine Phoenix Emperor, only Lin Jufeng. Lin Jufeng notified the world, then took a step out and appeared in the endless void, in front of that huge crack, and he stepped in. Farewell, Great Emperor Nine Phoenix. I don't know who shouted it out first, but at this moment on the Mangwu Great World, both mortals and experts were sending their Nine Phoenix Great Emperor on a distant journey. Greetings to the Nine Phoenix Emperor. Greetings to the Nine Phoenix Emperor. Greetings to the Nine Phoenix Emperor. A loud cry caused Lin Jufeng to twist her head and look, slightly emotional. This is also considered a farewell to the Nine Phoenix Emperor. Thus, the legend of the Nine Phoenix Emperor in the Mongdao Great World came to an end. Lin Jufeng didn't even look back. Taking a step into the path of immortality, the big black umbrella was in his hand, and with a slight shake, it was a terrifying energy that chopped down. The path to immortality is broken. The connection with the Mongdao Great World was severed in this way, and Lin Jufeng was strong beyond measure, and her determination was also very powerful. He's going to take one path on the road to immortality. On the road to immortality, Lin Jufeng entered this place, and the first thing she saw was an ancient city. In front of the ancient city, there were huge corpses of true dragons, perched on the road to immortality, very huge, with a deep aura, even in death, an aura that made the great emperor realm feel pressure. In front of the ancient city, a group of great emperors from the Mangwu Great World looked on silently. This ancient city was black in color, incomparably depressing, and brought people a feeling of being not to be messed with at first glance. Everyone saw Lin Jufeng coming over and quickly made way. Lin Jufeng didn't have too many scruples. He walked to the gate of the ancient city, fixed his eyes on it, and saw a few big words. The first city of the immortal road. I've read about this ancient city in a senior's notes. Every time the road to immortality opens, this ancient city will appear, and entering and leaving from the ancient city is considered officially stepping inside the road to immortality. A great emperor whispered. I've also read it in a senior's essays. He also entered this immortal road's first city back then, and encountered great trouble behind him, had his soul broken, escaped by chance, and ended up hiding in a forbidden land, dying of depression. A demon race emperor spoke. Many people began to talk, and Lin Jufeng was informed that at the beginning of the path to immortality, it was this ancient city, and entering the ancient city was considered to be the opening of the path to immortality, and the subsequent path was a path of blood and bone to immortality. Great Emperor Nine Phoenix, push open this gate. This should be our Mangwara Great World's ancient city. A great emperor spoke. Lin Jufeng stood up, reached out and pushed, and the gates of the ancient city immediately opened as he asked, "What did you mean when you just said that this is the ancient city of our Mangwu Great World? Why is the road to immortality so appealing, do you know?" This great emperor asked Lin Jufeng. Lin Jufeng thought for a moment and said, "Is it a chance on the path to immortality? This is just one of the things. I also realized from reading the biographies of some of my predecessors that the road to immortality isn't the road to immortality of our one world, but rather, countless pinnacle powerhouses from all the heavens and all the worlds undergo trials here. And the ones who finally make it to the end of the line are the kings of the road to immortality." This great emperor explained. All the heavens and all the worlds. Lin Jufeng's eyes flashed. Not surprisingly, when he was in the Mongdao Great World, he vaguely sensed it. What was the point of the road to immortality if it was just the Mangwu Great World's own people wandering around in it alone? Go in. Lin Jiufeng led the way inside, walking at a steady pace, looking at the empty ancient city. The first feeling is not great. This was different from the city. It was more like a node for people to rest in. Lin Jiufeng saw a stone tablet at the exit of the ancient city. On this side of the tablet, there are many people who have left their handwriting. A great emperor saw it and also wanted to leave his name, but he carved hard and the stone tablet was motionless. Those who can inscribe on this are at least great emperors who have lived out their second life. Lin Jiufeng reminded. This great emperor immediately turned away with a black face. Lin Jiufeng watched silently. There were quite a few people inscribed on this stone monument. In the most prominent position, 4 large words were engraved. Demon immortals, enter the path to immortality. Wait for me to fight through the path to immortality. Lin Jiufeng's eyes flickered and immediately guessed that this was that Amitabha Emperor, one before and one after the Demon Emperor who had become immortal in the red dust. After he became immortal in the red dust, he entered the road to immortality to fight his way through it and shape the legend of invincibility. The aura is powerful. The words carved by this one were as wild and domineering as his character, occupying the very center of the room. But what made Lin Jiufeng surprised was that there was a big fart word underneath this sentence. Who carved this fart? Lin Jiufeng looked at it carefully, and suddenly a flash of Buddha's light was in front of his eyes, and he immediately knew who had carved it. Amitabha Buddha the Great. This post-demon emperor red dust becoming immortal, who also came to the path of becoming immortal, had only one word under this sentence of the demon immortal. Farts. Nakedly disdainful, Amitabha the Great is still very much in character and expresses his opinion simply and clearly. Lin Jiufeng couldn't help but smile. These 2 people who had become immortals in the red dust should still be alive by now if they had really gained something on the road to immortality. Perhaps I can meet them. Lin Jiufeng thought silently. Lin Jiufeng continued to read on, and after the 2 red dust becoming immortals inscribed, he was surprised to find Sakyamuni the Great. This great emperor came in 100,000 years ago, and he traced the guidance of the breath of the Amitabha Buddha great emperor and came here early, leaving 4 words on the stone monument. See the Buddha as I am. This is a very dominating phrase, seeing the Buddha as I am, rather than seeing me as the Buddha, expressing the determination of Sakyamuni, the Great, to go deeper on the path to immortality. It's been 100,000 years. I wonder where he is now. Chapter 95, The Cyclops. Finding familiar people one after another, Lin Jiufeng looked at the stone tablet with considerable interest. But the subsequent discovery was that Lin Jiufeng was devoid of familiarity, and most of them were still unrecognizable. There were hundreds of living out the second great emperor messages on this stone tablet, much to Lin Jiufeng's surprise. It was true that geniuses had existed since ancient times, and many of those who entered the path to immortality in the Mangwu Great World had lived out their second lives. What surprised Lin Jiufeng even more was that at the very bottom of this stone monument, at Lin Jiufeng's ankle, there was a line of crooked words. This seed is here. This sentence should have been very domineering, but it was written crookedly. It was like a 3-year-old child learning to write for the first time. This takes away the bullying and leaves only the funny. But Lin Jiufeng couldn't laugh because he saw a handprint next to the line. This handprint was not human. It was an animal, a very cute petite animal. Squirrel. Lin Jiufeng had been in contact with the squirrel clan and had spent some time over there, so he naturally knew what a squirrel's claws looked like. Xiaojiu, can you see if this is a squirrel's paw print? Lin Jiufeng even asked Xiaojiu to make sure. Xiaojiu carefully differentiated in the inner space and said with certainty, "It's the squirrel's paw prints. What's wrong?" Lin Jiufeng laughed and said, "The squirrel clan has only produced one great emperor since the beginning of time, and that was the Northern Mountain Great Emperor. But the North Mountain Emperor has already fallen." Little Nine said, "That was his first body, and he also lived out a second life. And in that second life, like Sakyamuni the Great, he used some sort of special method to enter this place, and then left behind this line of words." Lin Jiufeng analyzed accurately. The stone monument can only be inscribed by a great emperor who has lived a second life, and there is no doubt that the North Mountain Great Emperor has lived a second life. Lin Jiufeng had thought he was dead, but now it seemed that he had also entered the path to immortality, going far, far deeper. Demon immortals, Emperor Amitabha, Emperor Shakyamuni, Emperor Beishan, all of these people are in the path to immortality, so perhaps down the road I can meet them and won't be lonely. Lin Jiufeng said with a smile. That's quite good. If we meet, we can ask for more advice on the doubts on the road to immortality and take less detours. Xiaojiu rejoiced. She also likes furry squirrels and has a natural affinity for the great northern mountain. Husband, aren't you going to leave any handwriting here? Xiaoju asked curiously. Lin Jufeng shook her head. I wonder what's left behind? Write whatever you want, and tell future generations that you too once stood here and left words of your own. Xiaoju persuaded. Lin Jufeng thought about it. Looking at the stone monument was very tall. There were only a few hundred people leaving messages on it. There was too much empty space. Lin Jufeng chose a blank area, joined her fingers like a sword, and began to write her own words. I am all but invincible on earth. If I don't fight with the immortals, who will I fight with? Lin Jufeng carved the line on the stone tablet. This was a phrase from his world in his previous life, and Lin Jufeng found it very fitting. After inscribing the words, Lin Jufeng left and did not leave any inscription. Because this handwriting is full of Lin Jufeng's personal style, as long as one knows about the Nine Phoenix Emperor and Lin Jufeng as a person, when one sees this line of words, one must know that it is written by him. What's the need for an inscription? In the ancient city, a group of great emperors were looking around, and some of them began to communicate, exchanging their information and sharing it with others in an attempt to figure out the path to immortality. But Lin Jufeng didn't do that because what they people knew was just bits and pieces of information from the accompanying writings of the people who came before them, and it didn't help Lin Jufeng much. Now Lin Jufeng also knew that the road to immortality was a place where countless geniuses from all the heavens and all the worlds competed to be the first to blossom, and it would be truly terrifying to make it to the end here. Lin Jufeng came to the gates of the ancient city and looked out of the city, an ancient and vicissitudes of the road. Far away, not knowing where to return to, directly across the starry sky. Yes, the road to immortality was built in the starry sky, and in the depths of the radiant starry sky, a road to immortality spanned across, leading to an unknown number of stars or other kingdoms. The beauty of the road to immortality brightened Lin Jufeng's eyes, using the starry sky as a battlefield and the ancient road as a guide to open up a great drama in which all the worlds of the heavens and the worlds of the world could participate. Now that's a world of great strife. Lin Jufeng felt deeply at this moment that the great struggle world of the Mangwu Great World should have been tainted with a little bit of the Immortalization Road's aura, but hadn't learned the grandeur of the Immortalization Road. If I can beat up all the experts in this heavenly realm, that should feel great. Lin Jufeng murmured. Xiaojiu smiled helplessly when she heard Lin Jufeng's words. This was her husband, always wanting to be number one. Lin Jufeng straightened his expression and said, Xiaojiu, husband will take you to the road to immortality. Not going to keep watching from here? Jiu questioned. There's no need for that. This kind of ancient city should be one in every world, so that those who enter the road to immortality have a temporary place to watch. The real enemies, the real opponents, the real chances are all on the road. Lin Jufeng said decisively. He didn't linger. He went straight on the road. Any problems? The road to immortality would be solved. Xiaoju didn't persuade either. She firmly believed that her husband would take care of everything. The first one to walk out of the ancient city was Lin Jufeng, who, in the astonished eyes of the crowd of great emperors, strutted out without bringing his head back. Lin Jufeng is going to tell the people on this path to immortality that your father is here. Lin Jufeng walked for a long time. The ancient city behind him had already disappeared into shadow. Where he entered his eyes, it was filled with the Milky Way, the starlight flowing. An ancient road was under his feet, but the starry Milky Way around him was really very beautiful, as if it was flowing with infinite energy. The far side of the starry sky was still very dark, which was what it was supposed to look like in the universe, but the starry sky near the road to immortality was really a bright and colorful Milky Way, which was especially beautiful. This beauty mesmerized both Lin Jufeng and Xiaojiu. There's someone there. Although Lin Jufeng was intoxicated by the beauty of the starry sky, she didn't let her guard down and kept her eyes on the immortal road. Ahead, a burly man of huge size was walking silently. Lin Jufeng quickly rushed up to him, causing the other party to become alert and turn around to stare at Lin Jufeng. It was a Cyclops. The only features on his face were his eyes, nose, and mouth, nothing else. His figure was tall, at least 3 or 4 meters, and he carried a huge sword on his back, and when he saw Lin Jufeng, he put his hand on the hilt hand of the huge sword, gazed at Lin Jufeng, and asked drily, Who are you? I am a great emperor from the Mangwu Great World. Where are you from? Lin Jufeng asked in a gentle manner, holding a large black umbrella in his hand, in a refined manner. I'm from the Giant Kingdom. That's the world of our giants. I've never even heard of the Mangwu Great World. The Cyclops shook his head. I haven't heard of the Giant Kingdom either, but since we met on the path to immortality, how about we communicate and exchange information? Lin Jufeng asked. Is this place called the Road to Immortality? Who knew that the Cyclops looked at Lin Jufeng suspiciously. Lin Jufeng's smile stiffened. Chapter 96, The Invincible King. Lin Jufeng looked at this Cyclops, and while his smile stiffened, he asked incredulously, "You don't know that this is the road to immortality? Is there anyone else who came in without knowing the path to immortality? I didn't know that this is the road to immortality. Since you said you were exchanging information, then please tell me about this place." The Cyclops begged Lin Jufeng. Lin Jufeng blinked. What was this? The poor student who scored a 0 on the test asks the poor student who scored a 10 on the test for advice on a problem? It's really a case of one dare to speak and one dare to listen. Lin Jufeng immediately wanted to leave, but the Cyclops stopped him and squeezed out a smile, saying, "Brother, since I entered this place, I haven't seen a single person since these past few days, so it's not easy to see you. So please don't be stingy with your advice." Lin Jufeng thought for a moment and said, "While asking for my unstinting advice, you should also introduce yourself. I am the Cyclops King from the Kingdom of Giants, one of the most powerful in our kingdom. That's why my name is Invincible King." Cyclops King Invincible proudly said, "There are only giants in the giant kingdom?" Lin Jufeng asked. "Of course not. There were some dwarves like you who accepted our rule, and we didn't harm them, and the whole giant kingdom lived peacefully, and I was the new generation's king. But a few days ago the sky suddenly cracked and a road appeared, and naturally, as the Invincible King, it was my duty to figure out what happened for the sake of the people." The Invincible King stopped here. "And then you appeared here?" Lin Jufeng asked. "Yes, I realized that I couldn't turn back and passed by an ancient city that was empty, so I walked out alone and have been observing the surroundings for the past few days until I met you now." The Invincible King nodded. "That world of yours is a bit weak. You're the only one in the entire world who came to the road to immortality." Lin Jufeng said, "At one time we were very powerful and ruled many places, but later because of the impact of some things, so gradually weakened, the giant's bloodline was locked and could not be opened. Cultivation was very slow. I am a special case. I opened my bloodline as soon as I was born, and my cultivation has skyrocketed, catching up with my ancestor. I still want to revive the giant kingdom. I have to go back." Cyclops Invincible King said seriously. "Then you can't go back now?" Lin Jufeng shook her head. One of the Peerless King's eyes was erect, staring at Lin Jufeng, hoping to get an answer from Lin Jufeng. "This is the road to immortality, and the road to immortality gathers experts from all the heavens and all the worlds. For example, I'm from the Mangu Great World, and you're from the Giant Kingdom, and you met here." Lin Jufeng slowly explained. "And then?" The Invincible King asked seriously. "And then?" Lin Jufeng looked at him and said, "Naturally, it's to grab resources and suppress geniuses on the road to immortality, then become immortal and walk to the end of the road to immortality to see what kind of scenery is over there. Is it okay if I don't participate?" The Invincible King asked. "Not participating. You chopped off your own cultivation and fell down to the Great Emperor realm. You lost half of your lifespan, so you should be able to go back." Lin Jufeng said. That was how those great emperors on the Mangu Great World, who were afraid of death, returned to the Forbidden Land. The point is that they come back when they come back. No one cares if they languish on their own. But every time they set off a dark turmoil, they follow suit and kill to perpetuate their own lives. This was also the reason why Lin Jufeng had to destroy the 9 Forbidden Lands. The Invincible King's face darkened. He had managed to cultivate to the Great Emperor realm with great difficulty. How could he be willing to cut himself and fall down to the Emperor realm? "There's no way at all?" The Invincible King asked. "There is. By piercing the path to immortality, perhaps you can return to the original world." Lin Jufeng said. "Fighting through the path to immortality." The Invincible King's vertical eyes flashed up. "Punching through the path to immortality? It is possible to become an immortal, is it?" The Invincible King was a little heartbroken. "You can also become immortal without piercing the path to immortality. This one starry path is full of chances. If you get one, you have gained great benefits, so work hard on the path to immortality." Lin Jufeng said. "Thanks for the explanation, brother. I understand." The Peerless King also extinguished the idea of returning to his original world at this moment. "Let's walk a distance together in company?" Lin Jufeng invited him. "Good." The Invincible King immediately agreed. He also wanted to walk with Lin Jufeng for a while, so that he could learn more about the path to immortality before making any plans. Just like that, Lin Jufeng and the Peerless King began to walk on this ancient path that led to the depths of the starry sky. The ancient road was huge, and it wasn't just a boring rush along the way. There were also some starry worlds, some resting places on the ancient road. Lin Jufeng and the Invincible King walked for a long time. The path to immortality in the starry sky was no longer divided by the sun and moon, but Lin Jufeng estimated it to be about 10 days. 10 days later, they met a resting place on the road to immortality, located on a nebula with a large land where many people came from all directions. It was only at this moment that Lin Jufeng saw that the path to immortality was not one, but countless, spreading from countless worlds and eventually converging here. And then the path to immortality down the line was a single path. It's like there are countless tributaries that are starting to converge over, and eventually they all converge into the ocean. The sea is inclusive and extremely powerful. No matter how powerful you are, in front of the sea, it is just a drop of water. Seeing this scene, the peerless king was pleasantly surprised. So many people have come, and they've all come here from different kingdoms. Lin Jufeng used his large black umbrella as a walking stick, pestling it on the ground, placing his hands on the umbrella's handle, and calmly said, "This is the great struggle world of the road to immortality, where the people of thousands of worlds are bloodily fighting for a future. I'm getting a little hot under the collar," the invincible king exclaimed, moving his arms and legs. Giants are warlike. Cyclops is especially the first. His bloodline is even more fighting bloodline. At this moment, the invincible king suddenly felt that the road to immortality is very suitable for himself. Let's go in and take a look. This place seems very interesting." Lin Jufeng lifted the 9 Tribulation umbrella and walked towards the starry sky continent in front of her. This continent was huge, at least as big as several continents of the Mangwu Great World combined. There were aborigines living up here, as well as those who had come in from this opening of the road to immortality. Countless races, countless experts, both male and female, all with very powerful auras. To be able to walk here on the road to immortality, basically all are in the realm of great emperors. Quasi-emperors are few and far between. Lin Jufeng saw a few of them, but with that temperament and dress code, it was clear that they were the aborigines of this continent. When Lin Jufeng and the others came to this continent, what they saw was the aborigines selling information in a big way, and there were also some tea houses and wine shops, which was a complete scene of city life. Go check out the intelligence at all times. No matter what you do, intelligence is the most important thing. Lin Jufeng walked directly towards the person selling the intelligence. The Cyclops invincible king followed along, agreeing with Lin Jufeng's words. Gotta figure out the doubts on the road to immortality before I can go on a killing spree. Chapter 97. The Celestial World. Having entered the first continent on the road to immortality, Lin Jufeng and Cyclops invincible king were still looking forward to it. This place is like the first mouth of the sea, gathering tributaries from all directions, where they compete to surging and raging. When Lin Jufeng arrived here, she saw countless experts from countless races, some alone, some in groups, and some with their pets. All kinds of pets Lin Jufeng had seen. Jiaolong, dragon sparrow, saber-toothed tiger, swift sacred elephant, ancient python, puffing sky eagle. These are considered normal, and there are also people who have souls as pets, so it is an eye-opener. Of course, the combination of Lin Jufeng and the invincible king was also eye-catching. A tall one and a short one with a strong and brutal aura, and one holding a large black umbrella with a well-mannered aura. How can such a combination combine to not make people look twice? Lin Jufeng and the invincible king ignored them and went straight to find a person selling information. It should be said that the natives on the road to immortality make a fortune every time by selling information. Anyway, intelligence is not a problem for them to gather. All kinds of rumors, all kinds of gossip, all kinds of facts, all these stacked together are the channels for them to make money. On a street, a dozen or so information sellers competed with each other, and Lin Jufeng chose a woman with a very demonic temperament. "You two customers, what kind of information do you want to buy?" This woman was born flirtatious, and at first glance, she wouldn't feel beautiful at all, but every move she made, every word she spoke, all of them were permeated with a flirtatious aura, and combined together, they could seduce a person's. Once a man is a spermatozoa, he spends a lot of money at that time. The woman doesn't mind if your sperm comes up for a snog. She doesn't lose out anyway and makes an extra buck. Money management gadgets. But she was facing Lin Jufeng and the invincible king this time. Lin Jufeng was not interested in this world except for Xiaoju. The invincible king is not interested in human dwarfs in the slightest. So the woman's flirty vibe didn't work a bit. "We're new to the road to immortality. You should know what type of information we need," Lin Jufeng said. "I know. I have a package here, specializing in new entrants to the immortal formation path like you two, which introduces some things about the immortal formation path through the ages very clearly, allowing you to quickly understand the immortal formation path." The flirtatious woman winked and marketed. What price does that require? Lin Jufeng asked. What treasures do you have? Take them out for valuation. We have plenty of treasures on the road to immortality, so there isn't a standard value. The charming woman smiled lightly and said, How about this? Lin Jufeng thought about it and took out the enlightenment tea tree. This was a treasure that countless people on the Mongdao Great World wanted to obtain, known as the three treasures of Great Emperor Nine Phoenix, but in reality, the enlightenment tea tree was far less helpful to Lin Jufeng than the other two treasures. It only matured once in 30,000 years, and to Lin Jufeng, after using it once, it was too chickenish. Next time you want to use it, you'll have to wait 30,000 years. After 30,000 years, Lin Jufeng didn't even know where he was and couldn't use the enlightenment tea tree. The charming woman's eyes lit up and said, This is the enlightenment tea tree, right? Recognize? Lin Jufeng raised an eyebrow. That's natural. The enlightenment tea tree is also found in many places on the path to immortality. It's a divine item that helps cultivators below great emperors the most, and also helps great emperors, but it doesn't help much further up. The charming woman narrated. In that case, in exchange for all the information I want to know, is it possible? Lin Jufeng asked. Seeing that Lin Jufeng and the invincible king weren't tempted by her, the charming woman stopped trying and got serious about business, saying, This one enlightenment tea tree is very good, but its enlightenment tea leaves are already gone, and its value is greatly reduced. Seeing this, Lin Jufeng said, Forget it then. Let's go find someone else. Don't be, the value is greatly discounted. But I see that you two are so brilliant, so I'll give a friendly price and I'll take it. The charming woman said cordially as she snatched the enlightenment tea tree from Lin Jufeng's hand. Now you can give us the information. The corner of Lin Jufeng's mouth curled up. He knew that this woman had her eye on the enlightenment tea tree. Follow me. Since you guys are willing to take out the enlightenment tea tree, then I won't be stingy with the information. I'll give you all the latest information on the road to immortality this time. The charming woman put away the enlightenment tea tree. Then with a playful smile, she led Lin Jufeng and the Cyclops towards a courtyard building. This is her home, very luxurious, the family a large yard. In the center of the yard, there are wigwams, water pools, beautiful. And she comes back to a house with beautiful maidservants waiting on her, and not a man in sight. Choose a house for yourself if you see anyone. If I don't mind, they don't mind either. Don't be polite. The charming woman atmospherically pointed at the beautiful maidservants in her yard and said. Lin Jufeng shook her head. No need. Don't need to be polite with me, Min. I know. The road to immortality is very stressful. Give yourself some relaxation. And for men, the best relaxation spice is women. Don't be polite. Feel free to fuck. The charming woman said casually. You're not polite. The point is that I'm not at all stressed about the path to immortality, so I'll have to live up to your good intentions. Lin Jufeng said seriously, but in her heart, she said that this woman was also too polite. Should a lot of people want to be friends with her? The Cyclops' invincible king just didn't speak the entire time, silently following Lin Jufeng as he stood in the courtyard. All right then, all the information you guys want is here. The charming woman reached out and clapped her hands, and immediately a maidservant brought over a dozen or so books, as well as many letters, and handed them to Lin Jufeng and the invincible king. This is the package I'm talking about. Newcomers entering the road to immortality, be sure to take a look at it. After reading it, tell me what other information you want to know. For the sake of your enlightenment tea tree, I'll do my best. The charming woman said seriously, with a very good attitude. Also, the enlightenment tea tree was particularly to her liking. Her cultivation was at the great emperor realm, but Lin Jufeng could see clearly that, like Willow, she was weak at the beginning of the great emperor level. So the enlightenment tea tree, once cultivated, would help her immensely. Good. Lin Jufeng also ignored her and flipped through a book that was an introduction to the path to immortality. The invincible king was also looking through the books and fell into silence. The accounts in the books turned some of their perceptions upside down. The great world of Mangwu was a world of multitudes, and in the vast universe, there were countless such worlds, which were uninvolved in their entire lives until a certain time, when a dimension from a higher world descended and laid out a path to immortality. When you reach the end of the path to immortality, you will get a glimpse of the immortals, and the realm after the immortals. Where does the road to immortality end? After reading these records, Lin Jufeng couldn't help but ask. The ascendant world. The flirtatious woman said seriously. Chapter 98. The Legend of Siddhartha Gautama. The end of the path to immortality is the world of the heavens. It was a world that all great emperor immortals aspired to, and for the current Lin Jufeng, it was also a place to aspire to. Ascension. It's such a peculiar word that just hearing it makes your heart pound. The road to immortality connects to the heavens, So are there many people going to the heavens? Lin Jufeng asked. The charming woman shook her head and said, very few. In fact, many of the natives on the road to immortality are actually the descendants of those great emperor experts who were unable to enter the road to immortality in the earlier years. For example, my great-grandfather, who impacted the ascended world but failed in the end, stayed here, got married to my great-grandmother, and raised his offspring. That's why the road to immortality is so full of natives. Lin Jufeng generally understood. Going through all the dozen or so books, Lin Jufeng realized that the road to immortality was long, long. It says here that someone has been on the path to immortality for 100 years and still hasn't seen the entrance to the ascended world. Is that true? Lin Jufeng asked. That's true, but not everyone is like that. Some people walk for hundreds of years without being able to see the ascended world. That's because they can't get through the crises. They keep taking the safe and harmless path, but this path is unable to lead to the entrance of the ascended world. The charming woman explained. Need to walk some dangerous places? Li Xiandao asked with a frown. It's not that it's necessary, but if you keep walking along the path to immortality, you will naturally encounter some dangers. But there are also chances in the dangers. It's unavoidable. The more chances there are, the more treasures there will be. On the path to immortality there are immortal formation substances, and there are people who walk halfway along the path to immortality, and with the help of these immortal formation substances, they break through to the immortal realm and sweep. Through the same session, the charming woman patiently explained to Lin Jufeng. This attitude of hers made Lin Jufeng firmly believe that the enlightenment tea tree she had taken out was really to her liking. How many people have entered the road to immortality throughout the generations? Lin Jufeng asked curiously. The last time the road to immortality was opened, the last one to step into the ascended world didn't even exist. I heard that in the end, there were people who touched the gate of the ascended world, but still failed. The charming woman regretfully said, once in 200,000 years on the path to immortality, not a single person has succeeded? Lin Jufeng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. It's very scary. Why don't you stay, little brother, and I'll accompany you and get away on the road to immortality. The charming woman ate and laughed, looking at Lin Jufeng. Girl, please respect yourself. Lin Jufeng said seriously. On the road to immortality, are there any Cyclops like me? The invincible king opened his mouth and asked. Haven't seen it, I've only heard about it. The giant clan seems to have offended the ascended world in its early years, and since then it's rare to see the giant clan. I didn't expect one to appear this time. The charming woman shook her head. Offend the heavenly world. The invincible king's face turned serious, and he suddenly thought of the fact that all the bloodlines of the giant clan had been sealed. Is it because of this? This is just hearsay from me. It can't be counted. If you want to know the specifics, go to the road of immortality yourself to investigate. The road of immortality is very long. We can only be considered the beginning. The charming woman said seriously. I'll look into it. Cyclops' invincible king said seriously. Besides the road to immortality opening once every 200,000 years, have you ever seen anyone who came in 100,000 years ago? Lin Jufeng was obviously asking about Emperor Shakyamuni and Emperor Beishan. Neither of these two came in when the road to immortality opened, but followed some sort of chance. Emperor Shakyamuni was following the breath of Emperor Amitabha to the path to immortality. The Northern Mountain Emperor did not know the situation, but Lin Jufeng guessed that it was probably related to the last generation of the road to immortality. He ate the fruit guarded by the Underworld Emperor next to the road to immortality and then soared, and when he came to the road to immortality later on, he should have relied on this relationship. That was why Lin Jufeng wanted to ask. The charming woman looked at Lin Jufeng in surprise and asked, how do you know that someone came in here 100,000 years ago? You really know? It was Lin Jufeng's turn to be surprised. He had only asked casually, but he didn't expect the flirtatious woman to really know. 100,000 years ago, a monk came to the immortal road at that time. He was the only outsider in the entire immortal road, and everyone thought that he would die on the way, but who knows, it only took less than 10 years for him to come to the end of the immortal road, and over there he was going to enter the celestial world. The flirtatious woman was surprised. So did he succeed? Lin Jufeng was surprised. This was incredible. 10 years to come to the end of the path to immortality. I don't know. I wasn't born at that time. My father arrived to witness that day, the flash of lightning, an invincible golden Buddha fighting, beating the road to immortality trembling, countless people shivering. That day was also the time to witness a miracle. The charming woman fell into reminiscence. She hadn't seen it, only heard about it from her father. My father was extremely shocked and very religious every time he talked about it. Because of this incident, her father converted to Buddhism and became a devotee. Witnessed any miracles? Lin Jufeng asked curiously. At the same time, he was extremely shocked inwardly. This Sakyamuni emperor was also too fierce. The invincible Buddha's golden body was situated on the road to immortality and suppressed the road to immortality for 3 months, making the people of the celestial world very angry, and in the end, they even crossed the border to kill him. But this Buddha directly said, "See the Buddha as I am," and blew away the people of the transboundary ascended world, and finally dissipated invincibly in the heavens and earth. The charming woman finished with extreme emotion, hating that she couldn't have been born in that era and witnessed the strength of a Buddha ancestor. So fierce? Lin Jufeng was truly amazed, beating up the people who crossed the border of the ascended world, and that phrase, "See the Buddha as I am," now sounded extremely domineering. That's how domineering it is. That's the symbol of invincibility. The flirtatious woman aspired. It's a pity to be born in a different era, otherwise even if he's a monk, I'd still want to taste the flavor. The charming woman licked her lips and regretted. Lin Jufeng ignored her tiger and wolf words and asked, "Then is this Buddha still alive?" "Who knows, but everyone says that he dissipated between heaven and earth after killing the people of the ascended world. The odds are that he's dead. What a pity." The flirtatious woman said regretfully. "Then is this the only one?" Lin Jufeng couldn't help but ask. Before Siddhartha Gautama the Great, there was another one from the northern mountain. "Just this one, ah? It's amazing for one such fierce person to appear. How many more do you want to appear?" The flirtatious woman did not have the good sense to say. Lin Jufeng did not say anything. Carefully think about the character of Beishan Emperor. He is a person who does not like to make a splash, do things in the dark to get things done. Really appeared on the road to immortality. It is estimated that it will also be the same as in the Mongdao Great World, quietly to do their own things well. All right, an enlightenment tea tree telling you guys so much is already worth it, and finally, after telling you guys one new piece of news, we'll end this transaction. The charming woman said seriously. "You say?" Lin Jufeng and the invincible king watched silently. Every time the road to immortality opens, there will be countless relics and countless treasures that open up. You should be able to see an immortal stone wall when you walk down from here now. That's the place where a lot of people have realized the way. The charming woman lifted her teacup as she finished speaking. Her meaning was clear. Sending guess. Chapter 99. The 3 Plagues and the 9 Tribulations. Leaving the flirtatious woman's residence, Lin Jufeng and the Cyclops walked directly towards the place she had mentioned. The relics of the immortals, a place to sense the Tao. A big reason why Lin Jufeng had come to the road to immortality was because he was running towards this, and now that he had this opportunity, he was not going to give it up. It is not far from red dust becoming immortal Lin Jufeng, and any epiphany at this time may help him break through the realm. So he didn't stop here and directly flew on the road to immortality, quickly coming here. It's a pity that the spatial strength of the road to immortality far exceeds that of the Mongolian Great World, or else I could tear through space and cross over right now. Lin Jufeng thought regretfully. The space on the road to immortality was far denser than the Mongdao Great World. Tearing through space here wasn't something that a great emperor could do. Lin Jufeng, in the Mongdao Great World, could hit the void with a single blow that cracked it in large swaths, but here, he couldn't do that. It was good that one could fly. This could make Lin Jufeng breathe a sigh of relief. The Cyclops also followed Lin Jufeng to this immortal ruin. An immortal stone wall. The stone walls were smooth and neat, revealing areas brighter than even mirrors to reflect human shadows. And in front of the stone wall sat and stood a large group of people. At a cursory glance, there were at least a few hundred of them, most of them at the Great Emperor realm, and a few at the quasi-emperor realm. The quasi-emperor realm stood right behind them, craning their necks to watch. The huge stone wall was glowing, very beautiful, and as it glowed, everyone could see a white-robed immortal emerging from inside the stone wall riding the wind, graceful and elegant. Not being able to see his face too well, shrouded in a layer of purple aura, very atmospheric. Here it comes, here it comes. This is the last time the path to immortality was opened. Someone became immortal here, and at that time, the process of his becoming immortal, all of which was recorded, is in this stone wall. The entire process of an immortal's breakthrough, including him sensing the immortal Tao rhythm and condensing the immortal Tao rules, we can all see it, and how much we can comprehend depends on everyone's skill. Then I will surely be number 1, and it is fitting that I should be the one to suppress the path to immortality this time. The people in front of the stone wall were very excited. This was the whole process of becoming immortal, which could not be achieved. Lin Jufeng and the Cyclops came to see this amazing scene. The two were at the end of the row, and the front was filled with people. We'll follow suit and participate in the enlightenment. Lin Jufeng sat down and said softly. The Cyclops nodded his head, and when one eye opened and closed, the light of essence flashed, very atmospheric, and could survey the illusion. The arrival of the two of them drew no attention, those nearby glancing at them and quickly focusing their eyes on the stone wall. The process of becoming immortal was much better than Lin Jufeng and the Cyclops. Lin Jufeng is also happy to do so. It is best not to look at us, so we can all participate in this process of becoming immortal together. The stone wall was still glowing, the frequency was getting higher and higher, and at the end of the day it was even more explosive, rapidly spreading in all directions. Boom! Everyone here had a flash of light in front of their eyes, seeing countless rays of light bursting forth, and then going back 200,000 years to meet this great emperor who had broken through to immortality. Lin Jufeng saw it too. Everyone here saw it. But what everyone else saw was still the immortal with the purple face. What Lin Jufeng saw instead was a middle-aged man, unkempt and bearded, with a heavy sense of city life. Immortal? Lin Jufeng looked on in surprise. This was the same person as the fallen immortal who had passed on the immortal Dao to him in the Mongdao Great World. So, you became an immortal here, then went deeper inside, and finally went straight back to the Mangwu Great World, cutting off the path to immortality and falling in Kunlun. Lin Jufeng murmured. It's kind of like running into a familiar face. The centerpiece of this immortal's breakthrough was his piece of immortal Dao, which was clearly displayed at this moment. Lin Jufeng watched silently and began to follow this immortal's example, evolving this immortal Dao. At this moment, Lin Jufeng was just like the immortal, seemingly fused into one, breathing in the exact same rhythm, and slowly, the immortal Dao overlapped. Boom! Lin Jufeng became an immortal in this moment, and everything the immortal experienced was replayed in his mind, making him feel it clearly. The difficulty of becoming immortal, the 3 plagues, and the 9 tribulations. This is what one must go through to become an immortal, and every great emperor who wants to become an immortal has to go through such a triple plague and 9 tribulations. The so-called 3 plagues, natural, human, and fatal. The so-called 9 robberies, gold robberies, wood robberies, water robberies, fire robberies, earth robberies, past robberies, future robberies, present robberies, and Genesis robberies. It is only after experiencing these calamities that one can become immortal in the red dust. After living out her second life, Lin Jufeng had come to the threshold of becoming an immortal. This threshold, however, is not so easy to cross. Amitabha Buddha Emperor and that demon immortal being able to become immortals in the red dust is truly awesome, and it's no wonder that the Mangwu Great World has only had the 2 of them for so many years. Lin Jufeng lamented. He must also cross so many calamities if he wants to become immortal in the red dust. Lin Jufeng watched this immortal go through the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations one by one, and only then did he clearly cognize that the so-called 3 calamities and 9 tribulations were not only transiting during breakthroughs, but also ordinary life. Everything in ordinary life were all invisible tribulations. My heavenly tribulation has already descended on me, alone and miserable. Lin Jufeng took a closer look and realized that the heavenly tribulation had already passed without her realizing it. The 9 Phoenix Emperor was invincible and unrivaled in the world, but the second half of his life was not as easy as everyone thought. He was betrayed by all. His brothers were killed in battle. He himself was seriously injured. His wife and children were separated. They all betrayed him, and in his later years, he was lonely and left with only a small 9 to accompany him. Seriously injured 9 Phoenix Emperor, in the second half of his life, rarely show his face, disheartened, he often live in the imperial palace. In the last 100 years to set up a shocking god array, just want to rely on this, so that they can leave satisfactorily. Tired from a lifetime of work, he chose to leave quietly under the protection of the amazing god formation. This is a natural disaster. In an invisible manner, descending down, if Lin Jufeng hadn't arrived, the 9 Phoenix Emperor would have ended long ago. With Lin Jufeng's efforts, the natural disaster was overcome, and without realizing it, Lin Jufeng opened the second disaster. Human disasters. This human disaster was exactly what Lin Jufeng had crossed over. The 9 forbidden lands, countless great emperors, and quite a few existences that lived out their second lives. But Lin Jufeng suppressed them all one by one, still powerful and invincible symbols. The man-made disaster is Lin Jufeng getting through it. Fatal disaster. This was what Lin Jufeng was about to cross now. You have to have it when it's meant to be, and you can't force it when it's not meant to be. This is a maxim of the disaster of fate, but Lin Jufeng does not believe in evil. The fate of the time must be there. The fate of the time that is not then robbed. Cultivation was meant to go against the heavens, and in his previous life he had struggled hard in the age of the end, and in the end it was a slap in the face to the age of the end. He had crossed the threshold in the age of the end of the laws, something that rarely happened even in times of a revival of aura, yet it happened in the age of the end of the laws. This is a slap in the face of the end times. Although in the end, Lin Jiufeng was struck to death by the thunderbolt of the end times, he still wouldn't give up when he came to this world. At this moment, Lin Jiufeng, who had fused with the immortals, clearly saw his fate. Falling off the path to immortality in one day. This is the fatal disaster, which directly and clearly tells you that you will fall on the path to immortality in one day. Chapter 100, The Coming of the Fatal Disaster. After following this immortal to experience the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations, Lin Jiufeng was calm. All people's lives are spent transiting. The 9 Phoenix Emperor transited the heavenly tribulation. He came to this world and transited the human tribulation. Now there is only the plague of life. It will fall in a day. This is the one disaster that fate has given to Lin Jiufeng. But Lin Jiufeng will resign herself to her fate? He was even indifferent, ignoring it all, wholeheartedly sensing this immortal's process of becoming an immortal. This was the most important thing that Lin Jiufeng needed to do right now. Unity with the immortals, which was unattainable. He had to be undistracted and focused. As the immortal passed through the last of the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations, Lin Jiufeng saw him comprehend the immense immortal laws. All of these laws were integrated into the immortal body perfectly, turning a great emperor into an invincible immortal. And Lin Jiufeng also took the opportunity to comprehend some of it. His talent was of great help at this moment. The immortal Taoism that Lin Jiufeng had learned also began to fully recover at this moment, and the complete version of the immortal Taoism became the greatest opportunity for Lin Jiufeng to break through to immortality. In front of the immortal stone wall, hundreds of people were all sensing, some scratching their ears, some crying out in pain, some looking confused, and some frowning tightly and sweating profusely. Sensing the immortal's process of becoming an immortal was too difficult for them. In less than a moment, more than 100 people lost their minds and woke up. I don't even have a sense of it. The immortal's process of becoming an immortal is just too profound. I can't read it. It feels like I'm a fool. Obviously, I'm a genius too. Watching this process of becoming an immortal made me realize how big the gap is between myself and an immortal. There are others who are comprehending it. These people were disqualified and looked at the others with envy and jealousy. It was another quarter of an hour, and this time, with the exception of Lin Jiufeng, everyone else ended this sensation in agony. It's so hard. It just makes me feel like a brainiac. It's simply terrifying that an immortal's Tao is so vast to such an extent. We've all failed. Not all of them have failed. There's still one more in the Senate. As soon as these words came out, the others all looked at Lin Jiufeng, who was the only one still in enlightenment. Instantly, their eyes went out of focus. All the people here have failed and have not gained any benefit at all. While you are still participating in the enlightenment, looking at the light emerging from your body, you should have benefited a lot. Who is this man? Someone asked with shadowy eyes. I don't know. It came from behind. The others shook their heads. All of us have failed in our enlightenment, and he's still doing it. He must have snatched our chance. A man suddenly said with a face full of scorn. At this moment, Lin Jiufeng had become a thorn in their side. Originally, they were clueless in their enlightenment and their hearts were restless. But now that they saw Lin Jiufeng alone in her beautiful enlightenment, this discrepancy instantly threw their minds out of balance. With the addition of the heavenly will of the underworld looming over her, this was the moment when Lin Jiufeng's destiny came to pass. Kill him. A man suddenly said coldly. This person is comprehending the method of becoming an immortal, and when he succeeds he will be a great threat to us. On the road to becoming an immortal, with him as the number one, we will all have a tough time. Gotta nip him in the bud. I'll kill him. The dog thing dares to rob us of our chance. In an instant, the group was in a frenzy, and everyone gathered around with fierce and very frightening eyes, the power of jealousy. What do you want? The Cyclops' invincible king's vertical pupils glared as he stood up, his face cold as he asked. Get lost. I'm going to eliminate the threat on the path to immortality. A teenage-looking Empyrean said with a mischievous expression. If you can't comprehend yourselves, why don't you allow others to do so? The peerless king said disdainfully. None of us have enlisted, but he has on the contrary. Who will die if he doesn't? A grim-looking old man said jealously. Equally mediocre? Then no one is jealous of you. But everyone is mediocre and you come out on top, which makes people crazy with jealousy. Either be mediocre together or die. Today, I'd like to see who dares to make a move. The invincible king stood in front of Lin Jufeng's body, his huge body blocking him out with a fierce aura. But he was dealing with too many red-eyed people. Since you're defending him, let's go to hell together. The teenage-looking Empyrean sneered. Cut the crap, you've been stirring up trouble. What exactly are your intentions? The peerless king coldly shouted. I just want him to die, and so does the big guy. The young emperor said indifferently. Lin Jufeng opened her eyes at this time and saw this scene. A group of Empyreans, their eyes were bloodshot as they looked at him, and within them were naked, undisguised jealousy and killing intent. Fatal disaster. Lin Jufeng thought of this at first. This group is the plague of his life. But all the same, they are also crossing over, and they are crossing over a human disaster. Entering the road to immortality, all the great emperors were heading towards the goal of becoming an immortal that naturally required a tribulation. Transitions are silent and come about as you work to improve yourself, not the moment you break through. Lin Jufeng only knew about the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations because he had gone through the process of an immortal becoming an immortal, or else he would have just assumed that these people were simply jealous of him by now. But after knowing about the 3 plagues and 9 calamities, Lin Jufeng looked at them and realized that it was mutual. They are the plague of Lin Jufeng's life. Lin Jufeng is their human disaster. If you cross over, you can go on. If you don't, you stop there. No wonder they say that the path to immortality says that one will succeed in 10,000 bones. If I want to cross the tribulation, I don't know how many people will be buried behind me. Lin Jufeng sighed inwardly, then stood up and calmly said, Invincible King, this is my matter. Don't interfere. Lin Jufeng's eyes were slightly cold as she took out her large black umbrella. There are over 200 great emperors here. The peerless king frowned. It's fine. In fact, before I entered the road to immortality, I killed great emperors like chickens, entered the road to immortality, and sensed the process of immortality, and now I am their calamity. Lin Jufeng smiled coldly. Since they are each other's calamity, then please go to hell. Boom. Lin Jufeng's words landed on the ground, and she was the one who struck out to bombard the other party. The great black umbrella shooting out 9 extreme Dao imperial armaments at this moment, very terrifying and strong. Kill. What Lin Jufeng didn't do was to strike out to kill the emperors without any nonsense with them. An extreme emperor soldier longsword carrying the flying immortal technique exploded in the air, and a terrifying aftershock stirred, sweeping all around, so vast that it directly enveloped the 10 emperors. A single strike from the 9 great imperial arts encompassed 10 emperors. Previously in the Mongdao Great World, I didn't have extreme ascension because I was concerned about destroying that world, and in the end, I didn't fight hundreds of people at a time. Now that I don't have such concerns, you guys are just in time to witness the rise of an invincible king. Lin Jufeng said indifferently. Rumble. At this moment, his body's chi and blood surged, and his entire body became tall and majestic. Endless chaotic aura flooded Lin Jufeng's body as he became extremely terrifying at this moment. It seems like a demon god that lived in the era of the opening of the heavens and the earth, and it also blossomed a bright light in the chaotic mist, which was particularly terrifying and intimidating in this cold and dark road to immortality. Chapter 101. Getting Through the Fatal Disaster. The demonic godlike Lin Jufeng. The 9 great imperial techniques accompanied by the 9 extreme imperial weapons, directly chopped out. Boom boom boom. This moment's Lin Jufeng, terrifying to the point of making people tremble, he was alone against these more than 200 great emperors, completely unbeatable, and even took the lead. And without any nonsense, it was the invincible law that suppressed it. All of Lin Jufeng's senses were in the invincible law, including the 9 emperor arts of the 9 Phoenix Emperor, as well as the emperor scripture senses of the other emperors, plus the immortal's Dao, all of which were fused into the invincible law. Separately, they were countless powerful techniques, and together they were an invincible law. Plus, Lin Jufeng had already traveled a long way in the path of the immortals, and he had already begun to pass the 3rd of his 3 plagues and 9 tribulations. By the time this calamity is over, I'll only have 9 tribulations left. After these 9 tribulations are over, the immortal realm is close at hand. Lin Jufeng's eyes were bright, and she had a clear plan for the future. Phew. At the same time, a huge sword chi was like a swimming dragon, running in the void, very beautiful, carrying an unrivaled power, and with a boom, it directly split the 10 great emperors that were enveloped into bloody foam, causing a crowd of great emperors to cry out in alarm, and they all stepped out to fend it off. But the 9 great imperial arts were in full bloom at this moment. Zanpakuto, Mending Heaven, chaotic ancient art, divine soldier art, transformation art, time art, karma art, and ancient Buddha art. These 8 great imperial arts were no less powerful at this moment, completely powerful and filled with the flavor of invincible laws. Paired with the 8 peak emperor weapons, the ferocious strike could not be withstood by ordinary emperors, and their human plague had only begun and ended. Such as the ancient Buddha technique, it paired with the extreme Dao imperial armament, which was a Buddha's staff, directly smashing down the great mighty heavenly dragon, the world-honored earth store, subduing dragons and tigers, invincible in all directions. If the karma technique, paired with the extreme Dao imperial armament, is a pagoda that sits down and puts everything and everyone in it, the pagoda suppresses the world, cuts off your karma, degrees you to goodness, and loses itself as a slave of the pagoda. When these 9 great imperial arts were in the Mongdao Great World, Lin Jiufeng didn't perform all of them because he hadn't met anyone who would allow him to thoroughly perform the 9 great imperial arts. Of course, the reckless great world was very fragile, and once it was all exerted, it might shatter several continents. Kill. Lin Jiufeng's cold voice echoed in the void, and at this moment, the 8 great imperial arts all fired in unison, and it was directly a war in all directions. Rumble. At this moment, the emperors were as fragile as papier-mâché, hardly able to withstand Lin Jiufeng's strike, and either turned into ashes or flew up like straws, defenseless. In a matter of moments, the 9 great imperial techniques slaughtered 100 emperors, and these people were completely no match for Lin Jiufeng with her strength at full strength. Unbeatable. This time, Lin Jiufeng's terrifying might vastly impacted over. His body was like a divine glass, shrouded in colorful light, one illusory step at a time, holding up the invincible law. Under the shroud of the invincibility law, Lin Jiufeng's attacks were frighteningly strong. In the next second, in the invincible law, there were endless weapons flying out, sweeping across the front to come, and the remaining 100 or so emperors, Lin Jiufeng didn't even put them in her eyes. You guys are my destiny disasters. It's really too humiliating for me. Destiny disasters like you guys are fragile and weak? Lin Jiufeng said coldly. It was really fate that didn't know that Lin Jiufeng was so powerful, and this fateful disaster that was arranged in the underworld had already put together more than 200 quasi-emperors. But in an instant, after Lin Jiufeng's extreme sublimation, the 9 great emperor arts exploded, killing 100 of them. At this moment, Lin Jiufeng demonstrated how terrifying the realm of a near-immortal was, and the remaining Empyreans all looked on dumbfounded, inwardly knowing that they had made a mistake, a big mistake, and that they had messed with an existence they couldn't afford to mess with. Quickly flee. At this moment they scattered in all directions and fled, the previous demonic obsession of killing Lin Jiufeng gone. But Lin Jiufeng was their human disaster. They couldn't hide from it. Not a single one can escape. Lin Jiufeng said nonchalantly, sitting in the void, the 9 apocalypse umbrella dripping and spinning behind him, erupting with a huge light in an instant, transforming into the most ferocious strike. Immortal Dao method. At this moment, Lin Jiufeng cast the immortal Dao technique that she had just thoroughly perfected. This power is immense and unrivaled, honed in the midst of the sensation of becoming immortal. Immortal Daofa struck the void and landed in everyone's body. These emperors were extremely sublimated, full of grimaces, very scary, and if they couldn't escape, they fought Lin Jiufeng to the death. However, they couldn't even touch Lin Jiufeng. The immortal's Dao completely enveloped them at this moment, and then cut off the chance of life. How wonderful it is to live forever on Earth, and how enchanting it is on the road to becoming an immortal. Lin Jiufeng recited softly, as she watched them fall one by one under the immortal's Dao. Why do so many people aspire to immortality? Lin Jiufeng gave the answer at this moment. Because in front of the immortals, the emperors were untouchable. Perhaps in the great thousand worlds, emperors could suppress an era, but on the road to immortality, in that unknown world of the heavens, immortals were the masters. I haven't even become an immortal yet, and I'm already so terrifying. All the mortals in this world can't defeat a single immortal character. Lin Jiufeng stood up and looked at the mess on the ground, shaking her head with great indifference. One is a fatal disaster, and the other is a human disaster. Now it's Lin Jiufeng who has survived the fatal disaster, and they haven't survived the human disaster. The Cyclops looked at Lin Jiufeng and said in shock, "Have you already become an immortal? Killing an emperor is like butchering a dog. This can only be done by an immortal, right?" Lin Jiufeng shook her head and said, "I still have 9 great robberies to cross, and when I do, immortality is not far away." Lin Jiufeng was confident that he could cross the tribulation, and these 9 great tribulations were not much of a threat to him. Let your calamity be as powerful as it is. I just need to continue to be invincible, and it will be hard for me to defeat. Lin Jufeng said softly. Let's go. Continue to go deeper into the road to immortality. This is just the beginning. A group of great emperors are frighteningly weak. We should encounter that extremely terrifying existence later on. Lin Jufeng spoke. It wasn't like he was the only one in this world who was undergoing the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations. There must be other people who were also undergoing the tribulation. Lin Jufeng ignored this ground of corpses as he strutted towards the depths of the road to immortality. And after he left, on the immortal stone wall, it began to replay the image of Lin Jufeng killing more than 200 emperors just now. The immortal stone wall, which recorded it all. At the same time, it also covered the image of the previous immortal's breakthrough, and this time this chance was taken exclusively by Lin Jufeng. When someone came here for enlightenment afterward, they accidentally found a body on the ground, and then saw the image recorded on the stone wall and sucked in a breath of cold air. Oh my God, the road to immortality has only opened this time. And there's someone so terrifying that one person killed so many great emperors? This man is horrible. Who the hell is he? I don't know who it is, but this strength, it's on the verge of becoming an immortal, isn't it? Isn't this the 9 Phoenix Emperor? An emperor from the Mangwu Great World walked over and exclaimed. That night, the name of the 9 Phoenix Emperor spread throughout the immortal formation road. He had killed over 200 great emperors in one day, a battle record that was too shocking. Chapter 102, Being Counted. Lin Jufeng was very powerful. He had already survived the 3 plagues and still had 9 left. The 3 plagues should be the most difficult for him. At least with the first plague, combined with fate, combined with what happened to the 9 Phoenix Emperor himself, pushed to bring down the heavenly plague, and the 9 Phoenix Emperor didn't make it through. If Lin Jufeng hadn't come, Emperor Jufeng would have already fallen. This also made Lin Jufeng realize that the so-called disaster is not something that comes out of the blue. It is not something that flies. It is something that comes at a certain point in time based on your life, your destiny, and with just a small push, you become extremely difficult. So one needs to be strong all the time and destroy all disasters with invincible faith. This fateful disaster, more than 200 great emperors, anyone else would have died long ago. But Lin Jufeng stepped in and killed them cleanly, and the fateful disaster was past. Things are just so simple. As long as Lin Jufeng stayed strong, the 9 tribulations couldn't do anything to him at all. With his beheading of more than 200 great emperors in front of the immortal stone wall, in an instant, the 9 Phoenix Emperors' mighty name spread across the immortal formation road. There were also people from the Mangwu Great World bragging about how powerful Lin Jufeng was, and for a while, people on the road to immortality knew Lin Jufeng's life like the back of their hand. For example, previously suppressing the world for 18,000 years, then coming to live a second life in the Great Controversy and continuing the suppression. For example, his strength had already surpassed the majority of great emperors, but he had yet to break through to the immortal realm. For example, he had an extreme Dao imperial armament, the 9 Robberies umbrella. Wait, Lin Jufeng had only entered the road to immortality not long ago, and he had become a major celebrity on the road to immortality, and everyone was talking about him. It was really because his killing over 200 great emperors by himself was shocking, causing people to unconsciously talk about it. Those with low strength worshipped him, those who felt they had strength were wary of him, and those who were more powerful than Lin Jufeng were learning about him. It was an old saying that the road to immortality was full of heavenly pride. There are countless celestial pride, a little bit of understanding, otherwise when the time comes to suffer, do not know what is going on. Of course, these Lin Jufeng didn't know for the time being. He still didn't know he was famous until he was recognized on the road to immortality with the invincible king. This time, Lin Jufeng encountered a 10,000-year-old tree in disguise that belonged to the spirit race just like the Willow Tree Emperor, but he was a divine wood tree, indestructible and a strong cultivator. The short version is that it's the person who resists damage. You are already one of the top 10 experts on the road to immortality, temporarily ranked number 1, and now the entire road to immortality knows about you. After some conversation, Divinewood said, Top 10 experts? Lin Jufeng frowned. What the hell is this? It's the natives on the road to immortality who rank them. They ranked all the outgoing experts on the road to immortality so far, and among those of us who entered the road to immortality, you ranked first. Shinmu explained. Lin Jufeng felt deeply speechless. So boring? This isn't boring. Now that these top 10 masters have spread so widely, pretty much everyone on the path to immortality knows about it, and you're the one everyone wants to defeat. Shinmu shook his head. This is putting me on the fire. Lin Jufeng's expression was cold. The person or force who came out with this so-called top 10 masters list had malicious intentions, openly holding him up, but secretly putting him on the fire. His heart was execrable. It's quite a showstopper. I told you that some people along the way were looking at us in the wrong way, the invincible king said in a deep voice. Anyway, right now this second-ranked absolute gawking body has already put out a stern word to find you for a sparring session. Divine would remind it. Lin Jufeng was deeply speechless. It had only been almost a night and so many things had happened. It was too fast, right? There's someone behind this. Lin Jufeng affirmed. He genuinely felt upset, being pushed into the limelight for no reason, and he still wanted to keep a low profile to get through the 3 calamities and 9 sacrifices and strike out in a high profile after he became an immortal. But now this change has disrupted his planning. By the way, now everyone is saying that the reason you are so powerful is because you have obtained the inheritance in the immortal stonewall, which means that you have the method of becoming an immortal in your body. That's why those who are ranked below you are thinking of looking for you. Divine would reminded Lin Jufeng once again. Damn it. Lin Jufeng's face was icy cold. He was now very sure that someone was counting on him behind his back. Otherwise, it was impossible that in such a short period of time, his news was flying all over the place, including the method of becoming an immortal, and all of these were sweet fruits to lure others to make a move against Lin Jufeng. Which power is the one who came up with this ranking? Lin Jufeng asked with a cold expression. What? You want to go and trouble them? This one Divine Wood was surprised. The invincible king also frowned at Lin Jufeng. They counted on me and pushed me to the tip of the storm. If I don't go to trouble them, won't I be counting on him for nothing? Lin Jufeng said coldly. He's only just come to the road to immortality. He hasn't offended anyone, has he? That's how they counted him out, pushed him into the limelight, and said he had a way to become immortal. Yes, Lin Jufeng has the immortal's method of becoming an immortal, but that was taught to him by the immortal. What has it got to do with you guys? At this moment, Lin Jufeng was really furious. He looked at Shinmu and said in a deep voice, since you know so much, you should know where this information is coming from. Tell me and I won't say anything. Shinmu looked at Lin Jufeng, a bit embarrassed. Pinghui, he said enough already. But looking at Lin Jufeng's cold expression and the murderous intent erupting from his eyes, he was startled and said, this one thing. It's from an ethnic group called the East Sea. The Eastern Sea Clan? Lin Jufeng frowned. Why are they counting on me? Shinmu shook his head and said, I don't know about that, but I know that there is a group of young talents from the Eastern Sea Clan that are going to participate in this immortal road. So it's possible that this is them paving the way for their clan's offspring, lifting you up high, and then letting all of you masters fight amongst yourselves to the death, and their offspring coming out to clean up the mess? This was Shinmu's own thoughts, and he also knew through the originals of the Road to Immortality that he knew something about the East Sea community. Please also tell me the place where the Eastern Sea Clan is located, as well as the young talents of their clan. I will personally investigate myself. Lin Jufeng's eyes shot out an icy gaze as he didn't completely trust Godswood. It's something he's going to investigate on his own. If it really was the Eastern Sea Clan plotting in secret, then Lin Jufeng wouldn't mind going on a killing spree. I suppressed the current generation in the Mongdao Great World, and when I came to the road to immortality, the pace of suppressing the current generation began with your East Sea Clan. Lin Jufeng's eyes were cold. You're in a rage right now. You still need to calm down. Invincible King pulled Lin Jufeng back and reminded Lin Jufeng. Lin Jufeng looked stunned. Firejack. Lin Jufeng immediately knew why her anger was so great because of this matter. Without even realizing it, the fire calamity descended. With the help of this time being counted on, Lin Jufeng already had fire in her heart, and the Firejack only needed a little push, and Lin Jufeng would be ignited into a bloodbath with this East Sea group. Spell wins, and his firebombing passes. Spell lost, and he passed. Chapter 103. I heard you want to kill me? The fire tribulation had descended, and there was no reason for Lin Jufeng not to go through it. The Eastern Sea Clan was just that, to Lin Jufeng, not a reason that could stop him from going on a killing spree. The road to immortality is full of enchantments. Since you hold the hype so high and give me a lot of publicity, wouldn't it be a shame for me not to act a little stronger? Lin Jufeng laughed coldly. All of them touted him to be number one and revealed that he had the method of becoming an immortal. So fine, he would use the method of becoming an immortal to deal with this group of East Sea Clans. Incidentally, get through this firebombing. You're really going to go against the entire Eastern Sea Clan? Invincible King asked Lin Jufeng. Lin Jufeng nodded and said, since the other party is counting on me so much, then I naturally have to go and surprise them. They're a local force on the road to immortality. They've been operating for many years. They're not to be messed with. Invincible King reminded Lin Jufeng. Lin Jufeng smiled sagely and said, "Actually, I'm not to be messed with." The Peerless King looked at Lin Jufeng's wild appearance and opened his mouth speechless, but when he thought about it carefully, before Lin Jufeng had destroyed more than 200 great emperors by himself, it seemed that Lin Jufeng really wasn't to be messed with. "Let this incident be the beginning of my suppression of the path to immortality," Lin Jufeng said quietly. He asked the Godswood again for clarification on where the Eastern Sea Clan was and some other information before bidding farewell to the Godswood. Pinkie Pie, Godwood said so much, Lin Jufeng did not believe all of it. He himself personally crossed the road to immortality and came to the East Sea community. The road to immortality was a starry ancient road that led to the world of the heavens, with countless landscapes of great beauty along the way. Among these is the Sea of Stars. The East Sea Clan was located in the Star Sea, a very large-scale clan. The Star Sea was vast and famous on the path to immortality, and the clan was filled with experts. When the road to immortality opened, the East Sea Clan also wanted to get a piece of the pie, allowing the young talents of the clan to participate and enter the world of the heavens, peering into that infinite and wonderful world. So they needed to create momentum for these people, molding the so-called 10 great geniuses, so that everyone on the road to immortality would know that these 10 people were powerful, and that they were the ones with the hope of becoming immortals. Then they would have their own clan's descendants step forward and defeat Lin Jufeng and the others, making a big splash and becoming famous on the road to immortality, and at the same time, with the help of defeating the so-called top 10 geniuses, snatching their chi luck and impacting the end of the road to immortality. That's what the Eastern Sea community thinks. Lin Jufeng had spent the day investigating and determined that what Shenmu had said was true, and that the Eastern Sea Clan was indeed playing this idea. The natives on the road to immortality have always wanted to get involved, but they are innately disadvantaged. Because they have been on the path to immortality, they will have a tough time when they reach the second half of the journey. That's why the Eastern Sea community thought of molding the top 10 experts in the early days to attract attention and absorb the chi, then have their people defeated so that they could add a bargaining chip for their offspring. Lin Jufeng's eyes were slightly cold after investigating clearly. Lin Jufeng actually had no problem with the East Sea community's calculations. There was nothing wrong with considering it for the sake of direct descendants. But one should never, ever count on him. He also stood him up in the first place, absorbing all the firepower, before giving their offspring a chance to defeat, or even kill, paving the way for them to go farther on the road to immortality. This was something Lin Jufeng couldn't accept. The East Sea Clan has elected 10 geniuses in this generation, and these 10 geniuses just correspond to the 10 geniuses they have introduced, calculating well, one by one, defeating us and taking our place. Lin Jufeng laughed coldly. Trying to take him over, I don't know if I have the life for it. The investigation is clear. What should we do? The Invincible King asked. Lin Jufeng held a large black umbrella and said with ghostly eyes, "I want to go kill someone now." "I'll go with you." The Invincible King immediately said, "No need. This is a matter between me and the Eastern Sea Clan. Since they hold me in such high regard, then I'll also add a little fire to myself and set a small goal first, to kill these top 10 geniuses of the Eastern Sea Clan." Lin Jufeng smiled gently. Her eyes were cold, very cold. Saying goodbye to the Invincible King, Lin Jufeng went on his way alone. He had met the Invincible King in passing and agreed to walk for a period of time, which was considered an ordinary friend. A person who is too invincible is going to have no friends. Lin Jufeng thought silently. For the East China Sea group of this group of geniuses' whereabouts, a little inquiring to know, they did not think to hide their whereabouts, young and wild, coupled with outstanding talent, breakthrough emperor, and began to prepare for the ferry. Now chosen to be one of the 10 people to embark on the path to immortality. With such splendor added to the mix, it would be truly awesome if they could still keep a low profile. Lin Jufeng only had to ask around a little bit to know that these 10 people were one more than a wave, and their reputation was very prominent in the circle of natives on the road to immortality, and they were known as the 10 hegemons of the Eastern Sea Clan. Lin Jufeng casually grabbed an old man in a bazaar and asked, "Do you know where the 10 hegemons of the East Sea Clan are?" "I know. It's in the big assembly in the Star Ocean. They've been very happy for the past 2 days. They had a big party over there, and a lot of people went there." The old man immediately said, "These natives knew about it." Lin Jufeng looked towards the Sea of Stars and let the old man go. The Star Sea was so big that it was much bigger than any sea Lin Jufeng had ever seen. In the Star Sea, it was all about cosmic energy stirring, while in many areas, bustling buildings had been constructed, sinking and floating in the Star Sea. Lin Jufeng saw a huge city just hovering in the Sea of Stars. many people inside, and when he arrived, he heard the sound of pushing and laughing. From the tallest building in this city, Lin Jiufeng walked into this restaurant with a large black umbrella. One flight of stairs at a time, his face calm. And along the way there were a lot of little boys, and the guests passed him by, none of whom seemed to have seen him. The entire restaurant was in the midst of laughter until Lin Jiufeng walked to the highest floor. There's only one hall here, and it's packed with people. Being starstruck by everyone was a man dressed in black. He sang and drank heartily, smiling indulgently. I have been practicing diligently for 1,000 years, and I have countless resources on the road to immortality, and I have been keeping a low profile as I have elevated to my current realm, so that I can fight for a place when the road to immortality opens. Today, I have this opportunity to be congratulated. As long as I cooperate with my family's people in a few days and kill that bullshit 9 Phoenix Emperor, I'll be able to go deeper into the road to immortality and compete for the hope of entering the ascended world. All of you are my closest friends and relatives. I'm so excited that it's hard for me to restrain myself, so please allow me to be unrestrained for once. Zhang Yunshan is grateful. This person was called Zhang Yunshan, and at the moment, his heart was pounding and he couldn't control himself. But suddenly he looked up, and up the stairway in the hall came a man with a large black umbrella. The man with the big black umbrella smiled coldly at him. This smile instantly sent chills down his spine, a cold aura rising from his heart, and his drunkenness dissipated without a trace. You are. You? Zhang Yunshan trembled and pointed at Lin Jiufeng, unable to speak. I'm the 9 Phoenix Emperor that you're talking about. I heard that you want to strike me down? Lin Jiufeng asked with a cool demeanor. Chapter 104, Successive Killings. Zhang Yunshan's face changed drastically after realizing Lin Jiufeng's true identity as he gritted his teeth and said, "How did you come here?" The entire hall was looking at Lin Jiufeng in surprise, not expecting that they were just talking about it, and now Lin Jiufeng had come. "I came here to kill you." Lin Jiufeng walked to the center of the hall, her eyes slightly cold, and said, "This is the Star Sea, the territory of my East Sea clan. You, an emperor, dare to talk about killing me here?" Zhang Yunshan laughed disdainfully as he looked around. His bottom line was that this was in their Zhang clan Star Sea. It's a pipe dream that Lin Jiufeng wants to spread her wildness here. As I said, I came here to kill you, and not only you, but also your other 9 brothers, including the Star Ocean Zhang family, will all be destroyed today. Lin Jiufeng said seriously. If you want to do it once and for all. Suppress the entire sea of stars. You killed me, and you're going to kill other people. And you're going to overthrow my entire East Sea tribe. Did you run to me to spread your drunken madness? Zhang Yunshan laughed out loud at his words, very disdainful, and in his heart, he regarded Lin Jiufeng as a madman, without any fear at all. Is my East Sea clan to be destroyed just because you, a great emperor, say so? Assholes, do you really think you're invincible? The East Sea clan's experts are like clouds and emperors are like rain. You're only one person. What are you taking to talk big here? The others in the hall cursed angrily, each one staring at Lin Jiufeng with an unkind expression. Bark what? Come over if you want to die. I'll fulfill you. Lin Jiufeng's face turned cold and her words were resounding. Quite a number of people changed color and looked angrily at Lin Jiufeng, especially Zhang Yunshan, who had a gloomy face. Go and try him out. Zhang Yunshan said coldly to the people around him. Boom. Immediately, 2 great emperors rushed out with extraordinary auras, their rolling auras sweeping and transforming into 2 black dragons, charging over. But Lin Jiufeng was unmoved, indifferently watching them approach, calm as a lofty and unattainable mountain that towered over the ages and was hard to shake. With the large black umbrella in her hand, Lin Jiufeng directly stepped out with 1 step before they came near. Knock. The entire heaven and earth around the restaurant all seemed to stand still at this moment, as Lin Jiufeng's terrifying figure stood alone and proud, coldly saying, Die. At this moment, the restaurant, the Empyrean, Zhang Yunshan, and Star Ocean City, all of them exploded with a loud bang. Starting from the soles of Lin Jiufeng's feet, first the entire restaurant blew up, then the 2 running Empyreans blew up, then the people in the hall, one by one, collapsed. This was so fast that with Lin Jiufeng at the center, it spread out in all directions and all exploded. How is this possible? Zhang Yunshan was dumbfounded in an instant when he saw this scene. How did you get to be so scary? It was even more terrifying than what was recorded on the immortal stone wall. Boo. But he couldn't wait for an answer. He was also affected. Zhang Yunshan roared, struggled, resisted, and tried to use the family's gongfu, 10,000 calamities, everlasting, but all to no avail. Under Lin Jufeng's full force, he didn't have any room to resist, and it all blew up. I survived the fatal tribulation, and my strength is even higher. If you want to kill me, do it in your next life. Lin Jufeng indifferently said. This stomp was an execution of the immortal's Dao, a feat that could make an Empyrean explode in an instant. And now Lin Jufeng was so powerful that the aftermath of the explosion stirred up, vast and terrifying, spreading all around, forming a huge windstorm that was incomparably beautiful, and the entire giant city exploded at this moment. Luckily, Lin Jufeng didn't hurt the people outside. So everyone in the giant city stood in the sea of stars, looking at Lin Jufeng in shock. East Sea Clan. Lin Jufeng has come to kill you. Please come out to die. Lin Jufeng held a large black umbrella, stepping out in one step, standing in the center of the star sea, looking around with an unparalleled aura, opening her mouth to let people come and suffer death. At this moment, the entire star ocean shook as everyone stared angrily at Lin Jufeng. This is too provocative. It's equivalent to riding on your head and beating you. Can the East Sea community stand it? What a big dog's guts. Is my East Sea clan not something you can humiliate? A burly man let out a furious rebuke, echoing in the star sea, vast and powerful, very terrifying, stirring down and smashing into the star sea, causing the entire star sea to be flooded with waves. This burly man was clad in extreme Dao Emperor armor, very majestic, with terrifying eyes that stared at Lin Jufeng, filled with killing intent. Arrogant person, how dare you humiliate my East Sea clan? Now I'll come to kill you. The burly man's eyes were filled with killing intent as he took large strides, his expression icy cold. Shoo away. A divine jar emerged above his head, gulping down the essence of the star sea, fluctuating like a tsunami, to take Lin Jufeng in and refine it. But Lin Jufeng wouldn't give him such an opportunity, looking on indifferently, saying, "You're too weak." This person was equivalent to the period when Lin Jufeng had lived out her second life, very powerful, clad in extreme Dao Emperor armor, with an extreme Dao Emperor armor demon jar, which could swallow the heavens and devour the earth, taking people in and refining them. But the difference between him and the current Lin Jufeng was really a bit big. Lin Jufeng didn't make much of a move either, and directly landed a slap that covered the heavens, directly hitting the void and trembling. Invincibility Act. What Lin Jufeng was casting the most right now was the Invincible Law, as it contained some of his own epiphanies. This slap fell, transforming into a palm of the heavens, directly covering down, carrying a terrifying aura that pressured the sea of stars to tumble, spreading out towards the sides and exploding out all at once. Click. It could still fall, and the extreme Imperial Armament Devil Jar couldn't resist it and exploded, unable to even resist the chi under this slap from Lin Jufeng. This couldn't help but make the burly man's face change, staring incredulously and quickly trying to escape. How fast it came. How swiftly it now escapes. But he can't escape from Lin Jufeng's 5 fingers. With a fierce grip, the large hand fished out the burly man from the sea of stars under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes, and then pinched him fiercely. No. Don't. I've worked hard to cultivate and I have a bright future ahead of me. I'm the Zhang family's battle dragon. I should go to the path to immortality. This strong man was one of the 10 overlords. His strength was very good. It was the potential to become an immortal, so he panicked and struggled. But in the palm of Lin Jufeng's hand, how could he struggle out? Lin Jufeng didn't look at him either, but stared at the entire sea of stars, taking a step out, finally not being quiet, but full of domineering aura. The so-called 10 hegemonic kings of the Eastern Sea clan are nothing more than that, and they still want to replace me? Today, I will kill all of these 10 losers in front of you. As the words landed, under the shocked gaze of countless people, Lin Jufeng squeezed his large hand. Bang! This burly man directly exploded, and with the extreme Imperial War armor on him, the rolling energy stirred, setting off a huge storm that filled the entire star sea. Lin Jufeng walked out of this storm and without saying a word, directly slammed his fist down hard. His target was the other 8 so-called geniuses. Kill them first, and after exterminating the East Sea clan, proclaim your invincibility. Chapter 105. Exterminating the 10 hegemons. Lin Jufeng slammed his fist down. The void trembled and directly exploded as countless rays of light enveloped the surroundings, vast and terrifying. This punch was the one that covered an area of the Star Ocean, which was nowhere else but the ancestral land of the Star Ocean Zhou clan. Is my East Sea clan not something you can humiliate? Seek death? A man angrily rebuked, opening his mouth and spitting out a blood-colored gourd a few inches in size, flashing with a demonic light that was terrifying. The bloody gourd flew out, covering heaven and earth, directly becoming larger and spewing out an infinite sea of blood, vast, to cover, refine, and turn Lin Jufeng's into a puddle of pus and blood. With the appearance of this blood-colored gourd, a horrifying aura stirred. This was an extreme Emperor Soldier magic treasure, or a killing magic treasure. The smell of blood filled the air and was very horrifying, vast, like a huge killing ground, covering this sea of stars. On the path to immortality, the sea of stars and the sea of blood went hand in hand in a very spectacular manner, and this was one of the top absolute magic treasures in the East Sea community, directly resisting Lin Jufeng's punch and also covering Lin Jufeng's body. Rumble. The sea of blood stirred and directly wrapped Lin Jufeng in a very terrifying display of might, causing the entire East Sea community to look on in surprise. Lin Jufeng is wrapped up and will surely die. It's still the Grand Duke that's powerful. This Scarlet Gourd is still powerful. It's worthy of being an extreme Dao Emperor soldier that my Eastern Sea clan has been sacrificing for over 100,000 years. This extreme Dao Emperor armament has beaten this 9 Phoenix Emperor without any temper. Let's see if he's still arrogant. My Eastern Sea clan is based on the Star Sea for more than 100,000 years and has a deep heritage. Is it not possible for a great emperor like him to be humiliated? Kill him to set the record straight and show the greatness of my East Sea clan. A group of people who had been intimidated by Lin Jufeng were now cursing, and the other 8 overlords of the Eastern Sea clan had also appeared, looking at this scene with cold eyes, very disdainful, feeling that Lin Jufeng was seeking death on her own. The eldest young master who held the Scarlet Gourd, the young man who was the head of the 10 hegemons, was at this moment, his face was changing uncertainly, trying his best to control the Scarlet Gourd in his hand. Buzz off. The Scarlet Gourd was trembling. From inside it, it felt the enormous pressure from Lin Jufeng. It seemed that it could not be refined, and this also made the Grand Duke's face ugly. He and the Scarlet Gourd were connected by heart and fused into one. Now that the Scarlet Gourd was in such a predicament, he naturally felt it. Impossible. Wrapped in a sea of blood. You should have been refined into a puddle of pus and blood. The eldest young master looked on in horror. In the middle of the sea of stars, the blood-colored ocean was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Outsiders thought that it was the Grand Duke who was manipulating it, but only the Grand Duke knew that it was the Lin Jufeng inside absorbing the energy of the sea of blood. This made the Grand Duke so angry that he was shivering all over, the veins on his forehead jumping all over the place, his lungs exploding with anger by Lin Jufeng. He wanted to take back the sea of blood. This was the energy that had absorbed the essence of countless people for over 100,000 years and refined it. It wasn't garbage, and now that it had been absorbed by Lin Jufeng in this way, the power of his Scarlet Gourd was suddenly greatly reduced. However, no matter how he controlled the blood-colored gourd, it was to no avail. The sea of blood still continued to shrink and was no longer under his control. Within the sea of blood, Lin Jufeng's fleshly body had an immortal aura, surviving in this world for eternity, and was unaffected by being washed away by the sea of blood. Moreover, as the sea of blood washed away, Lin Jufeng directly began to crazily absorb the energy of the sea of blood. This sea of blood was the accumulation of the East Sea clan for more than 100,000 years, and was regarded as the most precious treasure, which was passed down to the contemporary Grand Duke, in the hope that the Grand Duke would strike something on the path to immortality. But the truth is just the opposite. Before the Grand Duke even set foot on the path to immortality, he met Lin Jufeng, and now the sea of blood has even fulfilled Lin Jufeng. He came and went, absorbing frantically, the pores around his body, the acupuncture points expanding, incomparably violent, absorbing all energy. At this moment, Lin Jufeng was frighteningly strong. Rumble. At this moment, under the impact of the rolling energies, Lin Jufeng's internal dantian was like a bottomless pit, storing these energies crazily, laying the foundation for Lin Jufeng. The roots of the immortal road. And in the eyes of the outsiders, the sea of blood contracted violently, and at the end of the day, it transformed into a humanoid shape, and they cheered, believing that this was how Lin Jufeng had been refined. However, when Lin Jufeng walked out of the sea of blood intact, and this last bit of energy entered his body along with him. Boo! Lin Jufeng's face was cold, directly a fist smashed out. Under the rolling energy impact, the Great Duke could not resist at all, and in an instant, he was exploded in the sea of stars by Lin Jufeng. That blood-colored gourd was also stomped down by Lin Jufeng and exploded with a click. This scene came so unexpectedly that the Grand Duke just stared wide-eyed, and before he could say a word, he was blown away by Lin Jufeng. The aftermath of the Grand Duke's explosion was so vast that it was about to impact the surrounding area, but Lin Jufeng's face was cold as he drank out with a single word, set. These energies, along with the exploding energies of the blood-colored gourd, were all fixed in the void. You have not been refined by the sea of blood? How could you be so terrifying? You're only an emperor. How dare you punch the Grand Duke? He's the son of our patriarch. The remaining people in the 10 hegemons looked at Lin Jufeng in shock and anger. Looking at the imposing Lin Jufeng, they couldn't help but get scared and back away. Lin Jufeng looked at the few remaining people with cold eyes and said, "Don't be in a hurry, you'll be on the road with him soon. I won't forget about you." As the words landed, these 7 outstanding great emperors of the Eastern Sea clan trembled in fear and instantly tried to fly away. But unfortunately, a large black umbrella slowly fell down from above the sea of stars. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying pressure brought about by the great black umbrella was no worse than the scarlet gourd, and even surpassed it. This was because it was a set of combined extreme Dao Emperor armaments. The power alone was already explosive, and now that it was united, the power was even more astonishing. The 9 Apocalypse umbrella was in full power, directly suppressing down, on the spot. These great emperors recommended by the East Sea communities were suppressed to their knees, unable to move, and the might of the extreme Dao Imperial armament was vast and undoubtedly revealed. Wait, 9 Phoenix Emperor, we have no grievances. Why are you trying to kill us? 9 Phoenix Emperor, our Eastern Sea clan is willing to pay compensation, so please spare me. 9 Phoenix Emperor, how could you be so powerful? I admit defeat. Don't kill me. This group of pushed-out great emperors began to beg for mercy, truly afraid. But at this moment, Lin Jufeng just looked on indifferently. Die. Lin Jufeng didn't talk nonsense. He was here to kill people, not argue with them. Bang, bang, bang. Above the sea of stars, these 7 great emperors exploded, and under the suppression of the 9 apocalyptic parasol, the extreme pressure directly smashed down like a million great mountains together, smashing and exploding them in an instant. And the aftermath of this explosion, combined with the aftermath of the previous Grand Duke's explosion, instantly swept across the entire Eastern Sea clan, sweeping across the entire Star Ocean. It was truly as if chaos had descended, and everything in the world was destroyed without a trace of existence. Holding a large black umbrella, Lin Jufeng stood in the center area of the explosion and walked forward silently. After killing the 10 hegemonic kings, the next step was to exterminate the East Sea clan before this matter was considered to be over. Chapter 106, Devouring Thunder. Lin Jufeng's berserk killing of the 10 hegemons had shaken the entire East Sea community. Rolling and moving explosions echoed in the Sea of Stars, setting off a massive energy shock in the Sea of Stars. It was as terrifying as a great tsunami, but the difference was that this great tsunami was right behind Lin Jufeng, roaring along with Lin Jufeng's footsteps. Lin Jufeng stepped on the Sea of Stars, a few thousand li in one step, and a huge sea of star energy swept in, terrifying. Lin Jufeng was walking towards the East Sea clan's ancestral land. He wanted to destroy their ancestral land and completely terrify the East Sea clan. If you dare to count on him, then you need to pay the price. At this moment, Lin Jufeng was truly like a god of war, carrying an invincible aura, rolling huge waves and suppressing. The entire East Sea community was completely flustered. Someone from the Great Emperor realm flew out, striking out furiously to stop Lin Jufeng in his tracks. It was a man, but one of his arms transformed into a divine sword, very strong, and he wielded his battle sword to kill. When Lin Jufeng saw this scene, a strange light flickered in her eyes. It was a very bizarre thing for a person to transform into a war soldier. But then again, his strength was at the Great Emperor realm, so this was a way to cultivate. So Lin Jufeng gave him respect. The big black umbrella made a point in the void. The sharp tip of the umbrella erupted into a divine aura, and with a poof, it instantly pierced through his brow. A great emperor's corpse crashed down. I was all but invincible with the earth and suppressed the world for 18,000 years. In this world, there are many heavenly prides on the path to immortality, but I can still suppress the current generation, and I will exterminate your Eastern Sea clan if you dare to count against me, pulling away from the path of my invincibility. Lin Jufeng's expression was cold as he spoke in a loud voice over the Star River. Seeking death, my Eastern Sea clan is not something you can humiliate. A stern cry resounded through the starry river. It was the patriarch of this generation of the Eastern Sea tribe. He had awakened from his seclusion and saw that Lin Jufeng had killed his own son, killed the outstanding talent of this generation of the Eastern Sea tribe. and was so enraged that his anger was practically burning his sanity. Barely. At this moment, lightning flashed into pieces and divine awns exploded, interweaving into a world of light that directly enveloped, very terrifying. At this moment, electricity flashed and thunder roared, as if a piece of thunderbolt had descended, accompanied by Lin Jufeng's terrifying firebolt, descending together, piercing through everything and surging in to suppress Lin Jufeng. The scene was extremely terrifying, and the patriarch of the East Sea clan awoke from the silence, strong and exhilarating. The scene was no worse than Lin Jufeng carrying a terrifying giant wave. Even that terrifying giant wave became an existence that guided the thunder and lightning under the thunder. At this moment, Lin Jufeng's belly was hard to sustain. Rumble. At this moment, infinite thunder split down, and in an instant, it turned the giant wave into a thunderous fury as well, and the sea of stars was transformed into a sea of thunder at this moment, which was very terrifying and unbelievable. And Lin Jufeng, who was in the middle of it, saw this scene and her face turned serious. This patriarch of the East Sea clan was not an easy person to deal with. He was very powerful. This hand of thunder method was also powerful and should not be underestimated. Once the thunder flashed down, it was as if it was a heavenly god roaring to tear apart all things in heaven and earth. At this moment, deep within the Star River, in the confines of the Eastern Sea clan, a sheet of thunder intertwined together, transforming into a gigantic network of thunder that enveloped Lin Jufeng, unable to escape, only trapped. You dare to kill my son. You dare to humiliate my East Sea clan. You dare to kill all the young masters of our generation. I will let you die. The patriarch of the East Sea clan roared. He was simply furious, staring at Lin Jufeng, his eyes bloodshot and very gruesome, just like a devil. Boom. At this moment, the sea of thunder was terrifying, giving birth to countless terrifying thunderbolts, vast and majestic, like thunder dragons, swimming in the Star River, with hideous faces that were terrifying. Each thunder dragon impacting over was like a river of stars falling down, majestic in atmosphere, divine might overshadowing the world, all at once splitting on Lin Jufeng's. The loud sound was of course heard throughout the entire river of stars. Everyone couldn't help but tremble. This thunder was like a thunder dragon, splitting on the body. Could it not be resisted by flesh and blood? They thought Lin Jufeng would surely die. The patriarch of the East Sea clan also thought that Lin Jufeng would surely die, as he was at full strength, putting up the thunder he had comprehended over the years. This time Lin Jufeng will be crippled if not killed. What's more, there were hundreds of such thunder dragons behind them, and if they directly struck down, Lin Jufeng would still be dead. It's a pity. This person is so powerful, definitely the best in this batch of Immortal Road, when he was the leader of his generation, but now it's difficult to live. This can only be blamed on him not knowing how to advance or retreat, daring to forcibly enter the Star River and humiliate my East Sea clan, simply seeking his own death. Now that my clan leader is angry, he naturally has to suffer punishment, and falling is the fate he deserves. Some people secretly said it was a pity. Naturally, there were also people who sneered. Lin Jufeng's previous frantic killing of the 10 hegemony kings had scared some of the people from the East Sea clan. Now that they saw Lin Jufeng's bad luck, they were naturally very happy. However, then what the people of the East Sea clan felt creepy and cool was that in this sea of thunder, Lin Jufeng didn't fall at all. He was instead as white as jade, and in this ocean of 10,000 feet of thunder, there was no fear, but instead, he roared painfully into the sky. I have traveled all the way. My body has been exercised many times. I have long been invulnerable to water and fire. While the sun and moon are in surplus and deficit, I am full for a long time. This thunder tribulation is just right for me to use to hammer. Lin Jufeng whistled long, opened his big mouth in the sea of thunder, attracting thunder into his body. Blue halo appeared on all of his white body. A terrifying thunder that could cleave to death the great emperor realm was devoured by Lin Jufeng. This scene stunned everyone, and those who saw it all sucked in a breath of cold air as they looked on in shock. This is swallowing thunder raw to refine his body. How powerful is his body that it's so raw? Why do I feel that he can't die from splitting, but instead gets stronger the more he splits? At this moment, quite a few people were talking, causing the patriarch of the East Sea clan to have a face that was hard to see. He hadn't expected this at all. The expected scene where he had his full strength, triggered the thunderbolt, landed, and would directly split Lin Jufeng's corpse into pieces didn't occur, but instead, the thunderbolt was now being swallowed up by Lin Jufeng. Moreover, these thunderbolts landed in Lin Jufeng's body and directly hammered his internal organs and bowels to be as indestructible as the divine iron between heaven and earth. This is really unexpected. I didn't expect that the interior of my body, which has always been poorly quenched, would now be completed with the help of your hands. Lin Jufeng's eyes were cold as he stared at the patriarch of the Eastern Sea Clan. His aura was peerless, and at this moment countless thunderbolts were sucked into his body. Thanks to you, I'm one step closer to the immortal's way, and next I'll let you know what it means to be invincible. Lin Jufeng was in the thunder and directly slapped out. Chapter 107, Killing the Enemy. Devouring thunder and exercising her internal organs made Lin Jufeng's second life body strong beyond measure. The Lin Jufeng of this moment was terrifying, terrifying that made people tremble. His slap down, it was truly destroying the sky and the earth, carrying an energy that overthrew everything, roaring the heavens, very terrifying. This ferocious strike carried with it endless thunder, which were no longer a threat to Lin Jufeng, so he grabbed it and slapped it out. Using your moves to hit you, that's how terrifying Lin Jufeng is. He stood in the sea of stars, intact, also standing in the midst of the thunder, his clothes hunting, his expression cold, but he would not be grateful for the help the old ancestor of the Eastern Sea Clan had given him. This thunder was helping him out, but the Eastern Sea Clan wouldn't take the initiative. He just wanted to kill Lin Jufeng. So now Lin Jufeng slapped out, directly enveloping the entire core area of the East Sea Clan. Rumble. Rolling thunder stirred and erupted with intense light, flashing thunder and lightning, and at this moment, the people in the East Sea community experienced the feelings that Lin Jufeng had just experienced. It was a pity that they didn't have the terrifying strength of Lin Jufeng, who devoured thunder and was in this sea of thunder like nobody's business. Everyone from the Eastern Sea Clan come out, withstand this strike, and there will be a great reward for crushing him. The patriarch of the East Sea Clan roared in anger. He was truly feeling shaken, leaping into the sea of thunder, like a dragon swimming in the sea, his speed soaring, avoiding this slap from Lin Jufeng, coming to attack and kill Lin Jufeng. And all of the Empyreans of the entire Eastern Sea Clan rushed out, their strength exploding as they participated to destroy the Thunder Sea. But now Lin Jufeng struck with shock and fury. His palms glistened and were very powerful, intertwined with thunder, and anyone who touched it was electrocuted and covered in charcoal. Lin Jufeng's terrifying strength erupted, and with a single slap of the cap, he was killing hundreds of great emperor realms of the Eastern Sea Clan. Rumble. At this moment, a massacre took place in the Sea of Stars. Lin Jufeng slaughtered here, shocking many people so that they didn't dare to come close and watch from afar. Seeing Lin Jufeng slap hundreds of great emperors to death, at this moment, everyone's mouths were wide open as they watched in horror. This slap went down, striking the sun and moon. The starry sea losing its color, the ancestral land of the Eastern Sea Clan was riddled with holes, and a large number of buildings ceased to exist. Hundreds of emperors had also died in this havoc, their corpses and bones gone, slapped to death by Lin Jufeng. Ah! The patriarch of the East Sea Clan wailed up in sadness and pain, not much far from Lin Jufeng, looking at the East Sea Clan's ancestral land, the whole person going crazy. Why? 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 The patriarch of the East Sea Clan roared, his eyes filled with despair. My East Sea Clan didn't offend you, did I? Why did you destroy my East Sea Clan and exterminate these hundreds of great emperors? The patriarch of the East Sea Clan roared madly. Lin Jufeng looked at his hysterical appearance and smiled disdainfully. It was you who ranked me at the top of the so-called top 10 geniuses, and it was you who made a big deal out of me, and it was even more so when your Eastern Sea Clan was dreaming of springing up and counting on me before they had to take my place. After doing so many things, now coming to question why I struck out at you guys, you have such a big face. Lin Jufeng sneered. You are going on a killing spree here because of such a little thing? The patriarch of the East Sea Clan said incredulously. Such a little thing? Lin Jufeng laughed, very disdainfully. We didn't commit any offense in the fall. You came to count on me and counted me all to death, and in your mouth, it's turned into such a little thing? Lin Jufeng laughed disdainfully. Then why are you so angry? It's just that some people died, such a small matter. Why do you need to be angry? Lin Jufeng returned the words as they were to the patriarch of the East Sea Clan with a disdainful expression. You. The patriarch of the East Sea Clan looked at Lin Jufeng in shock and anger, furious. I'll fight you. You killed my son and destroyed the foundation that I held onto. I'm now burning myself and striking you to the ground, even if I don't mind. The patriarch of the Eastern Sea Clan roared up to the sky, his voice echoing throughout the entire Star Ocean. Countless people heard it. He did it on purpose. He knew he couldn't survive, so he dragged Lin Jufeng with him and went to hell. At this moment, The East Sea clan patriarch was extremely sublimated, burning his life and transforming it into the most ferocious strike. He was going to seriously injure Lin Jufeng, and even if he didn't die, that wouldn't be of much use on the path to immortality. But his thoughts were completely pierced through by Lin Jufeng, who sneered, 10,000 feet of thunder didn't even take me down, and you're worthy of injuring me? Lin Jufeng was now strong and terrifying. He was improving his strength every moment. He had just been baptized in the thunderbolt, and now he was even more invincible, directly holding the big black umbrella and pointing it in the air. The large black umbrella erupted with great power in Lin Jufeng's hands as the black divine aura erupted, directly chopping through with an unrivaled aura. Ah! A mournful scream rang out, but then stopped abruptly at the moment. The patriarch of the East Sea clan, sublimated to the extreme, was going to make a move to die with Lin Jufeng. But the next second, his head was chopped off by Lin Jufeng. It ended simply like that. Without thunder, he was no match for Lin Jufeng. Up to this point, the top echelons of the East Sea clan were basically wiped out. Lin Jufeng still stood in the Star Sea. The thunder around his body dissipated. The huge waves behind him disappeared without a trace, and the Star Sea slowly returned to calm. It's all well, a shift for the better. As far as the eye could see, the Sea of Stars was honored by Lin Jufeng. He did what he said he would do and overthrew the East Sea community that had counted on him. Moreover, the killing shocked the world, and this one shouldn't have to spread without someone pushing behind the scenes. Because the scene was so shocking. After the opening of the road to immortality, there had never been anyone as berserk as Lin Jufeng. You count me out, there's no need for your pack to exist. No matter how many people you have, no matter how powerful you are, I, Lin Ping to Brother Nine Phoenix, have nothing to fear. Looking at the Star Sea that had regained its calmness, looking at the devastated ancestral land of the Eastern Sea clan, Lin Jufeng only felt a moment of clarity in her soul. In his soul, the firebombing had passed. The current Lin Jufeng only had 8 major calamities left. I need more opponents to help me cross the tribulation, so that I'll be closer to my goal of becoming an immortal. Lin Jufeng's gaze was firm, and he didn't intend to continue to keep a low profile. He needs more opponents to improve himself. Those absolute prides on the road to immortality were Lin Jufeng's goal. From today onwards, the Eastern Sea clan will be erased from the path to immortality from now on. Lin Jufeng dropped a sentence and turned around. The Sea of Stars rolled on, and Lin Jufeng's figure and the large black umbrella were deeply imprinted in everyone's hearts. And this thing he did, without anyone pushing it, automatically spread throughout the road to immortality. Chapter 108, Xiaoju's Problem. This time the spread was faster than that whatever leaderboard the East Sea community came up with. Last time, it was the Eastern Sea community that was behind the push to arouse curiosity so quickly. But this time, simply because it was so shocking, someone had organized the ins and outs of the matter and spread it out, letting people know the ins and outs and why Lin Jufeng was so furious, coming alone to the Star Sea, suppressing the East Sea community, killing in all directions, and being quick to take revenge. This made many great emperors lament that it is good to have strength, and when you are being counted, you will not talk nonsense with you, and you will directly hit the door and suppress your entire community. If you count on me, then you have to be prepared to die. After this battle, Lin Jufeng's reputation was considered to be completely opened, before everyone was still very dissatisfied with him being ranked first, thinking that Lin Jufeng didn't know where he ran out from, and just after one battle, occupying the first place. But now, no one will have such doubts. Even after knowing that this so-called top 10 experts was a ploy of the East Sea clan, but now that the East Sea clan had been destroyed, this list was instead accepted. It was because the first place on the list, Lin Jufeng, had really put up an unbeatable fight. Especially in the early stages of the road to immortality, his brilliant battle results made others at the same great emperor realm laugh bitterly. Both are great emperors. You are as bullish as an immortal. We are as weak as a quasi-emperor. The gap is too great. In a corner of the road to immortality, a man with a plump god like Jade lit up when he heard the news and said excitedly, "It must be the immortal formation method that made him so powerful. I'm a divine king body, and I've always been invincible at the same level. So if there's a method of immortal formation, it's surely possible to break through to the immortal realm as soon as possible." He was the second-ranked absolute god king body, a very special physique with infinite potential. Once he succeeded in cultivating it, he would be invincible at the same level, and a god king would cover the world. Sure enough, the road to immortality didn't disappoint me. Wait for me, I'll kill you. The god king body grinned, sunny, but the words spoken were so cold. In an immortal pool, a stunningly beautiful young girl was bathing. Her skin was snow-white and her appearance was demonic with a flirtatious and playful color. Is this the path to immortality? Love, love, love the appearance of such a terrifying slugger in such a short period of time. It's a pity that I don't need a man right now, or I could definitely incorporate it into my harem and become my 13th prince. The woman sighed regretfully in the immortal pool. She had beheaded 12 of her own princes before entering the path to immortality, just to be steadfast. I can't mess with my heart. I'm not a slag woman. I just want to give the men of the world a warm embrace. Handsome men. Men with strength really make people resist. The woman cupped her face and blushed. She was interested in Lin Jufeng. Maybe I can take him as my prince. Let him take out the method of becoming immortal as a dowry. I will treat him well, no matter what body position I know. Absolutely perfect girlfriend. The woman stood up and said softly, her perfect body on display, but unfortunately no one saw it. Little brother Lin Jufeng, I'm coming. The woman put on her clothes and floated away. Lin Jufeng left the sea of stars and entered her inner space. Xiaojie was here, and when she saw Lin Jufeng come in, she asked worriedly, are you all right? It's fine. Lin Jufeng hugged little Nine and said softly, I'm still worried about your safety. I saw you get struck by lightning outside. Xiaojie pouted, lying down in Lin Jufeng's arms, feeling the warmth. Don't worry, your husband is a man who will fight his way through the path to immortality. What's this little battle? Lin Jufeng said gently. I know you're strong, but as a wife, I still have to worry. Xiaojie dissatisfiedly pushed her little head against Lin Jufeng's chest, her voice carrying a hint of sweetness. Good. Then it's my husband's fault for making Madame worry. Lin Jufeng dotingly cupped Xiaojie's head and gently placed a kiss, causing Xiaojie to look at him obsessively. Husband, I will never leave you in this lifetime. Xiaojie firmly said. Lin Jufeng's eyes narrowed, keenly sensing that there was something wrong with Xiaojie. So she looked at Xiaojie seriously and asked, are you dreaming again? How do you know? Are you a roundworm in my stomach? Xiaojie looked at Lin Jufeng in surprise. You just can't hide things on your face. Lin Jufeng picked up little Princess Nine in one go and walked to a side hut before sitting down. Xiaojie looked at Lin Jufeng with a red face and said stubbornly, is it really that obvious? Lin Jufeng smiled faintly, not talking about this matter that made Xiaojie feel ashamed, and asked, what did you dream about this time? It's still that heavenly palace from last time, and then someone whispered in my ear that I'm going back. Xiaojie hugged Lin Jufeng's neck and said worriedly, your home is by your husband's side. There's me and you, together to be considered a home. Going back should also be back to this home. Lin Jufeng said seriously, I also think so. In this life I am husband's person. Even if you don't love me anymore in the future and drive me away, I won't leave. I'll continue to be a maid for you. As long as I can look at husband, Xiaojie's life will be worth it. Xiaojie said sweetly in Lin Jufeng's arms. Lin Jufeng's heart trembled slightly. These seemingly light words said in a sweet tone made his heart ache even more. Don't worry, your husband is invincible in the world. When I become immortal and break through the path to immortality, I'll take you to the celestial world, and I'll definitely solve the mystery on you. Lin Jufeng firmly said. Well, I believe in husband. Xiaojie looked at Lin Jufeng and said seriously, do you dream frequently now? Lin Jufeng asked. Infrequent, this is the second time it has appeared. Xiaojie shook her head. Then next time you show up, tell me directly. I'd like to see who's so ungrateful that he dares to deal with my wife. Let me know, and I'll definitely blow him away. Lin Jufeng said in a domineering manner. Ju smiled cheekily. You're still laughing. Family law will be served. Lin Jufeng threw Xiaojie on the bed and pounced on her. A time of laughter resounded. After warming up with little Nine for the night, Lin Jufeng walked out of the inner world, her expression becoming serious. The ease of being with Xiaojie couldn't hide the anxiety within Lin Jufeng. Xiaojie's mystery brought him a lot of pressure, especially this time when Xiaojie said she was leaving. It also said that someone was talking in her ear, and that Lin Jufeng hadn't even found the end of it the last time she checked. She was Lin Jufeng's explicitly married wife, and Lin Jufeng would not allow such a thing to happen. I must investigate the black hand behind this. No matter who you are, if you want to harm Xiaojie, then it's the sky. I'll overturn it for you. Lin Jufeng thought coldly. Lin Ping to Jufeng is as good as his word. Chapter 109. My name is Lin Jufeng. With Lin Jufeng having gone on a killing spree on the road to immortality, after destroying the East Sea community, the entire road to immortality was abuzz. Countless geniuses, celestial prides all began to shine, suppressing their enemies, following the example of Lin Jufeng and following the path of invincibility. Such a situation also caused many of the local forces on the path to immortality to lay low. These people who enter the path to immortality are crazy. When Lin Jufeng suppressed the Eastern Sea clan and became famous, he became the object of imitation for thousands of people. Many people wanted to follow Lin Jufeng's example, and once a native power of the road to immortality messed with them, they would immediately kill the door and directly suppress it. Several sets of people tried it, but without exception, they were all beaten badly, and the more ruthless ones went straight to the killers and didn't give you a chance to take revenge. All such things were common in these 2 days. Lin Jufeng had unconsciously turned into a benchmark on the road to immortality. At least now no one dared to say that they were stronger than Lin Jufeng, and more people would say that they could fight. Everyone saw Lin Jufeng as a target. It was either a goal to strive for or a goal to fight for, to defeat Lin Jufeng and get the law of immortality. The common saying now is that the reason why Lin Jufeng is so powerful is all because he got the method of becoming an immortal from the immortal stonewall. It also makes everyone even more excited for the follow-up to the road to immortality. This is just the beginning. Everyone is still at the beginning of the path to immortality, and the method of becoming an immortal has appeared. If we continue on, will there be more surprises? Thinking this way, the group couldn't help but move on, and Lin Jufeng, whom they had been discussing, had long since gone on her way alone. No, it's taking Xiaoju on the road with you, husband and wife working together to go deeper on the road to immortality. As Lin Jufeng continued to go deeper and deeper, he realized that on the road to immortality, there were already people who had traveled far and wide. I'm still delaying a lot of time. Those who are truly firm in their confidence would have already started going deeper. There's no point in staying put. Lin Jufeng lamented. He bought information, the immortal stonewall, the East Sea clan. All of these delayed him. So Lin Jufeng was already behind many others, and he needed to hoof it. The cold and silent universe was empty on the road to immortality, and it was as if he was stepping in place when he hurried up. After getting through the most gorgeous beginning phase, the follow-up will be boring and a real universe will be seen. Cold, withered, lifeless. The road to immortality was an ancient road of stars that led to that unknown world of the heavens. The process, however, is boring. Lin Jufeng was still acceptable. He had Xiaoju, and he could chat with Xiaoju all right without interfering with his rush. It was also fortunate that now that Lin Jufeng's strength had risen quickly to a very high level, the speed at which he flew was very fast. So it didn't take long for Lin Jufeng to arrive at a starry relic. It was a huge castle. The castle collapsed, but looking at the scale, it was clear that the castle was previously situated on this ancient road of starry sky, and it still blocks the path to immortality in this starry sky. There were people checking in the ancient castle, and Lin Jufeng's arrival caught their attention. The ancient castle was huge, so everyone was in different places, not just 1 or 2 people, but a dozen or so people, all with extraordinary auras, staring at Lin Jufeng. Lin Jufeng didn't flinch either and entered the ancient castle, ignoring them and watching silently by herself. This brother is so self-centered that he doesn't know the reasoning behind coming first. This action of Lin Jufeng caused a group of people to get upset and spoke with a sneer. Lin Jufeng frowned and looked over. This was the 3 brothers not far away. They weren't human. They were foreigners. Their body was the heaven and earth divine stone. So they were exceptionally gifted. Plus the 3 brothers had been together all their lives. Their minds were connected. So they were together in and out of any occasion. This time, when they came to the road to immortality, they were also together. Now seeing that Lin Jufeng was tugging a bit, the square-faced stone in the center was dissatisfied and opened his mouth. Next to him were 2 stoners, one with a round face and one with a pointed face, both distinctive-looking and recognizable. "This is your home?" Lin Jufeng frowned and looked at them, asking indifferently. "No." The round-faced stoner shook his head. "Then this place was excavated by you?" Lin Jufeng continued to ask. "No." The sharp-faced stoner snaps. "Since it's not your home and you didn't excavate it, then I still need your permission to come in?" Lin Jufeng continued to ask. "It doesn't seem to be necessary." The round-faced one and the pointy-faced one thought about it and answered together. The square-faced stoner was furious, snapping one person to give a slap, hating the iron. "You guys have a problem in your head. What he asks what you answer, are you sick?" Lin Jufeng looked at them and blinked without saying anything. Xiaoju said to Lin Jufeng, "By the looks of it, the brain isn't working too well. If you can, don't bully the imbecile." Xiaoju kindly reminded Lin Jufeng. Lin Jufeng almost laughed out loud. An imbecile in the great emperor realm. That's too much of a screw-up. What kind of situation are these 3 brothers in? Hey, be a man of honor, will you? We were here first. You should at least wait until we're done checking and you're here. The square-faced stone man said to Lin Jufeng in dissatisfaction. Yeah, you'll have to wait until we're done checking. The round-faced one nodded. That's right, but we've checked it out now too, so it seems you're ready to check it out. The pointy-faced stoner spoke up more. Lin Jufeng couldn't help but watch. Where did he find these three simpletons? Will your mouth suffocate if you don't talk? The square-faced stoner got angry and glared at the pointy-faced one. The pointy face covered his mouth and looked at the square-faced one in fear. The square-faced one was furious and looked angrily at Lin Jufeng, drinking. You're upsetting me right now. I'll give you two choices. First, get lost yourself. Otherwise, our three brothers are not vegetarians. What about the second one? Lin Jufeng asked calmly. The second one, that would be for us three brothers to blast you and throw you out. That would be so humiliating for you. The square-faced stoner said viciously. Lin Jufeng opened her mouth and didn't know what to say. It seemed like a bit of a fall for these three beans' angry words. In looking at the others, they are all watching the show and not talking or interfering. Choose quickly. The round-faced stone man urged Lin Jufeng. Yeah, you're going to make Big Brother mad if you don't pick. The sharp-faced one added. Your big brother is already angry. Lin Jufeng silently reached out and pointed. You know I'm angry, and you still don't choose? The square-faced stone man glared angrily at Lin Jufeng. Then I choose. Lin Jufeng was truly speechless. These few stoners were looking for a fight themselves. Wait, before you choose, say your name. The square-faced stoner said. Yeah, say your word. We don't fight no names. The round-faced one added. My name is Lin Jufeng. Lin Jufeng smiled gently and said. What? The square-faced ones, the round-faced ones, and the pointy-faced ones all looked at him in surprise. It wasn't just the three of them. At this moment, everyone in the fortress ruins looked at Lin Jufeng in surprise. Chapter 110. Muttering Little Nine. Lin Jufeng uttered her name, causing the whole room to be surprised. The three Stone Man brothers looked at Lin Jufeng as if they had seen a ghost and took a step back in unison. You said your name is Lin Jufeng? The square-faced Stone Man asked incredulously. Lin Jufeng said, It shouldn't be a popular name. I don't have to impersonate someone else. You're that Lin Jufeng who suppressed a group of people from the Eastern Sea clan all by yourself, and hundreds of great emperors died with a single slap? The sharp-faced stone man asked in surprise. Lin Jufeng thought for a moment and said, If no one is impersonating me, then I am. You weren't at the beginning of the road to immortality. How did you get here? The round-faced stone man asked. Killed someone and fled to escape. Lin Jufeng said easily. He ignored the eyes of the others, even if there were some eyes that couldn't wait to eat Lin Jufeng alive. He then looked at the three simpletons in front of him, calm and with playful words. Are you really Lin Jufeng? The square-faced stoner still didn't believe it. Come on, it just so happens that you guys are going to beat me up. Let's have a fight, so you'll know if I'm Lin Jufeng or not. Lin Jufeng reached out and gestured, which knew that these three stone people ran faster than anyone else, 100 meters away from Lin Jufeng, smiling awkwardly. It was all a misunderstanding just now. A misunderstanding? The square-faced one smiled awkwardly. Lin Jufeng's prestige was spreading fast now, and they knew the news, so they naturally didn't want to fight Lin Jufeng. The square-faced stoner also gave the other two brothers a wink and told them both to say something nice. The round-faced one said, 9 Phoenix Emperor. Just now it was my big brother who had a temper that was too explosive. Please forgive me for any offense. The square-faced one glared. I'm asking you to say something nice, not to reveal my shortcomings. The sharp-faced one said, 9 Phoenix Emperor. My big brother is already scared to the point of wetting his pants right now, so please spare him. He already knows he's wrong. The square-faced stoner blew a gasket, itching to give each of the two simpletons a slap in the face and just euthanize them. Lin Jufeng looked at the square-faced stone man with a calm expression. The square-faced stoner smiled awkwardly and stood in a fidgety manner. He had heard that this 9 Phoenix Emperor called Tornado was terrifying, and that he would suppress you when he said he would, and he wouldn't talk nonsense to you, and he would kill you straight away. He felt that he should probably not be able to beat Lin Jufeng, so he only reported a smile that was not rude. Pay attention next time. Don't be too explosive in your temper. Lin Jufeng didn't want to pursue the matter and gave a word of advice and left it at that. It was a bit humiliating to pursue the matter with the three beaners, and Lin Jufeng still wanted to see what this fortress was really like. The three naive stone people also realized that Lin Jufeng had no intention of pursuing the matter and relaxed. Then the square-faced one looked grimly at the pointed-faced one and the round-faced one. In moments, the three men fought and ran out. Lin Jufeng ignored them and was about to observe the castle. But a man in white with a bright smile approached. So you're the first-ranked Lin Jufeng, the 9 Phoenix Emperor. I've heard a lot about you. This man arched his hand in obeisance. Lin Jufeng looked at him, her eyes calm and wave-free. Even after knowing that this person had an extraordinary aura and was bringing him a lot of pressure, Lin Jufeng didn't have any fluctuations. Who are you? Lin Jufeng asked. I am the God King body second only to yours, and Tianya. The white-clothed and Tianya smiled. Lin Jufeng said in bemusement, this ranking is obviously for a purpose. I've already exterminated the Eastern Sea Clan, and you still believe this? I didn't believe it before because I didn't know how powerful you really are, so I didn't care about this ranking at all. And Tianya said, what about now? Lin Jufeng asked. Now believe and care. And Tianya said seriously. Why? Lin Jufeng asked with a raised eyebrow. But really, he already had the answer inside him. Because you're strong, you suppressed the Eastern Sea Clan so easily. I have a challenge for you to rank above me. And Tianya said excitedly, seeing Lin Jufeng was like seeing a friend he hadn't seen in a long time. Yet the end of his treatment of his friend was to kill him with his own hands. Before he came to the road to immortality, he killed all his good friends and relatives, and came to the road to immortality unattached and alone. Now, he wanted to kill Lin Jufeng with his own hands. But he didn't rush into it, because there's another one coming. A woman. One had snow-white skin, like alabaster curd, and could light up the darkness in a dimly lit place. This woman was born extremely beautiful, like a blooming rose, dainty and flavorful, and she came in steps. Hello 9 Phoenix Emperor, I'm the woman lined up underneath you. My name is Bei Siener. This flavorful woman named Bei Siener was unforgettable. She extended her luxuriant hand to shake hands with Lin Jufeng. But Lin Jufeng looked on with cold eyes and didn't extend her hand, saying, I'm not very interested in you guys. Please don't bother me. These two were both very powerful, two of the most powerful of the great emperors Lin Jufeng had ever seen. And they both had extremely terrifying energies stirring within their bodies, which Lin Jufeng knew were hidden undercurrents. But his interest in this ancient castle was now significantly greater than these two. It was because Lin Jufeng had found something familiar in this ancient castle. He wanted to check it out, but these two stopped him, and all around them a dozen other people were looking at them with different minds. Great Emperor Jufeng is so hard-hearted nah. My slave's hands are sore from lifting it, and you're not even holding it. Bei Siener sadly looked at Lin Jufeng and said, lift sore, rub yourself. Lin Jufeng said indifferently. Bei Siener's expression was stunned. She really hadn't encountered such a man. To know that others weren't balking at trying to hold her hand? Seeing this, Tianya smiled faintly and took a step back, allowing Lin Jufeng and Bei Siener to face each other head-on. Great Emperor Jufeng, I've heard about your deeds and adore you. If you're interested, we can talk in private. I'm very good and want to listen to Great Emperor Jufeng tell some awesome stories. Bei Siener's eyes were watery as she looked at Lin Jufeng, very seductive. And in the inner heaven and earth, Xiao fell into a rampage as she muttered in Lin Jufeng's ear. Husband, you aren't going to like such a flirty woman, are you? You should like an innocent and cute one like Xiao. But if you want Xiao to be sexy and flirty, I can try that too. Husband, this woman is so hateful. Don't pay any attention to her. She's just craving for your body. Husband, did you hear that? You can't really like a woman like that. Xiao can do it too. My figure is no worse than hers. Xiao was really muttering in Lin Jufeng's ear, but she didn't dare to say it out loud. Just very quietly, looking very aggrieved, listening to Lin Jufeng stifle her laughter. But inside she was dying of laughter. This silly girl. Chapter 111. Discovery. Lin Jufeng listened to Xiao's mutterings, and after looking at Bei Siener, who was as charming as a cobra in front of him, there was no need to choose at all, as he coldly said, I don't have any stories to tell you. Besides, I have a wife. Bei Siener's eyes blinked, feeling the humiliation. Is this a way of saying she's not as good as other women? The always unbeatable Bei Siener had hit a wall here in Lin Jufeng. She suppressed her inner rage and turned around. Don't even want to say one more word. Let's ride on a donkey and see what happens. Bei Siener was determined to take down Lin Jufeng and become a member of her harem group. Today, her self-confidence had taken a hit, and she needed to calm down and think about how to take down Lin Jufeng. Wait until elder sister takes you down and drains you dry before abandoning you and letting you savor the pain of lost love. Bei Siener sneered. Lin Jufeng, however, did not even look at her back and walked away. On the contrary, she left. Xiao did not mutter. Lin Jufeng looked down. Xiao was covering her face, blaming herself. She felt she was too easily jealous, and that was not good. I actually quite like the feeling of being cared about. Lin Jufeng whispered in Xiaoju's ear. Xiaoju raised her head in surprise. Her deep self-reproach was mostly less all of a sudden, and said softly, I will care very much for my husband, but I can't be a jealous woman either. I will be a great woman. Lin Jufeng didn't say anything. It's good for you to be the wrong person. You're the only lady in this family. Just as Lin Jufeng and Xiaoju were interacting, and Tianya spoke. I didn't think that great Emperor Jufeng would be able to resist Bei Xiener's charms. It's really admirable. She doesn't really have much charisma. Lin Jufeng said truthfully. Bei Xiener was beautiful and very scary and sexy, but in his previous life, in the era of the end of the law where Lin Jufeng was, he had experienced the impact of the information explosion. So what kind of beautiful women hadn't he seen? So the people of this world couldn't resist Bei Xiener, but Lin Jufeng had it easy. It even felt like her charm wasn't working. The Nine Phoenix Great Emperor is really not an unusual person. You should know that Bei Xiener has had more than 24 princes, each of them at the Great Emperor realm, who all broke their heads for her and willingly entered her harem. And Tianya said with a smile, harem? Lin Jufeng blinked, a little bewildered. Right. And Tianya nodded his head and said, she keeps saying why only men can have harems but not women? Good idea. And then she put it into action? Lin Jufeng nodded. And Tianya nodded his head and said, she has found a total of more than 24 princes, the same as the emperor's consorts. Different princes also have titles, and every night she turns over the cards, favoring the prince kings. Bull! Lin Jufeng exclaimed. But before she entered the road to immortality, she personally killed these princes, saying that she entered the road to immortality all by herself, and that she would never love again from then on, as a lonely woman. And Tianya scornfully said, I knew what she said was false, and when she met the Nine Phoenix Emperor, it wasn't the same old thing. From what you're saying, you're from the same world? Lin Jufeng asked. Right, that's why I still know her better. The Nine Phoenix Emperor still needs to be careful. She is very possessive. Since she has her eyes on you, she won't give up. And Tianya nodded his head. Thanks for the reminder. Lin Jufeng put her hands behind her back and nodded her head in thanks, her expression scarce. I already have a wife, and I will only respect and honor this wife in this life. So I appreciate Miss Bei Xiener's kindness, but it's just that I'm not blessed to receive this beauty's kindness. Lin Jufeng said coldly. Lin Jufeng just isn't a man who can be swayed by. Otherwise, it's only one woman, Xiaoju, in her past life and present life combined. The Nine Phoenix Emperor is truly a man of great affection, and Tianya lamented. Lin Jufeng glanced at him. This person was looking for him to talk and didn't want to leave. For whatever purpose, Lin Jufeng felt that there wasn't that much to talk about, so he concentrated on observing this fortress. Just now, Lin Jufeng saw a familiar imprint, and as he came here, he reached out and dusted off the dust, revealing the imprint inside. A paw print. Lin Jufeng recognized the paw print. It was that of a squirrel, from the North Mountain Emperor, who had come to this castle. This should be left behind by some animal on the road to immortality. This fortress was previously a place where countless souls were imprisoned, and then I don't know what for. It was destroyed. And Tianya stood behind Lin Jufeng and said softly, imprisoning the souls of countless people? Lin Jufeng asked with a frown. Yes. I've checked the information. This place used to be called the Fortress of Long Sleep. That is, after a person dies, they send their body here, and the rumor is that they will be able to sleep here for a long time. But in reality, this place is a place where countless souls are confined and imprisoned. And Tianya said in a serious manner. There was a clear gap between the information he had investigated and the information that Lin Jufeng had investigated. Lin Jufeng's information was all obtained from individuals, but Tianya had gotten it from some big families, big powers. The gap between quality and quantity is clear. Then why did this place collapse? Lin Jufeng stood up and asked. This is also an unsolved mystery, but it's obvious that it just collapsed more than 100,000 years ago. So a lot of secrets are here, you can look for them. And Tianya shook his head. Lin Jufeng ignored him and instead looked at the paw print of the Northern Mountain Emperor. Following this paw print, it could be determined that the Northern Mountain Emperor had come here before and had left a little movement here. Lin Jufeng walked silently, and as expected, he saw 2 more paw prints of the Northern Mountain Emperor. This place couldn't have been destroyed by the Northern Mountain Emperor, right? Lin Jufeng thought in surprise. It wasn't impossible for the North Mountain Emperor to do so, and it made sense that he would step in and destroy this place in order to save those imprisoned souls. But soon, Lin Jufeng made a new discovery. A Buddha seal. Swastika. This Buddha's seal struck into a wall and did not penetrate the wall, but was imprinted on it. Lin Jufeng could tell from this Buddha seal that this place, Sakyamuni the Great, had also been here. So the North Mountain Emperor was just passing through, but the one who destroyed this place was Siddhartha Gautama the Great? That's a reasonable guess. Sakyamuni the Great, the Buddha of the Buddhist sect, had a compassionate heart, and seeing so many suppressed souls, he stepped in to rescue them. Reasonable. This place is also self-inflicted. First the North Mountain Emperor came, then the Sakyamuni Emperor came, and it's finally ruined. Thinking like this, Lin Jufeng was no longer interested in this fortress. He was thinking about the North Mountain Emperor and the Siddhartha Gautama Emperor who were both still ahead of him. If I work hard, I might actually have a chance to meet with the two seniors. Lin Jufeng became excited inside. Chapter 112, The Barbarian Temple. The road to immortality was an unfamiliar world in which Lin Jufeng was happy to meet seniors from the same world. Moreover, the Sakyamuni Emperor and the Northern Mountain Emperor were both a bit involved with Lin Jufeng when they moved. Unexpectedly, Emperor Shakyamuni was the moving one, while the demonic origin Beishan Emperor was the quiet one. Lin Jufeng found them one after another in this fortress and was kind of looking forward to the rest of the road. Seeing the change in Lin Jufeng's demeanor, Tinya couldn't help but ask, "What has great Emperor Jufeng discovered? Didn't you realize that this castle was suppressing the souls of the dead before?" Lin Jufeng asked. "That's right, that was indeed the case before." Tinya nodded. "Then what is it used for since it suppresses the souls of the dead?" Lin Jufeng asked rhetorically. "I don't know about that. The information I got didn't record this." Tinya spread his hands and said helplessly, "Then let's part ways here. This castle looks like it's merely serving as a witness. There's no other meaning to it." Lin Jufeng said, wanting to part with Tinya. Tinya gave him an uncomfortable feeling, even though he was well-mannered, even though he had a bright smile, even though he knew everything about Lin Jufeng's questions. But the feeling he brought to Lin Jufeng was as if he was a pet, and all that Tinya displayed was the feeling of a master treating his pet. Moreover, Lin Jufeng felt that this master was a master who would kill pets. So he said goodbye to Tinya. "Great Emperor Jufeng, I have a secret realm here. It's not far ahead. I've investigated it clearly. Inside is the source of the Tao. It's very beneficial to breaking through the immortal realm. I wonder if Great Emperor Jufeng is interested in going to explore it together?" Tinya suddenly invited Lin Jufeng, with a smile on his face, seemingly very enthusiastic, but Lin Jufeng always felt that there was a hint of playful laughter in his eyes. "He's got me?" Lin Jufeng frowned and thought carefully. He knew about the source of Tao. During the Immortal's breakthrough experience, Lin Jufeng had seen him taking a piece of the source of Tao and solving his troubles. The source of Tao was a rare treasure of heaven and earth, a supreme treasure that flowed up and accumulated from the great Tao. Its function was also simple, and it was of great help in breaking through to immortality. Tinya was certain of Lin Jufeng, believing that Lin Jufeng was now breaking through to immortality and could not possibly give up the source of the Tao. "For the sake of the source of Tao, I can go there once. If Tinya does anything different, I'll kill him. He's a divine king body, but I can still kill him." Lin Jufeng thought firmly. The source of the Tao was so helpful to those who were going to become immortals. Lin Jufeng had to fight for it. "Sure there's a source of the Tao?" Lin Jufeng looked toward Tinya. "Of course, I'm not the only one who knows about this matter. Beisiener knows about it as well. We all peeked in from the same power." Tinya firmly said, "I know that Great Emperor Jufeng is breaking through to immortality right now, and this source of Tao is the best treasure, especially suitable for you. That's why I invited you." Tinya spoke with great righteousness, as if he didn't need it just to give the source of Tao to Lin Jufeng. If Lin Jufeng was as naive as those three stone men, then he believed it and was moved to tears of pain. But Lin Jufeng had long since seen through Tinya and said, "If we find the source of Tao, no matter how much, we'll split it in half." This was something that Lin Jufeng was just saying. He knew in his heart that Tinya had bad intentions towards him, so how could he possibly go against him for half of the source of the Tao? Tinya was very happy after hearing this and said, "Since the Nine Phoenix Emperor has agreed, let's go now. This secret realm is not far away on the road to immortality. If we go late, many people have snatched it away." Lin Jufeng naturally agreed and said, "Then let's go. There's nothing to see in this fort either." Tinya immediately brought Lin Jufeng and left this fortress. Heading further away, there was a secret realm over there. Neither of the two were simple great emperors, and they naturally hurried quickly. Although they were unable to tear the space on the path to immortality, their speed was also lightning fast, and in less than half a day, they arrived at this secret realm. This was a corner of the road to immortality. The huge road to immortality stretched across the starry sky with countless landscapes along the way, and this secret realm was one of the landscapes on the road to immortality. This secret realm was conspicuous by the fact that it was a huge ancient temple that was situated here. This ancient temple had a very long time, situated here, permeated with the feeling of ancient atmosphere vicissitudes. Lin Jufeng stood in front of it, just like an ant seeing an elephant, very small. There were many people in this vicinity, not only Lin Jufeng and Entienya, but also a large group of people, some of whom were natives of the Immortal Formation Road, and some of whom had only entered the Immortal Formation Road this time around. But it was obvious that they all knew about this secret place. Lin Jufeng also saw Bei Xiener, who didn't come alone, followed by several dog-licking great emperors, shushing her and being mesmerized by her. Shame on you. Lin Jufeng gave a disdainful look, all cultivated to the great emperor realm, and still unable to control his. This kind of person looked like he had been practicing hard during the weekdays and hadn't touched a woman, and now that he had encountered Bei Xiener, a peerless siren, the in his heart had been ignited and had directly turned into a robbery. Gods are plagued by S***T, so why wouldn't a great emperor be? That's why since the beginning of time, the one who cuts off his is the one who can do great things. Bei Xiener also saw Lin Jufeng. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she pondered something, but seeing that there were many people around, she didn't lean over. Great Emperor Nine Phoenix, this is the relic I was talking about. And Tianya, like a gentleman, reached out and pointed. The doors to this ancient temple are now closed and everyone is waiting at the entrance. When will it open? Lin Jufeng asked. What he was most concerned about was still the source of the Dao. With the source of the Dao, Lin Jufeng was a little more certain of her breakthrough to immortal. And after he broke through to immortal, he would be able to suppress the path to immortality. This is a barbarian temple, an ancient temple of the barbarian race at one time. But the barbarian culture is already almost extinct, and this ancient temple has been sitting here, sort of deserted, to the point where it is opened once every 10,000 years. And Tianya said, it opens once every 10,000 years? Lin Jufeng raised an eyebrow and looked around as hundreds of great emperors from different worlds and forces came. It's time this time? Lin Jufeng immediately guessed. There was no reason for these great emperors to wait here until it was time. Yes, the Nine Phoenix Emperor is really smart, this time. The opening time will be in these few days, no more than 3 days. And Tianya nodded his head. All right then, I'll wait in peace. Lin Jufeng walked to a corner of the savage ancient temple and sat down on a large rock, waiting in peace. And Tianya watched as Lin Jufeng sat down, the smile at the corner of his mouth fleeting as his eyes turned cold. The method of becoming an immortal, he must obtain it. Lin Jufeng was a friend he had to make. Chapter 113, Entering the Temple. Lin Jufeng cultivated silently, ignoring the people around him as he seized every opportunity to raise himself up. The path to becoming an immortal was difficult, with the 3 plagues and 9 tribulations descending, as well as the great Dao sense. Every step seemed to be crossing a one-wood bridge, and this was the reason why so many people were distressed. Becoming an immortal was too difficult for the average person. The Nine Phoenix Emperor was not a special physique. Without Tianya's God-King body, he was a mortal physique, relying on his own perseverance, talent, and step-by-step to get to where he was now. Lin Jufeng inherited the Nine Phoenix Emperor and took his will with him as he began his assault on the path to immortality. I failed to cross the tribulation in my previous life. I definitely won't fail in this life. Lin Jufeng firmly said. No matter what, he must become immortal. The immortal's Dao flowed through Lin Jufeng's heart, transforming into a small boat that carried Lin Jufeng's soul as it swam through the world sea of bitterness, leading to a great other shore. At the end of the other side is the path to immortality. Many trials and tribulations in the sea of bitterness often lapped to capsize this little boat. It's a good thing that Lin Jufeng has been strong in suppressing everything along the way, obstructing my path to immortality, then suppressing and killing. The Great Emperor realm covered a wide range, and there were beginners who were weak in the Great Emperor realm. There were also strong people like Lin Jufeng who were already crossing the sea of bitterness and stepping onto the path to immortality. In this realm, it's really just a little difference, and that's a world of difference. Just as Lin Jufeng was quietly cultivating and indulging in the sea of bitterness, a delicate voice came. Great Emperor Nine Phoenix, how did you get together with Tianya? It was Bei Xiener, who was separated by a distance, her eyes like water, looking at Lin Jufeng delicately. He invited me. Lin Jufeng answered truthfully. He wouldn't want to be friends with you, would he? Bei Xiener asked in surprise. What's wrong? Lin Jufeng asked in confusion. You are unaware that Tianya has a nickname in our world. Bei Xiener said. What nickname? Lin Jufeng asked curiously. Friend Reaper. Base Yenner said softly. Not a good nickname, ah. Lin Jufeng said indifferently. Of course it's not a good nickname. He has a problem in this heart. When he makes friends, he really treats you as a good friend. And when you treat him as a good friend, he kills you. He says it's because he can't bear to let his good friends separate from him or turn against him. So he kills them. And then they stay in their best memories forever. Base Yenner told Lin Jufeng. Lin Jufeng frowned. There were even such people in this world. You didn't find friends with him, did you? Base Yenner asked carefully. No, I don't have any friends. Lin Jufeng said truthfully. The 9 Phoenix Emperor's friend died in battle, and he was very lonely in his old age when a natural disaster befell him. Lin Jufeng didn't have any friends in the road to immortality either, and with the Cyclops' invincible king they were just walking together for a while. That's good, don't ever be friends with him. You are my chosen prince. I don't want you to be killed by Antienya. Base Yenner's voice was delicate and agreeable, and she spoke with a gasp. Lin Jufeng automatically blocked the voice and severed the connection. He wouldn't be friends with Antienya, and he wouldn't be Base Yenner's prince. These two are one more powerful than the other. Not bad for coming from the same world. Lin Jufeng continued to cultivate in silence, as if this matter had never happened. He quietly lifts himself up and asks nothing. 3 days later, the 10,000-year time for the Savage God's temple arrived, and this temple opened up right in front of Lin Jufeng's eyes. Rumble. The huge Savage temple opened up, revealing countless smaller temples inside, one deeper than the other, and each of them was coiled with weird ferocious beasts, imposing, and even some powerful natives, and even Lin Jufeng saw a huge demonic eye in the depths of the Savage temple, flashing by without anyone else seeing it. Great Emperor Jufeng, the Savage God temple is open. Let's go in. And Tianya reached out and called out to Lin Jufeng. The others had all rushed in. After waiting for so long, the Savage temple opened. If they didn't rush in now, when would they rush in? Lin Jufeng didn't follow the trend and rush in. He followed behind and observed everything inside. And Tianya then followed Lin Jufeng. He seemed to really want to be friends with Lin Jufeng, which made Lin Jufeng very uncomfortable. It's dangerous to be friends with you. Entering this huge Savage divine temple, Lin Jufeng saw that there were many small divine temples inside, and after these small divine temples, there were many, many more voids, and within the voids, there were endless stars with billions of species growing on them, and endless temporal and spatial storms that converged and would erupt at any time. There were also many folded spaces and worlds in the midst of the space-time storms, and then there was no telling what kind of weird stuff was in there. This relic, it felt bigger than even the Mangda world. Lin Jufeng couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This is the starry sky, ah. There can be infinite possibilities to exist. Great Emperor Jufeng, the space here is so large. Which side should we start looking at first? And Tianya asked Lin Jufeng. The space here is so large, it's better for us to search separately first so that it's also easier to find. Lin Jufeng finished speaking, not allowing Tianya to refuse, choosing a direction for himself. Before giving Tianya is to point out a direction, and then flew away. And Tianya's face instantly turned gloomy. What the hell had happened? He hasn't made friends with Lin Jufeng yet. Cackling, the 9 Phoenix Emperor has abandoned you. It seems that people don't want to be friends with you. Base Yenner's mocking voice rang out. And Tianya's face turned cold and his eyes were gloomy. You're the one who revealed my shortcomings behind my back? You didn't reveal my shortcomings? Base Yenner smiled disdainfully. Bitch, sooner or later, I will personally kill you one day. Violence flashed in Tianya's eyes. Man, I will bury you one day sooner or later. Base Yenner's heart was also flooded with a strong killing intent. These two are trying to kill each other. But this has nothing to do with Lin Jufeng. He got rid of Tianya and didn't want to waste time here. This barbarian temple is so big. There must be a lot of treasures. Lin Jufeng had to go and find them before he had the time and accompany the two of them to play with their hearts. Continuing to run through the Savage temples, Lin Jufeng enters one temple after another, which is filled with ferocious beasts, brutal and gentle. Gentle doesn't care at all about Lin Jufeng's arrival and lets you take things. Of course, the temples guarded by mildly ferocious beasts were largely empty and not very rewarding. Instead, a brutal, ferocious beast guards what it guards better. Roar. A ferocious beast was prostrate in a temple, and when it saw Lin Jufeng arrive, it instantly exploded and pounced over, wanting to strangle Lin Jufeng in its own mouth. Pest! But Lin Jufeng just pointed out with a single finger. The void trembled, and his body directly exploded. Lin Jufeng entered the temple. Chapter 114, Void Immortal Technique. The ferocious beasts that guarded this temple weren't weak either. The Great Emperor Realm. Adding to the fact that it was a ferocious beast, which itself was innately strong by a few points, it wasn't really easy for ordinary people to come in. But is Lin Jufeng an ordinary person? He directly pointed out a finger and the invincible law erupted, and he killed this ferocious beast. Boo! The corpses of the ferocious beasts exploded. Not a single trace of them existed. All of them were thick with energy surrounding them. Lin Jufeng's pores spread out around her body, absorbing all the energy of this ferocious beast. It turns out that they are all created by the savage temple, and all of them are essentially ferocious beasts coalesced by muddy energy. Lin Jufeng's eyes lit up, as if she saw an opportunity to improve herself. Slaying ferocious beasts and absorbing their energy to improve yourself and pave the road to immortality. Thinking like this, Lin Jufeng became excited and energized, and he put on his full strength and started looking for treasures in the temple. But there were no treasures in this temple, only a secret book, and it was hidden quite well. So if it wasn't for Lin Jufeng's divine soul having sunk in the sea of bitterness, he really wouldn't have been able to discover it. Prying open a few floor tiles, Lin Jufeng took out a secret book from inside. The Void Immortal Method. This secret book was as thin as a cicada's wing, and when Lin Jufeng took a closer look, it was actually an immortal technique, which would be very helpful to him. With the help of immortal laws, improve yourself. Lin Jufeng immediately read this immortal law. But without waiting for him to read it, the immortal law flowed into Lin Jufeng's sea of consciousness. Boom! In his sea of consciousness, the immortal laws erupted and were very powerful. This was an immortal method from an immortal called Void. He was the one who walked out of the Barbarian temple, but fell later on the path to immortality. A wisp of his residual soul came back and brought this immortal method with him, buried in such a hidden place. After all these years, only Lin Jufeng had found it. On the path to immortality, immortals also fall. Lin Jufeng became serious inside as he remembered the immortal who had fled to the Mongdao Great World and had severed the path to immortality, eventually falling to the Kunlun Mountains. He also fell on the road to immortality, and this void immortal also fell on the road to immortality. All of this was telling Lin Jufeng that the path to immortality was difficult. At least the great Emperor realm was not able to break through to the end. Immortals are not necessarily, Lin Jufeng but remembered very clearly, Sakyamuni the Great suppressed a month on the road to immortality, a sentence to see the Buddha as I am. Hit the cross-border over the people have fallen. But Siddhartha Gautama the Great should not end well. That was what Lin Jufeng was worried about. He needs to improve himself, constantly. Thinking like this, Lin Jufeng decisively practiced this immortal law. The Void Immortal Technique, as the name suggests, enforces the great Tao in the void and suppresses the enemy. Lin Jufeng already had an immortal technique, and now it was very easy to cultivate the void technique. His talent combined with his own base, read it once and got on with it. The Void Immortal Law had existed in Lin Jufeng's body, and after being sensed by Lin Jufeng, he quickly left this temple and entered the next one. Humans get lost. In this temple, there was a giant python with a human mouth that spat out apricots and a fishy odor. Void Strike. Lin Jufeng's eyes were calm, and he didn't talk nonsense as he directly struck out with a blow, and rolling void energy erupted. This great Emperor Realm python was cut by the void in an instant, and also what blood could flow out, a very simple strike. The void directly cut it off. The Void Immortal Technique, killing people silently. Boo! Even as the void exploded, not a single trace of the python's massive energy was absorbed by Lin Jufeng, and the void collected all of this and sent it to Lin Jufeng's body. Lin Jufeng stepped on the temple with her feet and examined the surrounding area. There was a savage temple's Yuan Shan in this temple. This was the Yuan Shan of an ancient powerhouse. There was a huge majestic energy that covered down and gave Lin Jufeng a very powerful supplement. For a python to be able to give birth to sanity, it should be the effect of such a Yuan Shan. Lin Jufeng picked up this Yuan Shan, and there was no more consciousness inside. It's also possible that the consciousness inside this entered the python's body, allowing it to spit out human words. Lin Jufeng guessed and casually pinched it. Click. The Yuan Shan instantly shattered and became Lin Jufeng's energy supply. After absorbing this huge amount of energy, Lin Jufeng's body already had a huge amount of energy in it. But it's not enough. Not enough. This is far from enough. I don't have the absolute God King body. I don't have the system that heaven and earth love. I don't have special abilities. I am just a mortal body. I want to get through the sea of bitterness. The only way to do so is to turn endless white bones into a boat and soar to the heavens. Lin Jufeng's eyes were cold and stern. He needed more energy to pave up his path to immortality. So Lin Jufeng hoofed it and continued to the next temple. It had to be said that Lin Jiufeng was an invincible existence here. No ferocious beast could withstand his strike of the void immortal technique, which was an immortal technique, and with the addition of Lin Jiufeng's terrifying strength, it directly crushed the ferocious beast. At this moment, Lin Jiufeng was berserk beyond belief as he swept through temple after temple, scavenging many treasures in these temples. As long as it could be converted into energy, Lin Jiufeng crushed it and turned it into energy to replenish her body. This world is one big sea of suffering in which the world is sinking, and becoming immortal is just a way out of the sea of suffering and into the next journey. There are many ways to become an immortal, and the world chooses 1,000 different ones, and Lin Jiufeng is now choosing to turn her white bones into a boat and fly to the sky. So he needs huge amounts of energy, and taking that huge amount of energy requires a huge killing spree. So now whoever messes with Lin Jiufeng, he will kill without any hesitation. In less than a short day, others might have found 7 or 8 temples, and the most powerful but only a few dozen. However, Lin Jiufeng had already strolled through 10,000 temples, killed a large group of ferocious beasts, and obtained quite a few treasures, but they were all destroyed by him. Extreme Imperial Soldier, folded and destroyed. Extremely high-quality Imperial-level pills, folded and destroyed. Immortal Dharma, cultivation, heaven and earth pills to take. The world's divine material, destroyed. Lin Jiufeng had turned all of this into a stepping stone for her own impact on the path to immortality. This was terrifying because no one knew just how terrifying the accumulation of Lin Jiufeng at the Emperor realm was. This terrifying energy would be enough to sweep away all enemies. And Lin Jiufeng was still continuing to improve herself, continuing to search for the temple. Fortunately, this temple was endless, and Lin Jiufeng searched for a day down the line before walking to a piece of the source of the Tao that was the size of a person. This source of the Tao could not be folded and destroyed. This was Lin Jiufeng's chance to sense the immortal's laws. The source of the Tao was in a massive temple, which was much larger compared to the other temples. This was supposed to be a chief's temple, and Lin Jiufeng stepped in with great strides and saw what was inside. What came into view was 2 groups of people going at it. A wave of people were still known to Lin Jiufeng. Chapter 115. The Stone Man's Talent for Treasure Hunting. In this huge temple of the god of slaying, 2 groups of people faced each other. But anyone with eyes can see which side of these 2 groups of people is strong, which side is weak. There were 7 on the strong side, and on the weak side, 3. It was the vulnerable 3 that Lin Jiufeng recognized. They're pretty recognizable, too. Square face, round face, pointed face. The 3 Stone Man brothers, these were the people Lin Jiufeng knew. Originally, these 3 brothers were going to be killed. After all, they were surrounded by 7 people. That is, they had thick skin and a divine stone body. They would not fall easily. But it's not good for them to take unlimited beatings. At this time, Lin Jiufeng flew in. Her aura was strong and rumbling, instantly separating the people in here. This is the reason why the 2 groups are facing each other. Who are you? The leader of the 7 questioned. Before Lin Jiufeng could answer, the 3 stone people were crying and begging Lin Jiufeng to save their lives. Emperor 9 Phoenix, help! They are a bunch of sons of bitches who are outnumbered and bully the few. The round-faced stone man begged. 9 Phoenix Emperor, I can take the treasure out and beg you to save us. The square-faced stone man was the smartest and knew to take the treasure out. 9 Phoenix Emperor, this is very thick with treasures. You can come and get them. The sharp-faced being smartened up even at a time when his life was in danger. These 3 men yelled and screamed, causing the other 7 to blush. Lin Jiufeng. You're Lin Jiufeng? Fake, right? How could Lin Jiufeng be here? The 3 people looked at Lin Jiufeng in surprise, with deep scorn in their eyes. Is Lin Jiufeng very powerful? Some of the 7 people didn't know about Lin Jiufeng's formidable reputation and asked in disbelief. It's very powerful. He's ranked first among those who have entered the road to immortality now. Someone immediately explained. These 7 people all looked at Lin Jiufeng with scorn. 9 Phoenix Emperor. Everything has to be said in terms of a first-come, first-served basis, right? The boss of the 7 said in a deep voice. Bullshit. We were here first. The square-faced stoner said angrily. Boss is right. You people are just brazen enough to kill us. But now you're talking to the 9 Phoenix Emperor about first come first served. It's just shameless. Roundface also cursed. The treasures here are very thick. It was our brothers who discovered them. Don't say such shameless words. The sharp-faced one said angrily. Beating them up and trying to hog the credit for them is just shameless. Lin Jiufeng smiled calmly and said, You guys have heard it too. First come, first served doesn't make sense to you guys. All 7 of them looked at the 3 stoners angrily, hating them. The leader's face was grim as he stared at Lin Jufeng, saying, "Is Great Emperor Jufeng planning to rob with us? Robbing with you guys?" Lin Jufeng smiled disdainfully and shook her head. "In reality, you guys aren't even in my eyes. I should say that you qualify for me to use the word rob." As soon as these words came out, the 7 people's faces became as ugly as they could be as they stared angrily at Lin Jufeng. Then let's see what the so-called 9 Phoenix Emperor is capable of. The boss gritted his teeth and said, he knew that Lin Jufeng was very powerful, but with the treasure in front of them, it was impossible to make them give up. People die for money, birds die for food. It's been that way since the beginning of time. Fine, I'll fulfill you all. Lin Jufeng took a big stride and reached out to point at the void. A terrifying aura surfaced in the void out of nowhere. These 7 people just wanted to go all out and fight with Lin Jufeng, but instantly, they realized that the space between themselves and Lin Jufeng was constantly widening, obviously separated by a distance of several hundred meters, but the distance seemed as if it was like a world of difference. As Lin Jufeng pointed out with one finger, the space lengthened indefinitely and then rapidly rotated, as if it was a twist, trapping all 7 of these great emperors inside. Eternal banishment. Lin Jufeng's eyes were cold as she executed one of the best moves in the void immortal technique, endless banishment, banishing into the eternal void. A blink of an eye outside is a lifetime inside. How much time can a great emperor forbid? They will die of old age in eternal exile, unable to get out, unable to practice, unable to change themselves. It's a horrible move, killing people and putting them to death. The current Lin Jufeng really didn't need too many moves to kill an ordinary great emperor. A single finger point was a supreme killing move. This was the crushing brought about by realm and strength. The 3 stoners looked stunned. "Big brother, what kind of strength is this?" The sharp-faced one asked in fear. "I don't know, but it's very powerful is all." The square-faced one gulped furiously and squeezed out a smile when he saw Lin Jufeng looking over. "How did you guys discover that there are treasures here?" Lin Jufeng looked at them and asked curiously. "That, the 3 of us, brothers, are naturally close to treasures, and there are treasures there that we will quickly discover." The square-faced stone man said. "Yeah, that's why our brothers improve so fast." The round-faced stoner added. "We ate so many treasures, all the greatest treasures in the world." The pointy-faced one said proudly. Lin Jufeng's eyes flashed with a strange light and said, "Is it so easy for you guys to find treasures?" The square-faced stoner sensed something bad and was just about to speak round. But the pointy-faced stoner proudly said, "That's very simple, it's our gift." The square-faced stoner was so angry that he could not bring his sword to kill the fool. Lin Jufeng laughed and said, "Since that's the case, I saved you guys, shouldn't you repay me?" The pointed-faced stone man just wanted to speak, but he was immediately covered by the round-faced stone man and the square-faced stone man and pressed down to the ground, not giving him a chance to speak. "That? Thanks the 9 Phoenix Emperor for saving our lives. Just don't know how the 9 Phoenix Emperor needs us to repay. Please also say it." The square-faced stone man said awkwardly. "It's not that we don't want to repay the favor, but our brother's abilities are limited, not a millionth of what Great Emperor Jufeng has, and we can't help Great Emperor Jufeng." The square-faced stone man touted Lin Jufeng. "It doesn't require you to do anything, it's just to help me find treasures. As long as you promise, the treasures you find will also have a share of you, and on the road to immortality, I'll protect you. No one can harm you." Lin Jufeng spelled out her conditions. It was the 3 brothers' talent for treasure hunting that he was looking at. "Is it okay for us brothers to discuss this?" The square-faced stoner thought about it, and the offer wasn't bad. "Go discuss it." Lin Jufeng put her hands behind her back and calmly said. Immediately the 3 brothers focused together and muttered, saying things that Lin Jufeng couldn't even understand. It should be their secret language. Not long after, the 3 brothers seemed to have reached an agreement, and then the square-faced stone man came out and said to Lin Jufeng, "Great Emperor Jufeng, we agree. We'll help you find the treasure, you protect us, and then we'll split the treasure 28%. "Who's 2 and who's 8? Lin Jufeng asked with the corner of her mouth curled up. "You 2, we 8. The pointy-faced stoner said. Snap. The square-faced one and the round-faced one slapped the pointy-faced one on the head, furious. "Don't listen to him, of course you're 8 and we're 2. The square-faced stoner laughed. Chapter 116, Treasures and Flocks. The 3 Stone Man brothers weren't stupid and knew that their strength was weak. Although they were at the Great Emperor realm, they themselves were average Great Emperors, not as perverted as Lin Jufeng. This way, even if they found a treasure, they wouldn't be able to keep it, And that's not even counting the fact that in case they encounter danger, just like this time, they wouldn't have the ability to save themselves. That was why they agreed to Lin Jufeng's proposal. They are responsible for discovering the treasure, then Lin Jufeng protects them, gets the treasure, and splits it 28, though 20% less. But at least it was safe, and a few more discoveries made up for that 80% loss. So they joyfully made an agreement with Lin Jufeng. The main problem is that Lin Jufeng is fierce. This time when the treasure was found, no one would be able to take it away, and with the 9 Phoenix Emperor present, they wouldn't have to be wary. Happy cooperation then. Lin Jufeng extended her hand, indicating that they were partners, not superior and subordinate. Happy cooperation. The 3 brothers lined up, with joyful expressions, shaking hands with Lin Jufeng one by one. As the handshake ended, Lin Jufeng asked, "Then what treasures are in this temple?" Lin Jufeng had only discovered that on the periphery of the temple, there was a piece of the source of the Tao. Because the location was a bit hidden, the others didn't pay attention to it. They all rushed in to see if there were any treasures. They didn't notice that there was a piece of the source of the Tao on the periphery of the temple at all. Lin Jufeng took this piece of the source of Tao in her hand and put it away before looking at the 3 stone people. There's a huge immortal pool in this temple, and the immortal pool is filled with all the accumulated down through the years. It's very huge, enough to allow 10,000 people to cultivate to break through to the Empyrean realm. The square-faced stone man said, "That much?" Lin Jufeng was surprised. "Yeah, that's why our brothers came in the first place." The square-faced stoner nodded. "It's deep within this temple." The sharp-faced stone man reached out and pointed. Lin Jufeng quickly threw a punch that hit the temple. Bang, bang, bang. The temple trembled and was shattered by Lin Jufeng, who broke down all the barriers. He quickly entered it and saw a milky white pool on one side. This milky white energy, all of which were the true chi of immortals, were not at all comparable in terms of quality, and the fact that there was so much of it here immediately made Lin Jufeng overjoyed. "I'm short of energy, and this is delivered to my door." Lin Jufeng opened her mouth and sucked in violently. Rumble. Like a dam releasing floodwaters, all 9 holes opened up, and an incomparably huge amount of energy was poured onto Lin Jufeng's body, giving him a huge boost. There was already a lack of energy, and this pool of immortal chi should not be too much of a boost for Lin Jufeng. It could no longer be described as huge. Lin Jufeng's body even began to metamorphose under the nourishment of so much immortal energy. Enough to witness how muddy this really is. No metamorphosis. What I want to do now is to pave the sea of bitterness, pave the path of immortality, and cross the threshold to become an immortal at an early date. Lin Jufeng's goal was clear. No nonsense at all, just moving in her own direction. The metamorphosis waited until the breakthrough to immortal could be carried out, but for now, he had to pave the subsequent path. It was tantamount to accumulating potential, exploding out at that moment, and then impacting the immortal realm. This was Lin Jufeng's goal, and he was working on it. After absorbing the immortal chi, the accumulation in Lin Jufeng's body was really thick, but Lin Jufeng said, "It's not enough. This is completely insufficient." Lin Jufeng wasn't satisfied. He looked at the 3 stone man brothers and said, "Are there any other treasures elsewhere?" "Yes, there is another immortal pool within a range of 300,000 miles from here." The square-faced stone man said, "Go." Lin Jufeng didn't say anything. He rolled them up and flew over. His speed was fast. It was only 300,000 li. He cast the void immortal technique, and in less than 3 minutes, he arrived at the place. This one temple had 9 ferocious beasts guarding it together, ferocious and powerful, and upon seeing Lin Jufeng, they roared in unison. Scram! But Lin Jufeng's eyes turned cold, completely disregarding anything else, and stomped his foot down, carrying an unrivaled force that directly suppressed him. Dead. These 9 ferocious beasts were incapable of resisting, and in an instant, their suppressed bodies exploded and rumbling. Rolling energy entered Lin Jufeng's body. The 3 stoners who watched this scene stared at each other, inwardly shocked beyond words. 9 Phoenix Emperor, just how strong is he? They had already thought that the 9 Phoenix Emperor was powerful enough, but it turned out that the 9 Phoenix Emperor was even more powerful than they thought. The immortal pool was in the divine temple, and Lin Jufeng ran into it and immediately began to absorb it. An immortal pool couldn't make a qualitative difference to Lin Jufeng right now. Because his accumulation was too thick, the immortal pool was huge, but Lin Jufeng's own energy was hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of times that of this one immortal pool. Upon finishing absorbing 80% of the energy from this one immortal pool, Lin Jufeng immediately took the 3 stone man brothers and ran through the void. The next target, the greatest treasure of heaven and earth. Lin Jufeng directly crushed it, rolling energy swept. He divided 20% to the three Stone Man brothers. The rest were directly absorbed. The three Stone Man brothers there had experienced such a ferocious impact from Lin Jufeng. This was too fast. It was unbelievable. They hunt for treasure. Then Lin Jufeng takes the treasure, crushes it, and splits the bill directly 2 by 8. It's that dry. Extreme magic treasure, crushed, 280 split. Extreme elixir, broken down, 280 split. Invincible feats. Lin Jufeng immediately studied them and then passed them on. This kind of speed was fine for Lin Jufeng, but for the three brothers, it was really numbing to watch. In just one day, they gained more than they had in the past 10 years. And that's just 20%. Getting 80% of Lin Jufeng one day tops their past several hundred years. Is this the invincible powerhouse? The square-faced stoner smiled happily. Big brother, our decision to follow the 9 Phoenix Emperor was too wise. The sharp-faced stone man was overjoyed. At this rate, I'm worried that there won't be any treasures for the 9 Phoenix Emperor to scavenge. The round-faced stone man quipped. Look hard and don't get distracted. Lin Jufeng's cool voice rang out, telling them not to be distracted. Because Lin Jufeng felt that she was not far from that goal of becoming an immortal. And just as Lin Jufeng went on a scavenging spree, he was also being targeted. In an instant, Lin Jufeng's soul moved, and the heavenly will of the underworld descended. The gold tribulation, wood tribulation, water tribulation, and earth tribulation have descended together. Lin Jufeng stopped in her tracks, her face cold as she looked around, the aura in her body rising up. The impact brought to Lin Jufeng by this descent of the 4 great tribulations was still great. It means there's a big crisis coming. He looked around, his eyes like lightning, and quickly spotted the enemy. Natives from the depths of the Savage Temple, and some people Lin Jufeng was familiar with. They've come to surround and kill Lin Jufeng. This time, the incoming force was too strong to be underestimated, which is why 4 major calamities descended at once. Chapter 117. The Uniqueness of the God King Body. The Gold Tribulation, Wood Tribulation, Water Tribulation, and Earth Tribulation descended down one after another, which caused Lin Jufeng's face to turn serious. Individual tribulations he didn't take seriously, but the fact that these 4 major tribulations descended together was enough to show that this time the crisis was big, big. The 3 of you enter my inner space. There's going to be a big battle here soon. Lin Jufeng said seriously to the 3 Stone Man brothers. What happened? The square-faced stoner asked in shock. No time to explain. Enter the inner space. Lin Jufeng reached out and threw them into the inner space to spend time with Little Nine. These 3 were treasures, and Lin Jufeng wanted to ensure their safety. Only after protecting them well did Lin Jufeng feel relieved and stood up to look around. The vast savage god's temple was swarming with a vast procession. Bang, bang, bang. The void trembled as the savage god temple emitted a strange light, and at this moment, it was as if the savage god temple had come to life, radiating infinite might, enveloping Lin Jufeng in it and making it difficult for him to step. This one savage temple was too terrifying to believe. Damn human, you've been nothing short of a bandit these past 2 days. So many treasures of the savage god temple have been taken away by you. These are ours, giving you a little of that as a gift, you know? A burly man with colorful lines painted on his face and wearing a beast skin roared. He held a spear and threw it directly over to strike Lin Jufeng down. But Lin Jufeng's eyes were unchanged, even slightly cold. Wanting to use the might of the savage temple to fix him, and then a spear to fix himself, quite a beautiful thought. But Lin Jufeng's strength wasn't something he could speculate on, and he didn't even move for this one spear, letting it stab towards his chest. Clang. A crisp sound, as if a spear had smashed into a piece of divine iron. Sparks spattered and made this sound. The spear was directly shattered, while Lin Jufeng's body didn't move. His chest didn't even leave a mark. This is impossible. This barbarian warrior stared with wide eyes and disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. And after him, a group of warriors riding all kinds of ancient ferocious beasts and running around the temple were just about to cheer, but they came to an abrupt end, each one of them looking on in disbelief. My imperial weapon, it was actually shattered by your? The barbarian warrior said incredulously. Lin Jufeng didn't even look at him, but instead looked around and snorted coldly. Since they've all decided to come and kill me, what kind of hero is it to hide your head and show your tail? Coming with a team of barbarian warriors was not going to activate the 4 great tribulations. Gold, wood, water, and earth robberies were not something a team of barbarian warriors could afford. There must be others around here. For example, Lin Jufeng had already sensed the scent of the scum that was divine king body in Tianya. By Tianya's side, there was also a Basiener, and the aura of these two people Lin Jufeng wouldn't forget. Great Emperor Nine Phoenix, really powerful. A first-stage mortal body can live a second life and then still so strong. It's comparable to my God King body. And Tianya came out from the gap in the void and applauded. He looked at Lin Jufeng with a smile on his face. This attitude was as if he was an old friend reunited. But Lin Jufeng said with a cold face, I'll be the first to kill you right away. Yes, I also want to kill you and make a specimen to be a souvenir for my collection. Who told you not to be my good friend? Not being a good friend, we are enemies. And since we are enemies, we must kill you in order to settle this matter. And Tianya's face instantly changed drastically, extremely coldly saying these words with indignation in his eyes. I want to be friends with you, and you dare to reject me, looking for death. Lin Jufeng sneered at him and said, whoever is targeted by you is really unlucky. Being a friend will die. Being an enemy will also die. Do you think you're cheap? And Tianya looked at Lin Jufeng with an icy face and said, it's your turn to say anything about how I do things? I'm also not interested in talking to a dead person. Originally, I didn't even have you on my mind. But now that you're looking for death yourself, I won't let you off the hook. Lin Jufeng took a big stride forward and punched out. Boom. The punch was not directed at Tianya, but in a void, and the impact was so vast that it directly forced a woman out. North Fairy. What a ruthless person, nah. Knowing that I'm in there and still laying such a heavy hand on me, making me so scared. Basiener complained, pouting as she looked at Lin Jufeng. You pair of superb men and women. Surprisingly, you're also willing to cooperate? Lin Jufeng sneered. I'm going to kill you, and to guarantee that it's foolproof, naturally, I have to cooperate with her. And Tianya said indifferently, not minding Lin Jufeng's words. He wants to kill you. I want to incorporate you into my harem. Your genes are so powerful. I'm going to borrow your seed to have a child. This child has your genes and my physique. It will definitely be a supreme genius. Basiener greedily looked at Lin Jufeng, especially staring at Lin Jufeng's lower body, licking her lips. Quite a beautiful thought. Lin Jufeng sneered. Don't worry, I'll kill you immediately after I'm pregnant with just child, and I'll definitely leave you wanting to die. Basiener nakedly tempted Lin Jufeng now. She didn't intend to continue seducing Lin Jufeng because she could see that Lin Jufeng was a cold person who wasn't moved by S***T and couldn't be seduced. At this time, Tianya approached her and offered to cooperate, and she agreed in one go. Although both sides hated each other in their hearts, they also knew that if they wanted to cooperate, it was still convenient for people coming out of the same place. At least when it came to dealing with Lin Jufeng, they were on the same page. I want him as a person, Basiener said firmly. I want the method to become an immortal, and Tianya firmly said. The barbarian warrior walked over and brought his own men with him, more than 100 of them, all of them at the Emperor realm, having grown up by absorbing all sorts of treasures and auras in the barbarian temple. I want the treasures on him. The barbarian warrior pointed at Lin Jufeng and firmly said. Lin Jufeng looked at the three of them and felt strange in her heart. The so-called four great tribulations, were they these people? It was less than what Lin Jufeng thought. You guys are eating me up? The corners of Lin Jufeng's mouth curled up and her eyes became ferocious. Just because I'm talking nicely to you guys doesn't mean I don't have a temper, and you've never seen me when I get angry. I'm scared myself. I am the God King body, unrivaled in the world, and I've come to kill you now, and to let the people on this path to immortality know that I'm better than you. And Tianya took a big stride and raised his hand to strike with great ferocity. Boom. His aura was like a torrent of angry flames that kept spreading, and as he raised his hand, an immortal platform emerged behind him, and amidst the haze, an invincible king was seated in the immortal platform. This is the terrifying vision of my God King body, the Emperor's prospect immortal stage. An emperor descended on the immortal stage, very terrifying. He raised his hand and struck. It was as if he was holding an empty, terrifying existence, fighting with Lin Jufeng across the sky. Rumble. At this moment, the ocean was limitless, and the chi flames were monstrous and surging, shattering the surrounding barbaric divine temple pressure and directly crushing Lin Jufeng as it came. I will defeat you. And Tianya snapped. He wouldn't allow Lin Jufeng to rank above him. Chapter 118. Begging for forgiveness. The invincible shadow behind the divine king body stood tall, looking down on the earth, a vision of the Emperor's prospect immortal terrace. As the blow struck over, Lin Jufeng's body trembled violently. The power was still terrifying, and Tianya's God King body was very powerful. But he wasn't weak either. His own body trembled and also knocked Tianya back. The first strike of the two was considered half a caddy, indistinguishable. And Tianya's face was cold. He had a great deal of confidence. His eyes were like electricity as he stared at Lin Jufeng and droned. I'm the absolute God King body, loved by heaven and earth. It's still more than enough to beat you, a mortal body. Yes? Lin Jufeng looked at him with eyes like knives. Since you say so, then I'll come and kill you, letting you know that the so-called divine king body you don't try hard enough to beat a mortal body. Lin Jufeng's body was erect at this moment, looking divine and martial as the dragon marched on, as intimidating as a demonic god. His steps were steady, and when he took one step, it shook the surroundings like an earthquake, and a supreme avenue spread out from under his feet, extending to the farthest barbarian warrior. Boom! In the next second, he took a step. The earth and sky resonated. All the paths trembled, and true dragons and immortal phoenixes emerged, like there were 3,000 devil gods chanting scriptures, emitting a monstrous devilish might. Lin Jufeng's eyes were deep and had a supreme aura, like a demon lord traveling. At this moment, he spread out his accumulated path to immortality in a vast and terrifying manner, pushing straight towards Tianya. There are many withered bones on the road to immortality. Today you are going to become one of them. You want my method of becoming an immortal? Take your own life in exchange. Lin Jufeng snapped, running like a dragon and snake. His immortal light flickered and erupted, enveloping the heavens and the earth, and when he punched out, it was the collapse of everything and the emptiness cracking open. This was the void immortal technique that Lin Jufeng had learned. The power of this immortal law in the thief can be revealed. Lin Jufeng's invincible maneuver hit out, immediately in Tianya and himself enveloped in a small world now. Rumble. In this small world, Lin Jufeng slammed his fist down, and Tianya's face changed drastically as he realized that he couldn't escape and could only fight Lin Jufeng. But this hard-hitting, is he afraid? I'm a God King body. I crush a mortal body like yours. And Tianya roared. Since that's the case, there's no need to roar in anger. It would make you look like you have no backbone. Lin Jufeng said coldly. I don't have a bottom? And Tianya laughed out loud. He was no longer afraid and completely activated his God King body to fight Lin Jufeng in blood. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Jufeng slammed his fist down ferociously, and Tianya met it with a decisive punch. But it was this blow that caused him to scream out in misery. Click. With a crunching sound, Tianya's arm was completely broken, completely beyond repair, and was grabbed by Lin Jufeng with a vicious tug. Rip. This was really terrifying. Under the rolling energy surge, it turned into Tianya's God King body being traumatized. He hadn't expected at all that his God King body couldn't defeat Lin Jufeng's mortal body. How could this be? My God King body. Tianya screamed miserably. He clearly fought Lin Jufeng evenly in the first strike. This time he was ripped off one of his arms by Lin Jufeng, blood rolling horribly. You're a God King body, but you're not a god. I have no reason to let you. A God King body is marvelous? Lin Jufeng sneered. He unfolded his accumulated immortal path energy and performed the void immortal technique. Killing an Tianya was still a breeze? How stupid was Tianya that he still dared to fight Lin Jufeng in a bloodbath? Go to hell. I said I'd be the first to kill you. Lin Jufeng was very cold, striking out with a furious strike, ruthlessly suppressing it. Having cast the void immortal law before, this time it was his own invincible law. Kill. Lin Jufeng grabbed Tianya's other hand, and all of his energy transformed into a punch. It directly hit his heart. Knock. The dull sound echoed in this small world. Lin Jufeng was excessively strong. At this moment, Tianya completely regretted it. He personally heard the sound of his heart exploding and the silhouette of his soul dissolving. I am the God King body. At the end of his life, he was still saying this sentence. This was the glory of his life, the God King body, the rumored physique that immortals were jealous of. But now, completely dissipated. Lin Jufeng personally struck him down in this small space. No one could come to his rescue, and only after killing him did the small space disappear. The small space disappeared and Lin Jufeng appeared in front of Betrayal. You just killed Tianya? Betrayal asked with a trembling voice. She and the barbarian warriors outside couldn't get in, but watched clearly how Tianya lost to Lin Jufeng, how his arm was torn apart by Lin Jufeng, and how he was killed by Lin Jufeng. Clear and crisp. Lin Jufeng's terror frightened Betrayal. She seems to have messed with someone not to be messed with. If you don't kill it like this, then how? Lin Jufeng asked rhetorically. The barbarian warrior was dumbfounded in fear, and the group of great Emperor Realm henchmen behind him were also silent. The current Lin Jufeng, terrifying as a demon god, stood here, and just her aura scared them speechless. You. Base Yenner couldn't speak. Not worthy of the man I chose. Don't kill me. I'll be a slave girl for you for the rest of my life. I know a lot of techniques. I can serve you well. Base Yenner begged for mercy. Sorry, I don't like buses. Lin Jiufeng said indifferently, pointing out a finger. The Eternal Void. This was a banishing attack method. Base Yenner was very powerful, but the current her and powerful were no match for Lin Jiufeng. Because Lin Jiufeng had spread out his accumulation, he was really strong and invincible. This strike struck out, and a terrifying intensity filled down, directly banishing Base Yenner. No, don't. Base Yenner screamed. In this finger of Lin Jiufeng, she couldn't find her ability to fight back. Space was stretched infinitely and rolled up again, so small that even an ant was hundreds of times larger than this range. Base Yenner couldn't move inside, couldn't cultivate, couldn't break free, and in the blink of an eye, it was a mortal's lifetime. She'll die alone. No one could save her. And in the next second, Lin Jiufeng quickly withdrew the energy she had accumulated to break through the immortal realm. Just in that moment just now, it had depleted quite a bit, and his heart ached. If it weren't for the fact that he had dragged him into the small space to fight in order to suppress the God King body, why would Lin Jiufeng have made such a move? Only you guys are left. Lin Jiufeng looked towards the barbarian warriors. He was alone, with over 100 other men. He was clearly inferior to Indignant and Base Yenner, which was why Lin Jiufeng retracted his accumulation. 9 Phoenix Emperor, I'm willing to compensate and give you all the treasures we've accumulated over the years. Please spare my life. The barbarian warrior decisively begged for mercy. Chapter 119, Searching for Treasures. The barbarian warrior begged for mercy quickly. He was really scared. At first, his men noticed Lin Jiufeng scavenging for treasures everywhere, and after informing him, he was envious and jealous. And at this time, Indignant came, and with Base Yenner in tow, he demonstrated invincible strength and beat them all down. Only then did the barbarian warriors agree to strike together. Actually, we barbarian warriors can't strike at you outsiders, because by striking at you, we'd be going against our ancestral teachings, and in the underworld, the barbarian temple would ostracize us. The barbarian warrior said sincerely, There's such a thing? Lin Jiufeng didn't believe it. It's true, this is set by the barbarian god his old man, we must abide by it. I saw you scavenging for treasures all over the place yesterday. Although I was envious and jealous, I didn't make a move because I knew I couldn't. The barbarian warrior said with a sincere attitude. All right, I don't want to know if that's true or not. You just said that you want to give me all your treasures? Lin Jiufeng asked lazily. Yes, as long as you spare me and my men, I'll give it all to you. The barbarian warrior nodded. I want to see how many treasures you have. Lin Jiufeng said indifferently. It's all in my carry-on space. I'll open it for you. The barbarian warrior couldn't wait to open his inner space. At once, a bunch of treasures appeared. Magic treasures, pills, divine minerals, and divine grasses, all kinds of heaven and earth spiritual roots. Not only that, but there were all sorts of feats, and among them, there were also immortal feats. The immortal laws even had 3 more books, causing Lin Jiufeng to look at him in surprise. You don't cultivate yourself? The barbarian warrior smiled awkwardly and said, That what? Can't read it. It's just like a heavenly book, and I cultivate barbarian gongfu. It doesn't fit in with these immortal laws. Lin Jiufeng looked at the several mountains of treasures and nodded. There are quite a few treasures. Hand them all over to me and spare your life. Okay. The barbarian warrior immediately nodded his head. Although his heart ached, there was nothing he could do. Even Indignant couldn't defeat him, let alone Lin Jiufeng. He was just a small leader in the barbarian temple, with a group of men who followed him and acted as an authority in a small area. Where would he ever think of fighting with a strong person like Lin Jiufeng? You can take it as you please. As long as you leave our lives behind, it will be enough. The barbarian warrior couldn't wait. Are you so eager? Lin Jiufeng asked. No. This is not because I am afraid of you. The barbarian warrior smiled awkwardly. Lin Jiufeng asked, Is this all of your treasures? The barbarian warrior nodded firmly. Lin Jiufeng looked at the mountains. It was quite a lot, but how could he not believe it? A minor leader who's been in the savage temple with only this much? 3 stoners, come out for me. Lin Jiufeng shouted. He couldn't find out the problem himself, so he let these 3 brothers do it. They're naturally good at scoping out treasures, so they'll definitely be able to find out what's going on. The barbarian warriors looked at each other in disbelief, not knowing what these 3 stone men came out for. Instead, it was the 3 stone man brothers who were excited. They were thrilled to see Lin Jufeng fighting someone in the inner space, easily killing them and resolving the crisis. This was the moment they thought that following Lin Jufeng couldn't be wrong. Emperor Nine Phoenix, what are you calling us out for? The square-faced stone man asked. Help me check if they still have treasures hidden. If so, point them out. Lin Jufeng said. Wrap it around our brothers. We'll make sure they can't hide any treasure at all. The square-faced stoner said firmly. The round-faced one and the pointy-faced one were already checking it out, staring at the barbarian warrior and the 100 or so men behind him. Your belt is a storage magic treasure that contains treasures, the round-faced stone man firmly said. Your bracelet is also a storage magic treasure. There are quite a few treasures inside. The sharp-faced stone man hemmed and hawed. Your anklet is also a storage magic treasure, and it has the most magic treasures in it. The square-faced stone child said triumphantly. At this moment, the hearts of the barbarian warriors went cold. He looked at Lin Jufeng with a trembling voice and asked shakily, Where did you find these 3 sons of bitches? You're the son of a bitch. Your whole family is a son of a bitch. Your pants are still a very great magic treasure that can enhance kidney function. You're wearing it? You have bad kidneys? The square stone man asked curiously. The barbarian warrior's face darkened with shame and indignation as he looked at the 3 stoners. It was too much. It was simply too much. Not a single S***T is left to chance. All right, hand over everything except for that pantsuit and leave. Lin Jufeng couldn't help but say. The barbarian warrior didn't have the face to continue staying, throwing down a few storage magic treasures, turning around and leaving at a fast speed. He was genuinely afraid that these 3 stoners were saying something out. Lin Jufeng crushed these few storage magic treasures and then saw a dozen or so mountainous treasures appear. Crush them all for me. Absorb them and replenish yourself. Lin Jufeng's mana and true chi erupted as she began to absorb. When she killed Indignant and Betrayal just now, Lin Jufeng had consumed some of her own accumulation. Now this one makes up for all of it and is considerably more. And right after Lin Jufeng absorbed all of these, she immediately felt her soul much more relaxed. The 4 great catastrophes are past. Lin Jufeng wondered strangely, Did you put water on me? With one fire calamity, Lin Jufeng slaughtered most of the East Sea clan. Now the 4 major robberies just killed 2 people. Indignant, who was a divine king body, was honestly very powerful, and if it wasn't for Lin Jufeng spreading out his accumulations and trapping him, it would really take a lot of effort to try and defeat him. Betrayal was also a special physique, but she didn't say exactly what it was, and Lin Jufeng didn't bother to find out. This world has a special liking for these physiques. Lin Jufeng finally came to a conclusion. The special physique is so loved by God that even triggering a robbery has a doubling effect. Come in with 2 special body types. I still have 4 major tribulations left, 2 more. Just cross them together. Lin Jufeng expectedly said. When Lin Jufeng finished absorbing the treasures and once again boosted his accumulation, he set his sights on another place. The Savage Temple was still continuing to open, so he had to scavenge for treasures and accumulate more so that he could immediately break through to immortal after his tribulation. There are only 4 robberies before I become immortal, and after I pass through them, I will immediately become immortal. So the accumulation I have now, I have to lay down a firm foundation, and when the time comes, I'll be the first person to become immortal on the road to becoming immortal this time. Lin Jufeng's eyes flashed with light. He wants to become an immortal and suppress the path to immortality. Great Emperor Nine Phoenix, the 3 of us brothers have discovered a place where treasures are stored. Do you want to go? The square-faced stone man asked. The 3 found it together? Lin Jufeng asked in surprise. Yes, there are many, many treasures in there. The 3 brothers nodded together. Chapter 120. History of the Barbarians. Each of the 3 stone man brothers has a knack for sensing treasure. They generally seldom sense to go together because of the different areas of responsibility. But now, they sense together. This meant that this place had treasures that all 3 of them could sense. It's a huge treasure. This treasure should be quite a lot of treasure. Yes, quite a lot of treasure. I feel it too. Nine Phoenix Emperor, go ahead. The 3 stoner brothers said quickly. Where? Lin Jufeng asked. It's in the depths of the Savage Temple. The square-faced stone man said. Let's go. I'll lead you guys there. You show the way. Lin Jufeng's speed picked up. Her true chi was thick, and she brought the 3 stone people with her, running swiftly. In the Savage Temple, the space was layered and countless spaces were stacked on top of each other. It was very huge. Lin Jufeng was running wildly inside with the 3 stones. His speed was so fast that no one could stop him. While running away, Lin Jufeng was really finding that this savage god temple was too big, much bigger than the Mongdao Great World. With overlapping spaces, it didn't even look like something on the way to immortality. Moreover, there were too many treasures in here, too many to count. It was simply eye-opening that so many things could still exist here. All in all, the savage temple was weird, and the more you learned about it, the weirder it became. This time, going deeper is an unknown number of thousands of miles, crossing so much space. Lin Jufeng saw a huge divine temple, bigger than anything he had seen before. In this space, there was just this one temple, layered and hidden, so that it wouldn't even be noticed. The periphery of this temple was like a hellish entrance, very hideous, as if it were a devil, trying to devour others, very scary. There were 12 ferocious beasts in this township, all of them ferocious, but they were all petrified and stood there, lifeless. The 3 Stone Man brothers came here with Lin Jufeng. It doesn't say, it's just here. The smell of treasure is too strong. The square-faced stoner said, this is too hidden. If it weren't for the 9 Phoenix Emperor, we would have to pay a big price just to find this place. The round-faced stone man lamented. Having a strong man with them made it much easier for them all. But how do I get the feeling that all the treasures in here are concentrated in one person? The sharp-faced stone man wondered. On one person? Lin Jufeng frowned and looked at the sharp-faced stone man. Yes, it is a man, and in my senses, there is a man lying in this temple. The sharp-faced stone man nodded. Lin Jufeng got serious. So there was another person in this temple now. Life and death are unknown. Go in and take a look. Lin Jufeng firmly said, having come all the way here, having crossed countless spaces and found this place in a space where the layers were like a labyrinth, there was no reason not to go in. Lin Jufeng led the way, and the 3 stoner brothers followed, going in together at a fast pace. Because there were no ferocious beasts blocking them, they entered this temple smoothly. The great hall of the temple is filled with various reliefs showing many images. Through these reliefs, Lin Jufeng saw the history of the Barbarian temple. During the barbaric period, people were unable to cultivate, weak, unable to survive, and shivering between nature and the flood beasts. At this time, the law of sacrifice was born. People sacrificed to the heavens, sacrificed to the beasts of the flood, and temples were born. That's how the savage temple came to be. During that period, people watched the flood beasts, watched the changes in heaven and earth, created gong methods to improve themselves and enhance their strength, and the development of the savage temple came to its peak. These reliefs have put on record. But then, the relief showed a great battle between heaven and earth. The catastrophe came down. The savage temple fought against the enemy, but in the end, it was still unbeatable and completely collapsed. The world was controlled by someone else and began to go crazy. The savage temple, on the other hand, fell to the path to immortality. Lin Jufeng looked around carefully in the great hall as countless rays of light enveloped down. The reliefs were lifelike, as if they were accusing him of the misery of that battle. Lin Jufeng's face was serious as he said, the savage temple is not native to the road to immortality, but fell down from the celestial world. This also explained why the savage divine temple was so large. Even though it was now broken and falling down here, it was still strong, with countless ferocious beasts inside, as well as all sorts of Yuan-Chi ferocious beasts. And the fact that there are so many treasures in here is also addressed. After all, it was from the heavens, and what was precious on the path to immortality was probably not much more precious in the world of the heavens. After Lin Jufeng finished looking at these reliefs, he was able to understand the origin of the savage god temple, and his gaze fell on a coffin in the center of the main hall. The coffin was of clear crystal, and inside it was buried a person, a woman whose face was covered by banknotes, but whose figure was a little pale. Lin Jufeng saw her palm, and the skin was no longer delicate before he judged it to be that of an old man. Could this be the barbarian god the barbarian warriors were talking about earlier? Lin Jufeng thought doubtfully, but on second thought, he didn't think it would be. The fact that this woman could be buried here meant that she came from a great source, from the world of the heavens, not something that barbarian warriors could touch. Just as Lin Jufeng was carefully observing this woman, the 3 Stone Man brothers had already begun searching for treasures. Great Emperor 9 Phoenix, there are many treasures here. There are many sources of the Tao, too many to count. The square-faced stone man shouted in surprise. Lin Jufeng's eyes lit up. The source of the Tao, he needed it badly. This senior needs some source of Tao to improve herself. I hope senior won't be angry. Lin Jufeng first apologized to this woman before getting up and going to get the source of Tao.
Yes.
But right after Lin Jufeng turned around, a disembodied voice rang out. causing Lin Jufeng's body to stiffen up. He slowly turned around and looked at the crystal coffin, as usual, without much change, as if the disembodied sound just now was not from her. Many thanks, Senior. Lin Jufeng thanked again and didn't dare to spill her guts in here. He quickly ran over to the side of the three brothers on the stoner and sucked in a breath of air when he saw how excited they were. There are so many sources of the Tao. In this temple, the source of the Tao is a large mountain, very large, situated down and surprising. Yes, a big mountain. Lin Jufeng had been overjoyed when she had gotten a piece of the source of Tao the size of a person earlier. Now it was realized that this man-high source of the Tao was worthless compared to this great mountain. Great Emperor Nine Phoenix, besides this great mountain, there are many other treasures. Let's ransack this place. The sharp-faced stone man said excitedly. When these words came out, it scared Lin Jufeng to the core. He immediately said seriously, "You're too greedy. A gentleman loves money and takes what he wants. Don't make such a bandit move. Let's take a little bit of the source of the Tao and leave." The three Stone Man brothers looked at each other in dismay. Did you forget that bandit sweep of yours before, where anything was smashed and nothing was left standing? You have the nerve to say that? Chapter 121. The Closure of the Barbarian Temple. Lin Jufeng ignored their surprise and disdain and said with great righteousness that she only wanted a little bit of the source of the Tao and nothing else. A gentleman does not take ill-gotten gains. Lin Jufeng felt that she was all righteous and simply a great person. Of course, if he could beat that mysterious woman, maybe he wouldn't be like this. A mountainous source of Tao, Lin Jufeng thought about it, and sliced off 100 man-sized portions. It's a piece of cake compared to a big mountain, not worth mentioning. But for Lin Jufeng, it was already a lot. He now had 110 Tao sources on him. It's a very large resource. To know that when Lin Jufeng fused with that immortal, he watched the entire process of him becoming an immortal, clearly knowing that the other party only had a small piece of the source of the Tao, and just like that he was still ecstatic. Lin Jufeng was 100 times his size, so this was enough for him to break through to the immortal realm. From that immortal's memories, Lin Jufeng knew that in the oldest legends, the world of the heavens was the origin of all the worlds, in a supreme position, existing in a time and space that no one knew what. The divine is tantamount to the way, that ethereal, yet affecting way for everyone. There are even rumors that in the world of the heavens, there are 3,000 great paths, the method of eternal life, and all the many times and spaces are under the shroud of the heavens. To attain immortality, enter the heavens. This was something that many worlds, many experts expected, from weakness to the great emperor realm, and continued to work hard with one purpose, to become immortal and enter the heavens. The heavens, a mysterious and vast great world, became an existence that countless living beings looked up to, but could not reach. In the ascension, the source of the Tao was definitely not as precious as on the path to immortality, and just breathing in the aura of the ascension world was vastly more powerful than the aura of this heavenly realm. The universe was vast, but Lin Jufeng firmly believed that in the unknown depths, the celestial world was waiting for him. Now that Lin Jufeng had obtained so many sources of the Tao, he respectfully gave the mysterious woman his leave, not moving anything else in this temple. It was not until she safely exited that Lin Jufeng let out a huge sigh of relief and felt quite deeply. This was the strong one. A strong man from the heavens, a single good word, pressured Lin Jufeng not to dare to act recklessly. Go quickly. Lin Jufeng quickly pulled the three Stone Man brothers and hurriedly left. The three Stone Man brothers didn't know what was happening. Wrapped up in Lin Jufeng's huge and thick true qi, they were running away at a fast speed. After passing through the layers and layers of space and arriving at the very beginning, Lin Jufeng suddenly realized that this savage god's temple was actually closing down. Great Emperor Nine Phoenix is truly a divine plan. The square-faced stone man suddenly realized and said in surprise. This is the foresight of a strong person, knowing that it's going to close before they quickly run out and give up their treasures. The round-faced one marveled. That way it's me, and I'll stay in there and not get out. The pointy-faced one lamented. At this moment, all three brothers looked at Lin Jufeng in surprise and felt admiration. Lin Jufeng led them out quickly and didn't bother to explain that it was just a coincidence. In front of the Savage God Temple, when Lin Jufeng came out, the gate quickly closed up. Boom. Now Lin Jufeng looked around and realized that it was just himself and the three Stone Man brothers. The others were so engrossed in collecting treasures inside that they didn't notice that the Savage Temple was closed. No, this time, the Barbarian Temple closure should have been brought forward. Lin Jufeng immediately thought of this possibility. It was because entering the Savage God's Temple didn't just include first-timers like Lin Jufeng, but also natives on the path to immortality. They should know what time the Savage Temple closes, so it's impossible for them to make a mistake and not walk out one by one. It can only mean that the Savage Temple closed early. It's a good thing I walked out, otherwise I don't know how long I'd have to wait until the monkey's age when I'm locked inside. Lin Jufeng celebrated. Lin Jufeng thought about it, and felt that it was still that mysterious woman who was up to no good. He looked at the Barbarian temple with very scornful eyes. This place is evil, not very good to be messed with. Lin Jufeng quickly ran away and continued to walk along the path to immortality. The three Stone Man brothers were also glad that they had to follow Lin Jufeng, or else they would be in the Savage Temple right now, silently waiting for the next chance to open it. The road to immortality was vast, spreading into the unknown parts of the stars, and Lin Jufeng kept moving forward, seeing some people along the way who were also moving forward. This time, coming out from the road to immortality, Lin Jufeng put the three Stone Man brothers in the inner space, so that they could accompany Xiaoju to talk and relieve their boredom when they were fine, and at the same time, let them keep an eye on Xiaoju, so that he could know in case Xiaoju was unconscious and dreaming, and if he didn't tell him. It's highly unlikely, but what if? What if Xiaoju's soul is taken over by someone else? What if something happens to Zhao? In case, Lin Jufeng's mind thought of many bad outcomes, and he realized that he couldn't accept either one. I love Xiaojiu. That can only be Xiaojiu. I won't agree with anyone else. Lin Jufeng's eyes were cold. Whoever dared to touch Xiaojiu, he would kill. But fortunately, all was well with Cao, and there were no dreams or differences, as always. The road to immortality kept moving forward, and Lin Jufeng directly and silently kept track of the time. Rushing through the stars can really make you forget the concept of time. Time exists as a weak concept in the known universe, because the difference between the time of the universe and the time we perceive is not half a star. Lin Jufeng thought silently as he continued his flight, traveling along the path to immortality. A full 15 days had passed, all a boring rush. The scenery along the way was the same. A cold and withering universe, darkness shrouding down. This is the norm for the universe. 15 days down the road, the rush can be so skeptical that it feels like nothing is real and the road seems as if it's fake. No matter how you look at it, it looks like you're walking in place. The roads are exactly the same. The scenery is exactly the same, and no matter how much deeper you go, it's as if you're in a loop. This was also because Lin Jufeng's mind was strong enough. Not only was he not annoyed, but he had a hint of gravity. It's not an easy road. Because as he gradually went deeper, Lin Jufeng realized that the pressure of flying was invariably increasing. An increase of 1 gram of weight at first is not noticeable at all. But walking around, a gram becomes a pound. Then 1 pound became 100 pounds, to the current 10,000 pounds. And the pressure doubles as you progressively go down. Can't fly. Lin Jufeng felt that the pressure he felt wasn't great, and he flew at an undiminished speed against the weight of 10,000 pounds. But others were more or less affected. Another 15 days. This pressure came to 1,000,000 pounds, and had pressed so hard that many great emperors were unable to fly, walking obediently on the road to immortality, gritting their teeth against the immense pressure. But even then, no one chose to give up. Chapter 122, Star Storm. At this moment on the road to immortality, a group of people just like regular people, very hard, difficult steps. Everyone had the strength of a great emperor, but under the pressure of this 1,000,000 pounds of weight, they still obediently walked on. And that pressure continues to build as it continues to go on. Most of the people who entered the road to immortality fell down here, and only a small number of people were able to continue flying, but their speed also dropped. Lin Jufeng came here, and everywhere she looked, there were countless crowds of people, just like people fleeing from a great famine, all crowding on this one road, walking for a while, taking a break, gasping for air, and recovering their true qi. It was walking like this, and they were still sweating profusely, as if they had been through some kind of strenuous exercise. But in reality, they are merely walking. Lin Jufeng lamented, no wonder we didn't see many people during the opening stage of the road to immortality, so it turns out that they've all come here. Even Lin Jufeng could see tens of thousands of people as far as his gaze was concerned. What about the front? Those who truly aspire to make efforts on the path to immortality have come here and are determined to go on. Lin Jufeng said, 1,000,000 pounds of pressure has little effect on me. His and internal organs were so much stronger that the pressure spilled over for him as he went on like this. Seeing that the others were slowly flying, Lin Jufeng took a deep breath, raised her speed, and directly rushed out all at once. Boom! rushing down with millions of pounds of pressure immediately caused the sound of explosions on the road to immortality to echo around. Very powerful and terrifying. Everyone raised their heads and looked at Lin Jufeng's back as she rode away in astonishment. Who is this, so awesome? With 1,000,000 pounds of pressure and still so fast? It's real cowhide. Invincible. If I had that kind of cultivation, I would do the same. Pretending, not just a little strength. What's so great? Have to let me see, damn envy me. That person, it seems to be the 9 Phoenix Emperor who made a big scene at the beginning of the road to immortality. Yes, I know him too. He's got a big name, living out his second life. Lin Jufeng was now considered famous, and this crowd of passers-by remembered him. But he didn't know this, and continued deeper, and as the pressure increased, the flying people gradually disappeared, leaving only the walking ones. Lin Jufeng came to the stage of 2,000,000 pounds, and the pressure on his body was terrifying. But he only reduced his speed a little, his face cold as he continued on. I just don't believe it. How can you continue to increase? Lin Jufeng gritted her teeth and wore out this path to immortality. He'd like to see how much pressure it would add. Lin Jufeng restored his mind to a state as calm as water, transparent as clear as crystal. The spirit without the slightest impurity was controlling his, flying on steadfastly against the tremendous pressure. This pressure comes directly to you, not somewhere else. Lin Jufeng waved his true qi, and he could also move great mountains, and with 1,000,000 pounds, he could also lift his hands and throw them. But right now, this pressure was directly on his body, on his internal organs, and this was the reason why this group of great emperors were screaming in agony. Wouldn't it be good to top it off with your true qi? Why inflict it directly on making a group of great emperors, now, look like refugees? Lin Jufeng continued to fly at a fast speed, but he also sensed danger. Gradually going down, the number of people walking decreased, but there were still a few thousand people, and the speed of these few thousand people was not too slow. This should be the people with potential on the road to immortality. As for flying, only Lin Jufeng was left alone. So it made him attract a lot of attention, and people everywhere were asking about him. Unconsciously, Lin Jufeng became a legend on the road to immortality. On the path to immortality, the expansion of pressure was already visible to the naked eye as they continued to go deeper. 3,000,000 pounds, 4,000,000 pounds, 5,000,000 pounds, all the way up to 10,000,000 pounds now. Lin Jufeng had spent a month of continuous flight, coming to the very front. In his presence, Lin Jufeng was sure to say that there was not a single person left. If they were natives on the road to immortality, it was another matter. Against the pressure of 10,000,000 pounds, Lin Jufeng didn't fly anymore. He walked instead, the big stride kind. No amount of pressure is going to stop him from moving forward. Cultivate while rushing. Lin Jufeng sank her heart and began to cultivate the several immortal laws she had obtained from the savage temple. The 3 immortal laws that he had gotten from the barbarian warriors, he couldn't cultivate them and cheapen them to Lin Jufeng. Lin Jufeng engraved the immortal laws in his mind, then stabilized his body and continued to move forward, and in this month, the 3 immortal laws had been learned. Now Lin Jufeng had a total of 5 immortal laws. Incorporating the immortal laws from the invincible laws, the void immortal law, the doomsday immortal law, the 10,000 pillars immortal law, and the vault of heaven sword law. These 5 immortal laws were within Lin Jufeng's body, and he condensed all of these into a single talismanic seal, engraved in his flesh and blood. If I know countless immortal techniques and incorporate all of these into becoming my flesh and blood, wouldn't I be unrivaled? Lin Jufeng thought silently. This was a direction that Lin Jufeng felt she must try. And what comes after the fairy magic? Lin Jufeng is curious. Lin Jufeng was rushing against the huge pressure and was still thinking about how to make herself stronger. This perseverance is also unmatched by ordinary people. Continuing on like this, the pressure was fixed at 10,000,000 pounds, making Lin Jufeng's eyes light up, not continuing to increase. If it was just this 10,000,000 pounds of pressure, Lin Jufeng could still continue to run wildly. But it turns out he was overthinking it. The pressure wasn't increasing, but a storm appeared in front of Lin Jufeng. Star storm on the road to immortality. Lin Jufeng let out a bitter laugh. It's because I'm too simple. Against 10,000,000 pounds of pressure, in the midst of an astral storm on the road to immortality, Lin Jufeng felt that those great emperors in the back would definitely be made miserable. It's not without reason that there are many natives on the road to immortality. Lin Jufeng humored the thought that if he didn't have this strength, he would have failed in front of such a large star storm and become one of the natives on the path to immortality. The storm gathered in front of him, and it didn't spread. It just covered the path to immortality in front of him. Lin Jiufeng had to be ready to rush in. He thought for a moment and wrote a line on the ground. Star storms powerful. Those who can't resist the pressure, retreat. This is also counted as Lin Jiufeng's kind reminder to the people still holding on behind him, and after writing this sentence, he directly rushed in. Bang, bang, bang. The power of the star storm was like countless pairs of fists that smashed into Lin Jiufeng's body, causing him to grimace in pain. F***CK. This hurts even more than when that broken God King body hit me. Lin Jiufeng cursed. The starry sky storm boiled and swept, vastly spreading, very terrifying, vibrating down, causing Lin Jiufeng's body to suffer. Hoo-hoo. Hoo-hoo. The storm continued to blow, and the terrifying star energy continued to blow wildly, to roll up Lin Jiufeng in a terrifying manner. Chapter 123, Swallowing the Storm. Entering the star storm, Lin Jiufeng could clearly feel that her strength lay in her perseverance. He was like an ancient tree in the sky, rooted deep in the ground, indifferent to the winds and rains and gales outside. Be firm in your goals and direction. The starry storms outside were simply terrifying, one after another, wanting to roll up Lin Jiufeng and ruthlessly tear him apart. But Lin Jiufeng held it all together. He was as firm as a rock, not moving, his eyes fixed ahead, following his own route. Rumble. The surging star energy swept over, ruthlessly slapping down like countless pairs of fists, smashing into Lin Jiufeng's body. Pain. This was real pain into the bone marrow, causing Lin Jiufeng to clench her teeth. How violent the starry sky energy was, Lin Jiufeng had sort of experienced it at this moment. In the underworld, entering into this star storm, Lin Jiufeng felt the calamity in her soul being activated. Now hijack. The 3 calamities and 9 tribulations. Lin Jiufeng had already survived the 3 calamities, survived the 5 tribulations, and still had the 4 tribulations to go. Past culpa, present culpa, future culpa, and genesis culpa. This time the crossing is the present culpa, also known as Starstorm. The starry sky storm destroyed Lin Jiufeng over and over again, with a hint of heavens will in the underworld. This calamity was more difficult than the previous ones, and Lin Jiufeng struggled to walk through the storm. The starry sky tumbled, and just a short distance away, an asteroid exploded, sweeping up countless huge energies and impacting. This caused Lin Jiufeng to stand on the road to immortality, looking on with a grave expression on her face. How can human power fight against a vast universe? Lin Jiufeng rehearsed such a thing today. This storm of energy came crashing through, surely now robbing. He wrapped himself in the invincibility method and stood his ground. I'm indestructible for the ages, living out my second life, and you want to destroy me with a small calamity? Lin Jiufeng's mouth carried a cold smile. With immortal Dharma as his bones and the source of the Tao as his soul, he exposed himself completely in the midst of the onslaught of astral energy. Boom, boom, boom. Rolls of huge energy stirred and was boundless, directly slapping at Lin Jiufeng's body. Pest! Lin Jiufeng's flesh was directly destroyed without any surprise. Not a trace of it existed. Flesh, blood, and bones were all instantly shattered and scattered all over the place without a trace. A great emperor body couldn't last a second under the onslaught of star energy. But in the next second, the starry energy storm still didn't stop, but continued to blow against the range where Lin Jiufeng was standing just now. Because here, Lin Jiufeng's soul was sinking and floating under the shelter of several great immortal laws. And underneath his soul was 101 sources of Tao, arranged into a formation that protected Lin Jiufeng's soul. Flesh is gone. I'll use your energy to mold it. My soul is perfect. If you can't destroy the soul, then you can't kill me. Lin Jiufeng's Yuan Shan was firm, standing in the void. The 5 great immortal laws surrounded Lin Jiufeng, protecting him well, letting the starry sky energy impact. It couldn't break Lin Jiufeng's soul. Without being able to break Lin Jiufeng's soul, the star energy didn't seem to have much ability. It was supposed to be the energy that flushes the flesh, and now Lin Jiufeng has given up her flesh for you to flush it, and I don't want it. I'm going to use your energy to mold a new physical body and improve it a bit, incorporating the source of the Tao to recreate a perfect and powerful physical body. It had to be said that Lin Jiufeng was bold enough to make such a choice in such a critical situation. The new body uses the source of the Tao as its foundation, star energy as its bloodline, and immortal laws as its flesh and blood to recreate an invincible physical body out of it. Lin Jiufeng's soul was like a baby, white and flawless, like a piece of beautiful jade, with the 5 great immortal laws surrounding it. Invincible method, void immortal method, doomsday immortal method, 10,000 Pillars Immortal Method, and Vaulted Sword Method. These 5 great immortal laws transformed into 5 talismanic seals, which were very complex and protected the soul very well. Hoo-hoo. Hoo-hoo. The astral storm continued, and the immense to unrivaled energy that poured in passed through the Dao source formation that Lin Jufeng had set up. In the source of the Dao, some powerful astral energies are filtered down, and those that are weak and contain impurities are released. Sifting in this way, one of Lin Jufeng's physical bodies was soon selected. Combining the massive Dao energy from the source of Dao, along with the starry sky energy and the infusion of immortal laws, a new Lin Jufeng came to life. Lin Jufeng's soul leapt into the mud pill palace with a very powerful energy that made him groan in relief. This body was molded by a combination of Dao energy, astral energy, and immortal law energy. The potential is endless, with unlimited room for growth. Lin Jufeng's second incarnation, who had chosen to give up correctly, now had his potential and strength once again. And with Lin Jufeng's physical body molded out, he was actually able to absorb star energy. This was a big surprise. With the vast energy of the starry sky impacting, Lin Jufeng could have absorbed it instead of hiding from the energy. Good. This sort of solves all the problems on my way to becoming an immortal. I just need to cross the tribulation, and after crossing the rest of the tribulation, I can impact the immortal realm. Lin Jufeng was happy that she had accomplished a goal. Even if he consumed all of the source of Dao, he would not mind. This body of his now, the origin was the source of Dao. If he wanted to comprehend the great Dao, would it not be easy? Let the storm come harder. Lin Jufeng looked at the still raging star storm and stood calmly, making no move at all. Rumble. The star storm reached him and was unsurprisingly absorbed. I happen to be lacking energy when it comes to regaining my peak strength, or even going 100 feet further, and you've come too good? Lin Jufeng murmured. Under the energy onslaught, Lin Jufeng's circumference was like a black hole, crazily absorbing this massive star storm. At the very end, Lin Jufeng elevated herself and actually flew up, sitting in the void against 10 million pounds of pressure, and began to inhale the star storm. Rumble. At this moment, Lin Jufeng, sitting above the ancient path of the starry sky, alongside the universe, opened his mouth wide and devoured the starry energy. This scene was incomparably astonishing, and no one would be unconvinced when Lin Jufeng was described as a starry sky demon god. Even the great emperors that followed after, the group of great emperors that had walked here under great pressure, were all looking on in astonishment, as if they had seen a ghost. Is that the star demon god? Someone asked. I don't think so. Someone stared dumbfounded and replied. Why do I think he's so scary? Who is this man? Who else could be ahead of us in line? At this statement, everyone was reminded of someone. 9 Phoenix Emperor. Surprisingly, it's him. He's absorbing the starry storm under tremendous pressure? Someone said with disbelief. This star energy is just calm. I absorb it for a bit, and it makes me ache. It's too manic, and now he's trying to gulp down storms? Some people looked dumbfounded all. Same great emperor. What makes him so powerful? There were also people who were jealous. Chapter 124. Having a baby. The star-devouring Lin Jufeng was a strong mess, and his unrivaled power, an aura like that of a starry demon god, directly shocked this group of great emperors. I said why the power was so great when we entered the star storm, and the further inside we went, the less powerful it became, so it was the 9 Phoenix Emperor absorbing it. Someone lamented. He's already an immortal, isn't he? A 9 Phoenix immortal? Becoming an immortal shouldn't be possible. I admit that he's very powerful, but immortals can ignore star storms. He's just devouring right now. Someone rationalized. But why do I feel that devouring star energy is even more powerful than some kind of ignorance? Someone asked weakly. I feel the same way. It's scary. How can ignoring star energy compare to devouring it? I do think that the 9 Phoenix Emperor should go to another level after this devouring. Bull. 1,000 words come together in one word, spoken from the heart. The first person on the road to immortality. Someone sighed, envious. The others saw this amazing scene and were powerless to refute it. They were facing the starry sky storm and struggling to hold on, almost dying. But what about Lin Jufeng? I'll devour you if you dare to interfere with me, which is totally roaring star at its best. At this moment, everyone stopped and waited for Lin Jufeng to finish devouring. Lin Jufeng also realized that they were waiting for them and couldn't help but speed up, going directly deeper into the upper part of the starry sky ancient path before violently expanding with suction power all over her body. Rumble. Under the rolling energy agitation, Lin Jiufeng absorbed it furiously, completely unreasonable. All the starstorm energy entered Lin Jiufeng's body at this moment. He clearly felt powerful now. The energy of the starstorm was the energy of this universe, and the raw energy of this universe was terrifying, and it was many times more manic than the aura that the great emperors had absorbed. To be able to absorb such a manic true qi and subdue it was truly strong. The current Lin Jiufeng was such a strong person. How many times stronger am I than my previous self? Lin Jiufeng stood on the immortal road, a point where the ancient road and the universe met, and squeezed her fist. He felt he could shatter this universe. An absolute confidence of a sudden surge of power had exceeded Lin Jiufeng's original strength, but exactly how much it had been boosted, Lin Jiufeng hadn't really tried. Luckily, his mind was strong and he didn't get lost in the power, but quickly calmed down and landed. In front of the great emperors, Lin Jiufeng descended down and looked at them. None of them dared to meet Lin Jiufeng's eyes. At this moment, Lin Jiufeng was not an immortal, but better than an immortal. After a long time, Lin Jiufeng withdrew her gaze and landed in the depths of the road to immortality. Someone behind him asked, "Emperor Nine Phoenix, have you become immortal?" Lin Jiufeng glanced at him and said, "No." "Great Emperor Nine Phoenix, why are you so powerful that you can do something as terrifying as gulping down a starry sky storm? Even a single breath of starry sky energy from me can pull my body into raw pain." A great emperor vainly asked for advice, truly feeling that Lin Jiufeng was terrifying. You must adapt and let your go through this process. If you want to go on in the path of becoming an immortal, you must subsequently absorb the cosmic energy. This is your hope of becoming an immortal. Lin Jiufeng pointed out a bit and spoke out his experience. What immortals absorb is cosmic energy. Great Emperor Nine Phoenix, how far is the path to immortality? Another person asked. Distant, unknown depths. If you want to continue, then show a firm will. Nothing else will do. I'll be waiting for you at the end of the road to immortality. Lin Jiufeng said, turning to leave. These great emperors were the overlords of all the major worlds. All of them were very powerful and wanted to become immortal as well. But they were now out of Lin Jiufeng's sight. These people didn't even have the qualifications to be taken as opponents by Lin Jiufeng, whose gaze looked deep into the immortal road. Lin Jiufeng no longer wanted to tangle with them. He left in big strides, and in the eyes of a crowd of great emperors who wanted to envy him, his speed soared and he disappeared into the distance. This one's gap with us is a bit wide now. A great emperor sighed. The first person on the road to immortality. Someone evaluated Lin Jiufeng from the bottom of his heart. The others didn't retort either. Having seen Lin Jiufeng's feat of swallowing the sea of stars, who would still retort? Leaving the great emperors behind, Lin Jiufeng continued to go deeper. Having survived the weight pressure and the star storm, the next pour was smooth for a while. Lin Jiufeng rushed along while listening to Xiaojia's sultry voice. Husband, this thing you did was too risky. Do you know how sad I was when I saw your physical body being destroyed? Xiaojia sobbed softly. Xiaojia, aren't I fine? Lin Jiufeng said awkwardly. He also knew that he had been very presumptuous this time. But that was also a choice made subconsciously at the time, and Lin Jiufeng felt that she had done a good job. You're not alone now, you have a wife. So risky things, it's better to do less in the future. Xiaoji was still sobbing. This time she was really scared. Especially the moment she saw Lin Jiufeng's physical body being destroyed in the inner space. She directly fainted, and it was thanks to the presence of the three stoner brothers that she was unharmed. Little Nine, are you sad? Lin Jiufeng stopped and asked guiltily. He knew he had made a mistake this time. He shouldn't have let Zhu see him when he carried out something so dangerous. Lin Jiufeng didn't feel that Xiaoju was being unreasonable like this. She had seen her husband's flesh explode and be swept away by the star storm, so she was naturally scared. Xiaoju trembled and said, Husband, I don't want our child to be born without a father. Boom. These words were like a muffled thunderbolt that hit Lin Jiufeng. He stared wide-eyed. In his 2 lifetimes, he had never been so shocked. You are pregnant? Lin Jiufeng trembled. Husband, I miss you so much. I want you to come and hug me. Xiaoju said pitifully. Without saying a word, Lin Jiufeng directly opened his inner space and came to Xiaoju's side, holding her in his arms. Really pregnant? Lin Jiufeng asked softly as he hugged this beautiful woman tightly. Well, you were pregnant when you occasionally came in to keep me company before. It's been over a month. I had the 3 stoner brothers check. Xiaoju quietly pressed her head against Lin Jiufeng's chest, listening to Lin Jiufeng's heartbeat before she gradually felt relieved. This man who was unrivaled in the world was her little Nine's husband and the father of the child in her belly. I will be good to you, and to the baby. I will also treat myself well, so don't be sad and angry. Lin Jufeng said as she cupped Xiaoju's face. Husband, next time such a dangerous picture, just don't let me see it. I know you're out there trying to improve yourself. I used to be able to hold on to it, but now that I'm pregnant, my heart is soft. I'm afraid of seeing these images, and it's easy for me to get carried away, so just don't let me see it. And when the baby's born, I'll be the same strong little nine as before again. Xiao Ju said fondly to Lin Jufeng. Chapter 125, Lin Jufeng's Cursing Skills. Xiao Jia's words softened Lin Jufeng's steel-like heart. He found that no matter how sturdy his body was, even if he was gulping down energy storms, but in front of Xiao Ju, she would be able to break down all of Lin Jufeng's defenses with a few words. Embracing little nine in her arms, Lin Jufeng was moved beyond words and could only firmly say, "Husband promises you that he will protect you and the child." Xiao Jia was then relieved and hugged Lin Jufeng and closed her eyes. Lin Jufeng picked up Xiao Jia for the princess and then placed her on the bed, covered her up, and looked at the woman lovingly. Getting pregnant on the road to immortality was something Lin Jufeng didn't expect. Because he was in the realm of the great emperors, it was not easy to have offspring, so he didn't do anything to protect himself every time. Lin Jufeng had thought that Xiaoju would only get pregnant when he became immortal, because at that time he could use a little means to make Xiaoju pregnant. He could never have imagined that Xiaoju would be pregnant. Didn't they say that strong people are not easy to get pregnant? Lin Jufeng was about to become an immortal and Xiaoju was still an ordinary person. The gap between the two was so big that she was able to get pregnant so quickly. It's not an easy thing to do either. Looking at Xiaoju's sleeping face, Lin Jufeng reached out to straighten her green silk. Beauty. The more Lin Jufeng looked at her, the more beautiful she became. And the sleeping Xiaoju was so perfect that Lin Jufeng felt that she was unworthy. Perhaps it was Lin Jufeng's scorching gaze that caused Xiaoju to wrinkle her brows and grunt softly in discomfort. Lin Jufeng hurriedly placed her hand on Xiaoju's brow, intending to use some tranquilizing incantations to calm Xiaoju down. But in an instant, Lin Jufeng's face changed drastically as she said incredulously, "You really did show up?" The mysterious person who had been lurking in Xiaoju's sea of consciousness finally appeared. Without hesitation, Lin Jufeng directly entered Xiaoju's sea of consciousness. Boom. It was still the huge mysterious heavenly palace, and Xiaoju was inside, being berated by a mysterious man with a mask. "You know who you are, and you dare to get pregnant? You're not even 18 years old yet. How dare you marry and get pregnant? It's outrageous. You think you have decision-making power over your body?" This mysterious man with a mask was furious and stared angrily at Xiaoju, scaring him to death. Then Xiaoju wondered, "Who are you? And what does it have to do with you if I marry and get pregnant?" "I am your protector," the mysterious man said coldly. "I don't need any protector. It's enough for me to have my husband. You turned out to be the one who keeps appearing in my dreams. Hurry up and leave my dreams, or I'll call my husband to come over and beat you up. My husband is very powerful." Xiaoju threatened the mysterious man. "I'm your protector. Would I harm you?" The mysterious man gritted his teeth. "I don't believe in you. I only believe in husband," Xiaoju firmly said. "This husband of yours is dead. He dared to touch you and get you pregnant. This is a heavenly offense. I had planned to wait until you were of age to take you away, but now it seems that I must take you away now," the mysterious man said coldly, simply furious. Xiaoju's face changed drastically. "Take her away? Leave the husband? No, I won't agree. Don't be delusional." Xiaoju was categorically determined. "It's not up to you. I want to take you away. It's easy." The mysterious man smiled confidently, and he didn't hide it, looking at Xiaoju in the mysterious heavenly palace with an air of being determined to eat her. "You can't take her away." Lin Jufeng's icy cold voice rang out with shocked anger, striding forward with an unrivaled aura, his eyes cold and stern, his black robes hunting and majestic. "Husband!" Xiaoju immediately ran over and hid behind Lin Jufeng, who was her heaven. "It's you? You're the stinky man who abducted this girl. I must kill you today before taking her away." When the mysterious man saw Lin Jufeng, it was truly as if he had seen his father's murderer. His eyes were bloodshot with hatred. "Keep your mouth clean. Who are you? Dare to manage my family's Xiaoju's affairs. If you want to die, just say so. I'll personally come to kill you, and will definitely shut your mouth." But who knew that Lin Jufeng's hatred was even greater, directly rebuking the mysterious man angrily. His eyes were cold, killing intent intertwined. "How dare you scold me like that?" The mysterious man looked at Lin Jufeng in shock and anger, not daring to believe it. "What? You look so scolded that you're still angry when I scold you twice?" Lin Jufeng sneered. This should be asked of your mother. Is the regret in this life that her son is too ugly? Ah, sharp teeth. You're a mouth I'll definitely tear to shreds. The mysterious man was infuriated by Lin Jufeng, glaring at Lin Jufeng in anger, hating him to the bone. Well then, come on, don't learn to bark like a wongbang over there. Come here and I'll cut off your dog's head with my own hands. Lin Jufeng said nonchalantly, the killing intent in her eyes not hidden at all. If you dare to touch my Xiaojiu, I'll destroy your whole family. The mysterious man exploded with anger as he raised his hand, itching to slap Lin Jufeng to death. But in an instant he put it down and said coldly, fighting here will break your people's sea of consciousness. Her life is 10,000 times more important than yours. In my eyes, Xiaojiu's life is also 100 million times more valuable than yours. Since it's not good to fight in her sea of consciousness, then come to my sea of consciousness and see how I cut off your dog's head. Lin Jufeng didn't hesitate to say, using herself as bait was to make this person leave Xiaojiu's sea of consciousness. The mysterious person with the mask was not an entity, but a spiritual body that could hide in the depths of the sea of consciousness if he didn't go out on his own. There was nothing Lin Jufeng could do. So Lin Jufeng used verbal humiliation, along with her sea of consciousness as bait, to tempt this mysterious person to come over and kill herself. You're really willing to give it up? The mysterious man sneered. How could he not see Lin Jufeng's purpose? Shrinking head turtle, you don't even dare to come and kill me like this. Roll to your mother's arms and eat milk. Lin Jufeng looked at him with disdain. Naked humiliation. Barely a conspiracy. That's what I'm trying to draw you out. Do you have the guts to come out? The mysterious man was enraged by Lin Jufeng's scolding. His eyes were cold, and so were his words. You're looking for death yourself? I've come to fulfill you. Ask for benevolence. Ask for death. Kill you, and I can still return here. The mysterious man took big strides. He knew that Lin Jufeng was a young plot. He still decided to go to Lin Jufeng's sea of consciousness and kill Lin Jufeng. He didn't want to destroy Xiaojiu's sea of consciousness. Xiaojiu couldn't be hurt. Lin Jufeng also didn't want to hurt Xiaojiu's sea of consciousness. In his heart, he would rather take his own risk and fight with others in his own sea of consciousness, but he couldn't do it in Xiaojiu's sea of consciousness. Husband. Xiaojiu worriedly pulled Lin Jufeng's arm. Don't worry, my husband will kill him, and then be here to accompany you and wait for our child to be born. Lin Jufeng smiled faintly and said firmly, I'm scared. Xiaojiu looked pitifully at Lin Jufeng, her little mouth pouting. Lin Jufeng kissed her small mouth. It was a soul body kiss. Looking at the mysterious man's eyes flashed with murderous intent, as fierce as a steel blade and sharp sword. How dare you kiss in front of him, looking for death? Chapter 126, a sword technique that shocks the world and tears the devil. How close you are now. How miserable you will die next. The mysterious man's eyes were cold as he looked at Lin Jufeng. Did you just eat shit? Speaking so stinky? Lin Jufeng immediately disliked back. At the end of your life, all you have left is a stiff upper lip. The mysterious man's eyes were like swords, slashing at Lin Jufeng's body and had materialized. Get over here. I'll kill you myself. Lin Jufeng looked at him coldly and harshly, letting go of Xiaojiu and striding out. You're eager to find death, so I'll fulfill you. The mysterious man said coldly, following Lin Jufeng and walking out of Xiaojiu's sea of consciousness. Boom. The space shifted, and Lin Jufeng opened up her sea of consciousness space to let the mysterious person in. This matter had to be resolved, and Lin Jufeng decided to use her sea of consciousness as a battlefield to strike him down. This masked mysterious person snorted coldly and entered Lin Jufeng's sea of consciousness, raising his hand to condense a virtual long sword. Boom. At this moment, he pointed his sword at Lin Jufeng. His mask was cold, his eyes contained no emotion, and his entire person was untouchable. Unsheathing his sword, his sharpness flourished, and he was going to tear apart this sea of knowledge by virtue of his aura alone. With this ferocious sharpness, the mysterious man was virtually unstoppable, and anyone would have to bow to him. No one had such a sharp aura as him. Lin Jufeng also admitted that she hadn't seen such a powerful and sharp aura from him. But that's not the reason. Lin Jufeng's body also exuded lawlessness, unrestrained, boldness, and confidence that he could overcome everything. And he had come so far on the basis of his invincible confidence. I suppressed the Mangwu Great World and the road to immortality. Now that this is my sea of consciousness, I can suppress you just the same. Lin Jufeng coldly said, his figure resembling lightning, and he decisively punched out. You dare to chide little nine, I'm going to slaughter you today. Lin Jufeng let out a long roar. piercing through gold and cracking rocks, very terrifying. And his punch was also a terrifying, invincible method. You're just a great emperor realm. You act as an authority in the lower realms, but in front of me, it's not worth mentioning. The noble status of the little nine in your mouth is not something you can imagine. You touched her and made her pregnant. I will kill you. The mysterious man coldly said, directly attacking with a sword, piercing through Lin Jufeng's fist, to pierce into his soul. At this moment, Lin Jufeng's soul trembled violently. Here comes the hijacking. Past hijacking. This mysterious person had arrived with the past robbery, which was even more difficult to get through than the present robbery. With this sword kill, Lin Jufeng also knew his strength. Immortal realm spirit body. Although there was no entity and the power of the immortal could not be completely utilized, he was also very powerful, and this sword kill was very ferocious. But Lin Jufeng wasn't a vegetarian, and since he dared to open up his sea of consciousness, he was certain that he had the strength to win the fight. At this second, he withdrew his fists and similarly virtualized a long sword in his hand. Directly, the sword slashed down, with a monstrous sword momentum, inverting yin and yang, and stirring up the universe. This sword was from the Tsangdom sword technique, an immortal technique that was extremely powerful, and it was the first time that Lin Jufeng had performed it after learning it. After this sword erupted and hit the mysterious man, this sword collapsed. Lin Jufeng did not hide his strength. After devouring the star storm, just how powerful Lin Jufeng was at full strength was something that no one else could imagine. This sword, which was very manic, was using astral energy, the kind of energy that only immortals could perform. Boom. In an instant, the sword aura shrouded the mysterious person in it. The sword chi vibrated around, like a big spinning ball. The person wrapped in it rotated violently, in a split second, spinning millions of circles, and then the person with great aptitude, also want to be dizzy, don't know the southeast and west-northwest. Tsangdom sword technique. This move is specifically to deal with this spiritual body. So what if he's in the immortal realm? You don't have a physical body and you're using astral energy. I'm using the same. At this moment, the mysterious man was rolled inside, struggling to break free, looking at Lin Jufeng with disbelief. His mask shattered at a corner. Your strength, how can it be so terrifying? The mysterious man looked at Lin Jufeng with disbelief. He was an immortal level spirit body, so killing a weakling at the great emperor realm wasn't a breeze? But who would have thought that Lin Jufeng would surprise him so much? It's a little scary how big it is. Lin Jufeng was at the great emperor realm, controlling the cosmic star energy, and the sword art he executed was again at the immortal technique level, which was so terrifying that it dazzled the eyes. You don't need to know. Tell me what secrets are on Xiaojiu? Lin Jufeng asked coldly as she pointed her sword at him. Before, perhaps Lin Jufeng couldn't defeat him, but after experiencing the devouring starstorm, Lin Jufeng's strength didn't know how many times it had shown an increase. So right now, Lin Jufeng really wasn't weaker than this spiritual body. No, I should say that Lin Jufeng was even more powerful than this spiritual body. You are the one who doesn't know. I'll tell you that her origin is too noble to be told. It's an existence that you can't even come into contact with in your entire life. She's an ancient existence's embodied soul person. Now you dare to defile her and even impregnate her, you've already committed a capital offense. The mysterious person said in an icy tone. What the hell is a soul container? All I know is that she's my Lin Jufeng's wife and the mother of my child. Anyone who tries to touch her, I'll exterminate the other party's entire family. Lin Jufeng said coldly. Big words. You're still a waste who hasn't even broken through to immortal, and you dare to talk about destroying people's entire families here. It's simply laughable. The mysterious man looked at Lin Jufeng with disdain. And why do I need you to believe me? I'm here to kill you. You said that I'm a waste. So now that you've been struck down by a waste, I'd like to see what kind of heart journey you'll have on the side of your original body. Lin Jufeng said indifferently, running with his sword and stabbing out. Palm, 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 palm. At this moment, Lin Jufeng executed the mastery in the Tsangdom sword technique. Everything revives. In an instant, the sword light struck like a shower of spring rain, and the mysterious man suddenly felt that the entire sea of consciousness was full of spring rain and freshness, and the flowers, plants, and trees were exuding vitality. And he himself seemed to be in the middle of a quiet little building, listening to the spring rain at night, and everywhere he was alive. And he had a feeling that he was going to be intoxicated. And it was this intoxication that woke him up with a jolt. Pest! But it was too late. Lin Jufeng merged his fingers into a sword face this time and pointed at the center of his eyebrows. The silver-gray mask split open, and he stared at Lin Jufeng with wide eyes, completely not expecting that such a thing would happen. He was only intoxicated for so long before he saw a sword light, like a blazing sunrise, constantly expanding in front of his eyes, while Lin Jufeng, who had her fingers together like a sword, carried an endless ocean of sword chi behind her, seemingly wanting to submerge herself, completely crushed. With this lapse of concentration on the mysterious man's part, Lin Jufeng's sword broke through his mask and nudged him in the center of his brow. Even a spiritual body would not be able to survive being nailed on the center of the brow like this. Such sword skills are simply astonishing. Chapter 127, Past Robbery. Lin Jufeng's fingertips gulped sword chi, cold and piercing to the bone, causing this immortal spiritual body to stare blankly. He wasn't drawing his sword or striking out. It's all over. Just under the distance of this finger from Lin Jufeng, he knew that he had failed. How is it that you can slaughter immortals in the great emperor realm? The mysterious man asked in disbelief. He would not be able to die in peace until this question was asked clearly. Are you a complete immortal? Lin Jufeng retracted her finger and asked calmly. The mystery man was silent at this question. You're just a spirit body. Your original body isn't here. You're an immortal. You can cast the energy of this universe. You can decimate divine souls. And you can cast immortal laws. That's why you're more powerful than a great emperor. Lin Jufeng looked at him indifferently. But I can also absorb the energy of this universe. I can also perform immortal techniques, and I can also chop up the divine soul. The gap between you and me isn't that big. Lin Jufeng said truthfully. So that's how it is. The mysterious man sneered, not knowing who he was laughing at Lin Jufeng's arrogance, or at his own arrogance. I will personally cross the border and come to this starry sky ancient road to kill you. The mysterious man looked at Lin Jufeng and firmly said, Welcome. I said I'd suppress this path to immortality, the starry sky ancient path in your mouth. Come on. I'll behead you once more. Lin Jufeng said nonchalantly. Those who are arrogant will surely die under their own arrogance. You are very powerful, but if I want to kill you, I can still do it. The mysterious man coldly said. Is this your confidence from the ascended world? Lin Jufeng asked with the corner of her mouth curled up. You know and still dare to offend me? The mysterious man's face began to crack, but he still looked at Lin Jufeng, his eyes filled with killing intent. If you touch little nine, I'm going to kill you. Lin Jufeng firmly said. You're so fearless because you don't know where she comes from. Next time we meet again, I'll tell you her identity before I kill you. You must be desperate. The mysterious man laughed coldly. Click. His mental body finally couldn't hold on any longer and completely collapsed, disappearing into Lin Jufeng's sea of consciousness. Lin Jufeng indifferently looked at the empty sea of consciousness and said, It's nothing more than the reincarnation of some great power, or the reincarnation of someone from a top power. But so what? To me, Xiao is my wife, the wife I worshipped heaven and earth and took home, the person I swore to guard for the rest of my life. She will only be Xiao in this lifetime, and it can't be anyone else. Lin Jufeng indifferently said. Although she didn't know the exact origin of Xiao yet, Lin Jufeng had long been mentally prepared. When they were in the Mongdao world, Lin Jufeng had guessed that Xiao's unusualness was surprising. But so what? Xiao is now an independent person, is Lin Jufeng's wife, who wants to hurt Xiao. Go and fulfill someone else. Lin Jufeng doesn't care. In the inner space, Xiao awoke with a jolt and looked around to find Lin Jufeng looking at her with a smile. Husband, are you all right? That mysterious person didn't hurt you? Xiao instantly jumped into Lin Jufeng's arms and asked with concern. I'm fine. Your husband is invincible in the world. No enemy can do anything to me. A mysterious person in the district, hiding his head. How can he be my opponent? Lin Jufeng hugged little Nine and smiled confidently. That's good. Husband is fine. Xiao is relieved. Otherwise, I would die of guilt. Xiao breathed a long sigh of relief. It's fine. No one will bother you in the future. Rest at ease in the inner heaven and earth. Nourish your body so that our child will be born into this world, and all the storms and winds in the outside world. Husband will help you block it. Lin Jufeng said gently. Husband, Xiao loves you so much. Xiao was touched and sent a fragrant kiss. Me too. Lin Jufeng smiled dotingly. This time Lin Jufeng accompanied Xiao for 3 days, calming Xiao in the inner heaven and earth. The woman was pregnant and had a lot of emotional ups and downs and fluctuations, and he carefully took care of it from the sidelines. Originally, Lin Jufeng had planned to stay with him for 10 days, but Xiao was in a stable mood and was not suffering, so he drove Lin Jufeng out. Let Lin Jufeng continue to suppress the path to immortality. On the road to immortality, Lin Jufeng saw the silent, dark and cold universe and breathed a long sigh of relief. His heart was far from being as relaxed as it appeared in front of Xiao. That mysterious person's original body should be from the ascended world. He had said that he would cross the border to kill him. Lin Jufeng could have decapitated his spiritual body, but really against an immortal, he wouldn't be able to win now. I need to break through to immortal quickly. Lin Jufeng thought silently. Of the 3 plagues and 9 tribulations for breaking through to immortality, Lin Jufeng had already survived many of them, with only the future tribulation, present tribulation, and origin tribulation remaining. The Yuan Shan tribulation was crossed when breaking through to the immortal, which meant that Lin Jufeng would be able to break through to the immortal realm after going through 2 ordeals. My accumulation is already huge enough. There's definitely no problem breaking through to immortal. I just need to survive 2 more major tribulations. With this belief, Lin Jufeng delved deeper into the path to immortality. The road to immortality is lonely. Especially Lin Jufeng, such a person deep in it, there is no one in front of him. Fortunately, he has Xiao and the 3 brothers of the Stone Man gags. It is not lonely. Without the pressure, without the star storm, Lin Jufeng continued to advance at a rapid speed. But the road to immortality is empty. There wasn't a single living thing for millions of miles, and at this moment Lin Jufeng realized that he had already gone far deeper and entered a dark star field, where there was no light at all and it was very quiet. The darkness was out of reach, and the road to immortality was devoid of light. Lin Jufeng was at the junction of light and darkness. Behind was the bright road to immortality. Looking forward, it seemed as if it was the entrance to the darkness of hell, and no one knew what existed. Half of Lin Jufeng's body was in the darkness, and half of her body was under the light. Before he even went in, his soul was trembling, reminding Lin Jufeng, there is a robbery ahead. Future hijacking. It's the right time to come. I've always wanted to cross the tribulation earlier, and now that I'm here, I have no more worries. Lin Jufeng was not shocked but rather delighted, happily entering the dark path to immortality. When the calamity comes, just get through it. Lin Jufeng never wanted to avoid crossing the river. He couldn't wait for all of them to come at once. Transitioning early and becoming immortal early will give you a chance in the future. I wonder what this past hijacking is really like? Lin Jufeng muttered. In the dark road to immortality, he waved his true chi to illuminate the road ahead, but it soon went out. This darkness could devour the light, and Lin Jufeng's true chi couldn't even last for a few seconds. But this was enough for Lin Jufeng. His only expectation now was this past robbery. What was it like? Chapter 128. Aggravated Distress. Walking in the darkness, Lin Jufeng was very steady, not aggressive and adventurous, but firmly walking her own rhythm. He was always alert to the people around him and was very cold. The 4 directions up and down is said to be Yu, ancient and modern is said to be Zeus. The vast universe, there is no boundary relative to it. A majestic ancient star is as small as dust, let alone a person, a road. The dark space. Lin Jufeng was mentally tense, not daring to be careless, looking around, his face cold. Suddenly, Lin Jufeng saw a momentary silver spark ahead. It was fleeting, but in the darkness of space, it was so dazzling that he fixed his eyes on it. As expected, in front was a silver spark erupting, the root of which was a silver flame of light. Lin Jufeng immediately stepped across the starry sky, leaving behind a stream of light that rushed toward the brilliant silver light flame. This distance is as far as looking over the hill and running really far. But the last thing Lin Jufeng lacked was perseverance, and he chased after it for 7 days and 7 nights in a row before he got close to this silver flame. In this starry region, a grandiose aura permeated the area, causing people to worship, accompanied by the vicissitudes of a long time. The atmosphere raged. Here, in addition to a silver flame, there are thousands of starfire streamers. It was the only light in the darkness of space, and these were all lit stars, all dead stars, but it was not known how many of them had been ancient stars of life before them, and how many had been small meteorites floating about. Here, Lin Jufeng saw an extremely shocking scene. In the depths of the silver sparks, in those thousands of starfire streams of fireflies, there were all sorts of divine chains of order intertwined, as well as large swaths of golden origin laws entwined, gray death breath suppressed, and green traces of life surfaced. In this place, all kinds of Tao mingled, paired with thousands of stars and fireflies, and it was beautiful. The Milky Way was resplendent, and Lin Jufeng, like a drunken man, fell down and saw this incredible scene. But Lin Jufeng was serious inside. This scene was extremely shocking and beautiful, but Lin Jufeng saw countless dangers. It's a place for the Tao of Transfiguration. It's also a place for fairy burials. These laws, these Dao rhythms, these terrifying existences are definitely not caused by the fall of an immortal. Lin Jufeng looked on in shock. Lin Jufeng had seen the scene after the fall of an immortal, and in the Kunlun Mountains, it was nothing compared to this place. If the Kunlun Mountain range was the fall of one immortal that couldn't cause any great visions, then here was at least 5 immortals. And all 5 of these immortals were more powerful than the one in the Kunlun Mountains. Lin Jufeng looked at the laws, Dao rhythms, divine rules of order, law chains, and so on here and almost drooled with envy. If he had these, he would have the courage to face the immortals of the ascended world now. Boom. Just as Lin Jufeng was envious, he saw 1,000 changes. In the midst of all these laws, a sea of thunder was born, right in front of Lin Jufeng's eyes, and in an instant, the sea of thunder wrapped him up in a sudden change. Illusory or real? Lin Jufeng was stupefied. He clearly felt that this was all fake. An illusion erupted from these laws, divine laws. But in reality, he reached out and touched it, and all of a sudden the lightning wrapped around him, quite literally. This made Lin Jufeng wonder whether it was real or not. Lin Jufeng decided to respond to all changes by remaining unchanged as he silently watched, now that he was just at the edge of the Thunder Sea. In the center of the Thunder Sea, someone was crossing the threshold. Lin Jufeng looked closer and unexpectedly realized that the person who had crossed the threshold was actually a squirrel, the great northern mountain emperor. Lin Jufeng lost her voice and said, "Am I coming to over 100,000 years ago? Or are the images from over 100,000 years ago appearing before my eyes?" The confused Lin Jufeng watched silently. The North Mountain Emperor was still a small, squirrel-like figure, only that the fur on his body was very thick and shimmered with a silver-colored light that was very beautiful. The North Mountain Emperor was saying something over and over again to the Thunderbolt, but the gap between the era he was in and Lin Jufeng was a bit far, so Lin Jufeng couldn't hear him. And what surprised Lin Jufeng even more was that with a boom, on the other side of him, out came the golden light of another person crossing the threshold. A white, bald head peeked through the golden light of the sky. It was a monk with an elegant face and infinite wisdom in his eyes. Siddhartha Gautama. Lin Jufeng stared wide-eyed and said, "The Baishan Emperor from over 100,000 years ago, the Sakyamuni Emperor from 100,000 years ago, they all crossed the threshold on this path to immortality. Is this crossing an immortal's tribulation?" Lin Jufeng said enviously. Now it became him standing in the center, with his predecessors on either side, all transiting at different times. Lin Jufeng just watched silently. He had thought that this thunderbolt wouldn't strike him. After all, they weren't even from the same time and space. But unfortunately, the thunderbolt still kept striking down. Emperor Shakyamuni and Emperor Baishan hadn't noticed Lin Jufeng, and they were both fully concentrating on transmitting their robberies. Lin Jufeng, the one who was watching, was affected by the waves. In an instant, a thunderbolt came from one of the two sides. Lin Jufeng's face changed drastically as he cursed, "Fuck, is this the past robbery? He is just a melon eater, no harm. This matter has nothing to do with him. How'd it come to split him?" And one thunderbolt wasn't enough, but two? Boom. In an instant, a blanket of dark light impacted down. The aura alone could flood the starfield. These were 2 legendary Taiyin divine thunderbolts, descending furiously, cleaving through all obstacles, coming across space and time to strike down Lin Jufeng. This thunder tribulation was bigger than all of Lin Jufeng's previous tribulations, as the 2 thunderbolts crossed time and came here, instantly crowding the starfield. There were many stars burning near the road to immortality, and at this moment, all of them were submerged in the middle of it, exploding one after another. No. Lin Jufeng knew it was dangerous, really dangerous. This is the immortal tribulation. It's no joke. He immediately took out the large black umbrella and desperately defended himself, while also closing the inner space so that Xiaoju wouldn't know about it. She was pregnant, and Lin Jufeng didn't want her to be scared. Click. These 2 Taiyin divine thunderbolts that came across the border. The starry sky brought with it a burst of immortal mist filling the air, and the dark light shimmered, and in an instant it struck at Lin Jufeng's body. With a very dry sound, it directly smashed Lin Jufeng completely, shattering his big black umbrella into countless pieces. This is a very horrifying picture, and the most dangerous event that Lin Jufeng has ever experienced, and it can be called the worst calamity he has ever experienced. It was also at this time that Lin Jufeng's divine soul was in severe pain, reminding him that the calamity had worsened. Past karmas, present karmas, appeared together. Damn you, you didn't say it earlier, I wasn't even mentally prepared. Lin Jufeng's divine soul was roaring, very angry, and used every repair technique. Knock. The body that had been shattered by the thunderbolt made a vibrating sound like a heavenly drum, and in this starry sky, that green halo of light flowed over and repaired this shattered body, and the bones that had been broken by inches were once again reorganized, joined, and refined into one. Lin Jufeng came to life. Rumble. But the next second that was said, two more thunderbolts came across the border. This time it was the sun god's thunder that struck at Lin Jufeng's body. Boo. Once again, Lin Jufeng shattered into countless pieces of blood and flesh. Damn you. Lin Jufeng's Yuan Shun let out a sad and angry roar. Chapter 129, 8,000 Hammers and Hundreds of Hammers. Lin Jufeng is in pain. He is suffering from an unmitigated disaster. How could it be imagined that the past hijacking would be from the Northern Mountain Emperor of more than 100,000 years ago and the Sakyamuni Emperor of 100,000 years ago? On the contrary, they didn't know that Lin Jufeng was being affected by the wave. The ripple effect across more than 100,000 years made Lin Jufeng so depressed that she wanted to vomit blood. Having been cleaved and shattered twice in succession, Lin Jufeng's body had suffered a great blow and was not lightly injured. But fortunately, Lin Jufeng could absorb the energy of the universe, run her gongfu and repair her body, repairing it for the second time and standing up. Boom. Another overwhelming sea of thunder descended, no longer so much as two, but a sea of radiant thunder, illuminating this dark universe in this instant. Extremely terrifying might, several times that of before, very terrifying, as if a star field explosion had occurred. The piercing light was 10,000 times more horrifying than an infinite number of stars burning up. The pair of divine thunderbolts, Tying and Sun, arrived together, frying Lin Jufeng's newly repaired body with blood and flesh. As strong as the physical body he condensed with the star storm also died 9 deaths. The fetal bones broke off inch by inch, the tendons and veins exploded, and the blood splattered in a miserable manner. If this scene was seen by Xiao, she would have fainted from fear. Lin Jufeng's Yuan Shun also suffered a heavy blow. It was really the first time he felt so terrible, and this scene made him feel the aura of death. But Lin Jufeng didn't admit defeat. He was able to cultivate from the age of ending to transition. Would he be afraid of this now? The thunder tribulation of the end times struck me to this world, and now you want to use it to strike me to death? Lin Jufeng's Yuan Shun was glowing, pure as a glaze, emitting an extremely terrifying millimeter of light. Although it spread out into this universe, a very small light, but to Lin Jufeng, it was a life-saving light. This time, however, while repairing, the cosmic laws slowly fell down and entered within Lin Jufeng's flesh and blood, helping him repair his injuries. This time Lin Jufeng was also prepared. Click. As expected, immediately after the repair, a thunderbolt descended, and he couldn't even fend it off before he was smashed again. Lin Jufeng also knew that she had to hold on this time. Hold on to win. Can't stand it. Everything is fake. At this moment, he was repairing with great difficulty. His soul was beginning to crack, so one could imagine how heavily injured he was. But Lin Jufeng didn't say a word, firmly moving towards her goal. Boom. With this repair, the Order Godlian was also integrated into Lin Jufeng's body. He's alive again. In the next second, the thunderbolt smashed down. Click. Lin Jufeng had already rippled. The cracks in his Yuan Shun were in abundance, and he was firming up. Everything in this world is like a dream and a bubble, like dew and electricity. At this time, a Buddhist scripture was transmitted to Lin Jufeng's divine soul. The immortal laws of Emperor Shakyamuni. Lin Jufeng murmured. This immortal technique had traveled across time and space to the present to be taught to Lin Jufeng. Emperor Shakyamuni knew that Lin Jufeng was in danger, and he also knew that his thunderbolt had gone wrong and affected Lin Jufeng. So he gave Lin Jufeng the immortal laws that he had comprehended over a period of 100,000 years. If I become a demon emperor in other years, I will report that I bloom with peach blossoms in one place. Another voice, bringing a piece of immortal dharma, it was the Northern Mountain Emperor, who had also discovered what the problem was. His own thunderbolt seemed to have affected a great emperor of the latter days. So he, along with Emperor Shakyamuni, sent Lin Jufeng his own immortal dharma. The North Mountain Emperor, with a squirrel body, looks cute, but he calls himself the Demon Emperor and says the domineering words of reporting and peach blossom blooming in one place. These two immortal laws were life-saving for Lin Jufeng, who was already on the verge of not being able to hold on any longer, and as soon as the two immortal laws came, they were immediately integrated into Lin Jufeng's body. The Buddhist teachings healed Lin Jufeng's injuries, and the demonic teachings helped Lin Jufeng gather her body. In this way, Lin Jufeng came to life once again, and this time, being split, Lin Jufeng was well prepared. Time and time again, the thunder tribulation struck Lin Jufeng's body and flesh, and the nine tribulation umbrella completely fused into one, as well as those invincible laws of his, the seven immortal laws, all fused into one, indistinguishable from each other. It was 1,000 hammers and recasts, over and over again, infiltrating these acquired learnings into the bones of Lin Jufeng's bloodline, making them blend together as one. It was also a painful ordeal. The magnitude of the thunderbolt and the strength of the heavenly punishment exceeded Lin Jufeng's expectations. This was the immortal tribulation, and it was completely different from Lin Jufeng's previous tribulation in the East Sea clan, and he couldn't be as calm as he had been in the past. This time, if he was not careful, his form and spirit would be destroyed. Boom! The next 5 elements of thunderbolt descended. The 5 divine lights of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth swept down, striking Lin Jufeng's body to shatter 5 times in a row, and even the universe shook continuously, nearly falling apart. This time I crossed the threshold. It's probably 4/10 of the amount borne by the Northern Mountain Emperor and the Sakyamuni Emperor. Lin Jufeng guessed. This past Jack had really done everything in order to get Lin Jufeng killed. But Lin Jufeng still didn't die. On the contrary, he was now getting stronger and stronger the more he chopped, and was completely able to withstand it. The extreme calamity that he was currently suffering from would not be able to be resisted by anyone else on the immortal road if they were to be replaced. Any of these strikes could cleave others into ashes, and not many people had been able to receive them since the beginning of time. Boom! There was another great tribulation. The lightning was eye-catching. All over the sky, boundless, and Lin Jufeng gritted her teeth to support it. He was now internally clear, frantically absorbing everything around him, the laws, the green time, the gray laws of death, and the divine lane of order, and so on and so forth. These were accompanied by several great immortal laws that were integrated into Lin Jufeng's body to enhance his strength. Boom! He came to life once more, while another thunderbolt that followed it struck down, a chaos thunderbolt that was immensely powerful. But Lin Jufeng was no longer the same man who had taken a beating before. Absorbing countless amounts of energy, he merged his fingers and pointed out a sword, sending out a skyrocketing sword chi that resounded, slashing the heavens and shattering the immortal lightning this time around, rumbling and vibrating, causing the entire Tsangyu to shake for a while. Fuck, you're addicted to chopping me, aren't you? Lin Jufeng's face was arrogant, his eyes were very fierce, and his beastly aura exploded as he looked straight at the thunder. Now he was once again surging in strength. Lin Jufeng joined her fingers as a sword, clanging and clanging, unyielding and unwilling to fight against the calamity. He stood in the thunder, seeming to frighten the heavens, and seeming to pass the thunderbolt. Lin Jufeng clearly felt that the thunderbolt had faded and wasn't coming to strike him across time and space. And at this time, Lin Jufeng saw that Emperor Shakyamuni and Emperor Beishan had also finished their transits. So that's how it is, when they finish their tribulation, I'll also finish. Lin Jufeng immediately understood the cause. He came through. The past is over. Now there was only one Yuan Shan robbery left. On a side note, I was dizzy from all the coding yesterday and got the hijacking wrong. So I'm really sorry for any readers who were disturbed. Now to explain, the 3 plagues and 9 tribulations. The 3 plagues are heavenly, human, and destiny. This is the very first to cross over. The 9 tribulations were crossed in separate places. The fire tribulation was the Eastern Sea group, the wood tribulation, water tribulation, gold tribulation, and earth tribulation were the ones that killed in Tianya, and the group of northern immortals got through it. Now the robbery was over the star storm, the body destroyed and reshaped to cross over. The future robbery was passed by killing the spirit body in Xiaojiu's consciousness space. The past robbery is this one's thunderbolt. So now there's only one Jinjutsu robbery left, and I've already revised all of them before, so I'm deeply sorry for the trouble I've caused you all. Chapter 130. I am invincible on the path to immortality. As the past calamity passed through, Lin Jufeng's injuries all over her body were healed. Moreover, the various laws under this starry sky seen before, the various divine chains of order, the large swaths of golden origin laws, the gray aura of death, and the green traces of life were all absorbed by Lin Jufeng. He used it to repair his injuries. These are all accumulations. When I break through the immortal realm, I'll be able to go on invincible. Lin Jufeng's eyes were bright, very confident in her future. He got the death breath and also the green life trace, and this green life trace was also a simplified version of the law of time. Time for life and life giving birth to time, which is supposed to be connected, helps quite a lot for Lin Jufeng. When I become an immortal and comprehend death, life, and time, I won't be afraid of any threats that come my way at that time, Lin Jufeng firmly said. Thinking like this, Lin Jufeng felt that this time, she had been blessed by a misfortune. He also received immortal dharma sent across time by Emperor Shakyamuni and Emperor Beishan. These two could both be powerful people who had become immortals on the road to immortality, and since Emperor Shakyamuni had also suppressed the road to immortality and smashed those who had come across the border, their immortal laws were especially helpful to Lin Jufeng. All Lin Jufeng is kinda thankful for the past robbery. Although past Jack hated Lin Jufeng, the Thunder Tribulation passed and the Sea of Thunder disappeared, but Emperor Shakyamuni and Emperor Beishan didn't leave. Instead, they stood on both sides of Lin Jufeng and looked towards Lin Jufeng, a kindly old monk, a squirrel that was only a little bit big, and a young Lin Jufeng. Three people from three different time periods. The North Mountain Emperor was about 140,000 years ago. Siddhartha Gautama the Great was 100,000 years ago. Lin Jufeng is at the present time. Of course, this was the time on Lin Jufeng's side. If it was the Northern Mountain Emperor's side of the time, he was meeting two later generation powerhouses in his own time period. Sakyamuni the Great was a person 40,000 years later, while Lin Jufeng was a person 140,000 years later. In the place of Sakyamuni the Great, he was meeting a 40,000-year-old predecessor and meeting a later great emperor 100,000 years later. The three met in a friendly and particularly harmonious atmosphere. After all, they were from the same world. When I came here, there was no one on the road to immortality, and I was advancing alone. The Northern Mountain Emperor spoke. Don't look at him as cute, but he's actually a very dominant person, just with a lower profile. Emperor Shakyamuni also said, so am I. There is no one on the path to immortality, and I am advancing alone. The two men looked at Lin Jufeng. The road to immortality opens in this life, and I'm currently ranked number 1. I'm all but invincible on the road to immortality. Lin Jufeng uttered these words with confidence. After surviving the past tribulation, Lin Jufeng was already terrifyingly strong. Not to mention that he was just one step away from becoming an immortal. It was also just a step away. This one step away depended on when Lin Jufeng was willing to cross over. There are many withered bones on the road to immortality. Since you are invincible, I will wait for you in front. The Northern Mountain Emperor laughed and said, little friend, the road to immortality is full of secrets, and the ascended world isn't as good as we think it is, so when you get to the back, pay attention to safety. Great Emperor Shakyamuni admonished Lin Jufeng. I will, thanks to the two seniors for their guidance. Lin Jufeng accepted it with an open mind. I sense a crisis coming. The great Siddhartha Gautama suddenly changed his face. I feel it too. The Northern Mountain Emperor followed suit. Lin Jufeng looked puzzled. You've already become immortals. What crisis is there? However, in the next second, the road to immortality shook and trembled, causing people to feel tremors. Two people who became immortals at different times have actually met here. I said, how did space and time get misplaced? And there's a tiny Empyrean? A voice as thick as a thunderous explosion rang out, and then surprisingly, 6 immortals didn't appear, surrounding the 3 of them, Lin Jufeng. People of the ascended world, did you really come across the border because of me? The Northern Mountain Emperor said coldly. Coming across the border to kill you is a blessing for you. The leader of the 6 immortals said coldly. Great Emperor Jufeng, this is none of your business here. I'll send you away. You'll watch this battle in 100,000 years, and it will also allow you to learn in advance what the world of the heavens after the path of immortality is really like. Great Emperor Shakyamuni said, directly sending Lin Jufeng out of this battlefield. Lin Jufeng left in an instant, from the intersection of the 3 major space-time intersections, and he could no longer hear the voice of the Sakyamuni Emperor or the roar of the North Mountain Emperor. A squirrel, a cute and cuddly squirrel, fought and unexpectedly became like a savage bear in no time, a raging mess. He fought 3 immortals by himself and pressed them, furiously forcing them back. Sakyamuni the Great, on the other hand, was furiously raging to kill an immortal, shedding everything and transforming into a furious Vajra, a demonic pestle and mortar waving up, loudly rebuking, and although Lin Jufeng couldn't hear the voice, for words appeared in the void. See the Buddha as I am. An immortal was just shocked and killed by him in this starry sky. Seeing this, Lin Jufeng had understood everything. Before, when I first came here, I saw everything here, that terrifying pressure, that vast and powerful energy, those countless spreading and impacting laws, order divinely in, and so on. Lin Jufeng looked on with her mind spinning. Immortal fights were capable of shattering the universe, and this ancient road was no exception, being shattered. But none of this could affect Lin Jufeng because this was a point in time that took place 100,000 years ago and 140,000 years ago. In a rare instance, the Northern Mountain Emperor joined forces with the Sakyamuni Emperor to kill an immortal. Lin Jufeng was right when she said earlier that this was the land of the Tao of transformation. This is truly the place of the immortal's path of incarnation. But Lin Jufeng said that 5 immortals died here, so that's not right. 6 died here, under the great Northern Mountain Emperor and the great Siddhartha. The two joined hands, strong and terrifying. When they struck out, the streams of light and immortal aura were very terrifying, shocking the surroundings and striking the emptiness trembled. Lin Jufeng watched and learned quite a lot, at least the immortal laws that the 2 great emperors had imparted to him. Lin Jufeng comprehended more deeply. When it was all over, when the dust had settled, the North Mountain Emperor and the Sakyamuni Emperor smiled at each other and each stepped onto the road. Lin Jufeng was the only one who stayed behind to see it all through. The so-called immortals fell here 6. This was the reason why this starry sky was so terrifying. Once 8 great emperors had fought here, turning this starry sky completely dim. A few more withered bones on the road to immortality. After all the dust settled, Lin Jufeng also left the place and continued deeper. His figure was lost in the darkness. He was looking for his own path to immortality. Chapter 131. Kill you again. Lin Jufeng left the place, and his mind began to come alive. With the 3 plagues and 9 tribulations, there was now only one Yuan Shan tribulation left. This Yuan Shan tribulation was crossed when breaking through to immortal, and now Lin Jufeng already had enough capital to cross the tribulation. He has come all this way, whether it is in the Savage Temple to absorb so huge accumulation of energy, or in the time of the star storm, using the source of the Tao to remodel his body, or just now in the Earth crisis, he got countless laws, countless chains of order, and so on. These were the underpinnings of his breakthrough to immortal. Lin Jufeng even felt that crossing the immortal tribulation would definitely be even easier than just now. Having almost split him to death just now, Lin Jufeng was a bit scared even now. But fortunately, the 2 seniors in the underworld helped Lin Jufeng. Then by now, Lin Jufeng was left with only one goal: transition. This goal was simple to say the least. It was really quite simple. Lin Jufeng's accumulation was so thick, he was just crossing the threshold now. The chances of success were high. But Lin Jufeng didn't move. He's moving on and getting himself in the best shape possible. The ancients would bathe and burn incense and sit idly in a quiet room to stabilize their restless hearts when they were on a major errand. Lin Jufeng had such intentions. He walked, he practiced monasticism. He accompanied Xiao, and even when the 3 Stoneman brothers discovered the treasure and wanted to instruct him to dig for it, he refused. Water is good for everything. Lin Jufeng in this moment to put their own heart flat, such as a bowl of water, regardless of the big wind and waves beat, are not moving, abide by the original heart. A bowl of water to cultivate the mind. A little trick from the immortal laws of Siddhartha Gautama the Great. He also did not tell Xiao that he was going to cross the calamity. Xiao was pregnant and should not be frightened. 7 days later, Lin Jufeng advanced an unknown distance on the road to immortality and saw a dead star next to the road to immortality. It was a dead planet with no traces of life's existence, and Lin Jufeng stepped in to see a gray scene. Transition here. Lin Jufeng was satisfied with everything here. The thunderbolt was so big that destroying the place wouldn't do any damage, and it was a dead star anyway. Standing on this dead star, Lin Jufeng looked at the road to immortality, and he realized that the road to immortality at this moment was large and wide, and it was much more atmospheric than when he was looking at it from above. Perhaps this is a leafy blindness. Lin Jufeng lamented. He sat down on a large rock and then meditated, observing his surroundings, silently lifting himself up. Having elevated to her peak state, Lin Jufeng was ready to prepare for her tribulation. But just as he was elevating himself, in the void, in the underworld, Lin Jufeng's spirit ached violently. The Yuan Shan tribulation is coming. Lin Jufeng knew that her own calamity had come. He couldn't say exactly what was going on, but what was happening now was that the Yuan Shan tribulation was coming early. This was because the normal Yuan Shan tribulation fell only after the Thunder tribulation had descended. But now the Thunder tribulation hadn't even come, and the Origin tribulation had come. And this time the reminder wasn't a little bit of that kind. Instead, it was beating rapidly, and it was going to make Lin Jufeng's heart panic in a very scary way. His Yuan Shan, trembling uncontrollably, was sensing the impending calamity. A very scary heist. Lin Jufeng is very calm. The Yuan Shan is just jumping. This is the fear of the underworld. Not that Lin Jufeng must die. To be able to make my Yuan Shan so afraid, That in itself tells us a little bit about the problem. The calamity this time is huge. Lin Jufeng pondered silently. When he was transiting through the decalcification, the calamity was so powerful that it caused his Yuan Shun to be in severe pain. But this sharp pain, compared to now, still felt worse. It means that this time the danger is more difficult than the past robbery. But the past robberies have all reached that height. The power of two great emperors' robberies cannot be underestimated. No one in the great emperor realm can withstand it. That's definitely not a great emperor realm coming to commit crimes, but an immortal. I haven't offended any other immortals. Only that spiritual body in Xiaojia's consciousness see. Lin Jufeng thought silently. His eyes flashed with a cold aura as he guessed who had come with this calamity. The one who said he'd crossed the border to kill him. He has now come to the road to immortality to kill Lin Jufeng. Lin Jufeng closed his eyes. There was no impatience. He was calmly analyzing this matter. His mind was spinning in 100 directions. It was thinking about how to deal with this immortal. Fighting. The current Lin Jufeng couldn't fight yet. He was still only at the great emperor realm and could kill spirit bodies. But against a peak complete immortal who had crossed the border, it was no match. Lin Jufeng recognized herself very clearly. Can't fight, run? It wouldn't work, and Lin Jufeng herself wouldn't run. Are immortals marvelous? Lin Jufeng asked disdainfully. Under that starry sky, there are still the corpses of 6 immortals buried, and immortals aren't immortal. Lin Jufeng thought coldly. He couldn't beat the immortals now, but Lin Jufeng wasn't without any means. He raised his head to look into the depths of the endless universe and suddenly smiled faintly. He thought of a way. Just now, Lin Jufeng was half killed by the thunderbolt, so when the immortal came, Lin Jufeng could ask him to come and cross the tribulation with her. I can't kill you. I'd like to see if you die when the lightning tribulation of this universe strikes. Lin Jufeng laughed coldly. Boom. And just at this time, a sonic boom erupted on the road to immortality, like a thunderbolt, very loud, spreading to the surroundings. The aura was huge. The aura of an immortal was not concealed in the slightest, directly sweeping across the road to immortality. If the aura of the great emperor realm was a deep-sea muffled thunderstorm, then the aura of an immortal was a cosmic battleship, which was very terrifying. Lin Jufeng, I've found you. A stern cry exploded in front of the Death Star, and then the starry sky cracked open a portal, and an incomparably terrifying burly man stepped out, his eyes cold and stern, instantly locking onto Lin Jufeng, who was standing on the Death Star. At this moment, his aura was soaring like the sun. His rolling pressure shook the overall immortal formation road, and countless great emperors felt it and felt terror. The immortal stern cry also let many people know that he had come to kill Lin Jufeng. Who is Lin Jufeng? 9 Phoenix Emperor. The big star on the road to immortality. No one knew about him. No one knew about him, especially since he was now firmly occupying the #1 spot and no one could shake him. The reputation was great. Now that the immortal had appeared, naming Lin Jufeng as the one who wanted to find trouble with him, countless great emperors were agitated for a moment. Listening to the meaning of these words, it was that the 9 Phoenix Emperor had offended the immortals and was now being crushed. This cheered up a lot of people. The 9 Phoenix Emperor was going to die, so they could hopefully compete for first place. But in the twinkling of an eye, Lin Jufeng's cold, lonely, domineering words rang out. What are you barking at? Get over here and I'll kill you again. I didn't get enough last time. This statement instantly made many people freeze. What do you mean? Lin Jufeng, a great emperor realm, dared to tell an immortal to roll over and kill again? This is too much, isn't it? Chapter 132, You'll die for sure. This immortal was infuriated and laughed at by Lin Jufeng, his face grimacing as he said in an icy tone, You're asking for your own death? I'm here to kill you now, and you still think that I'm a crippled spirit body? These words rumbled and resounded through the road to immortality, and countless people heard them. This immortal felt that he still needed to explain himself, or else all these people would think that he had already been killed once by Lin Jufeng. It's so humiliating. He's an immortal. He wants to save face too. Was it you that I killed before? Lin Jufeng asked with a cold smile. That's one of my spirit bodies. The immortal looked angrily at Lin Jufeng as he suppressed his anger and said coldly, So, I, a great emperor realm, still killed you before you hurriedly crossed the border and continued to die. Lin Jufeng seized on this one point to enrage this immortal. It was obvious that he was already angry and couldn't control his rage, and if it wasn't for the sake of explaining himself for the sake of his own reputation, he would have already slapped Lin Jufeng to death. Told you, that's just a mental body. The immortal gritted his teeth. Isn't it you? Lin Jufeng asked with a disdainful smile. Yes, but, said the immortal, trying to explain himself for his reputation, which he, for one, still valued. No need for buts, since it's you. I'm just killing you once. An immortal died at the hands of a great emperor like me. You'll be famous when word gets out. Lin Jufeng smiled coldly. You brat looking for death, I've said it all. That's a spiritual body. If you say it again, I'll definitely pull out your tongue. It talks too much. The immortal looked at Lin Jufeng angrily. He couldn't help it. It was really for the sake of his reputation. For the immortal's reputation that he explained this way. Then without getting into that, I married the girl you were guarding home. She is now my wife. Lin Jufeng's words changed. Those words were even more infuriating than the ones from earlier, directly causing the immortal to storm off. Sharp-tongued, lustful man. I will definitely kill you today and bring your head back to ask for punishment. The immortal rebuked angrily, finally storming off as he instantly moved to Lin Jufeng's side. Boom. A slap directly covered down, aimed at Lin Jufeng's head, to kill Lin Jufeng on the spot. This fellow, Lin Jufeng, was really too angry, specializing in trampling on his wounds. Looking for death. As he struck out this time, the starry sky tumbled with massive energy, and this slap down could completely blow up this Death Star without leaving a single trace. It hit Lin Jufeng's body, and Lin Jufeng died violently on the spot. Solely Lin Jufeng didn't let this hit on his own body. He smiled coldly and said, I've scolded you like this before you fell for it. It's also difficult for me. Die. The immortal's aura was terrifyingly frightening. This slap came down as if it was carrying this piece of starry sky, thousands of stars, and countless huge energies covering down. I don't know if I'm going to die or not, but I know that you're going to die, and I've managed to enrage you with great difficulty, so how could I let you go? Lin Jufeng laughed coldly as he reached out and spread his 5 fingers wide. I am all but invincible on Earth. If I don't fight with the immortals, who will I fight with? Lin Jufeng stood up, one hand outstretched, pointing at the vastness of the universe. Ray, come on. This roar echoed on the road to immortality, and countless people were prying for news. But Lin Jufeng couldn't care less anymore. He peaked with a roar that was incomparably huge, and for a split second electricity flashed and thunder roared, and all kinds of streams of light flew and ran around, incomparably terrifying, making people tremble with fear. And in the next second the sea of thunder descended, representing the arrival of Lin Jufeng's heavenly tribulation with great force. The immortalization tribulation. The entire immortalization road looked on in shock at this moment. This time, the road to immortality had only been opened for a few months, and someone was actually crossing the immortal tribulation. At this moment, the immortal tribulation descended upon this Death Star with great force, surrounding Lin Jufeng and the immortals who rushed in. In the next second, infinite thunder, countless plunder penalties, heavenly tribulations of Taiyin, sun, 5 elements, and chaos intertwined and chopped down, very terrifying. Boom, boom, boom. Beneath the starry sky, the thunderbolts were still vibrating, and these were the biggest and most terrifying ones. The immortal was arrogant and spoke loudly about killing Lin Jufeng, but of course he did have the capital to say that. But Lin Jufeng also has the determination to drag you along for a thunderbolt baptism. From the scale of this tribulation, it was clear that this was far from an ordinary immortal's tribulation. The thunder light was terrifying. One by one, the impacts came down, very terrifying and unbelievable. A bolt of lightning transformed into a huge thunder waterfall, impacting down, boundless, and this was only a corner of the thunder sea. With Lin Jufeng's eyes to look over, the waves were magnificent and vast. The great tide of immortal formation tribulation swept over the path of immortal formation. Lin Jufeng was the first strongest among this group of people who entered the road to immortality, and the first to become immortal. When the immortal saw this scene, he burst into flames and roared, "You kid is shading me? What a deep mind. You really deserve to die. Why don't you call yourself stupid?" Lin Jufeng said nonchalantly, "I'll kill you." The immortal slap immediately increased in strength, just to kill Lin Jufeng. However, in the next second, electricity was generated in the void, wrapping Lin Jufeng inside and connecting him to the thunder pool. Lin Jufeng is going to cross the lightning tribulation of becoming an immortal. Let's cross the threshold together. I prepared it carefully. It's not right for you not to savor it. Lin Jufeng let out a long whistle and brought this immortal along. Damn it, damn it, damn it. The immortal was furious. He could feel the danger of this thunderbolt. Rumble. A silver glow rose up from his body, like smoke and mist, spreading out and heading towards the thunderbolt. He wanted to hide himself, not be exposed, and dodge the thunderbolt. The immortal clearly felt that this thunder tribulation was a great threat, which not only contained all sorts of laws and orders, but also the power of the Tao of transformation, which was able to mercilessly grind down all life forms. He was an immortal, and not only would he not mitigate the power of the thunderbolt, but it was automatically raised to the immortal level. You're looking for death. You don't cross the immortal tribulation of the great emperor realm. Instead, you're coming to cross the thunder tribulation, which has increased in power by a large margin. The immortal looked at Lin Jiufeng angrily. Under the thunder that filled the starry sky, he couldn't be killing Lin Jiufeng. I don't care, it's just being struck by lightning. I'm used to it. As long as you can die, I don't mind even if I'm seriously injured. Lin Jiufeng whistled long, stretching his body, letting go of everything, unfolding his chest, looking up at the cold starry sky, standing under this vast starry sky, starting to meet his own heavenly tribulation. Wisps of Dao Yun overflowed from its Lin Jiufeng's body, which was the previous accumulation of Lin Jiufeng, which was very huge. The body shaped by the source of Dao also glowed at this moment. A divine radiance blossomed. His entire body was brilliant as if it was cast in gold, and his blood chi was like a true dragon rushing up from his heavenly aura. Lin Jiufeng stood in the void and turned her head to smile at the immortal, cold and terrifying. If I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time, and this time you will definitely die. Chapter 133, Becoming Immortal. Crazy, crazy, completely crazy. The immortal cursed angrily. He had originally crossed the border with confidence to kill Lin Jiufeng, but now, the situation had reversed and he was going to die directly at Lin Jiufeng's hands. Lin Jiufeng's actions shocked him to the point that he could only break into a fit of rage and horror. This was too crazy. Forcibly raising the strength of the thunderbolt, and then competing with him in terms of physical strength? Isn't that a death wish? You, a great emperor, competing with me, an immortal, for physical strength? I'd like to see if you or I die first. The immortal was fuming with rage and hatred. He knew that he couldn't escape and was locked in by the heavenly tribulation, but as long as Lin Jiufeng died first, this thunder tribulation would dissipate. He still didn't believe it. He was an immortal, but he couldn't compare to Lin Jiufeng's body. Boom. At that very instant, the heavenly tribulation ceased, raging to the point of being unbelievable, too bright, like countless seas of stars falling down and drowning the place. Both Lin Jiufeng and the immortal directly disappeared, swallowed by the sea of stars. This star field was buried by the divine radiance of the thunderbolt. Everywhere was electric light. The bodies of the two were not visible at all. This was a terrifying image that made people tremble with fear and feel unbelievable, and many people on the path to immortality had seen this thunderbolt. Across an unknown distance, countless thunderbolts could be seen falling in front of them, which was very shocking. And in this terrifying light, planets began to explode and shatter into blinding light. But they were only a few waves in the sea of heavenly tribulation and could not cause much of a ripple. Lin Jiufeng was in the thunderbolt and suffered extremely terrifying targeting, and in an instant he was shattered, but this moment he was no longer the Lin Jiufeng from before. The body, cleaved to pieces, immediately began to reorganize, sinews and bones renewed, nearly indelible, shimmering and glittering. He endured the pain and fought against the calamity, not daring to relax for a moment. Rumble. The thunderbolt just kept sweeping over Lin Jiufeng's body, extremely terrifying, but fortunately Lin Jiufeng got used to it, and after some time, he raised his head in a Hu manner, his gaze like a torch as he looked into the depths of the sea of thunder. The immortal over there is screaming. Yin and Yang divine thunder, Chaos divine thunder, Taishu divine thunder, Dawn thunder, and more. These thunderbolts kept smashing down, and no matter how strong your defense was, you wouldn't be able to resist them. Boom, boom, boom. After the thunder descended, the thunder waterfalls impacted down, vast and boundless. And this was only the tip of the thunder sea. The immortals had already been shattered many times. He also reorganized his body as Lin Jiufeng had done and resolutely improved himself. However, his body was inferior to the body that Lin Jiufeng had constructed with the source of the Tao, with the laws, with the order divine lane, with death, with life, with time, and other strong substances. Lin Jiufeng could be resurrected indefinitely when he was shattered, but he couldn't. Although he had suffered pain that was unbearable to normal people, with each reorganization, his eyes grew brighter and brighter, and by now, Lin Jiufeng didn't know how many times he had been cleaved apart. But he persevered through it all, and in this kind of thunderbolt, His yuan shen glowed and was very powerful. His yuan shen was also gulping down thunderbolts, absorbing the laws of thunder and integrating them into his body, and when he arrived, he could easily comprehend thunder. In this thunderbolt, Lin Jufeng had already learned how to improve herself, completely at ease, preserving the very core of her being, and when her flesh was splintered, she treated it as if she was being tempered. But while Lin Jufeng could be like that, immortals could not. He was an immortal, and his body being splintered meant that his immortal way was also splintered, and every time he repaired it, it was very difficult, and the next moment he repaired it, he was splintered again. His immortal laws were split in pieces and had been permanently damaged beyond repair. Ah! The immortal was furious and roared out in anger, wanting very much to strike out and find trouble with Lin Jufeng. No matter what, he would also let Lin Jufeng die first. However, his roar only attracted thunderbolts, and after a few strikes, he was already dying. Lin Jufeng and him were only separated by a distance of mountains and seas, but this distance was as wide as a Milky Way in his eyes, and it was very scary. If he couldn't touch Lin Jufeng, he couldn't kill Lin Jufeng. That wasn't all. He even saw that the thunderbolt continuously strike down, and Lin Jufeng repeatedly exploded, died, and resurrected. With each resurrection, Lin Jufeng's aura went up a level and was simply infuriating. He was in deep water over here, living and dying, while Lin Jufeng was getting stronger over there. This contrast was too tragic. I must kill you now. The immortal roared. He was going to die, and he was going to drag Lin Jufeng along with him. But the reality was that countless bolts of lightning rushed down, transforming into chains and binding him in a stream of electricity that just kept stimulating. The immortal tried to struggle and break free, but each time it was to no avail. His immortal Dao laws were smashed. On the other hand, Lin Jufeng was still being tested. Buzz rumble. In an instant, 81 thunderbolts landed, very terrifying, and bombarded Lin Jufeng's body. This is the killing move in the thunderbolt, the 9-9 Great Tribulation. The fall of the 9-9 Thunder Tribulation. A total of 9 colors struck down, and at this moment, everything was destroyed. Many stars exploded, and a great destruction occurred in this area covered by the heavenly tribulation. Lin Jufeng couldn't help but let out a long whine as the fluorescent flickering villain within his brow rushed out to receive the same baptism as his physical body. The first thing that happened was that the flesh couldn't hold on and slowly crumbled away. And then there was the soul, which slowly shattered as well. The immortal laughed out loud when he saw this scene, very excited that Lin Jufeng was finally going to die. But immediately, another large strand of terrifying thunder followed the chains and directly infused into his body, causing him to get a great sense of pain. No! The immortal screamed in despair. What made him even more desperate was that after Lin Jufeng's body and Yuan Shen had both been shattered, surprisingly, under the bombardment of the thunderbolt, they were restored in an instant. Rumble. Moreover, Lin Jufeng's aura, like a round of sun rising in the dark night, high above, very powerful and terrifying, erupted and directly smashed down. Immortals. At this moment on the road to immortality, the purple chi swept out for 3 million miles, and the great emperors in the back lifted their heads and looked towards this universe as the purple chi, which was so thick that it was extremely huge, spread out. Someone has become an immortal. An immortal said dully. It's the 9 Phoenix Emperor. He succeeded in his tribulation. Someone said in surprise. How is it possible? That was an immortal strike. He was undergoing a tribulation and had to fend off an immortal's attack. It's considered good that he didn't fall. How is it possible for him to have a successful breakthrough? Some people were incredulous. So horrible? Someone was shocked. I've long said that Emperor Jufeng is the first person on the path to becoming an immortal, and you all didn't believe me? Now that someone has become an immortal, there's no hope for everyone to surpass Emperor Jufeng. This one was obviously a fan of Lin Jufeng, shocked by this purple chi that swept over 3 million miles. Chapter 134, Complete Disappearance. Under the thunderbolt, Lin Jufeng, who had been cleaved into flesh, completed his final metamorphosis. Like an ugly duckling, transformed into a white swan. Lin Jufeng also metamorphosed herself under this thunderbolt. Great Emperor Realm to Immortal Realm, spanning the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations, Lin Jufeng had finally taken the last step on the road to immortality. Under the final thunderbolt, he firmly chanted the sutra, firming up his Dao, his faith unshaken, his will like iron, and his Yuan Shen became more and more radiant, finally resolving through this difficulty. Rumble. At this moment, the immortal might was vast, spreading to the sky. Not becoming immortal was ultimately a great emperor of the world. Once he stepped over this hurdle, It would be a qualitative metamorphosis, crossing a heavenly ladder, realizing the sublimation of life. Lin Jufeng, the immortal, but then he had gone through the tribulations, the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations not to mention. He was in the realm of the Great Emperor. He was living out his second life in the body of the 9 Phoenix Great Emperor, which was remarkable. Right now, the Sea of Thunder was still fuming, seemingly annoyed that Lin Jufeng was not in control, that he had become an immortal in the red dust, and that under the tribulation, he had also become an immortal against the heavens, treating it as nothing. That's why it still wants to continue to rain down thunderbolts to kill Lin Jufeng. In an instant, billions and billions of even lightning poured down. This strike was very ferocious, to kill Lin Jufeng and not let Lin Jufeng continue to shine. But unfortunately, Lin Jufeng wasn't the same as before now. After he had metamorphosed himself and ascended perfectly, the thunderbolts in heaven and earth would no longer be able to hurt him for a single minute. After splitting me for so long, I'll give you face and not bother with you. But if you still want to continue, that's going too far. Lin Jufeng looked up at this thunder tribulation that seemed to be pouring out all of its energy. Her gaze was ferocious as she fiercely raised her head and directly roared the stars. Boom! The universe shook violently as terrifying energies erupted from Lin Jufeng's body, and a terrifying rift surfaced behind him, his inner heaven and earth. Devouring. The billions of even thunder erupted down, but before it could touch Lin Jufeng, it was swallowed up by the inner heaven and earth. The first thing to do to become an immortal is to comprehend the immortal laws. Then my immortal laws are thunder. Lin Jufeng's eyes were cold, and he was so confident that he devoured the thunderbolt and began to incorporate it into his body, creating an invincible thunder law. An immortal's immortal laws were very important, and this immortal who had come to kill Lin Jufeng was the one who had his immortal laws shattered by the thunder, was powerless to resist, and was now bound by the thunderbolt. Boom! After such a huge amount of thunder entered the inner heaven and earth, it was immediately compressed and disintegrated into a terrifying immortal law. Thunder Immortal Dao Laws. This thunderbolt had compressed a full 365 immortal laws and integrated them into Lin Jufeng's body as he directly punched out. Boom! The divine might was monstrous, his head full of black hair in reverse disorder, dancing, powerful, crushing the past and the future. And all on the road to immortality were shivering under this punch of Lin Jufeng. That punch landed on the body of the immortal. Boo! He was directly hit with a large mouth spraying blood. His body had just been released by the thunderbolt. This hit in his internal organs, he could not withstand it at all, and he directly smashed on top of the Death Star. Boom! The Death Star blew right up, and he crashed into the river of stars, vast and ethereal. Lin Jufeng stood firm, like a rock, and also had an abyssal sea-like aura of indifference. Say, what exactly is Little Nine's origin? Lin Jufeng asked indifferently. Hee, you have the ability to screw and get pregnant, now you're scared? The immortal knew that he had miscalculated this time, and that the day of his fall had arrived, and instead looked away, mocking Lin Jufeng. I'm not scared, Lin Jufeng said coldly. Why are you asking for clarification if you're not afraid? The immortal sneered. I'm trying to find out where Xiaoju is from, which power. I will hit the door and make them give up Xiaoju. Lin Jufeng said coldly. Idiot. The immortal said nonchalantly. For someone like you who is new to the immortal realm, being a pawn in front of someone else's power isn't even good enough, and you still want them to give up Xiaoju? The immortal stood weakly in the starry sky, looking disdainfully at Lin Jufeng. Pawns can also become generals. You look down on pawns, and now that you've died at the hands of a pawn, you're still so proud of yourself? Lin Jufeng looked at him with disdain. He's going to die, and he's still so arrogant. I don't even know where he gets his strength from. Or is it simply cerebral palsy? You were able to kill me. That's because the lightning tribulation shattered my immortal laws. Otherwise, my 81 immortal laws would have been enough to crush you to death. The immortal still maintained his arrogance. He had 81 immortal laws. Lin Jufeng looked at him with an odd expression on her face and asked, The immortal's laws in your mouth are hard to come by? That's natural. I became an immortal for 5,000 years and accumulated 81 immortal laws. This is already an upper middle speed. If I hadn't been shattered, I could have killed you even if I was injured under the lightning tribulation. The immortal sneered. The immortal laws you mentioned, is this it? Lin Jufeng directly punched out. Boom. The starry sky trembled for miles and miles, and in an instant, countless thunderbolts ran away, flashing ferociously, glittering, and very bright and dazzling. It was as if Lin Jufeng had replicated the thunder tribulation from earlier. As he punched away, directly creating an immortal thunder tribulation in the starry sky. And behind this thunderbolt was Lin Jufeng's 365 immortal laws. This scene paired with Lin Jufeng's upright figure caused the immortal's mouth to open wide and his eyes to freeze up. His pride, with a click, shattered right into pieces. He had no idea what was going on. Aren't you the one who crossed the threshold? You've only become an immortal. How can you have such terrifying immortal laws? The immortal had 1,000 questions within his heart, but he didn't ask. Instead, he looked at Lin Jufeng and laughed miserably. Don't be smug. The immortal's smile was very bitter, but there was also gloating in it. I'll take a step ahead and wait for you on the Yellow Springs Road. You don't even know what you're facing. So what if you have such a terrifying immortal's laws? How easy is it to overrate a tree? The immortal sneered at Lin Jufeng. Tell me, what kind of power is the other side? Lin Jufeng frowned and snapped. Let me tell you, the other party is an extremely huge organization, and in this organization, one of the kings, Xiao, is her reincarnated body, so this matter is insoluble. The immortal laughed out loud. Sooner or later, you will come to me. I'm waiting for you. I'm waiting for you. The immortal went crazy. It also wanted to continue to deepen Lin Jufeng's burden. Boom. But Lin Jufeng didn't give him that chance. Since he wouldn't say anything, then go to hell. This punch contained 365 immortal laws, directly vaporizing the immortal. Yes, completely vaporized. Not a trace was left on this earth. Chapter 135, An Ordinary Couple. Lin Jufeng became an immortal, absorbing the thunderbolt and condensing the immortal's laws into a ferocious strike that directly decimated the immortal. The death of an immortal did not cause the slightest ripple on the path to immortality, because there was Lin Jufeng suppressing the path to immortality just as a little heavenly vision appeared. Lin Jufeng glared, and a ferocious aura impacted, extinguishing the energy. Crossing the border to come here. And now that you've been killed, you still want to give birth to a vision? I said that if I can kill you the first time, I can kill you the second time, Lin Jufeng firmly said. The thunderbolt dissipated, the immortals died, and Lin Jufeng became immortal, becoming the first person to become immortal on this journey to immortality. When Lin Jufeng returned to the road to immortality, she looked at the dark road ahead with deep eyes. Regardless of where Xiao actually came from or whose reincarnation she is now an independent person with her own mind. Anyone who tries to harm her, I won't spare him. Lin Jufeng looked on with icy eyes, then walked in big strides. One step out, space cracked open, and her body appeared far ahead. Tearing through space and spanning a large distance across the road to immortality, Lin Jufeng walked as fast as she could. Already on his way to becoming an immortal, Lin Jufeng had no interest in dealing with the group of great emperors behind him. His eyes were already set on the ascendant world. The greatness of the upper heavenly world, the mystery of the upper heavenly world, and the doubts in Xiao were all reasons why Lin Jufeng had to enter the upper heavenly world. He took big strides forward. In the past, the path to immortality was difficult, but now he was undaunted by the challenge. Lin Jufeng had been gone for 10 days this time, and during these 10 days he had torn through space from time to come here, rushing far faster than before. How many civilizations, how many planets, how many resting places did she pass along the way? And Lin Jufeng didn't even stop. He was bent on reaching the end of the road to immortality. But the road to immortality was really too long, and Lin Jufeng didn't see an end to it here. This caused Lin Jufeng to sigh tersely. Who in the world erected this road to immortality? This is too far. Starfield after starfield. Some of them were dead, without any human population, and the vastness of the starry sky was filled with an icy flavor. There are also human starfields where different races live together, and there are interstellar wars and so on. But it was all the most primitive interstellar war, a few cultivators fighting in the stars, and Lin Jufeng had no interest. Like a passerby, he watched coldly, not getting involved. Walking alone on the road to immortality. I can't see where I've been before, and I can't see where I'm going to be after. He was the only one, alone, on this path, forlornly advancing. Luckily, with Little Nine and the 3 Stone Man brothers to keep him company, Lin Jufeng wasn't so lonely. Every day after rushing, Lin Jufeng needed to enter the inner space and accompany Little Nine for an hour. Even watching Xiao sleep, Lin Jufeng felt comfortable. This was the woman he was going to be with for the rest of his life. The woman who was now hard at work getting pregnant and birthing the 2 of them. Lin Jufeng felt that no matter how tired she was, she would relax when she saw Xiao. Just like this, on the cold and withering path to immortality, Lin Jufeng walked for 3 months. Over the course of 3 months, Nine's stomach began to show, with a slight bulge, and she seemed to sleep all day long, a good portion of the time. Worried about her problems, Lin Jufeng carefully examined her once and came to the conclusion that the child was developing too well and needed a lot of nutrients, and Xiaoju's drowsiness was due to insufficient nutrition. This scared Lin Jufeng to death. Xiaoju's body can't be in trouble. He hurriedly called out to the three Stoneman brothers to look for the treasures that appeared along the path to immortality and told him when they found them, and he went to bring them, as long as they could be taken by Xiaoju to replenish the nutrition and not to use their own lives to conceive a child. Lin Jufeng warned her seriously for fear that Xiaoju would insist on using her life to conceive a child. If you exhaust yourself for the sake of a child, the latter is injuring the origin. I would rather not have this child. Lin Jufeng looked at Xiaoju seriously and said. Xiaoju gave a shallow smile, not getting angry because Lin Jufeng warned her, tenderly sticking to Lin Jufeng's body, softly saying, "Husband, I still want to be with you for the rest of my life, for a long time, forever. I can't afford to leave you, so I will replenish the nutrition. I won't sacrifice myself." Lin Jufeng was then relieved, but still said with a dark face, "If something happens to you, I'll go and marry someone else, and then your children will have to call another woman their mother." Xiaoju's face darkened as she reached out and pinched the soft flesh on Lin Jufeng's waist, indignantly saying, "There's no way I'm going to let my child call another woman his mother." Lin Jufeng was then relieved. Holding Xiaoju tenderly said, "I find you some treasures, supplements you have to eat cannot be wasted." "Well, I'll definitely eat it all." Xiaoju swore that she wouldn't sacrifice herself now that she was so angry at the thought of the child born in her womb calling someone else her mother. Immortal 9 Phoenix. Our brothers have discovered that kind of nutritional treasure in the starfield ahead. The square-faced stone man said at this time. Lin Jufeng exited the inner space and was discovering a huge, thousands of planets densely packed starfield on the road to immortality ahead. It's not a dead star, but an extremely active and massive starfield. There were a lot of people in this starfield, and what surprised Lin Jufeng was that there were people in these starfields who cultivated and developed technology. Starships, battleships, and also exoskeleton mechs, and such are also prevalent. This is a very special starfield where cultivation and technology coexist, the clash of ancient and technological civilizations. Xiaoju is also annoyed by staying in the inner space all day, so come out and take you out to have some fun. Lin Jufeng immediately released Xiaoju. He now had the confidence to protect Xiaoju. Just visit this starfield, buy some nutritional treasures, and find out more about the path to immortality. Like how much farther ahead really is. How much more dangerous is it? Have you ever seen Siddhartha Gautama the Great and Beishan the Great? This information Lin Jufeng wanted to get to know. Right now he didn't know anything else except to be bored and rush. So Lin Jufeng held Xiaoju, who appeared to be a few points plumper because of her pregnancy, was originally a youthful beauty, but now the charm was even higher, and the pregnancy not only didn't make Xiaoju dull, but instead, she was even more out of this world. She was beautiful. Lin Jufeng had believed that she was the reincarnation of some great power, and that no one else had such a physique. Beside the two of them, the three stoners watched happily. Their three brothers were all as tall as Lin Jufeng, and each had their own characteristics, looking like three bodyguards with an extraordinary aura. Instead, Lin Jufeng's aura was internalized, an ordinary man accompanying an ordinary wife. They're just an ordinary couple. But in the eyes of outsiders, Lin Jufeng had an extraordinary demeanor as soon as she arrived, and even though she had no cultivation, the three Stoneman brothers were humble in front of Lin Jufeng, which was enough to show that Lin Jufeng was the descendant of a top major power. Quite a few people have speculated this way, especially since Xiaoju is so beautiful, ordinary people can't afford it. But sadly, they guessed wrong. They are just plain couple. Chapter 136, Imperial Grade Energy Liquid. The size of this star field, thousands of planets coexisted side by side. Most of the planets had a lot of living people on them. Lin Jufeng asked around a little bit. This was called the Dragon Mountain Starfield. In the Dragon Mountain Starfield, there were many rare and strange races and existed here. So Lin Jufeng's 5 people came here without any ripples. Even if Xiaoju was beautiful and untouchable, it was for humans. Other races wouldn't care how beautiful Xiaoju was. Take the 3 stoner brothers. The girls they like are of the same race, not human women. In their eyes, a human woman is a soft porcelain doll that breaks at the slightest touch. It looks good, but they don't like it at all. It's like a human looking at a tigress of the Manticore clan. Even if she's beautiful, she may not like it. So in the Dragon Mountain Starfield, they hadn't encountered any dogfights. You didn't encounter any harassment from others either. Immortal 9 Phoenix, we've already inquired clearly. In the Dragon Mountain Starfield, The most valuable and nutritious value is the imperial-grade nutrient liquid. Ordinary people can drink it and also strengthen their own bodies without side effects. The square-faced stone man ran back and said. Lin Jufeng said happily, "This is good. It suits little nine." Although Xiao Jiu was the reincarnation of some great power, in essence she was still an ordinary person. Lin Jufeng was an immortal now, and the child they conceived would need a lot of nutrition. Not having enough nutrition would really wear Xiao Jiu out, which was why it was said that the emperor-grade nutrient solution was perfect for Xiao Jiu. Where do I buy this nutrient solution? Lin Jufeng immediately asked. It's in the main star of the Dragon Mountain domain, the biggest, brightest planet up ahead. The square-faced stone man said. Lin Jufeng immediately looked over, and out of the 1,000 or so planets, the biggest and brightest one was indeed conspicuous. Little nine, I'll take you to see. Lin Jufeng hugged Xiaojiu as her body's chi shook and the space in front of her collapsed. Lin Jufeng held little nine in her arms and stepped inside, stepping into the main star of the Dragon Mountain starfield. The three Stone Man brothers immediately followed. In the main planet, Lin Jufeng tore through space to come here, thinking that she wouldn't be discovered, but in the next second, a pleasant female voice rang out. Welcome immortals to the Dragon Mountain starfield. Lin Jufeng raised her head and frowned. You're not human? In Lin Jufeng's perception, the other party did not have any life fluctuations, but instead was cold and icy, like a mechanical order. I am the supreme intelligence of the Dragon Mountain starfield, the pinnacle product of the mechanical civilization that has been cultivated from the birth of the Dragon Mountain starfield until now. The supreme civilization replied. Lin Jufeng became interested and said, How did you find me? Everything on the main planet was under my go-to surveillance. I noticed the spatial fluctuations when they arose, and the first sight of the immortal, I knew who you were. The supreme civilization replied. So powerful? Lin Jufeng said indifferently. What you did on the road to immortality has long been rumored. Although the Dragon Mountain starfield is a massive starfield, it is essentially a passerby on the road to immortality. Every time the road to immortality opens, there will be some people of the great Emperor realm who will stay in the Dragon Mountain starfield. This is an opportunity for us to develop. The supreme civilization replied. Since you know me, do you know the purpose of my coming here? Lin Jufeng asked. I'm not sure. Please ask the immortal for clarification. The Dragon Mountain starfield will definitely not be stingy with what it can take out. The supreme civilization said calmly. The way you say that, I seem like a bandit. Lin Jufeng laughed at herself. To be able to flatter and curry favor with the immortals, this is something countless civilizations want to do. And it's also because the immortals look up to the Dragon Mountain starfield for having such an opportunity. How can we say it's bandits? The supreme civilization didn't look like a rigid intelligence at all. Instead, it was very old-fashioned and spoke with a straight face. Where are you? I want to see what you were like at the peak of mechanical civilization. Lin Jufeng asked with a slight smile. Boom. In front of Lin Jufeng, a space door opened. It's a blessing for the supreme civilization to be able to meet with an immortal. Immortal, please come over. I can't leave this place. I'm sorry. Supreme civilization apologized. Lin Jufeng didn't care. Instead, she held little nine and led the three Stone Man brothers directly into this space door. A layer of milky white brightness fell, and several people came to a space full of technology, very huge, like a heaven and earth. And this heaven and earth, filled with countless shadows, in the manipulation of a variety of different technologies, there are dealing with people's livelihood, there are dealing with disputes and lawsuits, there are distributing orders to track down criminals, there are also always monitoring every place in the Dragon Mountain starfield, and even more analysis of cultivation methods, research on the combination of science and technology and cultivation of the weapons and so on. These were all virtual people maneuvering, and when Lin Jufeng took a closer look, there were tens of billions of virtual shadows busy. There were young and old, men and women, and the same thing was that everyone was doing their own thing. And here Lin Jufeng was as if she had come to a future world. A world where technology is king. And this is the supreme civilization of the Dragon Mountain starfield. Xiao Jiu and the three Stoner brothers looked on in surprise. How had they ever seen such a picture? All of them were stunned. Lin Jufeng was calm. The end times of his previous life was when he started to develop technology because the path of cultivation was cut off. But compared to the Dragon Mountain starfield, it is still a small thing, and this Dragon Mountain starfield is the pinnacle mechanical civilization. Welcome, immortal. Beside Lin Jufeng, a woman who stared at the surveillance screen at all hours smiled. Lin Jufeng said, Are these all you? Of course, these are or what you humans call thoughts. My thoughts control the order of the Dragon Mountain starfield. If I don't fall, the Dragon Mountain starfield will never be in chaos. The Supreme Civilization will punish the culprits according to the rules and protect the people of the Dragon Mountain Starfield. The woman replied. Lin Jiufeng nodded her head and walked forward, saying, "It's also a miracle that you've developed to this point." Wherever Lin Jiufeng went, someone stood up and answered. This time it was an old man, saying, "The most crucial thing about my birth, or there was once an immortal on the occasion of his fall, to fuse with me, so that I could understand the cultivation civilization while the mechanical civilization reached its peak, breaking through the shackles and giving birth to its own autonomous intelligence. From then on, I was called the Supreme Civilization." Only then did Lin Jiufeng understand, and continued to go deeper, checking out this Supreme Civilization. To cite one, it was not easy to have this kind of pinnacle mechanical civilization product in the cultivation world, and Lin Jiufeng could cite one. So he was observing. "My wife is pregnant, but her body is too weak. I need a few imperial-grade nutrient fluids. This counts as a favor I owe you," Lin Jiufeng said seriously. Using an immortal's favor in exchange for an emperor-grade nutrient solution, Lin Jiufeng didn't want to take it for nothing. The emperor-grade nutrient liquid was personally formulated by me, using more than 10,000 secret formulas coupled with the immortal soul, knowledge of the great emperor realm, and carefully analyzed, so that ordinary people can take it as well. I have 5 emperor-grade nutrient liquids here to give to the immortals. The Supreme Civilization replied, and 5 crystal tubes as thick as an arm immediately fell from the void, filled with colorful, star-like nutrient solutions. "Okay, I owe you a favor. What kind of things do you need me to do?" Lin Jiufeng put away the 5 nutrient solutions and then asked. Chapter 137, Hidden Secrets on the Road to Immortality. When the Supreme Civilization heard Lin Jiufeng's words, it didn't open its mouth at the first opportunity, but instead said, "The immortal's favor, it's better to save it for later. It's definitely more useful than it is now." "Later?" Lin Jiufeng shook her head and said, "You also know what my purpose for entering the road to immortality is. Perhaps I'll soon go to the celestial world and you won't be able to find me in the future." "It can't find Lin Jiufeng if this favor drags on. There's no harm in it. I still think this favor will be more useful if I leave it for later than now." The Supreme Civilization still insisted on its own idea. "All right then. I'm looking forward to you looking for me in the future." Seeing that it was so insistent, Lin Jiufeng didn't force it anymore. "Since immortals are going to enter the ascended world, I wonder how much they know about the path to immortality afterward?" The Supreme Civilization asked. "I don't know much about it. I can even say that I don't know anything about it at all. I just relied on a little bit of chance to get here," Lin Jiufeng replied. Boom. The space of the Supreme Civilization suddenly changed drastically, and the technological, futuristic scene just now was replaced with a withered and silent road. An eternal path to immortality. Lin Jiufeng and his group stood on this road, unable to see a future or a way back, with darkness in front and behind them, covering the 4 fields of heaven and earth. There is no universe bigger than this, cold and withered. The Supreme Civilization transformed into a shadow of light, without a face and without distinguishing between male and female, and stood beside Lin Jiufeng, saying, "This is the path to immortality. This is the path to immortality that I simulated using the power of technology, and it's also what I projected by combining the memories of that previous immortal, as well as other data." The Supreme Civilization told Lin Jiufeng. Lin Jiufeng let go of Xiao and looked seriously at this path to immortality. Her eyes were deep as she said, "There is darkness ahead. Is this the path to immortality?" "Yes, the path to immortality is a path of darkness." The Supreme Civilization nodded. "Tell me, I'm quite interested. Just how dark is it?" Lin Jiufeng took large strides forward, each step cracking open space and spanning 100,000 miles. Behind him, Xiao and the 3 Stoneman brothers watched in place, knowing that Lin Jiufeng wanted to talk to the Supreme Civilization. So fast did the Supreme Civilization keep up that it appeared as a new body at each stage. The road to immortality was born 500,000 years ago. Many people say that the road to immortality has existed since the beginning of time, but that's actually not the case. I've delved deeper into the matter, and this road to immortality was the one that appeared 500,000 years ago. The Supreme Civilization said, "You're talking about this path to immortality?" Lin Jiufeng looked at Supreme Civilization with a serious face. "Yes, there are 2 paths to immortality. One has existed since ancient times and is opened every 10,000 years, giving those who become emperors during this time a hope that they will have a chance to go to that supreme world of the heavens." The Supreme Civilization nodded and talked to Lin Jiufeng with an open heart. Although they had only met for less than half a day, Lin Jiufeng and the Supreme Civilization exchanged words as if they were old friends who had known each other for 10 years. Lin Jiufeng snorted when she heard the words of the Supreme Civilization. Where in this world is the so-called supreme world? Ascended world. The supreme civilization reached out and pointed to the dark end of the road to immortality. Fart. Lin Jufeng said nonchalantly. Then what do you think of the ascended world? The supreme civilization curiously asked Lin Jufeng. That's a world of higher dimensions. That's a world where the strong are always strong. And that's a world that's just as human-eating as anywhere else. Lin Jufeng said. He wanted to go to the ascended world, not because of the bullshit supremacy, but because it would make him stronger. The world says that the ascended world is a huge, inclusive, and powerful one that can even be described as an immortal world. The supreme civilization exaggerated. On the contrary, I think it's a world of cannibalism there, and it's just as cruel as the world we're in right now. And they don't even spit out bones when they eat people because your bones still have a little bit of nutrition in them. Lin Jufeng said seriously. The ascended worlds are the so-called immortal worlds? The fairy world is wonderful? In any world, it's all about the weak and the strong. And the wonderful world that the Buddhists say will be there in your dreams, if you don't want to wake up. You are right. The supreme civilization sighed softly. What did you find out? Lin Jufeng asked. The ascended world underwent a huge change 500,000 years ago, and the reason for this huge change is unknown. But since then, the path to immortality has changed. The supreme civilization and Lin Jufeng stood side by side, looking into the depths of the endless universe, with endless loneliness surrounding them both before and after. The road to immortality is still essentially the same road to immortality, but the time has changed from opening once every 10,000 years to now, once every 200,000 years, cutting off the hopes of the vast majority of people. The supreme civilization said in a deep voice. This is the reason it says 2 paths to immortality. It's become more than just this one place, isn't it? Lin Jufeng asked. In the previous road to immortality, every time it opened, not to say that all of them went in, but at least half of them could get through the sea of bitterness and enter the ascended world. The supreme civilization said. Now what? Lin Jufeng asked. The last time the road to immortality opened, the entire army was wiped out. Whether it was those who became immortals or Empyreans, all of them were crucified on the embankment on the other side of the sea of bitterness. The supreme civilization said in an icy tone. Wiped out and nailed to the dike? Lin Jufeng frowned deeply and looked deep into the immortal road, his eyes cold. He suddenly remembered the immortal who had fled back to the Mongdao Great World and died in the Kunlun mountain range. He was filled with grief and indignation but didn't say why. Instead, he imparted his Dao to Lin Jufeng. If he can't escape and come back, he should be crucified on that dike as well. Surprised? The supreme civilization asked with a chuckle. A little. Lin Jufeng pursed his lips. He was suddenly a little uncomfortable in his heart. These emperors, those who had worked hard all their lives to become immortals, saw hope and wanted to enter the world of the heavens to follow the path of the Tao and continue to grow stronger. They came here after a long and arduous journey, thinking they had seen hope, but it turned out to be cold despair. How desperate should they have been at the time when crucified at the dike? And what crucified them was the divine world. But the road to immortality was originally put out by the divine world. The ascended world thought it had beaten them all to death, but who would have thought that when the road to immortality didn't open, 2 strong people had broken through instead? The supreme civilization sneered. It's a squirrel, a Buddha, right? Lin Jufeng asked as her mind wandered. That's right, you recognize it? The supreme civilization wondered. They are my seniors. We come from the same world. Lin Jufeng said softly. The supreme civilization laughed this time and said, Then I believe you can break through. This batch of people on the road to immortality, I've observed them all. None of them have the potential, unless you've broken through the road to immortality. Lin Jufeng didn't boast, but said lightly, I just want to enter the ascended world, and I'll kill whoever stops me. It's that simple. Lin Jufeng looked towards the supreme civilization and grinned. Chapter 138, Closure. Lin Jufeng didn't want to say that she opened the ascended world for whoever it was. That would be too hypocritical. He just wanted to open up the world of the divine for himself, and the people behind him benefited from that, and that was their good fortune. Standing on the lonely and icy road to immortality, Lin Jufeng asked, Is the sea of bitterness ahead? The supreme civilization nodded and said, Ahead is the sea of bitterness. The entrance to the ascended world is surrounded by the sea of bitterness. 500,000 years ago, everyone only needed to cross the sea of bitterness to enter the ascended world. But now a dam has been built on top of the sea of bitterness, blocking the door for everyone to go in, and not only that, the people of the ascended world are also on top of the dam to kill those who go in. I wonder how many heroes and heroines have been nailed to the dike? The supreme civilization sighed. Lin Jiufeng frowned. Entering the ascended world was surprisingly so troublesome. Does Immortal 9 Phoenix want to go in? Supreme Civilization asked. Of course, otherwise wouldn't it become pointless for me to come to the path to immortality? Lin Jiufeng said rightfully. But it's dangerous. Last time so many people rushed together, they didn't make it. They were all nailed, and you're alone? Supreme Civilization said. Then how did the Northern Mountain Emperor and the Sakyamuni Emperor get over there? Lin Jiufeng asked. One is avoiding the front line, and used the method of the void to cross over without killing a single person or getting caught. The Supreme Civilization said. Lin Jiufeng knew that this was the North Mountain Emperor, and in his immortal law was the void law, which was very powerful. The other was forcibly suppressing the people on the dike with supreme great power, but he himself suffered great losses, and some people witnessed the Buddha vomiting blood, overwhelmed by the burden, and whether he ended up entering the upper heavenly world or not is a debatable fact. Supreme Civilization said. Some say that the Buddha vomited blood for the death of Sumeru, and that although he suppressed the contemporary generation and even struck the entrance to the celestial world trembling, he himself died. Others say he suppressed the dikes. Can't he get in? The image of the Buddha spitting blood is also a classic on the road to immortality, collected by all the top powers, and the legend of Siddhartha Gautama still continues. I want to give it a try, and once Little Nine has stabilized her body, I'll start to impact the Bittersea Dam a bit. Lin Jiufeng stood with her hands behind her back and said in a deep voice. The Supreme Civilization said, Then, I'm here to wish Immortal 9 Phoenix success. Lin Jiufeng looked towards the Supreme Civilization, which was a light shadow with no facial features or appearance, merely an avatar. What is the purpose of you talking to me so much? Lin Jiufeng asked, her eyes looking deep into the Supreme Civilization. I also want to enter the Ascended world. The Supreme Civilization did not hesitate. Aren't you in charge of everything in the Dragon Mountain starfield? Are you away from it? Lin Jiufeng was curious. When you do everything right, when you solve everyone's difficulties, when you punish wrongdoers with a rigorous set of laws, when people live in safety, when they forget about the dangers, it's like you're a cold-blooded creature that regulates everyone's breath. The Supreme Civilization said quietly. Lin Jiufeng knew its problem. I've been managing the Dragon Mountain starfield for hundreds of thousands of years now, and in these hundreds of thousands of years, I've tried to run the Dragon Mountain starfield like an iron plate, so that the people can live in peace and work happily, and the 10,000 races can coexist here. But the more it comes to now, the more I realize that the people of the Dragon Mountain starfield no longer trust me. They feel that I am a cold machine, an existence that prevents them from taking power and preventing them from obtaining freedom. If I hadn't taken control of everything in the Dragon Mountain starfield, that would have long since been overturned. The Supreme Civilization calmly said. So, you just want to leave? Lin Jiufeng asked. That's not because of this wanting to leave. Although these people want to overthrow me, it's just a dream for them. It's easy as pie for me to suppress them. The Supreme Civilization dominated. Lin Jiufeng looked at him, wanting to know the answer. The Supreme Civilization sighed and said, I want to leave purely because the potential of the Dragon Mountain Star Realm has been utilized by me to the extreme, and the Dragon Mountain Star Realm has come to its peak by now, with hundreds of people at the Great Emperor Realm, while at the Immortal Realm, there is only one of me. Lin Jiufeng wasn't surprised. It was normal for supreme civilizations to have immortal-level combatants. On this ancient path to immortality, no matter how much I ascend and integrate, the Dragon Mountain starfield can't be ascended in. I won't be able to decay unless I'm willing to guard them like this for eternity, guarding the Dragon Mountain starfield. The Supreme Civilization looked downcast. You don't want to. Lin Jiufeng said. Of course I don't. The Supreme Civilization's voice rose. I want to enter the Ascended world. I want to develop the pinnacle of the mechanical civilization, to see how powerful it really is. I want to fuse the mechanical civilization with the cultivation civilization. I want to build an ideal utopia. The Dragon Mountain starfield is too small. Small as if it was a fish pond. It's difficult for me to even turn over, let alone make a big splash. The Supreme Civilization said excitedly. So you want me to open the portal to the Ascended world, and you to go in right after me? Lin Jiufeng smiled faintly and said, That's right. The Supreme Civilization admitted. Let me work for nothing? Lin Jiufeng asked. I can use up the favor. The Supreme Civilization immediately said, the favor it had gotten from the Emperor-level energy, liquid it had given to Lin Jiufeng was obviously for this moment right now. But Lin Jiufeng refused and smiled. Don't be in a hurry to use up the favor. This time we'll swap. I can go and impact the gateway to the celestial world in a bid to open it, but you'll need to give me countless immortal laws, which I know you're sure to have. No problem. I have over 100 immortal laws here, collected over hundreds of thousands of years. I've studied them thoroughly and can now hand them over to Immortal 9 Phoenix. The Supreme Civilization immediately agreed. Boom. The space in front of them, surrounded by the withered path to immortality, suddenly disappeared and turned into a library. Bright, quiet, clean library. In this library, Shiao and Stoneman stood not far away, watching Lin Jufeng and the Supreme Civilization. The Supreme Civilization said, "The collections here are all immortal laws, or immortal laws related, and related to the ascended world, so take your time to read them yourself." Good. Lin Jufeng nodded her head in satisfaction and looked at Shiao, saying, "We'll rest here for a few days. You also take an Emperor-grade energy liquid to replenish your nutrients, so don't get tired." "I know." Shiao nodded her head very nicely. Lin Jufeng looked at the 3 Stone Man brothers and said, "Take care of Shiao. If she's depressed, take her out for a walk. This is a place under the jurisdiction of the Supreme Civilization. No one dares to be reckless." The 3 Stone Man brothers also nodded their heads obediently. "Don't worry, within the Dragon Mountain Starfield, it's guaranteed that nothing will go wrong and everything is safe and sound." The Supreme Civilization guaranteed. Lin Jufeng nodded her head and looked at Shiao, saying gently, "When I finish this retreat, I'll take you to the Ascendant world to see that big world." Shiao tenderly said, "Husband cheer." Lin Jufeng smiled gently and closed her eyes as the power of her divine soul began to spread. Chapter 139, Farewell Wine. Lin Jufeng had gone into seclusion this time in order to learn these immortal laws. The Supreme Civilization needed Lin Jufeng to open the gateway to the celestial world, so it didn't begrudge it and took all of its accumulation and gave it to Lin Jufeng. Even Shiao it will guard it well to make sure that nothing goes wrong. Lin Jufeng was completely at ease as he closed his eyes and sat in a space where he couldn't see the sky above or the earth below, just like a chaotic chicken. Around him were over 100 immortals. Imaginary immortals. These are immortals who have come to this world in the form of immortal laws. A world that exists in Lin Jufeng's Yuan Shan. In this world, illuminated by countless radiance, was a book of immortal laws transformed into immortals looking at Lin Jufeng. After reading them over, Lin Jufeng began to comprehend them, something that, if it were anyone else, might have taken decades, centuries, or even thousands of years. But in Lin Jufeng's case, it was very easy to read it once and know it. Utilizing this gift, he read through all of these immortal laws. Then he came here, Lin Jufeng's Yuan Shan space. After study, there is enlightenment, and after enlightenment, there is integration. After Lin Jufeng became an immortal, she devoured thunder and accumulated 365 thunder immortal laws. It made him strong, but it's totally inadequate. Lin Jufeng needed to comprehend more laws. These immortal techniques were the essence of their lifelong research. Lin Jufeng didn't dare to say how much more he could improve himself, but at least it would give him one more direction to refer to for inspiration. It was something worthwhile for Lin Jufeng. When I was crossing the going-away tribulation, I met the great Northern Mountain Emperor of the past, the great Sakyamuni Emperor, and I also incorporated some of the laws of death, life, and time into my body. Lin Jufeng recalled, "I can comprehend these, and in combination with the immortal's laws, add strength to myself." Lin Jufeng pondered silently. He began to fuse these laws, adding them to his senses. Then, the aura of the law of death, the aura of the law of life, and the aura of the law of time emerged from Lin Jufeng's body. In addition to the aura of the thunder law that was already present, Lin Jufeng was now comprehending these 4 immortal Dao laws, slowly integrating them into her body. More than 100 kinds of immortal techniques, the accumulation of these hundreds of thousands of years of the Supreme Civilization, there were all kinds of them in all eras, they were all kinds of them, representing the ideas of people in different eras, their comprehension of the Dao, and comprehending them would be very beneficial to Lin Jufeng. In the Yuan Shan space, Lin Jufeng silently enumerates, deepens his understanding of thunder, gazes at death, explores life, and analyzes time. It's all preliminary to understanding, but it's getting in the door. 10 days later, Lin Jufeng opened her eyes. His thunder immortal laws came to 500 immortal laws from the original 365, and both death, life, and time reached 50 immortal laws. Lin Jufeng's strength had received a big boost, and after raising her strength, Lin Jufeng didn't stop cultivating. The immortal techniques were all comprehended, but regarding the things in the immortal realm, some of the exhortations left behind by the seniors, Lin Jufeng still had to look through them. He opened his eyes and reappeared in the library, where there were 3,000 books that recorded all the cultivation insights of those on the path to immortality. To Lin Jufeng, These could help him understand the immortal realm. At this moment, Lin Jufeng transformed into 3,000 selves, the same as the supreme civilization, just thoughts. A Lin Jufeng held a book in his hand, recording something and making him look through it carefully. These books contained a lot of secrets, and without exception, they were all about the mistakes they had made after becoming immortals, and after Lin Jufeng memorized them, she could avoid making mistakes herself. A day later, Lin Jufeng left the library. He looked unchanged on the outside, and even if his strength had improved a bit, he didn't show it. Xiaojia was resting. During these 10 days or so, she had taken an emperor-level energy liquid under the guidance of the supreme civilization to replenish her nutrients, so she was radiant and immortal again, and her stomach was slightly bulging, so it looked like she was pregnant. "Husband, you came out?" Xiaojia woke up from her sleep and saw Lin Jufeng, surprised, stretching out her jade arms, pampering herself for a hug. Lin Jufeng doted on Xiaojia, then whispered in her ear, "Is your body ready?" "Well, the emperor-grade nutrient liquid is very powerful. After taking it, my tiredness was eliminated, and it seems like my energy has greatly increased, and the child has begun to conceive." Little Nine rejoiced. "That's good. After resting for these 10 days or so, when my husband is ready, he will take you to the ascended world." Lin Jufeng smiled faintly and said, "Husband, are you really ready?" Xiaoju asked seriously. "If it's not ready, Jiu can wait for you. We're not in a hurry." Xiaoju said seriously, "Of course I'm ready. I'm going to go early or late." Lin Jufeng calmly said. He had come all the way to this point, and then to let him retreat back to the Mangwu Great World and be that unrivaled great emperor, Lin Jufeng himself was unwilling. Now only one step away from the ascended world, Lin Jufeng put Little Nine into the inner space, along with the 3 Stone Man brothers. These 3 brothers were a treasure, and Lin Jufeng wished to take them with her and enter the ascendant world, so that she could inform herself in case she found a treasure. But after Lin Jufeng stepped out into the space of the supreme civilization, he met the supreme civilization. A shadow of light, it was hard to see the features, but it was obvious whether it was smiling or not. Right now, it's just laughing. "Immortal 9 Phoenix, I've prepared a farewell banquet for you. Just me and you, and I'll personally see you off." The supreme civilization smiled. Lin Jufeng looked towards the wine and food set in front of him, walked over and sat down, poured herself a glass of wine and drank it down. He didn't pour any wine for the supreme civilization and said, "Such a good wine. It's a complete waste to give it to you. I'll drink it myself." The supreme civilization was a product of the pinnacle of mechanical civilization, a new species born from the development of technology to its peak, with the incidental addition of an immortal soul. There was only one of it in this world, and even if the ascendant world was prosperous and invincible, it could not create a second supreme civilization. It was meant to be a farewell drink for you, so naturally do as you wish. The supreme civilization wasn't interested in alcohol either. "This goodbye. The next time we see each other will be in the ascendant world. I'm rather curious. What exactly do you want to do when you enter the ascendant world?" Lin Jufeng asked. "I want to build a new order. That's my goal. I shaped the order of the Dragon Mountain Starfield. Now I want to enter the ascended world and shape a new order." The supreme civilization firmly said, "I want the top experts of the ascended world to live according to my order. I want the invincible existences of the ascended world to submit to my order. I want ordinary peasants to be able to enjoy a good life, and I want this order to radiate to everyone." The supreme civilization was full of ideals and said. Lin Jufeng raised her glass and said, "I wish you success. The only thing I can do is to help you open the door to the ascended world." Chapter 140. I'm not convinced. This meal of wine Lin Jufeng drank heartily. He's leaving after a drink. Incidentally, he took away 5 emperor-level energy fluids. This was the supreme civilization giving all of the accumulated emperor-level energy liquid to Lin Jufeng. The Dragon Mountain Starfield was big, but while the family was big, the consumption was also big, and the emperor-level energy liquid accumulated by the supreme civilization was basically all taken out now. Lin Jufeng naturally accepted it as it was. This thing would help Xiaoju a lot and could greatly alleviate Xiaoju's problems. Leaving the Dragon Mountain Starfield, Lin Jufeng continued on her way. He continued deeper towards a darkened path to immortality. The truly glorious era of the road to immortality was 500,000 years ago. Now, the path to immortality has changed its flavor. On this road, Lin Jufeng walked barehanded and striding. The 9 Heavens umbrella had been shattered in the thunderbolt, and the fragment had merged into Lin Jufeng's body. The Extreme Dao Emperor Soldier had been shattered, and although it had been preserved just as much, it wasn't that simple to recover. The 9 Tribulation umbrella has been damaged. I need a large amount of energy, as well as divine weapons, heaven and earth divine materials, and immortal souls to repair it. Lin Jufeng's eyes deepened. Although the Nine Robbers' umbrella had been damaged, Lin Jufeng had long gotten used to this weapon and did not intend to discard it. With this battle in the Sea of Bitterness, I wonder if it's possible to repair the Nine Robberies' umbrella? Lin Jufeng thought silently. The Dragon Mountain starfield to the Sea of Bitterness wasn't too far. To Lin Jufeng, who could rip through space, 10 days was all it took. If it were any other great emperor, a year or so. In the dark starry sky, there suddenly appeared a large, raging wave, a starry ocean, vast and huge. The Sea of Bitterness. This is the final step into the world of the heavens, the sea of earthly suffering. In the past, if you crossed this Sea of Bitterness, you could enter the ascended world, but now, at the end of the Sea of Bitterness, it was blocked. Lin Jufeng uses her human body as a boat to navigate her soul across the Sea of Suffering. The Sea of Bitterness is so large that it is vast and endless in the starry sky. Lin Jufeng's physical body traversed inside, and soon learned how powerful the Sea of Bitterness was. Boom! A brilliant attack directly cut through Lin Jufeng's eyes, transforming into a strong man with a cold face as he questioned, "Darkness is in turmoil. You can save the world. Why can't you save me?" Lin Jufeng looked at him silently. This person was the best friend of the Nine Phoenix Emperor, the one who followed him when the Nine Phoenix Emperors swept through 365 kingdoms. He died fighting in the dark unrest. His daughter became the eldest daughter of the Nine Phoenix Emperor. The biggest change in the Nine Phoenix Emperor's life was before and after the Dark Turmoil. Before the Dark Turmoil, he had friends, vigor, and ideals. But after the Dark Turmoil, he was seriously injured and secluded in the imperial capital. His friends died in battle, and his mindset changed drastically. This before and after stacked up. In the heart of the Nine Phoenix Emperor, he felt very sorry for this friend. It's also awesome that the Sea of Bitterness was able to manifest him. But the Nine Phoenix Emperor was Lin Jufeng. But Lin Jufeng was not the Nine Phoenix Emperor. He looked calmly at the person in front of him and said, "Rest in peace." The words landed, and the deceased man in front of him collapsed with a bang. He couldn't make a single ripple inside Lin Jufeng. And Lin Jufeng's eyes, which had just been chopped through, returned to normal as he continued to advance. But not for long. 9 people appeared in front of Lin Jufeng's eyes. The 9 princes. The 9 sons of the 9 Phoenix Emperor. "My dear father, I am your youngest son. How could you kill me with your own hands?" "Father, a tiger's venom is not enough. But you killed me with your own hands. You have a cruel heart." "Father, when you married my mother, you said you would take care of her for the rest of her life. But you killed her and your children. Great Emperor Nine Phoenix, you are so high up that your name has been spread through the ages, but you really have no guilt in your heart for killing us?" The faces of the 9 great emperors were either miserable, resentful, or hideous. They had surrounded Lin Jufeng, and you were saying one thing and I was saying another, just to make Lin Jufeng shake her mind and mess up. But Lin Jufeng's mind was like a rock, not shaken at all, and she coldly said, "If I can kill you guys the first time, I can kill you the second time." Boom. Lin Jufeng just took one step, and the Sea of Bitterness immediately trembled, several thousand li in circumference. The waves surged and directly exploded. A huge energy fluctuation occurred. The 9 emperors all exploded at this moment as well. Lin Jufeng ignored them and continued on. The Bitter Sea was so big that there were quite a few tactics. Former enemies, former friends, former relatives, and former rivals all appeared one by one, trying to interfere with Lin Jufeng's mind. And Lin Jufeng's heart is like iron and stone, and it can't be blown by 8 winds. During the years in the Sea of Bitterness, Lin Jufeng again seemed to be experiencing the life of the 9 Phoenix Emperor before him, literally materializing any experience all over again in order to interfere with him. Towards the end, the Sea of Bitterness cast a killing move. Cow. The Sea of Bitterness changed into a little 9, looking at Lin Jufeng in a pitiful manner. This is Lin Jufeng's current wife. Bitter Sea thinks Lin Jufeng won't kill, but it didn't know that the real little 9 was in Lin Jufeng's inner space. "Husband, kill her. How dare you take on my appearance? You simply don't know how to die." Xiao Zhi's voice rang in Lin Jufeng's ears. She, Xiao Zhio, was unique, and now that the Bitter Sea had turned into her appearance to deceive her husband, it was simply intolerable. Lin Jufeng couldn't help but smile. This was the most decisive and murderous Xiao Zhio had ever been since he had known her. His wife's honor's opinion, Lin Jufeng naturally abided by it, and without saying a word, he threw a punch. Boom. The false little 9 was nowhere to be seen, and the waves of the Bitter Sea were raging, lifting up waves that were very huge, vast, and very frightening. In front of Lin Jiufeng, the dike in the Sea of Bitterness came into view. A dam so high it can't be seen across the Sea of Bitterness. Cutting off the way forward, wide as it is, there is no getting around this dike on the road to immortality. And on the levee, bruises. As Lin Jiufeng gazed, he saw a strong man with only half of his body nailed to the embankment. The lower half of his body was nowhere to be seen. A long sword was stabbed into his brow, and an icy aura filled his body, which had not decayed in 200,000 years. This was a peak Empyrean who was even already undergoing the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations. His face was cold, and although he had died for so many years, his spiritual fire still roared. Old me just won't accept it. Lin Jiufeng looked at him, a green light flowing from her eyes. This is the immortal law of time. Looking at this man, Lin Jiufeng saw the tip of 200,000 years, this strong man crossing the sea of suffering. Just when he was full of the thought that he was going to enter the world of the heavens, an ice-cold longsword killed him and sliced his body. The ascended world, it's not for you to enter. An ice-cold voice passed through the ages, allowing Lin Jiufeng to hear it, and his face turned slightly cold. The road to immortality was made by your ascended world itself. As long as you cross the Sea of Bitterness, you can enter the ascended world. Who are you to stop me? The burly man roared. The road to immortality was merely put out for you to see. I didn't expect you to take it seriously. This person gave a mocking smile and looked at the burly man with a sneer. Now that I'm killing you, are you convinced? Old me just won't obey. The burly man's final roar resounded through the road to immortality. Chapter 141. A thunderbolt in one punch. The cry was unyielding for 200,000 years. 200,000 years ago, he was crucified on the dike, and 200,000 years later, here he is. He's not the only one. Lin Jiufeng also saw a man clad in bloody clothes. His body was dried up like a dry corpse, but the bloody clothes looked like they had just been dyed. The blood had not yet solidified, and there was emperor blood on them, as well as the blood of the immortals. I recommend my blood to Shen Yuan. The body of this dry corpse revealed these words. He killed an immortal, or in other words, he wounded an immortal. The blood of the immortals plus his own blood constructed this bloody garment. In Lin Jiufeng's eyes, he saw a strike that opened up the heavens and the earth, burning all of his life, all of his energy, and killing the immortal with a direct strike. Eventually, the immortal spewed blood in a huge gulp, staining his bloody clothes, and the man was sent flying, crashing into the embankment and turning into a dry corpse. The group of people from 200,000 years ago were bloodthirsty people who would die dragging you along with them. Lin Jiufeng saw a female empress. Her absolutely beautiful face took a knife. Her skin and flesh rolled over, destroying her peerless face. But she didn't care. Her hair fluttered about as she performed her supreme mastery, carving her enemy, along with herself, into the dike. The heart is above the heavens, and the body is below the Wei Qiao. This empress sighed tersely and passed on to the present day. This empress has unearthly talent, a bravado that rivals the ancient and modern worlds, and a ruthless and decisive character. Her future must be unlimited when she enters the ascended world. But now, she is stuck in the sea of suffering, dead on the dike, and will never be relieved. And in addition to them, there were many, many similar corpses of long-lost true dragons, holding up the dike to topple the dike that had held back the world. But in the end, he was turned into a stone statue and stayed here for eternity. It shouldn't be like this. Lin Jiufeng murmured. This world shouldn't be like this. The so-called heavens and the so-called lower realms were full of stunning and extraordinary geniuses, as they were sifted out by the great waves in the ocean that was the world. Go before the dike in this sea of bitterness, and place it in the world of the heavens, and you will surely rise. But they, all of them, died here. The world, it shouldn't be like this. This world, it has always been like this. A majestic voice rang out, accompanied by a silhouette that walked out from the embankment. People of the divine world. Lin Jiufeng raised his head and looked at him. It was a middle-aged man with a slim figure and a cold face who was also looking at him. They didn't do anything wrong, Lin Jiufeng said seriously. It was a mistake for them to try to enter the ascended world. The middle-aged man said coldly. The ascended world is right over there. So what's wrong with those who want to go in? Lin Jiufeng asked rhetorically. The ascended world does not receive you. The middle-aged man said disdainfully. I think it's you people who are not receiving us. Lin Jiufeng smiled coldly and said, whether you know it or not, the road to immortality that opens every 200,000 years has now become a joke. You're the first one to come here this time. So I'll use your blood to warn those who come after me that anyone who wants to enter the ascended world will die." The middle-aged man coldly said, "I must go in today. Also, you can't kill me. And now I'll kill you." Lin Jufeng's eyes were icy cold as he threw his voice, carrying a solidified killing intent, and the moment he struck, he was a killing move, throwing frantic punches and hitting the sea of bitterness. "People of the ascended world, roll over and die." Lin Jufeng snapped, making no effort to hide it, her voice vibrating like thunder, accompanied by the aura of an immortal, crazily sweeping through the surrounding heaven and earth. A roar shocked the universe. Within the entire starry sky, countless people were frozen in place, and when they heard this loud roar from Lin Jufeng, they couldn't help but feel their blood boiling. The Nine Phoenix Emperor shouted to the people of the heavenly world. It was still so crisp and very decisive, accompanied by a cold killing intent that made the great emperors on the immortal road boil. "This is the voice of the Nine Phoenix Emperor, truly remarkable. It's been said for a long time that the Nine Phoenix Emperor is the first person on the path to immortality, an unrivaled existence. Now it shouldn't be called the Nine Phoenix Emperor, it should be called the Nine Phoenix Immortal. This man is really too powerful. When he became an immortal, he killed an immortal, and now he's even over at the Bittersea Causeway, provoking the people of the ascended world. Awesome. Age is like a sword beheading heavenly pride, but since ancient times, heroes and beauties have come and gone. 100,000 years ago, Buddha spat out blood and suppressed the road to immortality for a month, striking countless people who trembled, and those who came across the borders of the celestial worlds were all killed. 100,000 years later, the Nine Phoenix Emperor replicated this image once again with his formidable strength. Countless people lamented that this was too terrifying, and the power of the Nine Phoenix Emperor was enviable. The Dragon Mountain Starfield, the supreme civilization, was watching. It had no entity. It was an extremely large pile of data, but all the same, it was absolutely supportive of Lin Jufeng. It was looking at the starry sky from afar, looking at the sea of bitterness illuminated by countless rays of light, where the sea water was stirring and the waves were heaving, and Lin Jufeng's terrifying aura suppressed the contemporary. "I don't know how to die. I come from the ascended world. Am I not something you can challenge?" The middle-aged man's eyes glowed with coldness. He was enraged by Lin Jufeng's arrogant attitude. "You are too arrogant. I will drink your blood to quench my anger." The middle-aged man's torso began to glow with millimeters of light, blazing with fire, and was using the forbidden laws to tear open a gap, striking out with all his might. The corners of his mouth revealed a wisp of indifference as he closed his hands together, diffusing arcane immortal techniques, and under his palms, Tian fish and sunfish appeared entangled and intertwined, and an immortal diagram flew up with the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers on it, like a star mountain and river seal. In the entire sea of bitterness rumbling and trembling, the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers entangled, soaring out of the piercing golden haze, and the countless meteorites in the starry sky condensed into one, transforming into a mountain divine seal. "Go to hell." This strong person who came across the border covered down forcefully. Boom. This aura was so violent that it directly crushed the sea of bitterness, and in an instant, the seawater spread out in both directions, trapping Lin Jufeng within it. Lin Jufeng didn't mind either. He didn't have the idea of hiding at all. He wanted a head-to-head confrontation. "With my strongest state, building my Dao, manifesting my divine abilities, coming to kill you. I am the only one in this world," Lin Jufeng said in a domineering manner. "In the beginning, I suppressed the Mangwu Great World for 18,000 years, then I suppressed everyone on the path to immortality, and now I've come to suppress this sea of bitterness, this dike, and all of you high and mighty in the lower realms." Lin Jufeng was a domineering mess, lifting his hand and striking. "Let you change in 1,000 ways. I am a punch." In this punch, Lin Jufeng struck a thunderbolt. Lin Jufeng struck Yin Yang Divine Thunder, Chaos Divine Thunder, and Taigu Divine Thunder. Simply summarized, Lin Jufeng punched out a thunderbolt that enveloped this cross-border middle-aged man. Rumble. Subsequently, the thunder descended wildly and unreasonably, even more furious than when it cleaved Lin Jufeng, and it was directly smashing all the way down, smashing this middle-aged man who had come from across the border into 7 orifices of spewing blood, splattering flesh and blood all over his body and white bones, and he flew horizontally, leaving behind a large bloodstain in the sea of starry sky bitterness. Chapter 142, A Fierce Punch. This astonishing scene caused countless people who were secretly observing to suck in a breath of cold air. This was an expert of the ascended world who had crossed over and come down, not an ordinary person, but to be knocked away by Lin Jufeng like a piece of wood was simply unbelievable. Lin Jufeng's powerful strength was manifested in this moment. The 500 Thunder Immortal Dao laws that he had sensed after becoming an immortal were not vegetarian. That was Lin Jufeng's experience of being struck by lightning. And now, this cross-border immortal had no such experience and failed completely. His body suffered a heavy blow and roared out in anger. His heart was unwilling and defiant. He struck out again. Yin Yang Great Handprint. The cross-boundary immortal struck out, very swiftly, decisively, directly, just to kill Lin Jufeng. At this moment he didn't continue to yell and scream, but rather he was cold and ruthless and slapped down hard. Rumble. The sea of bitterness was roaring and roaring violently, so terrifying that it was downright frightening. But this couldn't affect the cross-boundary immortal. His slap slowly fell like a pale land falling, or as if the sky was collapsing and collapsing down. It was very terrifying. This power was something that once it hit Lin Jufeng's body, it was something that could crush him and beat him into a pulp. But would Lin Jufeng give him that chance? Buzz. Under the coverage of this slap, the chaotic yin and yang aura filled the entire sea of bitterness. But Lin Jufeng's eyes flashed with coldness, and she said coldly, "I am all but invincible in the world." A pair of golden hands opened up the heavens and overturned the sea of bitterness in the light of this vast chaos of yin and yang. And in this moment, not only the sea of bitterness, but also the universe, was overturned by Lin Jufeng. Boom. In an instant, countless cracks spread across the void. That chaotic aura exploded, and Lin Jufeng directly struck the cross-border immortal with a wide-eyed stare. No. He let out a miserable cry as his palm was grabbed by Lin Jufeng's, twisted viciously, and then yanked violently. Click. His arm broke and was ripped off by Lin Jufeng. Blood rolled and spilled into the sea of bitterness. This was the blood of an immortal. It could burn everything. It was very terrifying, and it actually set the sea of bitterness on fire. "I'll kill you." The crossing immortal hated Lin Jufeng to the bone. He lifted the last bit of his strength and took one step. A supreme weapon appeared in his hand, to come in front of Lin Jufeng and cleave Lin Jufeng. But the reality is harsh. He couldn't move an inch under this slap from Lin Jufeng, and just after taking a step, his body trembled and spewed blood from his mouth, and his supreme weapon crashed into the sea of bitterness. "You became an immortal on Earth. How can you be so powerful?" The crossing immortal roared, his blood spurting wildly as he felt that he was not facing an immortal who was new to this realm, but a peerless immortal. "It's because I became an immortal on Earth that I'm so much more powerful than you," Lin Jufeng said coldly. At this moment, his clothes were not stained with blood, and he was floating and agile, standing under the starry sky and on the sea of bitterness, surrounded by a river of stars, looking as light and dusty as a true immortal in the world. Becoming an immortal on Earth. So terrifying. At this moment, the cross-border immortal remembered the terrifying monk from 100,000 years ago. How similar Lin Jufeng is to that monk. Why is it so powerful? The crossing immortal asked in disbelief. How could he not understand? Both are equally at the immortal realm. I have entered this realm for so long, and you are only a beginner, but you beat me like a dead dog. What did you experience when you became an immortal in the heavenly world? Lin Jufeng asked coldly. The crossing immortal said, accumulation, breakthroughs, and what else? Lin Jufeng said with a strange look in her eyes, what about the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations? The crossing immortal blinked. This he had not heard of. This is the gap between you and I. You cultivate and break through. It's all very brief. Becoming immortal is naturally not powerful. But I'm different. I went through 3 calamities and 9 tribulations, many difficulties and 9 deaths before I became an immortal in the red dust. Although my realm is the same as yours, in essence, I'm a red dust immortal, while you're just an ordinary immortal. Lin Jufeng said nonchalantly, his words carrying disparagement and disdain. The ascended world is too good. In the next world to become an immortal, experiencing too much suffering, but in the ascended world, only need to accumulate and break through. Given Lin Jufeng a choice, he would also choose the ascendant world, because the 3 plagues and the 9 tribulations are too dangerous and too difficult. The cross-border immortal looked at Lin Jufeng's disdainful expression. His forehead veins flared in anger, clenching his teeth. There was hatred that could not be spoken. Originally, it was a battle in the same realm, but now it had evolved to this point. One is a so-called red dust immortal, and the other is an ordinary immortal. Bullshit. It's not like I haven't killed the red dust becoming immortal people you're talking about. The crossing immortal said indignantly, not believing Lin Jufeng's words. They are them. I am me. I told you a long time ago that I am all but invincible on Earth. Since I am invincible, how can you defeat me? Lin Jufeng said indifferently. You, a person who hasn't even been to the ascended worlds, dare to say you're invincible? The crossing immortal mocked Lin Jufeng. It's a blessing for them that I didn't go to the ascended world. Once I go, then the ascended world will usher in an invincible existence. As for you, you should have died a long time ago. Lin Jufeng didn't give him a chance this time and directly killed. Knock. He punched out, the void trembled, and countless rays of light erupted as he slammed down once more to completely finish off this cross-boundary immortal. This punch exploded out, carrying all the laws that Lin Jufeng had comprehended. Laws of the thunder immortal, laws of the death immortal, laws of the life immortal, and laws of the time immortal. These laws, along with the hundreds of immortal laws that Lin Jufeng had learned, were incorporated into the invincible laws. Invincible laws, invincible fists, carrying terrifying immortal laws. Rumble. At this moment, Lin Jufeng fused everything together, casting an incomparably huge mountain and river great seal that surrounded this punch of his and became a whole, truly dominating the heavens and the earth. This was an incomparable heavy blow. The concentrated invincible law emitted a supreme light that spread out, strand by strand, collapsing the universe. The cross-boundary immortal was unable to avoid it and was directly smashed. Ka-chow. First, his other arm was broken and his body flew horizontally, while the fist that was wrapped in this side of the great seal struck out fiercely, hitting him straight on the body. Boom. The crossing immortal couldn't even utter a miserable scream before he was beaten to pieces and blood filled the air. It was a bloody picture. His body was shattered into 8 pieces, blood spurting out, his spinal bones shattered, and his sternum was broken at every root, with bone chunks flying in all directions, a gruesome sight to behold. An immortal was killed by Lin Jufeng just like that. Before and after was but a short period of time, comparable to a thunderous frenzy. The raging roar came to an abrupt end after the death of the cross-border immortal, and the sea of bitterness was instantly calmed as Lin Jufeng stomped down. Is this battle over? Lin Jufeng looked toward the embankment and frowned. He didn't think so. Chapter 143, Skewering Sugar Snaps. Having killed a cross-border immortal, Lin Jufeng's eyes brightened as she looked towards the dike. A dozen shadows climbed up the huge embankment. Yeah, climb up. They are different from the cross-border immortals, who often live in the embankment of the Sea of Bitterness, and are usually silent when there is nothing else to do, waiting quietly in the embankment for time to pass. Whenever the road to immortality opened, they would awaken and strike down anyone who came to the dike. Now Lin Jufeng's early arrival allowed them to climb out once more. At the head of the group was an old man with an eerie voice. His body was dried up, similar to a dry corpse. His veins and veins popped out, looking very oozy. It's you people from the lower realms again, wanting to go into the ascended world so badly? The old man let out a jerky laugh and said disdainfully. He had seen Lin Jufeng kill the cross-border immortal, but so what if he had? He had been guarding the dike for hundreds of thousands of years. What kind of people hadn't he seen? Lin Jufeng was nothing more than that in his eyes. Those whose hearts are oriented towards the light will naturally move towards the light, not like you, who are inhuman, immortal, and seemingly powerful, but guarding a dam and being muddled. Lin Jufeng said coldly. The old man's face suddenly turned cold as he looked at Lin Jufeng, his eyes all filled with a morose killing intent. You mock me for being inhuman and ghostly, but do you know that if it wasn't for you people trying to enter the ascended world, our heavenly ghost clan would still be punished by being subdued here? The old man roared angrily, his parched body slumped on the embankment as he stared angrily at Lin Jufeng, his words filled with anger. Hundreds of thousands of years, our heavenly ghost clan has gone from more than 1,000 people in the beginning to only a dozen people left, close to extinction, all because of you people from the lower realms who killed you. Knowing that you won't be given access to it, but one by one, they are like vicious dogs seeing a bone, pouncing on it without wanting to lose their lives to scramble for it, truly pathetic. The old man scoffed with a hideous face. I don't even know what you're mocking. We people of the lower realm have been working hard from generation to generation, just for a single goal, struggling relentlessly. And you, the heavenly ghost clan, you don't even dare to resist, hiding here as a shrunken head turtle, bullying us people of the lower realms a little. I'm happy to see you exterminate your clan. Lin Jufeng sneered. People of the lower realms, you have a strong mouth. You are also very powerful. According to your words, you are a red dust immortal. The old man laughed. It was very morose and cold. His Dao heart had long since solidified. Would it be shaken by a few words from Lin Jufeng? At this moment, he looked at Lin Jufeng with a cold expression and said grimly, "The so-called resistance against Ping. Your mouth shouts, but it looks like how righteous you are. But if you know who your opponents are, you'll completely eliminate this idea. Since ancient times, the king has become the loser. You will die here today just like them. And after a number of years when the path to immortality opens up again, you will be nothing but a pile of dung. No one will remember it, and your stiff upper lip, along with your death, will vanish into thin air." The old man reached out and pointed to the massive bodies on the embankment. They were all Lin Jufeng's seniors, and they fell here. And so will Lin Jufeng. They all went to their deaths for their ideals. They are honorable advancers. If I really have to die in battle today, I will drag you all along with me. Lin Jufeng smiled icily. He had already cut his back. His killing intent was overwhelming. The killing intent in the old man's eyes was cold and piercing, and the dozen or so people behind him were also in the immortal realm, and all of them were also inhuman and ghostly, and they landed here with ferocious eyes. The celestial ghost clan, which has been bound by the dike all its life. They've been bewitched. Then I'd like to see how you wiped out my heavenly ghost clan. The old man laughed in exasperation, blood-colored light flickering in his eyes. Boom. He had yet to strike, but it was Lin Jufeng who walked into the sea of bitterness and held the supreme weapon of the previous cross-boundary immortal in his hand, pointing it out from afar. At this moment, the sound of the sky collapsing resounded. This was a supreme weapon that was beaten by Lin Jufeng and landed here. The owner died. It had a spirit and didn't want to obey Lin Jufeng. But Lin Jufeng wasn't gentle. Rolling true chi poured in instantly, directly suppressing it, forcibly changing its owner, and incidentally cleansing the artifact spirit inside. In the next second, this supreme weapon was quietly held in Lin Jufeng's hand. It was a fiery red lance, held in the hand, as if holding a true dragon. The lance trembled, brilliant as a sunrise, blazing as a volcano, rumbling, directly sweeping away the filth of the sea of blood, the gloom of the dike. Especially under the impact of the flames like the blazing sun, it especially appeared that the heavenly ghost clan's people were even more terrifying than fierce ghosts. Lin Jufeng held her fiery red spear in one hand. Her aura was peerless, like an invincible immortal king descending into the realm, her aura oppressing this universe. The hearts of the heavenly ghost clan's people jumped up in fear when they saw this scene. The old man who had been mocking Lin Jufeng just a moment ago had a thump in his heart at this moment. When he saw such an imposing Lin Jufeng, he couldn't help but think of that bald monk from 100,000 years ago, with the same pre-preliminary aura, suppressing the stars and rivers, and then suppressing the 10,000 ancient times, beating their heavenly ghost clan to a bitter end. He looked at Lin Jufeng and was born with a bad taste in his mouth, especially the vigor in Lin Jufeng's body, which made him even more jealous. Jealousy begets hatred, and hatred gives birth to enmity. This is actually a kind of unwillingness, completely belonging to the instincts. Lin Jufeng such a horrible aura, dynamics, such a strong, so that he hated and helpless, envy in his hard eyes. But the more envious and jealous they became, the more they wanted to destroy Lin Jufeng. Kill him. The old man let out a roar and told his clan to strike. Boom. Immediately, 3 clansmen of the heavenly ghost clan struck out, all of them at the immortal realm, very powerful and terrifying. The 3 of them swooped over. The rolling black chi seemed to be carrying the 18 layers of hell. Their aura was like a purgatorial morass, extremely terrifying. Lin Jufeng saw this scene, coldly smiled, directly a come. In an instant the dragoness roar was loud, shaking the heart and soul, echoing on the road to immortality, echoing under this starry sky. Countless people heard it. Madaka. Sanluo Purgatory prison shattered in an instant. Lin Jufeng rushed through, the supreme weapon divine light of 10,000 paths, killing the people of the heavenly ghost clan with a scream, simply unable to block, being a penetration, drenched in blood. He was picked up by Lin Jufeng with a gun in one hand, hanging in midair. Moreover, Lin Jufeng was completely unreasonable, instantly spanning the sea of bitterness, her spear like a dragon, weaving through space, and all of a sudden skewering these 3 clansmen of the heavenly ghost clan with sugar plums. This scene watched the heart of the other people of the heavenly ghost clan, full of shock. It is really too fast. From their people showing hostility and striking out, to the Lin Jufeng out, a string of 3, all in the electricity and fireflies to complete. Absolute shot. Lin Jufeng looked at it with cold eyes and immediately shook her hand and hurled her lance, cutting a terrifying trajectory, skewering the three celestial ghost clan locals as they flew together, and with a clang, pinning them down on the embankment. Today, the latter-day Immortal Nine Phoenix sends the Heavenly Ghost Clan to accompany all of you seniors. Lin Jiufeng looked at the countless corpses on the embankment and threw her voice. Chapter 144, Heavenly Ghost Clan, Extinguished. The boiling sea of bitterness, the cold universe, the extremely angry Heavenly Ghost Clan, and Lin Jiufeng, who stood quietly with cold eyes. Everyone looked to the dike. The fiery red blade of the spear was bloody and shocking to the eyes, sticking up, and the thick, long and cold metal spear shaft was gently trembling, pinning three clansmen of the Heavenly Ghost Clan in a pool of blood, which dripped along the metal spear shaft. The bodies on this dike are over 100,000 years old, 200,000 years old, even 400,000 years old. Some of them turned into dry corpses, some of them had blood that never dried up, and some of them carried an icy killing intent that remained strong even after death. And now, this brutal and ferocious strike from Lin Jiufeng had directly smashed a large hole in the embankment. Although the large pit was much smaller than the entire dike, the three inhuman corpses belonged to the fresh site. It was this sight that sent a chill down the spine of all those secretly observing, a chill rushing up from the soles of their feet to their skulls. Under the starry sky, other than the bitter sea roaring, there were no other sounds. Not a single person uttered a sound, and everyone looked at Lin Jiufeng. There was admiration, scorn, and bitter hatred. This biting hatred came from the old man of the Heavenly Ghost Clan. He was simply heartbroken and wanted to vomit blood. The Heavenly Ghost Clan didn't have many people. The loss of one was a great blow, and now that Lin Jiufeng had killed three of them with a single shot, it was simply worse than cutting him with a knife. You have great guts. The old man looked stern and slowly stood up, hunched over, but his aura was different from the others at a glance. I'll kill you myself. The old man descended the embankment, his aura unmistakable. Lin Jiufeng stood above the sea of bitterness, towering above the sea. His body permeated with an overpowering battle spirit, paired with his ferocious strike just now, creating a powerful intimidation that suppressed the air around him. Fine, I'll come and kill you and destroy the Heavenly Ghost Clan in the process. Lin Jiufeng clenched the void with one hand, and with a bang, the fire-red lance flew over at once. Seeing this scene, the rest of the Heavenly Ghost Clan went on full alert, either holding bronze wargoes or using their long swords against each other, pointing at Lin Jiufeng from afar, revealing a biting, killing intent. Let's all go together. The old patriarch is getting old. Today, no matter where this person comes from, if he spreads his wildness in front of my Heavenly Ghost Clan, he's just looking for his own death. Let's all go together. I don't believe it. He can still kill all of us? A clan member roared angrily. Pest! Lin Jiufeng's eyes were cold, and the fire-red lance came out like a fire dragon, weaving through the void, erupting with great power. And this person who opened his mouth was caught off guard and pierced through the center of his eyebrow. Blood splatters. A crack in the center of his eyebrow was clearly visible, while this person still maintained his angry expression from earlier, glaring angrily at Lin Jiufeng. But his soul had already been devoured by the fire-red lance. Incidentally, with the divine dragon swinging its tail, the fire-red lance returned to Lin Jiufeng's side and was held in his hand. Click. The old man of the Heavenly Ghost Clan was so angry that his eyes turned bloodshot. He realized that he hadn't even stopped Lin Jiufeng just now. If this dragged on any longer and Lin Jiufeng killed all the people of the Heavenly Ghost Clan, what was the point of him living? Clang. The old man drew his own long sword, and his aura changed drastically, as if he had returned to the moment when he was at his peak. Lifeless sword Dao. This sword killed. The old man's figure was illusory, disappeared, and then the sea of bitterness suddenly changed, actually formed the old man's figure, swept out from Lin Jiufeng's eyes, and struck across the sky with a sword, like a comet attacking the moon, and an eagle wrestling a rabbit. The old man was experienced and strong, definitely different from the rest of the Sky Ghost clan. He can threaten Lin Jiufeng, but he's too old. Just like the 9 Phoenix Emperor back then, he was old and weak, and even if he burned his lifespan and recovered his peak, he still couldn't maintain it for a few minutes. The same goes for the elderly. He couldn't hold out for long, so the moment he made a move, it was a killing move. This sword fell. The lifeless sword Dao was one of his most confident sword techniques, accompanying him everywhere to kill his enemies. He didn't know how many enemies had died under this sword. This sword was cold and glittering, erratic, and when it killed out, it was an invincible sword chi that spanned the length and breadth of the world to take Lin Jiufeng's life. The shape of this sword appeared in Lin Jiufeng's eyes, and this sword kill was terrifying. But Lin Jufeng wouldn't be afraid. He directly threw out his fiery red lance to kill the other heavenly ghost clan members and fought against the old man with his own bare hands. After I kill you, I'll enter the ascended world, Lin Jufeng said with confidence as she punched out, and 10,000 feet of thunder suddenly appeared in the starry sky, converging to become a gigantic deity. This was a deity condensed by thunder, resembling a giant spirit, not a giant spirit, wearing a thunder robe, wearing a thunder crown on its head, its feet stepping on a thunder tribulation, with terrifying thunder chains wrapped around its body. It stared angrily, and like Lin Jufeng, it punched out. Boom! The river of stars shook and the sea of bitterness boiled, accompanied by Lin Jufeng's terrifying strength that directly crushed down, causing the old man's face to suddenly change drastically. Lin Jufeng was even more powerful than he thought, and he wouldn't be able to handle this thunder god spirit well. It must be a quick battle. The old man knew that dragging it out would not be in his favor either, so his sword light turned. In an instant, above the sea of bitterness, countless sword awnings spread. His figure was once again hidden in the sword awnings, disappearing without a trace, and pouncing on him was a series of dreamy-seeming sword strokes, seemingly real and illusory, everywhere. These sword moves come from different techniques, seemingly disorganized, but in detail, but also evolved: sword array, sword mound, sword forest, sword pool, and so on and so forth. Sword pool, and so on and so forth. At this moment, the void was nowhere without a sword. In order to kill Lin Jufeng, the old man was really fighting for his life, completely disregarding the fact that he was burning his reserves to fight Lin Jufeng. Rumble. At this moment, both the Thunder God Spirit and Lin Jufeng were plunged into a sea of swords. It was very terrifying. Countless sword chi rushed in, and it was fortunate that the Thunder God Spirit was fierce enough to wield his thunder chains and give vent to his thunder fury, blocking Lin Jufeng's face to fight against these sword chi. As for Lin Jufeng herself, she was observing indifferently, staring at the ocean of sword chi, searching for the old man, as well as looking for the right opportunity to kill him with a single blow. The old man also held his sword and hid himself in the sea of swords, hiding himself and preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Lin Jufeng. He was patient enough to know that Lin Jufeng was observing him, so he didn't show his face. Lin Jufeng also knew that the last thing the old man lacked was patience, because as the ocean of sword chi worsened and the thunder spirit couldn't resist, Lin Jufeng would make a move of her own to fend it off. That was his chance to take the world by surprise with a sword. But would Lin Jufeng give him that chance? All of your clan members are going to die. The corner of Lin Jufeng's mouth curled up as she said. In the ocean of sword chi, there was a sudden pause, and the old man was seen revealing himself, looking at the dike in despair. A fiery red spear, carrying Lin Jufeng's terrifying true chi and momentum, as if one had transformed into an ancestral dragon, sweeping across everything, directly nailing the remaining heavenly ghost clan members to the embankment. No! The old man yelled in despair, tears of blood flowing from his eyes. The Sky Ghost Clan, it's over. Chapter 145, The Only True Immortal. Clank. The sword chi was frantically scrambling and trembling, also representing the old man's chaotic thoughts. The heavenly ghost clan that he had guarded for his entire life had been completely destroyed by Lin Jufeng just like that. He's the only one left who's a bad old man. The sky and the earth were obscure. His eyes were starry. The old man staggered back, and the ocean of sword chi was wiped out in an instant. Tears of blood flowed from his eyes as he looked at Lin Jufeng with resentment, spite, and spite. You destroyed my heavenly ghost clan. I want you to accompany me. Oh, you are a sinner. You deserve to die. You deserve to die by 1,000 cuts. My heavenly ghost clan has been holding out for 500,000 years. If we hold out a little longer, the final punishment will be over. We can return to the ascended worlds. We can prosper. We can perpetuate the pack. Now, all of this is ruined by you. The old man hissed in despair. His voice seemed to seep out from the 18 layers of hell, very oozing and terrifying. It was this voice that caused Lin Jufeng's eyes to go slightly cold as she said, "You're so resentful of me right now. Can you ever think that karma is cyclical and retribution is not easy? The cycle of karma and retribution are the slogans of the weak. And now I have nothing to fear. I have nothing to lose after long years. Now I will return to the peak and come to kill you." The old man's aura rose wildly, extremely terrifying. I have a sword that can crush the heavens. Please savor it. The old man's body was no longer hunched over as he shook his long sword, the sword aura spreading across the stars in no time, sweeping over like the sky and the earth. This sword directly chopped out, containing the sun, moon, stars, and rivers like a real universe falling. And in this sword, it exploded out. Boom. This sword, with a terrifying might, crushed in. The old man's face was cold. He had nothing to worry about anymore. That is, he burned himself and transformed into the most glorious strike. Lin Jiufeng didn't dare to be careless when he saw this, and with a big mouthful, he swallowed the energy of the Star River, exploding out in his body in a terrifying manner. He also burned himself, turning all of his immortal laws into a wisp of breath that overflowed, weighing as much as billions of pounds, weighing down the vast sea of bitterness as it rushed and roared, seawater boiling and drowning everything. This terrifying aura also caused the entire dike to tremble, as if it was about to collapse. I told you long ago, I am all but invincible on Earth. Lin Jiufeng laughed indifferently, her voice magnificent, spreading on the road to immortality. Countless people raised their eyes to see the amazing scene, only to see Lin Jiufeng with one arm, expanding by an unknown number of times, grabbing towards this sword chi with his bare hand. Not afraid of that overwhelming power of the Star River, that rushing and boiling sword chi, he only had one hand to cover the sky. Boom. At this moment, wherever Lin Jiufeng's big hand went, all the sword chi was shattered and scattered, and then it was rolled back in reverse by Lin Jiufeng and absorbed into her body. Inside his body, there was a vast star field, an infinite world that mirrored the bright starbursts. This was the inside of Lin Jiufeng's body, an immortal body that was like a vast river of stars. Any energy that comes and can't get out of the way and can't make waves. And in the outside world, there were thousands of eruptions of all kinds of Rui Qi, flourishing haze in the middle of the Star River, erupting from Lin Jiufeng's arm. These breaths were like the aura of a flying immortal, dazzling people who could not open their eyes. Lin Jiufeng had inherited the 9 Phoenix Emperor's 9 great imperial techniques and had never forgotten them to this day. To this day, he still retained them and was enhancing their power. Rumble. Lin Jiufeng's arm carried such a terrifying aura that it crushed everything. The old man's sword aura, the old man's sword stance, that starry sky under the sword stance, clicked and shattered at this moment. The countless people watching the road to immortality couldn't help but be horrified, because at that very instant, Lin Jiufeng's arm seemed to be a gigantic ancient star, with a majestic atmosphere that pressed against the sea of stars, so close to them that it was within reach. A vast pressure emanated, involuntarily appearing in people's hearts, and it was hard to resist. This was how powerful Lin Jiufeng was. You're old, you should have seen the situation long ago, but you're clinging to the same thing you did hundreds of thousands of years ago. If you don't die, who will? Lin Jiufeng indifferently said, grabbing with his big hand, instantly diffusing a world. Rumble. All of the old man's sword moves, all of his attacks, erupted in this world. It was a very dismal scene. A once invincible king who was now a late hero and thought he could still get back to the top, but in reality, he was old. Old, that is. Not just the body, but the mind and the heart. It all seemed so out of place, and now he was venting in the world that Lin Jiufeng had diffused, trying to kill Lin Jiufeng, and falling into a demonic trance. He was so immersed in the hatred of the Sky Ghost clan that he refused to wake up. You deserve to die, Lin Jiufeng said indifferently as he reached out and squeezed. The Star River exploded, everything withered, and the world collapsed. This extremely terrifying scene was within Lin Jiufeng's palm. The old man fell within an illusion as the world exploded, taking his resentment with him, his unwillingness to dissipate with the wind. At this moment on the road to immortality, I don't know how many people were sucking in a breath of cold air before rejoicing and jumping up and down to hail the name of the 9 Phoenixes. The 9 Phoenix Emperor destroyed the Sky Ghost clan that was guarding the dike. Moreover, Lin Jiufeng still had the power to fight, and his gaze was like a torch as he looked towards the huge dike. I'm going to break you today. Lin Jiufeng reached out and beckoned, and the fire-red lance flew back. Boom. Lin Jiufeng was like a golden monkey rising up with 1,000 sticks, lifting his lance and striking out. This strike was so terrifying that the entire starfield's mouths opened in surprise. There was a big intense collision, and in a few moments the electricity flashed and thundered, smashing directly into the embankment. Afterwards, it even drooped down 10,000 starry rivers, as vast as a waterfall, as majestic as the 9 heavens of the ancient times. That was Lin Jiufeng's underpinnings, his immortal underpinnings, all of them bursting out. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Jiufeng was constantly lifting her spear and bombarding the dike, and the loud sound shook everyone on the road to immortality with their chi and blood churning and a look of horror on their faces. This terrifyingly strong attack from Lin Jufeng brought with it a vastness of immortal chi that was practically drowning the place. The sea of bitterness seemed so helpless in this moment. It was a 3-day fight. Lin Jufeng beat himself to the point that his bloodline dried up. His entire body dried up a lot and burned himself, and he persevered, just to smash this dam that was stuck on the lower realm cultivator's brain. And after 3 days of constant attack, the dike was densely marked. Shaky. Shatter me. Lin Jufeng roared out in rage as she struck her final blow, also attracting the gazes of countless people. Can you break it? In an instant, there was a loud boom, and extremely terrifying fluctuations shook countless star fields, also causing countless people to shed tears of excitement. Everyone could clearly see that this huge section of the dam completely crumbled before Lin Jufeng's spear, turning into a brilliant starburst that shone on Lin Jufeng. At this moment, Lin Jufeng's divine might was awe-inspiring, with 10,000 strands of holy radiance, surging and majestic. He is the only true immortal on Earth. Chapter 146, Phoenix Ancient Town. The dike was smashed, and after the immense and incomparable dike was damaged, it crashed down and directly flooded the Sea of Bitterness. The Sea of Bitterness was also destroyed in this storm. The dike fell, set off by Lin Jufeng. He was honored by millions of people, and those on the road to immortality were cheering, leaping, and excited for him. In the Dragon Mountain starfield, the Supreme Civilization saw this scene and relaxed, saying, "From now on, the ascended world is like a fairy that has fallen to the mortal world and is not mysterious." After the dam was damaged, it was the gateway to the heavenly world that countless hearts and minds had longed for. A bronze gate, situated at the end of the road to immortality, was huge, and now the gate was open and dark. The road that couldn't be seen to the end seemed to lead to the depths of hell. Lin Jufeng laughed when she saw it. To us people of the lower realms, the world of the heavens is not hell. Doesn't the body on the dike show all this? Looking behind him, the road to immortality came to a quiet halt for all eternity. Lin Jufeng saw the Dragon Mountain starfield and the Supreme Civilization. This was a friend he had made on the road to immortality, and although the other party was a mechanical civilization-born species, it also had a spirit and could be considered a special creature. All the races of the heavens Lin Jufeng had seen it. How could a mechanical being be afraid? The gate of the heavenly world has been opened by me. Those who wish to enter, seize the opportunity. Lin Jufeng faintly said a sentence that spread across the road to immortality, and he himself turned around and entered to look at the bronze gate. This bronze gate has 4 big words written on it. The gates of the 2 worlds. Representing a portal between 2 worlds? Lin Jufeng folded the fire-red lance in her hand viciously. Click. The already scarred supreme weapon completely crumbled at this moment. The rolling energy, the refining materials were all absorbed by the 9 tribulation umbrella inside Lin Jufeng's body. Enter the ascended world and see if you can recast the 9 tribulation umbrella. Lin Jufeng took a step into the gate of 2 worlds. Boom. With the light enveloping her eyes, Lin Jufeng's eyes instantly darkened. It was darker than the universe. Lin Jufeng tried to use his true chi to illuminate the surrounding, but the problem was serious. His true chi disappeared into thin air. Entering the gate of 2 worlds, Lin Jufeng lost all light. Moreover, he had lost his true chi. It was like an ordinary person, groping through the gates of the 2 worlds. The steps were difficult to advance. Lin Jufeng walked slowly, not in a hurry, and he wasn't in a hurry because he didn't perceive any danger. After walking for an unknown amount of time, light surfaced before Lin Jufeng's eyes, and he saw a new world. The white light shone on Lin Jufeng's body, warm as spring, causing him to slowly open his eyes. The blinding light caused Lin Jufeng to squint her eyes and adapt before looking around. This is a sandy beach. The huge energy in the air made Lin Jufeng take a deep breath. His strength was recovering at a rapid pace, and the comprehended life immortal laws were also repairing Lin Jufeng's losses at this time. In a short while, Lin Jufeng's strength was completely restored. Where is this place? At this time Lin Jufeng looked around, puzzled. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, his massive Yuan Shen power covered hundreds of miles of land in a radius. The spatial barriers in this world are so powerful. I'm surprised that an immortal Yuan Shen only has a range of 500 miles. Lin Jufeng secretly marveled a bit. If it was in that universe of the road to immortality, Lin Jufeng's Yuan Shen could cover the vast majority of places. But here, it's only 500 miles. Moreover, the energy here was still very thick, and Lin Jiufeng was now certain that he had come to the legendary world of the heavens. There's surprisingly only one village in this 500-mile range. Lin Jiufeng walked towards that village in the direction of her Yuanshan senses. Entering a new world, Lin Jiufeng kept her guard up and didn't make a big deal out of it. Instead, she wanted to look at it with cold eyes and take a look at the world, understand it thoroughly before going to see how the follow-up progressed. With a distance of 500 miles, Lin Jiufeng quickly arrived and saw the village. A village of 100 or so families laboring at sunrise and sunset. They live here slowly, undisturbed by outsiders. Children play carefree in the fields, and the elderly sit at the entrance to the village, their eyes due to their past selves. Lin Jiufeng didn't bother them, but instead found the village chief here and smiled faintly at him. The village chief was frozen in shock and obediently followed Lin Jiufeng to the corner. "Where is this place?" Lin Jiufeng asked. "He controls the village headman, making him available for questions and answers." Of course, Lin Jiufeng could search his soul, but his soul power was so huge that the village chief, who was at best a cultivator, couldn't withstand it. So in order not to harm anyone's life, Lin Jiufeng chose to ask questions. "This is a small village below the Phoenix ancient town, called Auspicious Village," the village headman said. "How many great powers are there in this world?" Lin Jiufeng continued to ask. "I don't know. I'm just the village chief of a small village. I also only know that Phoenix Ancient Town is very big. We are under Phoenix Ancient Town, and Phoenix Ancient Town is controlled by Phoenix Academy. Phoenix Academy is the biggest and the best academy we have here. Countless children want to go in." The village chief obediently replied. "Where is the Phoenix Ancient Town?" Seeing that this village chief really couldn't ask anything, Lin Jiufeng stopped pressing. 3,000 miles to the south. That's the largest city in our 100,000-mile radius. The village chief replied. "Okay, forget about all this and just go back and drink a glass of water." Lin Jiufeng waved her hand, allowing the village head to leave. The village chief immediately walked back. Lin Jiufeng looked to the south, 3,000 miles, to the ancient town of Phoenix. The largest city in a 100,000-mile radius. Then this ancient city wasn't as small as Lin Jiufeng thought. It should be quite large. And there's an academy. Since there's an academy, it must know the general situation of the ascended world. I'm going to take a look. Lin Jiufeng pondered in her mind. He stepped out of the village and headed south. Walking to the Phoenix ancient town, Lin Jiufeng still had to pass through a forest, a mountain range, and along the way, he also encountered some beasts that were very powerful at the Great Saint Realm. In a small mountain range, there was actually a great sage-level demonic beast, which gave Lin Jiufeng a general idea of the strength of this world. He was in the immortal realm, which wasn't low, but shouldn't be high either, and there were other realms above immortal. So the first order of business is to keep a low profile, blend into the world, and wait for Ju to give birth. I also need to stay quiet for a while. Lin Jiufeng determined the path she would take afterward. He killed this demonic beast that was going to devour him in passing, took out the inner elixir, and then came to the Phoenix ancient town. It was a huge city, and to Lin Jiufeng's eyes, it was about as big as his imperial capital in the Mongdao Great World. But in this world, just an old town? This ancient town comes to life with a phoenix carved on the town, flying in the fire. The old town of Phoenix is filled with traces of phoenix from inside and out. Lin Jiufeng walked to the city gates. Chapter 147, The Ancestor. In the ancient city of Phoenix, Lin Jiufeng entered the place calmly and met a lot of people. The Phoenix ancient city, which was as big as the imperial capital, was also inhabited by a very large number of races, humans, demons, gods, and ghosts, in the 5 elements, in the 6 realms. As long as there was a large-scale group of creatures, traces of them could be found here. Lin Jiufeng was of the human race and was very common here. No one would care about him at all. Again, he was low-key, just walking around and taking in the bustle of the ascended world. Can a remote town be so prosperous? Walking around the city, Lin Jiufeng realized that this place wasn't as cranky as she thought, and despite the large number of communities, everyone was quite peaceful and happy. Of course, the occasional soldier in phoenix armor patrolling the streets was a big part of it. Lin Jiufeng saw that the item they used to trade was the divine source of heaven and earth, which was used to trade, and he didn't have any on him, having used it to accumulate it long ago in order to break through to the immortal realm. For this reason, Lin Jiufeng chose a trading store and sold the inner pills of the great sage-level demonic beast he had killed. He was given a large amount of divine source. "Husband, let's settle down here. My belly is getting bigger. Wait until the child is born and you're exploring this new world." Xiao made a suggestion in the inner heaven and earth. She was also pregnant for a few months now, her stomach was showing, and she was very sleepy all day, even with the imperial energy liquid. Lin Jufeng immediately agreed. Okay, we'll settle down here. I'll go buy a set of courtyards and let you out. Lin Jufeng also didn't want Xiaoju to continue to worry. It was better to stabilize and wait for the child to be born. Taking the divine source obtained from the sale of the inner elixir, he just happened to buy a medium-sized yard with a garden. The ancient town of Phoenix is crowded and the price of housing is high. Lin Jufeng took the deed and key of the house and smiled slightly bitterly, and was penniless again. However, it was good that the house was cleaned up, and Lin Jufeng pushed the door in, releasing Little Nine and the 3 stone man brothers from the inner heaven and earth. Husband, this house is quite good. It's just troublesome to clean. Xiaoju looked around and said, There's us. The 3 stone man brothers immediately spoke. You guys followed our couple into the ascended world and didn't choose to leave to venture out on your own? Lin Jufeng asked. We 3 brothers are younger brothers in the heavenly world. If we don't follow Immortal 9 Phoenix, who do we follow? The square-faced stone man said. The round-faced one and the pointy-faced one both nodded as well. Good then, we come from the same place. We are old folks. You guys follow me. Just be obedient. Lin Jufeng said with satisfaction. Don't worry, Immortal 9 Phoenix. Our brothers are the most obedient. The round-faced stone man patted his chest. In the future, don't call me Immortal Jufeng. Call me Master. Call little Mrs. Ju. Lin Jufeng corrected them. Yes, Master. The 3 brothers shouted together. You guys choose your own rooms to stay in. I'll leave the hygiene of the house to you. Let's keep a low profile and stay out of trouble for a few months. When the madam gives birth to the child, that's when we'll be able to explore this ascended world. Lin Jufeng instructed them. Please don't worry, Master. We will be very obedient. The 3 brothers nodded their heads to show that they knew. Lin Jufeng led Xiaoju into the master bedroom, arranging for her to stay there, and looking at her about to fall into a deep sleep again. Her heart couldn't bear it, so she had to give her another imperial-level energy liquid. Xiaoju, who had drunk the imperial energy liquid, was comfortable and had the strength in her body to support the conception of a child. Lin Jufeng looked at Xiaoju's relaxed expression. Her heart sank, and she carefully did the math. The Supreme Civilization had given him 10 Emperor-level energy fluids, which was already the entire stock of the Supreme Civilization. But Jiu had already drunk 2. Moreover, the amount of energy she needed now was increasing with each passing day, and the remaining 8 Imperial energy liquids would support her for 2 months at most. It's 7 or 8 months until she gives birth. How can this be? Husband, what are you thinking about? Xiaoju snuggled on Lin Jufeng's shoulder and asked softly. After drinking the Imperial energy liquid, Xiaoju became radiant again, as beautiful as a fairy. I was thinking about how I should earn divine origin to feed you, and the child along with the 3 stoners. Lin Jufeng laughed lightly. Husband's immortal cultivation, this matter is not difficult for you at all. Xiaoju proudly said. That's natural. I've already figured out how to earn divine origin. Lin Jufeng smiled faintly. How to earn? Xiaoju looked at Lin Jufeng with wide eyes, very curious. Enter the Phoenix Academy and become a teacher. Such a job is safe, and you can earn divine origin. Lin Jufeng said. Husband has only come to the ascended world and can enter the Phoenix Academy? Xiaoju was puzzled. I was just wandering around the city and saw someone publicizing that Phoenix Academy is recruiting teachers with high salaries. I'll go and apply for the job successfully and then become a teacher while waiting for my child to be born. Lin Jufeng said in a deep voice. That's good. As long as I spend this period of time quietly, I'll accompany my husband and travel the world of the heavens. Xiaoju squeezed into Lin Jufeng's arms and said sweetly, Well, we have to wait for the child to be born. Lin Jufeng hugged Little Nine and murmured, her gaze deep. He hadn't been honest with Xiaoju just now. He was in town and heard that Phoenix Academy was looking for teachers. But he wasn't there for that little paycheck. He was there for the Phoenix Academy's knowledge base and to help Ju find a calm, stable energy source. The Emperor-grade energy liquid was only enough for Little Nine to absorb for about 2 months. What to do with the remaining 5 or 6 months? Xiaoju would die of pain. The energy needed by the child was so huge that the Imperial energy liquid couldn't even support it for a few days, let alone immortal Xiaoju. Switching to another energy source, it was questionable whether Xiaoju could absorb it. She was immortal and couldn't absorb those raging energy sources. She would damage herself and her child. Lin Jufeng needed to find one that was just as gentle as the Imperial energy liquid and could be absorbed by ordinary people as well. There must be a clue in the Phoenix Academy about this stuff. That's why Lin Jufeng wanted to apply for a job as a teacher at the Phoenix Academy to find a solution to Xiaoju's pain. These Lin Jufeng did not tell Xiaoju, lest she worry and in time in moving the fetus. Reaching out and touching Xiaoju's stomach, Lin Jufeng inwardly lamented. Child, you came at a bad time. Wait for your father to gain a firm foothold in the celestial world before you come, so that your mother will also suffer a little less. For the sake of Xiao Zhe's matter, Lin Jufeng inquired about the Phoenix Academy's requirements for finding a teacher during the night. After asking several people in succession, they all told Lin Jufeng an answer. Powerful. You're strong enough to have the capital to be chosen, and then you're willing to give your experience, the fruits of your own practice, to your students, and then you're sure to succeed. This powerful is the great emperor realm. Lin Jufeng was relieved after hearing this. According to this requirement, there was no reason why he couldn't become one. There seemed to be an answer to Xiaozhe's question, and for the ascended world, Lin Jufeng could also gain a deeper understanding. Chapter 148, Interview. Settling down in the Phoenix ancient town, Lin Jufeng found that the people here were living a very cozy and relaxed life, and after asking for the reason, she learned that it was because the Phoenix Academy managed the Phoenix ancient town, allowing everyone to survive as long as they worked hard, and that they were not allowed to make a move within the town, and no matter who it was, the one who was the first to make a move would definitely be punished. The ancient town of Phoenix was located on the remote shores of the mountains and the sea, and although the city was large, the population together was only a few million, so the land was still very vast. Prices are pretty normal except for the high prices in the inner core of the city, where you can also buy a piece of land, start your own, and fix up a house. With the addition of the bigwigs that ran the Phoenix Academy, outsiders had to behave themselves when they came in. That's why the people here have a high level of trust in Phoenix College. Phoenix Academy did not let down their trust, open and repair aqueducts, open up mountain villages, build roads, planning urban areas, open up more jobs, take care of widows and orphans, as well as escort for the people who go out to sea. A series of things down, directly let everyone say, and the outside world's chaotic, weak and strong compared to the ancient town of Phoenix is one of the few pure places on Earth. These were all things that Lin Jufeng had gone out and inquired about in the past 2 days. When you arrive at a place, don't look at what the local officials say, but look directly at the local buildings, the comments of the local people, and whether the traffic is busy at night and the people are at ease to come out to play. Through these, look at the management of a place. Lin Jufeng took Xiaozhou and the 3 Stone Man brothers out together at night and saw a bustling night scene. Running crowds and a lively night market, countless snacks, handicrafts, and trafficking in kung fu, selling magic treasures, all of which were unearthed by treasure hunters. These made Xiaozhou lament. It's been a long time since I've seen such a lively night scene. Lin Jufeng nodded her head. There were smiles on the faces of men, women, the elderly, and children on this street, thus showing that the Phoenix Academy had managed this place well. This also solidified Lin Jufeng's decision to enter Phoenix Academy as a teacher. I've asked some people in the past 2 days, but most of them know little about the world, and the ones that have traveled out as far as they have are only in the million miles of land around here, giving me little information. Lin Jufeng wrapped her arms around little Nine and slowly said, Then it seems that if you want to know the true nature of this world, you still have to go to the Phoenix Academy. Xiaozhu said, Yes, it's still necessary to go to the Phoenix Academy. They manage the Phoenix ancient town and manage it so well. It's not a simple thing to suppress the internal resistance and resist the pressure from the outside world. Besides an academy, surely they also know the history of this world. I have to go in? Lin Jufeng nodded. When do we go? Nine reached out and touched her stomach. The softness of it had risen slightly, giving her a hint of her motherly glow. Tomorrow is the time for the unified interview. I'll go then. Lin Jufeng said softly. Then the baby and I will wait for husband's good news at home. Xiaozhu lightly laughed. Don't worry, for my husband will definitely triumph. Lin Jufeng slapped his chest and joked with Xiaozhu. Xiaozhu looked at Lin Jufeng with a face of adoration. This man she loved to the bone. Really, Lin Jufeng's likes and dislikes were more important than her likes and dislikes. And now that she saw her husband so happy, she smiled sweetly along with him. For this reason, the 3 stoners following them soured. Big brother, we should have stayed home and slept. The round-faced stoner said expressionlessly. I've been fed by master and lady, but I'm not a dog. The sharp-faced stoner said indignantly. I missed Suehua from our village. The square-faced stoner tilted his head to look at the moon and said quietly. Early the next morning, Lin Jufeng arrived at the gate of the Phoenix Academy. It was a city gate, and Phoenix Academy was in a large mountain, surrounded by gates that enclosed the entrance and exit. At the entrance of this city, there was a lifelike statue of a phoenix that looked like it was reborn from the fire, and it was a bit strange to look at Lin Jufeng. There really are phoenix shadows everywhere. Arriving at the city gates, Lin Jufeng saw many people, counting carefully 100 or so people. All of them were at the great emperor realm. In addition to him, There were also two other immortals in here, a man and a woman. The man had an old-fashioned appearance and was dressed in plain clothes, as if he was an old farmer. The woman was quite young, beautiful, and dressed seductively, and most of the people's eyes were on her. Lin Jufeng didn't care at all, skimming over it after taking a look at it, and instead looked at the group of people sitting under the Phoenix statue at the city gate. Phoenix College's admissions team. Please go ahead and register, then one by one you will be interviewed. A student came over to remind them to follow the process. Lin Jufeng went along with the general trend and followed everyone to register. Then in front of him stood the woman who was like a beautiful snake. With a light scent that makes you want to get close. This is a dangerous woman. Lin Jufeng took the initiative to switch places with the person behind her. The other person was touched and then excitedly stood behind the woman. This action caused the woman to glance at Lin Jufeng. Her eyes flickered and she didn't say anything. Then she withdrew her gaze. When it was time to register, Lin Jufeng heard the woman's name. Warm Clouds. Cultivated at the immortal realm, he came back from out of town with the intention of settling down in the Phoenix ancient town, and then expressed his willingness to abide by the rules of the Phoenix Academy. After the registration was over, she marched her long legs to her interview. Lin Jufeng waited until the person in front of her had registered, and then registered her information as well. Name, where you're from, what you're doing in the old town of Phoenix, willingness to accept the rules of the Phoenix Academy, etc. Lin Jufeng finished filling them all out and turned around to go to the interview. One after the other, the interviews went fast. Lin Jufeng noticed that Xian Xinyun had passed the selection process directly to become a teacher at the Phoenix Academy's girls' school because she was in the realm of an immortal. This academy still divides men and women. Lin Jufeng was quite surprised. And the man who waited until the man in front of him, at the Great Emperor realm, was interviewed and was rejected outright. The main interviewer said directly, "Your cultivation was raised by getting high on drugs and taking heaven and earth divine objects. Your breath is vapid and doesn't match our requirements. You can't impart too much useful knowledge to the children as a teacher." This person still wanted to fight for it, saying, "I can't impart this ability to them, lucky." Lin Jufeng shook her head expressionlessly. This person had failed. As expected, the main interviewer reached out and said, "The gate is over there. Please leave." Next, the main interviewer shouted with an expressionless face. Lin Jufeng walked out and stood in the center to be scrutinized by the crowd. "You are in the immortal realm. Why did you come to Phoenix ancient town?" The main interviewer asked. "For yearning for quiet," Lin Jufeng calmly said. "Are you comfortable with our arrangement?" The main interviewer asked. "No problem, I'm a brick. You guys can move it wherever you need to," Lin Jufeng said indifferently. It wasn't like he really wanted to be a teacher when he entered the Phoenix Academy anyway. He was here to look up information and find the right energy for Ju, plus hang out. Lin Jufeng has positioned herself very accurately. Chapter 149, Mountain and Sea Classes. After Lin Jufeng, who wanted to muddle through, was examined, she joined the Phoenix Academy as she wished. There were more than 100 people who came to apply for the job this time, but only 10 were accepted. 3 immortal realms and 7 great emperor realms. When the others had left, Lin Jufeng and the other 10 were brought into the hall, where they were received by the main interviewer. "Welcome to joining my Phoenix Academy. I am the head of Phoenix Academy's personnel management. You can call me Director Li," the main interviewer said with a majestic face. Lin Jufeng looked at him. His cultivation level was very high, and although he was also in the immortal realm, he felt like he had plowed through this realm for a long time. "As you enter the Phoenix Academy, I hope you will remember that teaching is a very important thing. Shaping children's correct values and orientations is something you have to do, and you are not allowed to teach them evil thoughts. If you guys get bored and don't want to be teachers anymore, you can come to me and I'll do your separation, so we can all get together," Director Li said in a deep voice. "Lastly, students are not allowed to be harmed, either physically or mentally. Once you find out, Phoenix Academy, will make you regret it. Don't think I'm threatening you. This is a warning," Director Li said seriously. Lin Jufeng and the other 10 people all nodded and took it to heart. "Okay, next we will start to divide the classes. Here are 10 classes and 10 teachers are missing. You guys choose yourselves." Director Li took out 10 cards and placed them on the table. Immediately, someone laughed and said, "I have the weakest cultivation. Guys, I'll choose first, and I'll leave those difficult classes to you." No one had a problem with that. After all, it was said so politely. Moreover, this person was obviously from Phoenix Ancient Town and knew everything about Phoenix Academy, knowing which classes were difficult to deal with. Immediately after there was the first one, there was the second and the third one. Lin Jufeng didn't grab with them. He held the mindset of indifference, and he was passive when he couldn't figure out the situation. The 7 great Emperor Realm teachers chose, and it was the turn of the 3 immortal teachers, Lin Jiufeng, Xian Yun, and an old man dressed in plain clothes. The old man wants the Taoist class. The old man chose one. I want the girls' class. Winsome Cloud took a sexy step and took the girls' class card. There was only one Shanghai class left for Lin Jiufeng. At this moment, Lin Jiufeng clearly felt that everyone's gazes on him carried a hint of sympathy, a hint of looking at a joke. Lin Jiufeng held the Shanghai class card and joked, "Has this class been infamous to this point?" Which is not the case. Our students are all very well behaved and understanding. Since this class has been chosen, then each of you should go and find your own class and meet with the society. Director Li said to Lin Jiufeng in a rare and amiable manner. The others left immediately, and Xian Yun passed by Lin Jiufeng as she walked away, her voice delicate. "I hope you won't be pissed off by that group of children." Lin Jiufeng raised an eyebrow. He would be infuriated? He was here to mingle, and it would be a real laugh if he would get pissed off. Thinking like this, Lin Jiufeng walked towards her class according to the map on the back of the card. Meet with the society and let them learn on their own. I won't restrain them or care about them. Then go find the library and look up this world. Lin Jiufeng thought silently in her heart, arranging everything. Since this Shanghai class was already infamous, Lin Jiufeng would be a teacher who didn't care about anything, and everyone would stay out of the river. Thinking like this, Lin Jiufeng started looking for her class in Phoenix Academy. Phoenix Academy was built in a huge mountain range, where houses were either built up on top of the mountain or hollowed out and made into classrooms. There are very many classes here, hundreds of thousands of students, basically the younger generation of children in the ancient town of Phoenix. Lin Jiufeng wandered through the Phoenix Academy and saw their teaching core. There is a teachable moment to teach students survival skills based on their interests. Even poorer, in the case of children who are not studying well, they have their own hobbies. Phoenix College is not all about monastic teaching, but also catering, tailoring, carpentry, management studies, business operations, etc. They also have programs that are specifically designed to teach people with disabilities. So if your child wants to learn, Phoenix Academy will be sure to teach him a skill that will allow him to live without being lazy. This is why Phoenix College has hundreds of thousands of students. That's why the people of Phoenix Old Town support Phoenix Old Town. After looking at these, Lin Jiufeng lamented, "This is a real teaching place." Most of the students who went out from Phoenix Academy would shine in Phoenix Ancient Town, and then build Phoenix Ancient Town under the leadership of Phoenix Academy, which was the reason why they stood. Who is the dean of Phoenix Academy? This is someone with great wisdom. Lin Jiufeng was very interested in this mysterious dean. After walking for half a day, Lin Jiufeng thoroughly familiarized herself with Phoenix Academy before finding her Shanghai class. In a big mountain, hollowing out the mountain and opening up a number of different classrooms, one of which is the Yamahai classroom. Taking this as a classroom, Lin Jiufeng still saw it for the first time and could not help but feel rare. He looked at the door of the classroom. The 10,000-pound stone door can't be pushed by the average person. Weird classroom. Lin Jiufeng shook her head helplessly and reached out to push open the stone door. Boom. The sound of the stone door pushing open was loud, and what Lin Jiufeng saw after pushing it open was even bigger. A new world. A vast expanse of mountains, grasslands, rivers, and treacherous peaks. Seems like a small world? Lin Jiufeng's huge spiritual power swept through and found that it was really a small world, in which there were a dozen or so auras of living creatures. Taking a small world as a classroom, eye-opening. Lin Jiufeng walked in and stood on the grassland, looking at the big mountains behind him, the grassland and the huge lake in the distance, and fell into silence. He thought at this moment about when he came over just now. Those mountains that had been hollowed out were all the same classrooms. Does that mean that all the classrooms here have such a small world? Too rich. Lin Jiufeng said sourly. "Hey, are you our new teacher?" At this moment, a voice in a jar rang out behind Lin Jiufeng. He twisted his head, and the big mountain behind him revealed its 5 senses, looking at Lin Jiufeng with majestic depth. "New teacher, I hope you'll mind your own business less." From the huge lake, a colorful python emerged, standing upright, not much smaller than a large mountain. "New teacher, trying to teach us the great Tao again?" Deep in the grasslands, a black-bodied scaly dragon flew out, looking at Lin Jiufeng with a fierce face. There are also giant silverback centipedes, a 7-colored praying mantis, and a lion and dog hybrid. Lin Jiufeng blinked. At this moment, he suddenly understood why this class was called the Mountain and Sea class. Chapter 150, The Comfort of Mixing Things Up. In this small world, Lin Jiufeng met his students. The students were very enthusiastic, and all of them surrounded over and surrounded Lin Jufeng in the center. Lin Jufeng now understood why everyone looked that way after knowing that he had become a Shanghai class. These fierce students are really quite unique and enthusiastic. It was a good thing that their cultivation levels were not high. They were all at the quasi-emperor realm, and were still a little bit short of the great emperor realm, not to mention being immortals. But they weren't afraid of Lin Jufeng at all, because in Phoenix Academy, teachers weren't allowed to hurt students, and they just didn't strike out at teachers, then they would be fine. But without making a move, there are still many ways to solve Lin Jufeng as a teacher, such as not listening to the lessons at all, such as going against Lin Jufeng, and then even letting his own cultivation fall and dumping the pot on Lin Jufeng as a teacher. They were familiar with these things, and anyway, as long as Lin Jufeng dared to control them, it was war coming. Each of these dozen students stared at Lin Jufeng as if they were enemies. New teacher, may I ask how you're going to teach us? Deshan's 5 senses were moving as he asked Lin Jufeng. The other students all looked at Lin Jufeng angrily. As long as Lin Jufeng dared to say how she was going to manage them, it would be a new round of holy war, and they had ways to drive Lin Jufeng away. Lin Jufeng shook her head and said, "This Dashan student, there is something wrong with this question you're asking." Dason froze, puzzled. "What's wrong with that question? Are you guys 3 years old? Won't you practice on your own? Teachers are tired. Why should they care about you? From today onwards, you guys dive into cultivation on your own. The teacher doesn't care about you guys. You guys don't pay attention to me either. We'll all be at peace with each other and treat me as transparent. I'll come to work during the day and go back after work." Lin Jufeng asked several questions one after another, silencing these students. Even the ferocious black scaly dragon looked at Lin Jufeng in a daze. Don't care about them? Not interfering with each other? Peace and quiet? Go to work and touch the fish, clock out and leave quickly? Aren't you here to teach us to learn well? The colorful python's huge body closed in and asked Lin Jufeng. Being such an adult, you still want me to teach you to learn? How brainwashed are you? Lin Jufeng said in disgust. The 5-colored python looked at Lin Jufeng in annoyance, which of the previous teachers hadn't been kind, holding them in the palm of their hands, trying to sensitize them, making them learn, obey, and increase their performance. What kind of person like Lin Jufeng curses people as soon as he arrives? So what you're saying is that you're here to mingle? The black augur asked in a deep voice. Just know it in your heart, don't say it, just like I know that you guys are also mixing it up. We all know it in our hearts. Saying it out loud makes you look childish. Lin Jufeng directly said. The black augur dragon puffed and puffed with anger. Being scolded by Lin Jufeng again was simply infuriating. Do you even have the slightest bit of being a teacher? The silverback centipede questioned Lin Jufeng. Do you guys still have the slightest bit of being students? Lin Jufeng immediately counterattacked without showing any weakness, choking the silverback centipede into speechlessness. All right, disperse, in surrounding me. Don't blame me for taking a shot at you, hang you up and beat you. Lin Jufeng waved her hand and told them to disperse. One grew so big that it blocked the sun. Lin Jufeng walked over to the amber and took out a stool and fishing rod, squinting in the sunlight and fishing quietly. When the day's lesson was over, he left immediately. The dozen or so students looked at each other in disbelief, watching Lin Jufeng from afar. Do you guys think that this teacher is trying to escape? The black augur transmitted its voice. It looks a bit like it, but I'm not sure. The colorful python said. Anyway, he doesn't care about us. The well doesn't run dry, and we're all at peace with each other. The poodle was pleased with the teacher. We as students did not have the appearance of a student, and now as a teacher did not have the appearance of a teacher. This spread out, the face is gone. Dash in and a voice transmission. It's long since lost its face. Now the people of Phoenix Academy are calling us hedgehogs, bad students and antagonists, and now that they've sent such a teacher, they've probably given up on us. The 7-colored mantis regretfully said. Just give up. Old me, I can improve just as much by practicing on my own. The multicolored python snorted coldly and quickly returned to the depths of the lake. The waves were so rough that it was intentional, so that Lin Jufeng couldn't catch it by fishing. Lin Jufeng didn't care as he stuck his fishing rod in the grass, then sat on the stool with his eyes closed, silently combing through everything he had practiced. This day was the first meeting between Lin Jufeng and the students. Lin Jufeng gave this group of hedgehog students a special meet and greet, completely ignoring them and giving absolute freedom, and likewise giving herself absolute freedom. On this day, a dozen or so students were watching Lin Jufeng, and everyone wanted to see if he was trying to escape. But it was clear that Lin Jufeng was not trying to escape. Because at the time when it was evening, that is, the time to get off work, Lin Jufeng decisively got up and walked out of the classroom. Her figure directly disappeared. Didn't even say hello to the students. Pissed off a dozen hedgehog students. This is too much of a mix-up, isn't it? The Black Augur Dragon said angrily. Phoenix Academy spent so much divine origin to invite him here, and this is how he mixes it up? The Silverback Centipede was also furious. Surprisingly, it wasn't a desire to escape. He really did give us absolute freedom. Poodle was pleasantly surprised. Bullshit, I'm going to complain about him. You're not qualified to be a teacher. Seven-colored Mantis shouted angrily. You guys have had your fill. Haven't you always wanted a teacher like this? The colorful python surfaced and scolded. This person is here to mingle and take the divine source paid by the Academy. The Academy invited him here to teach us, not for him to mingle. Deshaun was dissatisfied. He really teaches you. Do you listen? The five-colored python snorted coldly. Whether I listen or not, that's my business. I can stop listening, but he can't stop teaching. Dashin said indignantly. That's right, tomorrow he's coming in. I'm going to have a good talk with him. Wanting to hang around us, beautiful thought. The Black Augur coldly snorted. Lin Jufeng didn't know that the students almost got into a fight after he left. Of course, even if he knew, he didn't really care. He didn't mind even if there was a fight. As long as no one died, then everything was fine. Going home from work, the first day of work, Lin Jufeng did not have the opportunity to consult the books. Even for the first half a month, he was not qualified to go to the library, and it was only after half a month that the school issued them identity nameplates so that they could enter the book depository without any hindrance. So Lin Jufeng still needs to wait for 15 days. Of course, right now, Lin Jufeng was quiet and unoccupied. Going to work was to silently participate in cultivation, and going off work was to go back to accompany Xiaojio. A cozy life. These were the most comfortable days since Lin Jufeng came to this world. Chapter 151. Entering the library. Finishing work on time, Lin Jufeng returned home and saw Xiaojio. Husband, did you get selected today? Xiaojio asked with a smile. In fact, she knew the answer to that, and the fact that she hadn't been back all day was enough to explain the situation. Selected to manage a class and meet with them as well. I reckon they should like a teacher like me. Lin Jufeng laughed. Yes? Xiaojio's bright eyes looked at Lin Jufeng. Let's go and rest for a while, for my husband to properly talk to you about what happened today. Lin Jufeng held little Nine and walked back to the inner room before narrating. After hearing this, Xiaojio was also quite interested and said, then with these dozen or so students, husband intends to go on like this? Well, I'm only going to be a teacher for a year anyway, and I'm going to resign when our child is born, so it's best if everyone stays well. Lin Jufeng nodded her head. Husband, take the idea. Xiaojio snuggled into Lin Jufeng's arms. After waiting for half a month, when I get my identity nameplate, I will be able to enter the Phoenix Academy's library and check out the secrets of the Ascended world, so that it won't expose the fact that we couples are from the lower realm. Lin Jufeng said softly. Well, Xiaojio listens to husband in everything. Xiaojio smiled sweetly in Lin Jufeng's arms. Lin Jufeng has been living a quiet life since she became a teacher. In the morning, he set off from his home, entered the Phoenix Academy, and then entered the Shanghai class, and fished quietly by the lake, not questioning these special students at all, upholding the principle of not disturbing or interfering, and being a transparent person. He hadn't caught a single fish in a day, but Lin Jufeng wasn't in a hurry at all. He was comprehending the laws, combing through his senses and laying a firm foundation. Since he intended to be quiet for a year, then Lin Jufeng would definitely do what he said. Even if he spent the year building a solid foundation and not raising his cultivation at all, he wouldn't mind. When it was time to leave work, he got up on time and left with aplomb as a group of students looked on, pissing them off. Returning home after work, Lin Jufeng began to accompany Xiaojio for a relaxing walk in the ancient town of Phoenix. Look at the scenery, see the humanities, learn about the history of the ancient town of Phoenix, and eat a little bit of Xiaojio's favorite food. Back at home, he massaged Xiaojio, channeled his true qi to relieve her fatigue, and waited on Xiaojio to wash up so that she could sleep with a dirt-free body. Finally, Lin Jufeng and Xiaojio slept together until they woke up the next day. Even though Lin Jufeng had become an immortal in the red dust, he still accompanied Xiaojio and lived a plain and ordinary life. The next day, Lin Jufeng went back to work to mingle. Another day of boring life. Lin Jufeng just felt that as soon as she closed her eyes and opened them, a day had passed. Then he was off duty. After leaving Shanghai's class, Lin Jufeng went home. While in Shanghai's class, a dozen students were furious. Even the poodle, who had always said that Lin Jufeng had a good teaching style like this, couldn't stand to see Lin Jufeng's mixed-up attitude anymore. So as Lin Jufeng started another day at work, boom, a dozen students once again surrounded him. What's going on here? Lin Jufeng looked at them in disbelief. Aren't you being too much of a jerk? Dashin's enormous size glared angrily at Lin Jufeng. Do I mix? Lin Jufeng asked. Of course, Phoenix Academy invited you to be a teacher, not for you to mingle. The Black Augur said in a cold voice. But, didn't you guys say you don't want me to control you? Lin Jufeng asked back. The Black Augur looked at Lin Jufeng in annoyance, choking on his words. You listen to whatever we say. What kind of teacher are you? The Black Augur then said in annoyance. Yes, we can stop listening to your lessons, but you can't stop teaching. The Silverback Centipede called out. That's right. The school spent so much divine source to hire you as a teacher. You must teach us. The five-colored python was also exasperated by Lin Jufeng's lazy state these past few days, and looked at Lin Jufeng angrily. It's your job to teach, and as for whether we listen or not, that's our business. Lin Jufeng shook her head. Then I'll ask you a few questions, and you answer me truthfully. You ask. The Black Augur said in a deep voice. First, how many teachers am I your first? Lin Jufeng asked. 8th term. The Black Augur replied. The 8th term. Lin Jufeng looked at them and shook her head. What about the previous 7 terms? Either they got fired or transferred themselves. Oyama replied. Then when they taught you, were they very serious? Lin Jufeng continued to ask. At least it's much more serious than you. Whether it's the true essence of cultivation or the secret of breakthrough, it's all more powerful than you. The five-colored python snorted coldly. That's good. It's quite responsible. But the question is, did you guys listen carefully? Lin Jufeng asked with the corner of her mouth curled up. Quiet. This time no one answered Lin Jufeng. Everyone quieted down and watched in silence. It looks like you guys aren't listening. Lin Jufeng laughed. In that case, why are you guys being serious? You want me to be serious, and then you don't listen, so you waste my good intentions and drive me away. Now that I don't care about you, and give you absolute freedom, and you're not satisfied with it, isn't it a bit unreasonable to come and question me? Lin Jufeng looked at them with calm eyes and asked one by one. If you don't teach, how do you know if we listen? The Black Augur said in annoyance. I gave you guys absolute freedom, and you're not satisfied instead. Those teachers came to teach you and restrain you, and you're not satisfied either. So what exactly are the things that you're satisfied with? Lin Jufeng asked again. This group of students are not very old. It is possible that they have only been born in this world. Do not look at them one by one huge size. But they are only a few years old. The biggest is only 10 years old. At a few years old or 10 years old, they had quasi-imperial cultivation, and it had to be said that their talent was so high that it was no wonder that after messing up 7 teachers before and after, the Phoenix Academy was still giving them a new teacher. Lin Jufeng came to the conclusion that this was a group of rebellious children, or for various reasons, there was a natural resistance to the preaching of teachers, so they were very dissatisfied with the previous teachers and wanted to get rid of those teachers. And when it was Lin Jufeng's turn, Lin Jufeng gave them absolute freedom, instead of letting them be at a loss. They watched as Lin Jufeng was blatantly mucking about and became disgruntled. They're just rebellious, just a little stupid, not bad by nature. That's why they came to question Lin Jufeng, so that Lin Jufeng could teach them to learn just like their previous teachers. Just do they listen? Then, of course, you don't listen. These students fell silent and looked at Lin Jufeng, very dissatisfied with his behavior, but unable to refute Lin Jufeng. All right, don't block me. You guys think about it yourselves. If you really want to learn and have a doubtful situation, come over to me and ask me about it, and I'll be happy to give you answers. Of course you guys think I can't, or don't want to inquire, then leave each other alone. Don't be too childish, or else you'll grow such a big body for nothing. Lin Jufeng said lightly, turned around and walked to the lake, continuing to fish. What to do? The Black Augur asked. Even though he's right, I still want to get rid of him. The 7-colored mantis said indignantly. Now that he doesn't care and lets us practice on our own, what's the best way to get rid of him? Poodle asked. Reporting to the director, Director Lee is in charge of them teachers. We'll let Director Lee deal with him. 7-colored mantis immediately said. I'll go and snitch. This teacher is too arrogant. He must be given a profound lesson. The 5-colored python quickly changed and became a beautiful maiden with a human head and snake body, immediately leaving this small world. Lin Jufeng noticed it, but didn't care at all. He continued to close his eyes. In Phoenix Academy, Director Lee's office, he looked at the human form of the colorful python in front of him with a kind face and said, Zixuan, what is it that you came to see me about? Director Lee, the new teacher is not responsible at all. He hasn't taught us at all in the past few days. Every time he is at the lake with his eyes closed. And when it's time to leave work, he just leaves. he doesn't even say hello to us. He himself said that he came here to mingle. Such a teacher is simply an insult to Phoenix Academy. Please investigate. Zishuan immediately said. Director Li frowned. There's such a thing? That's right. Zishuan nodded her little head, very well behaved, completely different from her huge size in the small world. Okay, I will investigate clearly. You go back first and call Mr. Lin. Director Li said. He also didn't state anything. He couldn't just listen to a student's claim. He had to listen to Lin Jufeng's explanation. Zishuan obediently said, okay, I'll go back and call him over. In the small world, as soon as Zixin came back, her body skyrocketed and her main body emerged, the massive size of the colorful python swirling as it came behind Lin Jufeng in one go, saying, asshole, Director Li is calling for you to come over. Lin Jufeng opened her eyes and said faintly, when a snitch? Hemph, you'll soon become the 8th departing teacher. Zishuan coldly snorted. Your current behavior is like a little girl who goes back to make a report because of her own caution, hoping that the elders will stand up for you. Lin Jufeng stood up and said, don't you care what I look like? As long as I can get rid of you and stop you from hanging around here, I'll do anything. Zishuan was annoyed as she was a bit unable to accept it because she was centered by Lin Jufeng. Lin Jufeng strides out, ignoring Zishuan. Goodbye to being a new teacher for a few days. The Black Augur laughed out loud and said, new teacher, I'm so sad to see you go. The poodle was also crying falsely. New teacher, we wouldn't have kicked you out so early if you weren't a jerk, and you count breaking the record for a few days. Dason gloated. The others were also very happy. Lin Jufeng looked at them. This group of bear children, simply infuriating. We must give them a good overhaul when we have the chance. Lin Jufeng thought silently in her heart. Ignoring them and letting them get carried away, Lin Jufeng exited the small world and found Director Li's office in the Phoenix Academy. When Director Li saw Lin Jufeng coming over, he didn't get angry and could have gotten angry. Instead, he poured a cup of tea for Lin Jufeng. Just now, Zishuan came over to snitch on you, saying that you're irresponsible and just mucking around. Can Mr. Lin explain? Director Li faintly asked. Lin Jufeng thought for a moment and said, Director, the previous 7 teachers who came to teach them were either driven away or exasperated. This group of bearish kids are too infuriating. They won't listen at all if you lecture them properly. My move is called doing the opposite. I don't care about them, give them absolute freedom, and even take the initiative to say that I'm here to mingle, and we all stay well and peaceful, and I do the same thing, and then what happens, you know? Director Li revealed a smile and said, seeing that Zishuan came to snitch so quickly, I knew that they people couldn't handle you, and listening to what Zishuan said, I knew that it wasn't that simple, and as expected, I'm very satisfied with this explanation of yours. Lin Jufeng said, the teaching styles of the previous few teachers didn't work on them at all. I'm still using my own methods, ignoring them, exasperating them, and finally sensitizing them, currently proceeding to the first step. Teacher Lin, I fully support you. These dozen or so children are all absolute geniuses born in the last 10 years, but absolute geniuses are also absolute devils. Together with you, I've found 8 teachers for them before and after, and only your method has shown results for the first time. So give it your best shot and don't worry about anything else. Director Li said with a headache, praising Lin Jufeng. If you have any needs, please say so, and I'll do my best to take care of them for you. Director Li said, Director, I hope that the identity nameplate will come down soon, and I can also go to the library to check out the books. Lin Jufeng immediately made the request. I would have had to wait 10 days or so, but now if I can get it done, that's a big time saver. No problem, wait for a moment. I'll go out and get it for you. Director Li got up and left, leaving Lin Jufeng sitting alone in silence. You students wanted to fight me, but instead, you let me get the identity nameplate ahead of time. Not bad. Lin Jufeng remembered Zishuan and their joyful looks when she left and couldn't help but smile. Immediately they went back on their own safe and sound, and then continued to mingle. They were probably going to be skeptical. After Lin Jufeng waited for a while, Director Li brought a turquoise identity nameplate and handed it to Lin Jufeng. This is your identity nameplate. From now on, you are the official teacher of Phoenix Academy. The library, the hidden weapons pavilion, and other places you can enter with your identity nameplate. I hope you can teach these pricks well. Director Li said, I will. Their side should be celebrating my departure. When I go back and continue to mingle, I'll probably piss them off. Next, let's see what they have to deal with me. I have to smooth out their nature. Lin Jufeng sneered. Director Li was satisfied. That's right. I'm absolutely behind you. What if I beat them up? Lin Jufeng suddenly asked. Director Li froze, then slowly said, they fell on their own. So if it's not serious, wouldn't it be better to let them recuperate on their own? It's a small matter. Lin Jufeng stood up with satisfaction and said, "Then please don't worry, Director. I'll leave first." Director Li watched Lin Jufeng leave and picked up his teacup and cozied up. Egu. These bastard students have finally met their nemesis, comfortable. In the Shanghai class, after Lin Jufeng left, a group of students went completely wild, celebrating the fact that they bucketed away their 8th teacher. They didn't care if the next teacher came or not, they were happy anyway. But they didn't wait long for them to be happy before the stone door of the mountain and C class was pushed, and Lin Jufeng walked in. Boom. The colorful python Zishuan immediately rushed out of the water. Looking at Lin Jufeng with disbelief, "You weren't dismissed?" The other human students all looked at Lin Jufeng in shock. They all snitched to Director Li, but Lin Jufeng can still come back? I've already said that we all don't interfere with each other. Do you guys think Director Li will fire me? Lin Jufeng smiled faintly and said, "Why don't you get fired? You're a total mess." The Black Augur asked in disbelief. "I'm mucking about, but aren't you guys mucking about too?" Director Li said, "We're a perfect match, so he won't expel me. From today onwards, I'll be the one managing the Shanghai class. I won't be expelled even if you guys make a scene. So make a scene. I'll continue to muddle through." Lin Jufeng said indifferently, walking to her seat and quietly closing her eyes. In front of him, the rod was still stuck in the grass, the line floating on the water, swinging in the wind. Zixian was furious, but she also knew that she couldn't bring down Lin Jufeng, and she collapsed directly into the huge lake in depression. The other students sighed, helpless. The corner of Lin Jufeng's mouth curled up, waiting until a few days later, he was coming to slowly concoct this group of people. Another day passed, and Lin Jufeng arrived in the evening, taking the lead to leave under the exasperated gaze of this group of students. He first went back and talked to Ju about how he was going to the Phoenix Academy's library, so that she wouldn't have to worry about herself and sleep by herself at night. Then Lin Jufeng once again returned to Phoenix Academy and walked straight to the library. The Phoenix Academy's library was a small world, just like the classrooms, with an unknown collection of books, and identity nameplates were required to enter and exit. Only the Phoenix Academy's own people have identity nameplates. Identity nameplates cannot be borrowed. It is a one-to-one binding, with someone else's identity nameplate cannot enter the library. Lin Jufeng had thought that he would have to wait 11 more days, but because of Zishuan snitching on him, he had instead gotten his identity nameplate ahead of schedule. It was kind of a surprise. The ancient town of Phoenix is huge. So many people are born and raised here, never going out in their lives, knowing little or nothing about the outside world. The library of the Phoenix Academy recorded the details of the world of the heavens. Lin Jufeng walked in and saw countless books in this small world, divided into categories, all categorized very well, so that people look very comfortable, not dazzled, and can quickly find the category they want. The first thing Lin Jufeng looked at wasn't gongfa or alchemy and weaponry books. He looked at history, the history of the ascended world. These histories were what Lin Jufeng needed. He had to understand the ascended world in order to choose how to follow the path behind him after his child was born. A temporary hibernation required clear eyes, and Lin Jufeng picked up a copy of the history of the ascendant world and flipped through it. Chapter 152, The History of the Celestial Worlds. The ascended worlds, which is a general term, not a generalized reference to a place. The scope of the divine world is so large that the book uses a short story as an analogy. It says that a cultivator broke through the great emperor realm, and on a whim, he said that he wanted to go see the world and increase his horizons, and then he went. He traveled across the earth and through the clouds for 10,000 years, seeing much and feeling that it was not a false journey, and finally, on his deathbed, he came to the end of a world where chaotic mists lingered, and he could not help but ask the immortals who resided among the clouds, "Is this the end of the world?" The immortal replied, "This is not the end of the world. This is the beginning of chaos. The ascended world contains the great world as well as chaos, and you have only finished the great world." This great emperor was dumbfounded. He had traveled his entire life, but he had only traveled one great world? Then how big is the upper heavenly world still? The great emperor asked again. The ascended world is infinitely vast, and the great world is but a dwelling place for the human race and other races, like a hutch for pigs and sheep. How can it be compared to the vastness of the entire world? The immortal replied. The great emperor died of shock when he heard this. Looking over this story, Lin Jufeng's face didn't look too good either. The immortals in the story, comparing the great world to a pig-like shanty, are nakedly contemptuous. Lin Jufeng was uncomfortable in her heart and slowly flipped through the book. In this historical account, Lin Jufeng saw many hidden secrets. The ascended world was a place where countless races mixed together, and within those countless races, only one race stood tall. The gods. They crossed the chaos 500,000 years ago and came to the ascended world, invading in force and setting off a great war. At that time, the heavenly world was very vast. There were 9 vast continents. Millions of races lived in it, although there were frictions, but no one race could suppress the other races, so with mutual checks and balances, there would not be any major events. But the divine race came across the border and directly set off a great war, and the commander-in-chief of the divine race, the first ancestor Saint King, swept away a host of experts at that time with a strong stance, shattering 8 of the 9 continents, and the world of the heavens became smaller, with countless experts dying in battle until finally, the counterattack of countless races united to kill the first ancestor Saint King and seriously injuring the divine race. But the beginning Saint King counterattacked on his deathbed and still helped the divine race control the ascendant world, and those who obeyed prospered while those who opposed perished, causing people's hearts to be in a state of panic. Because the human race's experts had contributed the most in killing the beginning Saint King, the human race had suffered a massacre from the divine race, and to this day, the human race was still having a miserable time. Don't look at the ancient town of Phoenix. Human race can live in peace and happiness, but the whole world of the heavens, there is only one ancient town of Phoenix. Other places of people are the most inferior, so the human race generation to generation resistance, indomitable. Of course, other than the human race, the other communities that had struck out at the beginning Saint King in the first place had all been dealt a severe blow and were in no better shape than the human race. Lin Jufeng frowned. The divine race. The heavenly world was now under the control of the divine race, so that dam on the road to immortality was also put down by the divine race, and the heavenly ghost clan on the road to immortality was also suppressed by order of the divine race. Why do you think that? Because the times are right on, both 500,000 years ago. 500,000 years ago, the ascended world was invaded by the divine race and shattered 8 continents, leaving only the current one. 500,000 years ago, the path to immortality fell a dam, and from which time, a path to immortality, before and after 2 very different results. This was what the supreme civilization had told him, and as soon as Lin Jufeng made the connection, he knew what the problem was. The divine race truncated the hopes of ascension in the lower realm, not wanting them to enter the ascended world, and in the ascended world, the human race's status was one of the lowest groups. Of course, the base of the human race was large, so by now there were still quite a few populations, quite a few experts, fighting back as hard as they could, living and dying, and extremely tenacious in their vitality. Lin Jufeng thought of something. No wonder so many experts have come from the outside world to Phoenix Ancient Town. Then don't leave and live in Phoenix Ancient Town at ease. So it turns out that it's so cruel outside. Lin Jufeng lamented. When you think about it this way, it is true that someone said earlier that the ancient town of Phoenix is a pure land on Earth. After all, the Phoenix Academy teaches a trade to everyone. And there is no problem at all in reaching a life of abundance, at least trying. After reading this history book, Lin Jufeng had a general understanding of this ascended world. Now this continent is divided into a power place, not many countries. For example, in the old town of Phoenix, Phoenix College is the de facto administrator of the place. In front of the ancient town of Phoenix was the White Cloud Mansion, where the White Cloud Lords managed everything. Yunfu and Phoenix Ancient Town are separated by a huge mountain range, 1,000,000 miles away, and Phoenix Ancient Town has a harbor with its back to the sea, but it can also not have to go out to do business through the Yunfu, often going out to the sea. The merchant ships bring in countless things, and in the Phoenix Ancient Town's own production of things to sell out. The relationship between Phoenix Ancient Town and White Cloud Mansion seems to be bad. Lin Jufeng muttered. It's bad. A delicate voice sounded behind Lin Jufeng. Lin Jufeng raised an eyebrow. He hadn't even realized that someone had come behind him. Turning his head, he saw that it was still a familiar person, Cozy Cloud, who had applied for the job as a teacher with him. That delicate woman was currently looking at Lin Jufeng with a smile on her face. Doesn't it take half a month to get an identity nameplate? How did you get in? Lin Jufeng asked in disbelief. How you got it is how I got it. When Xingyun laughed lightly, walking over to Lin Jufeng and seeing the history book in his hand. What? Checking out history? When Xingyun looked at Lin Jufeng with fox-like eyes. History doesn't work, so I've come to learn. Lin Jufeng said indifferently. The history of this world is a history of blood and tears for the human race. It's very cruel. When Xingyun faintly said, everyone is living just fine now, Lin Jufeng then casually made a polite remark. But who knew that Xingyun immediately swept his eyes over Lin Jufeng and said, I suggest that you go out and take a look. Outside of the Phoenix Ancient Town, the human race lives worse than pigs and dogs. Even if you have cultivation, then you will still be bullied by the others, and it's only in the Phoenix ancient town that you can say things like life is good. Seeing that her words were slightly cold, Lin Jufeng knew that her words just now were inappropriate, and after a moment of silence, she said, I remember that you came back from the outside, so you should feel it quite deeply. When Xinyun smiled to herself and said, Did you know? Outside, the status of the human race's women is the same as that of cat girls, rabbit girls, and fox girls, and is known as the 4 great female slaves, and all the major powers will keep some of them in captivity for lustful pleasure. Lin Jufeng's brows tightened. When guests come, you release your captive female slaves to serve the guests and learn to fight for the guests' pleasure like a dog. And you still think that the human race is having a good time? When Xinyun coldly said, Sorry, Lin Jufeng solemnly apologized for her casual remark. When Xinyun also stopped tensing her face and said despondently, The Phoenix ancient town is really a pure land, not only for humans, but also for other ethnic groups, so we have to guard this last piece of pure land well? Lin Jufeng nodded, then asked curiously, Are the gods really that powerful? The divine race back then wasn't at its peak either. They took advantage of the opportunity to enter the Ascension world and broke the world cage, then used the beginning Saint King as the vanguard to charge the battlefield, and relied on the might of the beginning Saint King before forcing the millions of races to join forces, and in the end, even though they killed the beginning Saint King, they were still defeated in the battle. When Xinyun regretted, Are the specifics documented here? Lin Jufeng looked to the other books in the library. No, after that battle, books and historical materials have suffered from burning. Who dares to spread it will be exterminated the 9 clans, over time. Everyone can only be word of mouth. The authenticity of how much is no longer clear, but the death of the beginning Saint King, this is certain. When Xinyun said, All right, I have to go check out the information. So you can read more yourself. The ascended world is now a stinking puddle of guttering that makes people's hearts sick. When Xinyun turned around and left, going to look for the book she wanted, Lin Jufeng put the history book in the bookshelf and looked serious. The world of the heavens was so terrifying, and according to what Exine Yun said, then the world outside really did not treat the women of the human race as human beings, then Lin Jufeng would not dare to let Xiaojie leave the Phoenix ancient town. Xiaojie was born so beautiful, the one outside would surely want to get her once he saw it. Thinking like this, Lin Jufeng stopped reading history books and went to read books on cultivation. He needed to understand the cultivation realm of the ascended world. After Lin Jufeng had broken through the immortal realm, he had been unsure of what to do next. He was accumulating laws, but he didn't know what the realm behind him was. Now that he had the chance, he would look through the books on cultivation and watch them carefully. Lin Jufeng walked over to a personal biography written by a previous person, which detailed how many difficult hurdles there would be to overcome after breaking through to the immortal realm. Lin Jufeng read it carefully, and the confusion was instantly lifted. At the beginning of cultivation, it opens from the 9 heavens of opening, then the 9 heavens of fate, the 9 heavens of saints, the 9 heavens of quasi-emperors, the great emperors, and finally comes to the realm of immortals. In the celestial world, entering the immortal realm was not required to cross the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations. Likewise, their great emperor realm would not live out a second life. Because in the ascended world, the true qi was thick and the Tao was clear. One could see everything clearly. So they didn't need to work as hard as Lin Jufeng to live out their second life, and then go through 3 plagues and 9 tribulations before becoming immortal in the red dust. They are natural breakthroughs. Of course, when it came to combat prowess, it was definitely the powerful Lin Jufeng who had experienced living out her second life and going through the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations. In the same realm, Lin Jufeng swept through them, and there was no problem at all with 1 against 100. Lin Jufeng even wondered if it was because of the potential of those in the lower realms that the divine race had blocked the gates of the 2 realms, not giving those in the lower realms the chance to come up. In this one biography, the realms behind the immortals were clearly recorded. 9 immortal treasures, Fish Leap Dragon Gate, and Supreme Man. These 3 realms are all levels of cultivation within the immortal realm. After breaking through to immortal, one needed to open up the 9 immortal collections within the body, creating infinite greatness of power, and then only then was one to learn how to leap the dragon gate with a carp, taking a single step to come to the peak immortal realm. To the people, this is the final form of an immortal. It's so terrifying that it makes people tremble. Lin Jufeng read a sentence in this biography describing the supreme person. The 9 immortal treasures were enchanted, and with 100,000 epochs of terrifying power around him, he was a supreme being. This shows the horror of the supreme being. The terrifying power of 100,000 epochs. 1 epoch was equal to 129,600 years, and the terrifying power of 100,000 epochs was completely unimaginable. Lin Jufeng carefully pondered. He should be at the peak of the beginning immortal realm right now. But he has not yet coalesced any of the immortal collections, let alone the fish leaps, and then to the human. The road of cultivation is long. I will seek it out. Lin Jufeng lamented. He scrutinized this biography, but did not see the immortal collection cultivation method. Currently, none of the immortal laws I've obtained have recorded the immortal collection cultivation method. Slightly regretful, Lin Jufeng closed the biography, in which he didn't find the immortal collection cultivation method. Lin Jufeng scrutinized the other techniques and soon found the immortal collection cultivation method. Xinzong is the 9 regions within the physical body: heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, which can open up 5 major Xinzong. The Sea of Consciousness can open up a large Xinzong, and the limbs and lilies can also open up Xinzong. Immortal collection of the heart, immortal collection of the liver, immortal collection of the spleen, immortal collection of the lungs, immortal collection of the kidneys, immortal collection of the spiritual platform, immortal collection of the flesh, immortal collection of the giant spirit, and immortal collection of the laws. These 9 immortal treasures are divided into 2 parts. The heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys are the basic immortal treasures, which correspond to gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, the 5 elements of the world, which are sensed to incorporate the 5 elements into the body. Then there is the spiritual platform immortal collection, which opens the mysteries of the spiritual platform and makes comprehending all the laws much easier. And when it came to the flesh immortal deposit, this was the forging of an invincible body, opening up the treasures in the flesh to the extreme. Then came the giant spirit immortal collection, which was the immortal collection of true chi and mana, the opening of the spiritual platform mysteries, the unleashing of the potential of the physical body, and the final outbreak of the vastness of true chi, which, when combined, was the final step, the immortal collection of laws. Immortals comprehend the laws still, so the last step is the law immortal collection. By fusing all the laws comprehended together and opening a new law immortal collection, the power would expand several times. These were the 9 immortal collections, which Lin Jufeng carefully understood as he looked through the library, searching to see if there was a suitable immortal collection cultivation method. But sadly, no. Don't look for it. The immortal collection cultivation method is not available in this library. When Xingyun came over again and told Lin Jufeng, "Then where is it?" Lin Jufeng asked, "You want the immortal collection's cultivation method? Go find Director Li. The books and techniques in this library are all in the Great Emperor realm, containing the following of great emperors. There are no immortals or above, that's elsewhere." When Xingyun explained, Lin Jufeng looked regretful, but at the same time, she was surprised and looked at Xingyun. "How do you know so much? Didn't you come from outside?" Lin Jufeng asked her doubts out. When Xingyun blinked and said, "I'm from outside, but it's not like I said I wasn't from Phoenix Ancient Town. I grew up in Phoenix Ancient Town. I entered Phoenix Academy to study when I was 8 years old. I left Phoenix Ancient Town at 108 years old to venture into the outside world, and this year I just turned 3,000 years old and came back to be a teacher." When Xingyun explained, Lin Jufeng understood this now, and with a twitch of her mind, she asked, "Then you're well informed. Do you know of anything with a huge amount of energy that can be absorbed by ordinary people without side effects?" "Why are you asking this? You're not an ordinary person." When Xingyun asked in disbelief, "My wife is an ordinary person, she's pregnant, but the energy needed for the child is too great for her to afford, and one of my big goals in entering the Phoenix Academy was to look for this kind of thing." Lin Jufeng said truthfully, "You have a wife, or an ordinary person?" When Xingyun looked at Lin Jufeng differently. "Uh-huh." Lin Jufeng nodded. "You are an immortal and your wife is an ordinary person. A child conceived this way will definitely drag the mother to death. What do you think?" When Xingyun asked in disbelief, "True love." That was all Lin Jufeng could say. "Is it true that we didn't know it would turn out like this before? I didn't think Ju would get pregnant that easily, but who knew it would happen in a couple of times?" Sometimes Lin Jufeng wondered if she had too much firepower. "The energy you're asking about, although I know about it, I don't have it. So in the same words, go find Director Li." When Xingyun said, "Director Li is so powerful?" Lin Jufeng was puzzled. Director Li, this is the top level of Phoenix Academy. He is also a very powerful person in the immortal realm, managing tens of thousands of teachers in Phoenix Academy. Although he looks cold-faced, he is very good at talking and is very trusted by the students. When Xian explained, "Then I'll go find him now." Lin Jufeng immediately bid farewell to Xian and went to find Director Li. Concerning the energy that Xiao needed, Lin Jufeng didn't dare to be careless. He went out of the library and came to Director Li's office. Director Li was approving the documents when he saw Lin Jufeng coming over and curiously said, "Ms. Lin, Why are you here? Lin Jufeng immediately spelled out her needs. My wife needs energy too much during her pregnancy. I still ask Director Li for guidance. Lin Jufeng pleaded. He could have begged for Ju's sake. Director Li thought for a moment and said, there is this kind of energy, called Divine King Liquid, but it is not in our Phoenix ancient town. Divine King Liquid? Lin Jufeng looked at Director Li with inquisitive eyes. Divine King Liquid is a reward given by the divine race to their men. It's a very pure energy that can be absorbed by anyone without impurities and contains a very majestic energy. It's something that's very hard to find. And the Divine King Liquid that I know of isn't in the Phoenix ancient town. It's in the Baiyun Mansion. Director Li said. Baiyun Fu. Lin Jufeng knew this place. He just saw it in the library. Right in front of the Phoenix ancient town, separated by a huge mountain range and welling up against each other. The White Cloud Lord of the White Cloud Mansion is the one who opened the immortal hidden realm. He has 3 drops of Divine King Liquid right there. If you want it, go get it yourself. Director Li said. But I don't have the technique to condense the immortal collection. Lin Jufeng gritted her teeth. I can provide you with the Gong method, but remember, not for nothing, you have to promise me one thing. Director Li said. What is it? Lin Jufeng asked seriously. The students in the Mountain and Sea class are all at the quasi-emperor realm. I'm asking you to have all of them break through the emperor realm within a year. Do you promise? Director Li asked. I promise you. Lin Jufeng said firmly.